Bob Nodell for many years, I think he probably is still saying that things refract upwards, not downwards. So this was a little presentation I gave as to explain why light bends downwards in the atmosphere. And so I was then giving this example here. I said, here, imagine the Earth here, and this yellow portion is solid glass. And then I said, so if you imagine apply Snell's law at the air boundary, so if you have some light coming off this lighthouse here.
So Snell's law depends on boundaries, correct?
Correct.
Between
exactly
mediums.
correct. That's how it's defined. Yes, and that
isotropic mediums, right?
Exactly. Yes, between two. Yes, isotropic mediums. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is, and do those exist in the atmosphere?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna make up some shit that the atmosphere doesn't contain, plug them into Snell's law, change reality essentially, so we can try to use this law that's not going to give us anything close to an accurate result. Okay.
Yeah, but Jeremy, if you zoom into the level of an atom, then
you know what it, Rumpus. You know what it sounds like. It sounds like you're backtracking.
I'm not backtracking at all.
He's trying to finish his equation, but you keep interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Can I just finish off this thing, the accusation that I've used? So that I was giving this example as illustration, as a teaching aid, to say, look, imagine there's this yellow area here is glass, solid glass, uniform, isotropic, and homogeneous. So that means that when this light travels in a straight line, and when it hits the boundary to space, say, it'll then, using Snell's law, because we've got a nice hard medium boundary, it'll then bend away, because this is because it's a vacuum and this is glass, it'll bend away from the normal, like this. So you have this angle. And then if you imagine the atmosphere was then instead 5 layers, and then in each boundary, it would then bend in the same way, away from the normal. And so this, what was one straight line now, you can see has become a sort of jaggedy thing that does bend sort of a round thing. And then if you imagine the layer was, I've put in now 10 layers, then you get a much smoother curve. And this sort of relates to what happens in the real atmosphere. So this is the example I gave as a teaching aid of how you could think using Snell's law. You would end up with a nice curved, you'd end up with it curving downwards in contradiction to what Bob Nodell and QE think happens in the atmosphere. So it was a teaching aid, but I've got I've modelled this atmosphere along with a guy called Phil Nye, the physics guy, with the Isle of Man observations, and we do not use Snell's law to do it. You cannot use Snell's law to do it in any sensible mathematical way. You have to use differential equations, which is not what Snell's law is.
Rumpus. So anyone using Snell's law is totally unsensible.
It is not sensible at all. Correct.
You'd be ridiculous.
Including yourself as a teaching aid.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
no,
you're
to use as a teaching aid. You've obviously not listened to what I said. As a teaching aid, this gives you a qualitative result.
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. You're a moron. As a qualitative result, I can show here that you get a sort of smooth downward thing. That's what this teaching aid was supposed to describe. But if you want to do it actually and follow a light ray numerically, you can't use this technique in practice.
Okay, when you say teaching aid, are you teaching stupid people? Or what do you mean? I mean, as a teaching aid, it's
describe
fine.
The principle, because I don't have to describe differential equations to describe this effect. I end up with a result that's close enough to reality to explain to people as stupid as you are what's going on, and as stupid as Bob Nodell is, why light bends down.
It makes you a stupid. It makes you stupid to use the same.
I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me.
Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Rumpus, stop with the personal attacks and the name calling. Come on, dude.
But the guy claimed I was contradicting myself because I'd used Snell's law as a teaching aid, and he's now saying, "Oh, you're now contradicting yourself, Rumpus." When if he was not a moron, he would realise I'm not. I've specifically explained I use it as a teaching aid to get a qualitative result, and I do not use that to get a quantitative, accurate result.
Hey, Jeremy. I just want to point out. I think you guys given him enough rope to hang himself multiple times because his
No, it's because you don't understand what he's saying. That's the difference.
Fine, we can move on if you guys want.
You don't understand. That's another ad hoc.
He's explaining nonsense and pushing it as fact. And
okay, we'll go to the Kool-Aid and do something about it. I don't know what to tell you, but
you're disputing that model that I've just described in refracting downwards. Is that your point?
You're explaining a model, not reality. It's a model.
So, no, this is reality. This is what happens in reality. Are you disputing that light bends down?
You
Are you
cannot
disputing
see
that
behind a
light bends
physical
down?
barrier. You
Are
cannot
you
see behind.
disputing that light
Bottom
bends
line.
down?
Bottom line. I
Are
don't
you
care what
disputing that
model.
light bends
Don't care
down?
how you want to explain it. You
Are you
cannot
disputing that
see
light bends
Rumpus,
down?
over
guys.
a physical barrier.
DJ, I'm gonna
so
have
you
to
are
just
disputing that light
temporarily
bends
mute you.
down. So this
I'm
is the
gonna have
problem.
to temporarily
That's
mute both
why.
you guys, Rumpus.
Right, but you see, he's clearly not. He's not understood the model. It's not simple enough for him. So I tried to make this simple thing to explain why light bends down, and he still doesn't understand it.
Rumpus, you're not listening.
Please don't
Rumpus,
to those comments. I'm not gonna go
hey,
anywhere. Okay?
hey, Rumpus.
The people are just.
Let me talk to him real quick.
I have a legitimate question, Rumpus. A legitimate question. Not insulting you or fucking whatever else. I posted in the chat the differential form of Snell's law. I was just going to ask you about the validity of what I posted.
I can't see your posting.
It says energy.
Rumpus, is this equation the same thing as Snell's law, or is it a different formula for Snell's law?
For some reason I can't. Let me just. Where did you put the live stream text?
Ridiculous. You even
just so we're clear, because Posho's been trying to play this game with me for a week, like he says.
Oh, sorry, that there, right? Sorry. Okay, differential form. Okay,
it's
well,
like you can't hear anyone else
well, the
talk.
Snell's law. That okay. I mean, you can.
Rumpus.
Let's have a look.
Rumpus, relax. I know you're all excited, bro. Relax. Take a deep breath.
He's just been asked to clarify.
Okay, I mean, I'm now looking at the document.
Sip of water. Sip of water would do you good, man.
Well, that's not the Snell's law. Okay, this is okay. Well, now I said it's not the Snell's law that we're familiar with is not a differential thing. Okay, so you can turn it into. So the Snell's law we're familiar with. This guy's obviously then done some more work to turn it into something else. I mean, it is a different thing. It's not the normal Snell's law.
Wow! Coming from a glober. Wow!
It's a differential, Rumpus. You're getting there.
Wow!
He's referring to what the blokes put in the text, not what he was explaining in his diagram.
Yeah, I'm differential to apply it to the Atmos. That's just.
I'm contrasting it to all the conversations I've had throughout the years with globers. It's just it's mind-boggling to me. I mean,
all right, relax, man. We're trying to get down to the bottom of this with Snell's law.
Okay, so this guy.
Hold on, Rumpus. Jesus Christ, Rumpus. So this is a different equation, not Snell's law. Anyone who knew what they were doing in any sensible fashion would not use Snell's law. You're not going to get an accurate result, right? Is all that true?
Right. Yes, this is not the Snell's law that we think of as Snell. You know, if you go look up Snell's law, this is a developed form of it, which is this guy's calling a differential form of Snell's law.
So this is not the Snell's law. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not the Snell's law. So it's not the Snell's law that you will find documented as Snell's law. This is a development of it. Now, this is effectively. I mean, this is effectively. Right. Yeah. So it's effectively turning.
Isn't that what QE says? Literally, like word for word, what you said. That's how QE explains.
QE is a science-denying moron who doesn't even understand what acceleration is.
I asked you a question. You say
no idea.
yes or no.
I haven't heard QE. I have not heard QE pronounced science refraction.
Rumpus,
no, but he is well, the thing about QE is he doesn't even understand that when things are going up, they can be accelerating downwards.
He agrees with you.
Why are we even talking
the way you just said it?
Didn't say anything.
He doesn't understand what differentiation is. How can he agree with this? He doesn't know what a differential equation is. He's a moron.
He
said exactly what you just said.
When have you heard him? When have you heard him ever say a differential equation or ever talk about such a thing?
I've heard him talk about it. Me and him have talked about it.
Did you watch his presentations?
I do watch them occasionally, yeah.
Me and
he
him
doesn't even understand what acceleration is and velocity. He doesn't understand. He doesn't. Hold on. This is to demonstrate just how stupid he is. He doesn't understand that when something's going upwards, it's accelerating downwards.
Said that 3 times.
That's not a thing. I know because you haven't understood it.
Listen,
I'm going to finish the point. If someone doesn't understand that, they have no understanding of and he's never understood differentiation or integration. He knows nothing about calculus. He doesn't understand any of this.
Calm down, Rumpus. QE and I have talked about the differential equation required to apply Snell's law to the atmosphere like probably 10 times. So.
Well, he may have just read it and then quoted it, but he doesn't understand what he doesn't even understand what differentiation is.
Could you have done the same thing? I mean, just read it, not understood it.
Well, I understand what differentiation is. He doesn't.
Wait, didn't we just sit here and hear the fact that you had to like state that you were learning that you had to use a differential equation?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
No, he didn't.
Well, he was
You're
saying that oh, there's a differential here. Oh.
I know. Well, I wasn't familiar with this differential form of Snell's law. If that's what you mean, no, I wasn't aware of this.
So you knew before that you had to use a differential equation to apply Snell's law to use refraction.
Well, no, because I didn't use Snell's law. I used Fermat's principle, which does involve differential equations.
By the way,
Okay, can I ask you? Hold on, gentlemen.
Hold on, man. I've been going through this with Ruhif and Rumpus and Kosho for weeks now. So I don't know, Ruhif, did you catch what Rumpus said about how these boundaries don't exist and you have to make them up in fantasy land and then put them in Snell's law? And even then, anyone who knew what they were doing wouldn't do that because you don't get a good, accurate result. It's wrong. Did you hear Rumpus say all that? Because you guys said you were on the same page with this.
Yeah, I mean, Ruhif's actually done this as well. Ruhif has actually tried to use Snell's law in the model, and he had problems with the accuracy that resulted. So
Why?
He couldn't
because you
get
can't do
result.
it, right? Because you can't do it, use Snell's law,
You're
right?
not using Snell's law as we are familiar with. When we say something Snell's law, it doesn't work.
It doesn't matter how familiar you are with it.
Ruhif tried to use Snell's law to determine refraction in some of the models. He actually tried to do this, and he couldn't get any reasonable results. He could not match what was going on in the atmosphere. So and then he asked me how I did it, and I said, well, I'm afraid you're not going to be able to get anywhere useful with Snell's law. But this thing that...
It's useless. Okay, perfect. Using Snell's law to calculate refraction atmosphere is useless. Could we phrase it like that?
Well, that's a bit strong.
You just said it was useless.
I know, to make the point. Well, okay, it all depends on the accuracy that you want, Jeremy. This is the point. This is the flatties never understand. The accuracy or the usefulness of it.
Okay,
you can get qualitative results. Be quiet, I'm still in mid-sentence. You can get qualitative results, like explain to people like Bob Modell and QE, that the refraction that goes downwards rather than upwards.
Imaginary,
you can get those sorts of results.
Answers.
But if you want to go beyond that, then you need to do this differential form of Snell's law, which I wasn't familiar with, will presumably give you some decent.
Exhausting.
Okay, I know, Rumpus. So if we're using a formula, we're going to get if we're using Snell's law, the formula in it, we're looking for quantitative results, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Okay. So use that because we're looking for quantitative results, and that's just wrong.
Well, I mean, if you're prepared to say this differential form of Snell's law is Snell's law, even though it's
I'm not
different.
prepared to say that. I'm not.
Okay, well, if you're not prepared to, right? In that case, then, if you say that this differential form of Snell's law is not the same as the Snell's law we're normally familiar with, then yes, you're correct.
Of course not. You would agree. Yeah.
Hold on, stop, man. He was about to hit us. Say it, Rumpus. Say it.
Right. If you were saying that Snell's law is the Snell's law that we're familiar with, then you do not get good results, as Ruhif found when he tried to apply it, unless you go to ridiculous lengths. And even then, I don't think you can get decent results. But this differential form of Snell's law, then
hold on.
you might be able to.
We're not even worried about that. We're not even worried about we're just worried about Snell's law. No one in their right mind would use this to calculate refraction atmosphere. True or false?
Correct. No one would use Snell's law to
not even
to
the
determine refraction atmosphere. Well, that's what. No, we've just agreed that there's a difference between Snell's law that we're familiar with and this, and then you would not use the one that we're familiar with to determine refraction in the atmosphere. No one would do that because it would not be sensible.
What if there was someone running around?
What
if? Hold on, Rumpus. I'll be done after this, guys. I promise. So anyone running around saying that you could calculate refraction using Snell's law would be out of their mind, right?
Well, that's a bit strong. You could get the principles. Yes, it would be. Yes, they would not be doing something sensible. It would be done by someone who's not familiar with other mathematical techniques, which are much better.
They'd be doing something nonsensical if they were. Okay, that's a good way to.
Yeah, you would not get good results. It would be very
good or bad.
It would not be a sensible thing to do.
Bad.
I got a question for you, man.
Icky.
So, Rumpus, you agree that the speed of light being constant, or c, has to be accurate for the current heliocentric model to work?
Well, yes, with the c has to be. Yeah, it's a fundamental law of physics. It's not only for the heliocentric model, but for the universe to exist. We believe that the speed of light has to be a particular value.
For the universe to exist. Okay, so light has a speed. What if I told you that light was already always there?
Light was a what from the start of the universe?
Light's just always everywhere.
Well, yes, it is. The cosmic microwave background radiation fills all space.
So there's light literally everywhere.
Yeah, well, of course, if you put something in the way of the light, then it's not. If it's in shadow, then no, there isn't. If you put a black box, so if you constructed a box that no light could get in, then there would be no light in there. Even the virtual particles that are coming up there don't create light, as far as I remember.
Wrong. You can't create a box that has no background radiation. You can't even create a vacuum chamber and remove background radiation. So
you can stop electromagnetic radiation getting in there. That's what Faraday cages do.
No, Faraday cages don't stop background radiation and electromagnetic fluctuation within a vacuum.
You can stop electromagnetic radiation getting in.
Oh, you can remove 0-point energy and background radiation.
No, 0-point energy is something completely different.
It's not background radiation?
No.
It's not electromagnetic?
No.
Wow, so we don't have electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum?
No, you don't have electromagnetic variations. No.
Okay, so just to clarify, you think a Faraday cage can remove?
Just because you're saying it's wrong doesn't make it so.
You
don't even understand. I think this is Witsit, isn't it? You don't even think there are positive and negative charges. I mean, you're completely off the scale of idiocy.
Well, it's just charge and discharge, and that's a quantification. But
does not believe there are positive and negative charges. That's how bad he is. I'm just pointing out the level of delusion that you've got. You don't believe in positive and negative charges. I think people on the panel would find that useful to know that you're that stupid.
Yeah, do you think a Faraday cage will completely remove background radiation?
Yeah, a Faraday cage will only remove radiation or light frequencies depending on the actual gaps inside it.
So it won't remove all the background radiation. It'll still be there.
I think it can remove all of the electromagnetic radiation.
Yes, it can.
Is there gonna be background radiation in a Faraday cage? Yes or no?
I think you can almost eliminate it completely. I think.
Oh no, you can't.
Well, you just said that. Yeah, but you don't believe in positive and negative charges, so who cares what you think?
Okay, can you cite it? Because I happen to have already looked into it, and the best Faraday cage in the world does not attain 0. So there's always background radiation.
It depends what you class as a Faraday cage, because a metal box. Solid metal box would be a Faraday cage.
Yes.
And it would still have background radiation.
And if that's covered in concrete and then another cage around it, no, you wouldn't have any background.
But really, how'd you pull it out of it from whenever it was inside when you put the concrete on top of it?
Oh my God.
Yes. So stupid. You think it's funny? Okay, if you build a box.
Yeah, I do think you're funny because
if you build a box and you put concrete around it, right? The inside of that box already has background radiation. Before you put the concrete around it, buddy.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
So how'd you get it out?
It wasn't in there in the first place. Do you know what background radiation actually is?
Background radiation is literally everywhere.
Yeah, but you can absorb it. You do realise that surfaces absorb radiation, don't you? You can have an absorbing a thing that absorbs radiation. It doesn't sort of stay around forever.
Okay, can you cite anything? Can you cite anything that shows that there was 0 background radiation somewhere?
Right. When you talk about electromagnetic radiation, presumably you're including things like infrared, are you?
Take that as a no.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, I said there's always light.
Okay, if you're including the whole, right? Okay, so I thought yes. Okay, so obviously things that are warm, that have a temperature above 0 degrees K, radiate infrared electromagnetic radiation. So that's the point you're making, then I actually agree with you. Because obviously a box obviously is radiating infrared radiation.
Yeah, so light is literally always everywhere, correct?
Well, when you say light, I thought you were referring to visible light. And if you're now talking about infrared... So hold on. When you say light, do you mean the light that we are sensitive to our eyes, or are you referring to the entire electromagnetic spectrum?
No, I mean what the word means. Yeah, light.
The word has 2 meanings. Like it's an equivocation. Light can refer to everything in the electromagnetic spectrum, or it can refer to visible light. Which light?
No, dude. We call it visible. No, listen. If light could refer to visible light, then visible light would be painfully redundant. So we call it visible light. Or light. Okay, so again, can you find anywhere that exists
to the whole spectrum of electromagnetism as light? Normally, when we talk about light, we're talking about visible light.
Is there anywhere that exists that doesn't have light?
Hold on. Let's try and sort this out. Are you referring to the whole band of electromagnetic radiation? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're referring to frequency, yes?
Right. So in other words, when I said then that things are warm, they're emitting infrared radiation, then you would be correct, because obviously things that are warm, a box would be warm, it wouldn't be at 0 degrees K, therefore inside it would be the radiation of infrared electromagnetic radiation. But we don't tend to call that light, we call that electromagnetic radiation. You called it light.
Dude, that's what light is, electromagnetic radiation, buddy.
Yes, but it's a superset. There's electromagnetic radiation, then a subset of that is light. So all light is electromagnetic radiation, but not all electromagnetic radiation is light. I mean, Jesus Christ, how stupid are you? That's like saying a platypus is a mammal, therefore all
there's some
mammals
other,
are
there's some other low
platypuses.
IQ Glober in here pretending Rumpus is winning.
Listen, mate. Listen.
It's my turn to respond, actually, I'm pretty sure. So you can stop your color commentary and sit on the bench. So actually the answer is
sit on the bench, mate, because you
always,
just made a statement which is incorrect.
There's always light. That's a
No,
there isn't
always
light.
electromagnetic
can
radiation.
you cite it? Cite one area without any light. And I'm not talking about visible light, so trash or straw man, cite it.
You're not using the correct engineering or physical term. We talk about the whole electromagnetic spectrum, and light is a short term for visible light in a particular frequency range, and that would not
another
exist
semantic
in a box.
argument. Hey, Rumpus, are radio waves light?
Visible light is
no, they're not.
Light is the
Generally,
visible light that we see. Everything
generally,
light.
we would not recall that light. It's
Really?
a light is a subset of electromagnetic radiation. Therefore, not all light is electromagnetic, but not all electromagnetic radiation is light.
True.
Give me 5 seconds, guys. Give me 5 seconds. Matt, you're interrupting Rumpus and Witsit. Please stop it, or I'll keep muting you, okay? Go ahead.
So, are radio waves light, Rumpus?
The usual way of referring to it, they would not be light. They're electromagnetic radiation.
Well, the actually accurate way, it is. I'm sitting here looking at many.
No, you're wrong.
So do I need to cite it?
Okay. Well, you cite the opposite. You cite it in a non-childish website. Show me a citation that says the whole of electromagnetic radiation is light.
Cited.
No, you cite it.
I already did. I said cited, like past tense, buddy.
Where?
You're behind.
Where?
Rochester Education.
Where have you done that?
In the text. Okay, so you were wrong when you said radio waves weren't light.
Generally, when
using the normal terminology, they're not regarded as light.
When you say turn on the lights, you're not saying please turn on the microwave oven.
Non sequitur.
Where in this citation does it say that all electromagnetic radiation is light?
First of all, that specific one was about radio waves being light, because you said radio waves weren't light. So here's the deal: we have something called visible light.
Yes, the normal terminology.
We have something called visible light, right? We have something called visible light.
Normally, the way scientists refer to it is light is visible light. That's what they mean.
In Wikipedia, it says normally in physics, light may relate to any of the electromagnetic spectrum, any of it, all of it.
Let me share this screen that he's
all of it.
Here we go.
There's another
infrared
physics
is light.
Educational paper
Gamma
about how
rays
the entire electromagnetic radiation spectrum.
Can you see this?
You have to just talk.
I'm using your citation.
This is an educational paper right here.
Hold on. So this paper you've given to me, have I highlighted the sentence that you're interested in? Can you see the sentence I've highlighted?
No, I'm not watching.
Where it says in the citation you've just given to me, it says both radio waves and light are electromagnetic waves. Okay. So that means, is that the sentence that you're basing your opinion on?
No. So look, I just posted
another sentence is it then, you twat?
Rumpus, shut up. You're scared.
Give me the sentence.
I'm going to mute you, Rumpus. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you if you interrupt me again.
Give me the sentence you're basing.
3. You're about to get muted if you interrupt me again.
Okay? Well, tell me the sentence you're referring
Rumpus,
to.
I'm not giving you another warning, dude. Thank you. So I just dropped the final link, okay? And it's about the EM spectrum.
He's not listening, okay?
Right, exactly, because he's getting destroyed. So just objectively, the EM spectrum, that's gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, visible, near infrared, microwaves, radio waves, are all light, right? I just dropped the freaking link. So he had to
Can I
just try to
interject?
frantically strawman me and Fundy mute me per usual. Now, anyway, I gotta go eat actually, but this is the point. The conclusion is that there's literally always light every square inch of all existence.
May I interject before you go? I'm a radio ham operator, mate. Yeah, I am. I'm a radio ham operator, and we do not class radio waves as light. It's not enough energy.
Really, well, I'm sitting here looking at an educational citation saying gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves are all light.
No, that's not how it's defined in
Yes,
science,
it is.
mate.
So we have something called visible light, and that's not the same, right? So infrared, for example, is also light. You know that there are animals that can see infrared.
Yes, but you can't see radio waves. Sorry.
So radio waves aren't light?
No.
So you
radio waves are high energy.
You disagree with this university right here?
I'm a qualified radio engineer, mate.
You disagree with NASA.gov?
Oh my word. There is a definition between where light starts.
So you disagree with NASA?
Can you accept that? There's a definition where light starts. There's a definition where radio differentiates between audio.
Right here it says that electromagnetic radiation radio waves are classified as light.
Yes, they are, but not all radiation, not all electromagnetic waves are light.
Okay, so what electromagnetic waves specifically aren't light?
Anything about, I can't remember what spectrum it is. It's quite high.
Can't even name something. So is it higher than gamma rays?
So
no, never.
All right, it's never higher than gamma rays. Well, gamma rays are considered light. So what?
I didn't say I didn't hear. I said no. They're lower. Light starts lower than gamma rays.
Okay, so we have radio, microwave, infrared, visible, ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma, and that's all light.
No, radio waves are not classed as light. Sorry.
Well, I literally just cited two different.
I don't care what you cited, mate. I studied this, and we do not class radio waves as light.
Okay, here's NASA
But
for
you
the
didn't
second
study
time.
good enough.
Can you explain how radio waves are different than light based on your education?
X-rays are light.
Energy.
X-rays
State of energy.
light, right?
High state of energy.
Rays.
Could you explain, not describe, but explain?
I just did.
Energy is a description.
It's a state of energy. That's how they define radio waves, audio waves, and light waves.
The light we see is made up.
How do they differ than normal light rays?
The light we can see made up of the individual colors of the rainbow.
In what way, retard? Expound upon your knowledge. Break it down a little bit more.
Other types of light include radio waves. Other types of light include
we didn't ask you. We asked the other guy. Could you explain? I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know. Explain how X-rays are different than the entire electromagnetic spectrum.
How are they different?
Rather a difference in their frequencies and their capacitance. What is the difference?
That is the difference, the frequency.
Okay, so
and
they're the same thing. It's the same thing. They're not any different.
Exactly. Yes,
having a different frequency doesn't make it a different thing.
There's a vast difference between 27 megahertz and 1 gigahertz. 27 megahertz won't cook your dinner, but gigahertz will because there's more energy.
Though.
It's not secular, it's fact.
No,
it's
we know there are different frequencies. Do you not know what the word non-secular? I'm going to mute you if you funny mute me again. That's the 15th time.
Well, if you want to mute me, mate, that means you don't want to listen to.
Okay, you're getting muted because you won't stop interrupting. Stop interrupting me.
Tosser. Bye, Tosser. Bye, Tosser.
Stop interrupting me, please. Okay, I'm being respectful to you. So I'm just going to read off the citation. Other types of light include radio waves, microwaves, infrared radiation, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and gamma rays, all of which are imperceptible to human eyes. Thank you. I dropped NASA. I dropped NASA twice, which is like your guys' freaking hero. I dropped 2 universities, and I can keep going.
It's funny how you educate them about gamma rays and they turn into gammas themselves.
Yeah.
What's it? Isn't it the frequency just the difference between being able to see one and the other, not being able to see the other?
Yeah, there's different levels of
high energy. Yeah.
So why would it
right there? That small little spectrum is the visible, but all this other stuff, like infrared, animals can see.
That allows the photons to light onto your eye.
The point I wanted to make, Matt, is if one is visible at certain frequency and it moves the frequency and stop being visible, what is the difference? It's just the frequency, but it's still being the same thing.
It's
Ladies
not the
and
same
gentlemen,
thing.
it's all light.
No.
You've got on your horizontal plane
It's
the
all the
magnetic
same,
going
bro.
left and right.
It's logical.
On the upper, go up and down is your electric. That is the electromagnetic wave.
Yeah,
Light,
Mad Beat,
light in all its forms is doing this.
Mad B, do you
From
think
one end of the
that do
spectrum
you
to
think
the
light's
other.
made of? Do you believe in the photon, Mad B?
Hey, Witsit, when I speak, it's okay to pause and listen. This is not your home. It's a public room. So when I speak, pretend like you can at least acknowledge it, ignore me, and move on. Don't just speak over me.
What's funny about that is that you were just speaking over me, and I just gave up, and now you're having a go at Witsit for speaking over you. Like I legit started talking, and you and another guy both talked over me at the same time. So if you're gonna complain about that, don't be a hypocrite.
What were you gonna say?
So if there's a visible light spectrum, the opposite of that would be then there
What
must
were you
be
gonna
an
say?
invisible light spectrum.
What were you gonna
go ahead
say?
and say
I
it.
cut off Witsit off, not you. But what were you gonna say?
Well, I wanted to refer to this radio engineer. He came in and he said that radio waves weren't light, and then
So you wanted to appeal to authority? That's what you wanted to do?
Where I haven't finished, didn't finish. Cool. So this radio engineer came in and said that radio waves weren't light, and then he said that they were light, and
No,
then
I
he said
didn't.
that they
No,
weren't
I
light
didn't.
again.
No,
You did. I heard you say it.
I
It's
didn't.
recorded.
I said radio waves. What we class as a radio spectrum.
There's no point lying. Everyone can listen back.
Do you know what an electromagnetic wave is? Have you seen a diagram of it? Have you seen an electromagnetic wave animated? It's very simple. You could do it on Google.
Who's
I don't need to do it on Google. I've got oscilloscopes to see waveforms. Well, I had. I don't now, but right. Let's start. Right. Let's start. DC. Right. DC is not. It's electromagnetic. Right. But it's not a wave. DC is flat. There's no up and down movement. It goes straight to naught. Right. Electromagnetic waves are AC. They go up and down, as you all know. Okay. Depending on that frequency and how fast it moves.
You're talking about longitudinal versus transverse waves, but they're both waves.
Can I finish?
Yeah, let's finish something.
Yeah, thank you. Before everyone keeps jumping up and down. Right.
Go.
Okay, thank you. Electromagnetic waves, right? A low frequency wave is not much energy in it. You need a lot of power to move a low frequency energy, right? The higher you go up in frequency, the faster they vibrate up and down. So therefore, if they're moving faster, they store more energy. And the faster they get up the frequencies, obviously they can penetrate thick walls and blah, blah, blah. Right. There's a definition. When we get up to radio waves, we class radio stopping at about 300 gigahertz. Okay. And everything above that, we then class as light waves because of the state of energy. Some will dispute it, some will argue with it. But in the radio world, that's where we define radio waves. They're all electromagnetic waves, but depends on the state of energy and what frequency they're moving up and down at, depends on the energy they're providing us. And light waves, we happen to see light waves because they land on our eyes. So that just happens the way we're being built, right?
And light waves are electromagnetic energy?
Yes,
right?
they are. Yes.
And X-rays are electromagnetic energy?
Yes, they are.
The difference being in their frequencies, wavelength, capacitance, and so on, correct?
Different, yes. Difference
so light
in their
wave,
frequency.
light equals X-rays. Light equals X-rays. What some corporate or educational institution created as terminology is irrelevant. Light equals X-rays. X-rays equals light. Difference in degrees.
The difference is electromagnetic waves. Is how fast they actually work. It's the difference. It's like a difference between all vehicles are motor vehicle. Well, not all vehicles are motor, but you say all vehicles, right? But there could be classifications. There can be cars, there can be motorbikes, there can be push bikes, there can be skateboards. They're not all the same thing.
It's called reifying. It's called reifying. It's all
that's what we do.
One thing.
That's
it's
what we all
one thing.
Yes,
one end of the spectrum and the other end of the spectrum, completely different use cases, power, size, everything. But it's all one thing.
Yeah, it's all electromagnetic waves. It's
down
not
to their
all
wave structure, not their size and their wavelength, but the way it operates.
Yeah, it's all electromagnetic waves.
Perfect. It's all light.
It's not light. It's not light. It's electromagnetic waves. That's what they categorize it as. And there's a definition
Are there
between
invisible light?
Yeah, there's a definition between visible light and invisible light. Obviously, what we can't
What's the
see, like
invisible
infrared. Infrared.
Oh, right.
Gamma
That's
waves.
like an electromagnetic wave.
Yeah, exactly. They're all electromagnetic waves.
And
We
it's
all
light.
agree on that.
2
Do
plus
we?
2 is 4. 2 times 2 is 4.
Right. So we all agree electromagnetic waves. Yes? That's the subject we're talking about.
Yeah, we got it. It's all light.
No. It's like saying all lorries are cars. There's a definition. There's a differential between.
It's just invisible light. Listen, if dark matter did exist, then it would have to vibrate at such a low frequency that light couldn't bounce off of it. Right?
I ain't the faintest idea. I'm not a physicist. You'd ask a physicist how dark
It
matter
would have
works.
to change light, and you would just see like nothing.
It absorbed
like
light. Yeah, it absorbed light and wouldn't give off light.
Right.
Like a shadow.
So that's what's wrong with dark matter. We can see on the other side of the galaxy. We can see the stars, right? Or
we can see
it's
stars
not really
give off light
in the way that you're thinking about it, but we can see the other stars, right?
We can see stars because they give off light. They give off energy.
Despite the dark matter, which if matter was dark, then it'd be like charcoal and it'd block out things. But we can still see the stars.
We can still no. It doesn't. No. I don't think that's how they think it works. I don't know how they define dark matter, but we know it's there because there's an effect.
It blocks out things, especially if it's dense.
I don't know if it blocks out things. I said I'm not a physicist, but I know they can measure and affect what we can't see. It's like if you hold your hand up to the sun, you can feel the heat coming off it. It's infrared. Yeah? You can't see it, but you can feel it. Yeah? Like on a fire. You can feel the heat coming off it.
So did you know a fire gives off light, electromagnetic, right?
It gives off light, yes.
Yeah.
It gives off radiation, yeah.
Right. Actually, the gas from the tree burning, not the actual tree, and the flame, which is really interesting. You ever grew crops like that? You ever like burnt something and grew crops with the light coming off the whatever you're burning?
Yeah, it's electromagnetic wave. You can see it as a visible light. What's the point?
Can you grow plants like that? Like if you wanted to be like a pot farmer legal in California or something, could you just
I'd
burn
love to be a
something
pot farmer in California. I'd make a fortune. Hello,
it's
Bandy.
strange. I just went through the tunnel in Phoenix. I-10 goes under the city. I talked on myself. I could hear you guys all the way through, but my GPS lost its mind while I was in there.
Yeah, that's because it's the reason why you lost the signal is because it's a low power signal. That's why you missed it.
But it wasn't the same as my phone either.
No, because you've got land-based signals, whereas the GPS is coming from a satellite.
Right.
That is absolutely false. That is
no,
retarded.
it's not. No, it's not false.
Retarded.
GPS. No, it's not retarded. Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
Dude, GPS, your phone uses GPS. Is it going through a satellite or through a cell tower?
It's coming from a satellite. Your GPS comes from a satellite. It doesn't come from a cell tower.
No, bro. Oh my God, where do you find these people, bro?
Bro, I'm an engineer. I know what bloody radio waves work.
So then that means you believe in rockets that they're going to Mars. That doesn't prove nothing.
To do with radio?
I'm an engineer. Okay.
But you believe in God, mate, but you can't prove it exists. You believe the earth is flat, but you can't prove it exists.
The GPS on your phone
does not come from a cell tower.
Oh my God, bro.
GPS stands for Global Positioning Satellite.
Oh my God.
Got to do with the tower.
Oh my dude. You
don't know how you don't know how telephones work, mate, so don't go down that road.
I don't know, huh?
No, quite clearly, because you think GPS comes from a tower.
No, the GPS on your phone?
It actually does. It comes from the Wi-Fi router.
No, it actually does, you idiot.
Listen. Hold on.
That you turn on to use Wi-Fi.
When I'm using my cell phone and I lose signal on my cell phone. There's no cellular, you know, your GPS cuts out as well. It stops working.
No, it doesn't. No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't anymore,
Yes,
but it
it
used
does.
to.
Oh my God!
It
You know how
doesn't
many times I've
anymore.
been stuck in traffic?
I know.
Hold on.
I mean, how many times a day do I
Hold
lose
on.
cell signal and my GPS keeps working? How
Because
many times
hold
a
on.
day?
Your GPS will work for what it's downloaded that second. Like if, okay, but it will
It's
recalculate.
live.
Hold on.
Once it
Hold
gets
on.
signal,
You're wrong, Flatty.
dude.
You're
You
wrong.
guys are. Oh my.
Hold on. I can confirm.
No, just
Hold on. I can.
listen to me.
You guys are.
Just
Oh
listen
my.
to me.
Hold on, I can
It
confirm,
used
right,
to.
that see when I walk about the hills here in Scotland and I lose signal for hours on end when I'm walking across these hills, I can still use my GPS to track exactly where I am.
No,
Yeah. Although I
won't be
have
real
no
time data.
else, I cannot make any calls. I cannot receive any text messages. I have there's nothing on my phone to tell me I am receiving a signal, but yet my GPS can track me everywhere I go.
Look at. Listen. Let me explain something. Please just hear me. I pretend I'm wrong but you just want to hear me be wrong. But let me tell you something. You have software that you downloaded into your phone. Okay.
No, I haven't.
Now, what?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Okay. So I'm saying your phone has GPS, right? That's an app.
Yep.
Let's say, is it Google Maps? Is it Maps? Whatever map system you use. Now, that map system is in your phone. Your phone has sensors to where if I take 3 steps this way or that way or this way, it's going to know where I'm at. Okay. Now,
Wrong. That's not how GPS works, mate.
Just hear me out. I'm wrong. But just hear me being wrong. Okay.
Okay, go on. Go on.
Be wrong for 2 minutes. So in your phone, it has the capability. If I drive 10 feet away from where it's calculating where it was when it last had a signal, it knows how far you are. Now, if you switched it to try to get like a live traffic update, it will not give you that information because it has no connection to tell you the live traffic update.
Yeah, because a live traffic update is not coming from a GPS.
Hold on. Oh my God, dude. Do you realize that your GPS, it gives you an estimated time of arrival based upon your position and the traffic conditions. That is, you have to have a signal to have that. So your GPS that you downloaded, if you want to use it offline mode, quote unquote, and you won't know the real time data, yeah, it will work that way because it's an app, no different than your calculator. Your calculator
It's not
still
an app.
works.
It's a chip.
You don't have to have a signal for that because your GPS already knows all the. You guys are so. Man, you are.
You're so
let
ignorant.
me say something,
Go on.
Freddy. So if the phone has a special receiver for the GPS, it will work even without the regular internet signal.
Yes.
You can tell this with let's say a Samsung Note 3. I used to have one of those, and they had separate like you can deactivate the signals independent of each other. You know.
Yep.
It's simple.
Okay,
He's right and wrong. It used to be like that.
You didn't hear me.
It got
It's like
updated.
your calculator. Your calculator's still going to work. You don't have to have
We
a
heard you say
signal.
that, bro.
What I said is factually true, man. If you don't want to believe it, that's up to you, man.
Look,
Phones
years
receive
ago, I
both.
got better to Maine and Florida and back.
God, it's
And
mapping
we had
data.
signal the whole way.
Oh my
Phones
God.
Right? But when we lost
No,
cell phone
listen.
signal, we still had GPS signal.
I'm still
phones
here.
You're
receive
wrong.
both
You're
signals.
wrong, bro.
No, you're okay. Does your calculator still work if you have a signal or not?
What's that got to do
Yeah,
with
but
GPS?
calculator and GPS is different. Man.
Because GPS, it's
Not
oh
the
my God.
same.
If you mapped out your backyard and then programmed it to a phone of all its positions according to the phone, then yes, it can tell you, even though you don't have a signal, where to go. Because
wrong, because your phone has no way of telling if you're moving or not. I think that's where the GPS comes in. Like
no,
it does. What are you talking about? It does.
bro.
What is the accelerometers for?
That's for acceleration, but can it really can it detect how
explain how GPS
Yeah.
works?
So
can it actually detect how
Can
accurately
I say something real quick? GPS is based on the speed of light and is based on trilateration of positioning. It's a positioning system.
It's a global
right?
positioning satellite. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to get a good reading. You need at least 4 satellites.
You need at
And
least 3 to get triangulation. Yeah.
Actually, 4 to get an accurate.
Oh my God!
To get
So
an
you guys
accurate
put
one,
Hold on. That's trilateration, and it's
Right, but
based
they
on the
use cell
speed of light.
towers.
It's all about the speed
They
of light.
use satellites.
Yeah.
They use
Can I
long
explain
bands.
to you how,
Amen.
They like
may I
long
explain
distance.
to you how GPS works?
Go ahead.
GPS, right, the satellite is a transmitter. It doesn't receive any information from your phone. It's
Correct.
just a transmitter, okay? Like your FM radio,
Yeah, we
okay?
get that.
The radio
Okay,
station is just transmitting to your, that's all it does, right?
Uh-huh.
That's why you lose a GPS signal when you go into a tunnel. Or if you go into a building, you'll lose your GPS signal because it's coming from a satellite. It's a low power device transmitting its information. So your phone gets its
and time. Yes.
this phone
yes. Go on.
picks up these satellites, and that'll then calculate in your phone where you are. It's as
Based
simple
on
as
a
that.
globe. That's how it is. It's a calculation.
It's based on a globe,
Yes.
and it can tell you exactly where you are.
What's
No,
the
it's based on the
receiver?
ground.
What's the information the receiver is getting?
Sorry?
What's the information the receiver is getting? Like, i.e., on your phone.
It's
As a
getting the
receiver,
information
what's
from
the
the
information
satellites.
being received? Yeah.
It's-
Well, what is that specifically? What's the
Well,
information?
What, the time and location?
Time and location. Correct.
Well, it's basically just pointing at it, saying this satellite's sending this information straight at that location where you are, and there'll be another satellite sending information down, saying this satellite's sending information. The third
We
one
already
exactly
agreed.
the same.
You have 3 or 4 satellites sending you information.
And that's all it does.
That information is time and location. Correct.
Into your
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason it gives you an estimated time of arrival, because it doesn't know the shit what the hell you're going to do in between that location and your destination. So it just gives you a rough idea what time you're going to go if you go in a straight line. But if you decide to go all the way up to Seattle and then back again, obviously your estimated time is going to change.
What happened?
I don't know what happened.
No, it's a radius calculation of your location to the target is something else, and the roads you travel in, that's what determines your actual EDA. I mean, if that's what you're comparing, some radius calculation to the actual traversing of a road or roads and streets to get to your location.
Well, basically, if you say, all right, I'm in Washington, and I want to go to New York, and I go on this route, it's going to calculate approximately, depending on what information it's getting from the traffic reports and blah, 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 and then it'll give you, it's not hard.
I just want to talk to the flat earther guy because he was really emotional a few seconds ago, but I literally drove like halfway to Maine and then halfway to Florida and halfway to Texas. And I lost signal many times on Hangouts, but I never lost GPS signal. Right?
Okay. Let me explain to you how and why that happened. Okay, look at what I just posted in chat right now. Okay, just look at that. That is off. That's from my phone. That's turned off. No cellular. I don't have it. It's not connected to no active phone number. I turned off the Wi-Fi. Look what happens when you have zero signal. The phone is just your calculator still works, but the maps don't. They will not. It says, "Oh, looks like you're offline. Try downloading offline." You guys believe now? Okay.
Hang on. You're using an app. You're using an app. What uses the internet, mate? It's not the same thing.
You're using the internet.
Hold on. Can I just say, right? The company I work for, we have a fleet of boats, right? I've just messaged my friend who captains one of these boats, right? And his reply is, before he sets sail, he switches on his GPS, right? Because if the boat gets into trouble, he presses another button, and that GPS location then gets sent to the Coast Guard.
Yep, via radio, yeah.
Yes, it constantly transmits the boat's position so that when the Coast Guard helicopter takes off, the Coast Guard helicopter can constantly pick up that location because they know that on the water that boat will drift and change position, but the GPS will constantly update that signal to the chopper so
because
that
it
as
has
the
a
chopper's
signal.
flying out, it can still pinpoint where that boat is.
Hold on.
That was his reply.
I think you guys are misunderstanding something. Is he using a GPS device like a Magellan or a Garmin?
Probably something a little bit more fancier than that. Yeah.
So I want to say this: those are their own like cell phone type deals. What I'm talking
They're
about
not
is
cell phones. They're
It's
not cell phones.
not connected to the cell phone signals.
It's the
It doesn't
receiver.
receive signals. Doesn't receive anything from the island.
You guys are so programmed. So going back
but
to
you guys are missing something important on the antennas. There's different types of antennas for everything that we use. There's for GPS. There's for the signal of the cell phone. There's for radio.
let me point something out real quick.
You see different types of antennas. Transmitters.
Okay, hold on. Let me point something out though. Somebody said I was driving and my cell phone signal went off, but my GPS was still working. Let me explain something real quick. Again, when you had signal, it flashed your phone with the data that it needed, and then based upon its movement, your phone can actually pick up the movement
your
phone's
predicting. Oh, I see. Your phone's predicting where you're going.
Well, just listen. When you're moving along, so that's why sometimes you make a left on the off ramp, but it thinks you're still on the freeway because it knows that you're traveling forward, but it doesn't know that you veered off. Sometimes it's weird, but then it updates. Then you get the signal real quick because if the signal drops, it throws you off course. This is why maps throw you off course. Because it's assuming your position at that point. Now, but then when it regains the signal and it could recalibrate, like with the towers, now it's like sending. Now it knows where you're at. This is where the triangulation comes in. Then it knows your specific spot. But you're saying I lost my cellular signal, but my GPS still worked or my Google Maps still worked. That's because when you had a signal, it lets you know everything, right? Boom. And then you're driving, your cell phone goes out, but then your maps is still working, but it's only going based off of what it has downloaded. Now, I will tell you this. If you turned off your signal, if you turned off your just listen. If you turned off your cellular data, like to where you have nothing and Wi-Fi at that point, your GPS will still work up until the point where it no longer knows where you're at. And then if you try to refresh, all you have to do is just hit refresh and it will say it doesn't know where you're at because it cut off. It cut off and now it can't triangulate itself because you have no signal. Your phone.
Yeah, right. For starters, you're assuming.
Why does the iPhone, when your Wi-Fi is turned off, tells you to turn it on for a more accurate location?
Because it wants to copy where you're going.
Exactly. They want you to connect so it can get a reading from where you're at.
No. I want to hear an answer from a Glober. When the iPhone tells you to connect to Wi-Fi to get a more accurate location, what's happening
on you? Apple's spying on you.
Look,
if you take your Wi-Fi
why do you need Wi-Fi for a more accurate location?
That's because iPhones are shit. That's why.
Hang on. Can I explain? Can I explain, please? Almost exactly.
Yes, I'm waiting for an explanation. Go ahead.
Okay, right. The reason they tell you to turn your Wi-Fi, you may or may not believe it, but the reason why they tell you to turn your Wi-Fi on is so they can track you. Right? Apple. I'm not talking about GPS. Nothing to do with GPS. Apple wants you to use their system so they can track you and use your data and then, oh, he's over here, he's over there, yeah, blah, blah. GPS doesn't do that. GPS is just a transmitter sending a signal to your phone. Your phone is a receiver at that point. It doesn't care about the internet. It doesn't care about Wi-Fi.
No idea what you're talking about.
And if you put in your phone, right, you put your phone on, turn everything off, and just have your GPS on there, and you drive to wherever you're going, don't program it. Do not program your phone where you're going to your location. You just put GPS on, and that will still track you, mate. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I could prove you wrong right now. If I turn off my, I just did prove you wrong. Look at the pictures I posted. I turned off my phone, right? The Wi-Fi, because it's not activated at this point. It's just like it's just a
Have you got
smartphone.
GPS turned on?
Excuse me.
Have you got GPS? Show us
Where
you got
do you
GPS
turn that? I
turned on.
told you, well, some phones have it, some phones don't.
I just told you. I just told you. That's and what you're and it depends if you have the downloaded. If did you? Okay,
No,
look at the picture.
GPS
Look at the picture.
doesn't download anything.
Yes, it does. Oh my god.
Yes, it
Look at
does.
the-
Okay, hold on,
You haven't done any of this shit, huh?
Hold on.
Man.
So hold on, what is the argument then?
Okay, does your radio, FM radio, download the...
We're not
No.
talking about an FM radio. We're talking about
the same thing. That's all a GPS signal is.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you why.
You know about GPS, do you? All right, explain to me how it works.
Okay,
Come
let
on.
me tell you. Let me tell you how it works real quick. Real quick, I'll say it again, okay? Your phone, when you have a signal, you don't need to have the downloaded GPS software because you're acting
don't need any software,
Hold on.
dude. Stop
You
it.
told me-
That's where you're wrong. Go.
Hold on. You told me, and I'm explaining. Now, because you're using a live signal, it will update you. It's getting your coordinates and it's showing you where you're at on your phone. Now, if you don't have Wi-Fi or
My phone
cellular,
works, does.
please listen. If you don't have Wi-Fi or if you don't have cellular signal, the only way it will work is if you downloaded offline maps.
No, wrong.
Yes.
Wrong.
Yes, no. You're so wrong. You don't know this stuff, bro.
I do,
Stop
because all
arguing.
modern phones have got GPS.
Oh my God, you are so
No, man.
brainwashed.
Oh
You're
my God,
so
this
brainwashed.
guy.
The only way it will work is if you
Trust me.
download it.
Go to your shop and ask them, is this phone got GPS in it? Go on, and then get back to me, mate.
Oh my
Go on,
God,
off you
dude,
go.
you're not getting it.
No, you're not. You're
don't
not,
get it,
mate.
Matt.
Matt, oi, mate.
You're so
I'm
wrong.
radio.
You're just wrong, man.
Do you know radio?
You
Do you know radio,
I'm gonna
Highland?
go on record of you
Highland,
have no
do you
idea
know
what you're
how
talking
radio works? GPS
It
works.
doesn't
about.
matter.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I've been working with this shit for 12 years. I'm a truck driver. I know exactly how they work, what they do, and what they
really?
don't.
Do you?
Yes, really, yes.
Right,
yes.
you're a truck driver and you know how GPS works. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Look at. You can try to belittle him because of his career, but I
I was
guarantee
an
you.
HGV driver myself, mate. I'm not belittling his
But I
career.
guarantee you,
Okay,
he
hold
uses his
on a minute.
GPS more than you do. So he knows.
Hold on a minute, right? Hold on a minute, right? You're saying that when, like, if I go walk around the hills, or if if that other guy goes driving in his car, his phone downloads the maps and it's predicting where he's going to go. So if he turns everything off, the GPS is still going to know, right? So when my friend messaged me there not that long ago saying how his GPS works, well, his GPS device is not downloading anything. It's just receiving a signal.
Okay,
so how does that work?
Message your friend and say, "Is your model Magellan or Garmin?" and see what he says. Just do that.
For the boats, this is how they work on the boats. Listen, what they do is they pre-download the maps. Okay.
Exactly.
And they work based on acceleration and direction of the GPS.
Hold on.
All right.
Before you go anywhere else, a map of fucking what?
Of the ocean. What do you think?
I don't download anything. It's not on the ship.
A map of the fucking ocean. The water conditions change constantly.
No.
That's why it's based on acceleration. That you're
God.
Man, you guys are so fucking
yeah.
idiots.
They're so wrong, dude.
My God.
I want to jump
idiot.
through this phone and shake them like Bart Simpson from Homer. Like you guys have no idea what you're talking about.
So when his boat gets into trouble, right, and he presses that button to alert the Coast Guard, right, and the conditions have now gotten worse from when he pressed the button to the Coast Guard getting halfway there. How does this GPS device know that the conditions have got worse?
I'll explain it one more time, right?
How do boats get lost?
Explain it one more
If you're
time.
always connected to GPS, how do things get lost in the ocean? If you're always connected, if
he has
GPS
a
works anywhere,
I never
how do you
said
lose
I
flights?
never said
How do
he
you
was
lose
lost, did I?
planes?
I never said
No,
he
I'm
was
asking you
lost.
a question.
I said
I'm
when
asking
the
you
boat
a
got into
question.
trouble.
Answer my question.
Oi,
One at a
don't
time,
start
please.
putting fucking words in people's mouths. I never said the boat got lost. I said if the boat got
No,
into
you
trouble.
said you always have GPS connection, as opposed
Right?
to Wi-Fi and cell tower. GPS
Where are
always
you going to
exists.
get a Wi-Fi and cell tower in the middle of the friggin' ocean, mate?
They have satellites in the middle of the ocean for you guys.
Exactly.
They have buoys with
But
antennas.
you said GPS
No, they
works
don't.
everywhere.
He just messaged me saying because he has the exact same phone as me, the Samsung Galaxy Z3,
Well,
right?
then he's able
And
to
he
pick up a
says,
signal.
"Hold up, shut the fuck up." He says when he gets
guarantee
out on his boat, he loses all mobile signal. He cannot make or receive calls,
Exactly.
or send or receive messages.
Exactly. But when he gets far enough into the ocean, way out in the ocean, throughout the ocean, they have antennas for that
No,
very
they don't.
same purpose.
No, they don't.
What? Oh my
Yes, they
God.
do, Left Lane. You're wrong about that, buddy.
Oh my
They
God, bro.
Can't use
They
I'm
don't have
exiting out of this
transmitters.
conversation. I'm exiting out of this
Can't
conversation. I'm
No,
he
we've been
can't
over
use his
this.
phone
I'm not
until he
arguing
gets back to the land. Yeah. So when he's out in the boat, his phone is
Those buoys out in the ocean.
non-functional, but yet his GPS is always functional.
There, you said it. GPS is always functional. How do we lose ships and planes if they're always functional?
Someone's turned it off. And a
Not
GPS
I
signal
have a
does
problem
not
with it.
transmit. Listen.
Oh, somebody turned off the signal on the airplanes?
A GPS
Right
don't
when they were
transmit.
going to go down?
You know that
GPS
the
don't
airplane will
transmit.
crash. Yeah, they
GPS
actually
doesn't
found
transmit.
It's hard
the
to get any
pilot
word in.
committed suicide. Did you know that? Did you
GPS
actually read the report, mate?
Report? What
Anyways,
fucking report?
GPS does
We're
not
talking about
send.
losing a signal.
GPS does not send a signal to anyone other than your device. It doesn't send it to the Coast Guard. If you want to send any information to the Coast Guard, you got to use a separate system. It only sends. It only transmits signal to your device. It doesn't. Your phone doesn't transmit GPS anywhere. It doesn't transmit it back to the
Nobody
satellite.
said that. Stop strawmanning. Nobody ever claimed that.
I'm not strawmanning. I'm explaining to you what GPS works.
You're defending against a point that nobody made. So nobody
No,
said
you said
your device
GPS.
puts out GPS signals. Nobody ever claimed that. GPS signals.
Well, he just said they lost the GPS signal from the airplane. Tracking. They don't track airplanes via the GPS signal.
Well, it's important to know that we talked about the buoys. We've looked at those, and they have GPS. They have GPS on them. They have GPS on them for the purpose of providing their location.
How do you mean?
Let me finish. Let me finish. They
provide
their location.
GPS on them.
God damn it! Never mind. Fuck it.
No, because that's the point that's been in contention. When someone mentions
just
GPS,
how GPS works, and you're denying it all because you don't understand how it works.
Even
no,
Rocky,
I know exactly how GPS works.
Even Rocky posts the fact that these things have GPS receivers on them, not transmitters. Receivers.
Receivers. They don't transmit. They receive a signal from a satellite.
Yeah, but when we're out there, we're sending and receiving signals from other ships, from oil rigs, from stationary objects. And yes, we are. It's called AIS. We're sending and receiving a whole catalog of information.
Yeah, not via GPS, you don't.
Yeah, you don't mind me, mate. Like, I haven't spoken once, and you've interrupted me 3 times already.
No, you
we are
interrupted
sending
me.
and receiving information through other vessels, through other stationary objects, through other wherever it can receive and send out information, it's doing it, which gives you perfect triangulation, and it also gives out information and receives information. Now, when you get out into the larger oceans, you're gonna lose even your GPS tracking because you're out in the middle of nowhere.
No, you won't lose your GPS.
You won't lose GPS because it's a satellite, mate.
Yeah, well,
they're satellites.
No one would be getting lost if that was the case.
And the information you're transmitting, yeah, but the information you're transmitting to all the other boats is not via GPS; it's via radio.
Somebody laugh about me saying that they don't have maps. They don't have map in the ocean. If they don't have map, what is the GPS for in the middle of the ocean?
No,
if they don't have it mapped on.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. They already got maps on the boat of the ocean. They don't need to download anything, mate.
On the GPS, they have already the map.
Hold on, right? He's just messaged me saying the only time the GPS on his boat does not work is when he switches it off. That is the only time the GPS on the boat does not work.
Yeah, same with me. Where I've been, the only time it doesn't work if you shut off. You would never shut off your GPS anyway. That's dumb. As soon as you fire up your electronics, your GPS is automatically tracking because you have certain systems called with autopilot and all that are using it for everything.
Right. I didn't say that there was any reason for him to turn it off. He just said the only time his GPS will not work is if he turns it off.
What are those?
You mean
what
on
are those? I never seen those.
We don't use our GPS on our cell phone when we're out there. Neither is he.
GPS use trilateration or triangulation?
I think both.
Oh, no, that's not an answer. It's either or.
No, they can use both.
No, I think it's both. It depends on how much information it's able to receive. Because if you can only get 3 towers, that's what it's going to use. If you're using like 4 or 7 satellites that are up, then it's going to use that.
Okay, good answer. But can you tell me the difference between trilateration and triangulation then?
You want me to define both, dude, for you? No, I'm not going to do that.
Not
As a
define
man.
both. Give me the difference between them. What makes triangulation different from trilateration? It's about angles. I'll give you that clue. But go ahead. I mean, and the whole point of GPS is it's trilateration. It has nothing to do with triangulation because it's so commonly misunderstood as triangulation. Triangulation uses angles, but GPS uses the speed of light. Nothing to do with angles.
It's trilateration. It's a radio signal that travels at the speed of light.
Yeah, it's all about the speed of light. It has nothing to do with angles.
It's nothing to do with the speed of light. The speed of light just gives you the accuracy.
Everything to do with the speed of light.
No, it's just the accuracy.
Okay, you can't
use it any slower. You can't send a signal any slower than the speed of light. That's what it travels at.
Yeah, it's about the distance and the speed of light. It has nothing to do with angles. Triangulation has everything to do with angles. Measurement of angles. Hold on, let me finish. That's the difference between triangulation and trilateration, right? Triangulation uses angles in the calculation. Trilateration uses distances and the speed of traversing that signal, which is the speed of light in this case.
Yeah, and so is a GPS signal the speed of light.
What's that?
So is a GPS signal is the speed of light. A radio signal is the speed of light.
Yes, and that's the baseline of it's distance, not angles. What's the difference between? Okay, let me ask you this straight up. What's the difference between trilateration and triangulation?
You just said it.
Well,
why do I need to repeat it?
You said I was wrong.
No, I didn't say you were wrong. I said that everything travels at the speed of light if it's using a radio signal.
Yeah, but I was pointing out the difference between 2 specific things that you kind of said they're the same.
Oh, basically, yeah. They're still measuring a distance. They're still measuring your position.
No. Triangulation is based on angular. It's based on angles.
It's still a measurement.
Yeah, but it's not based on distance.
Excuse me?
It's based on angles. That's triangulation is based on angles.
And distance.
Angle measurements.
And distance.
angle measurements. Do you understand the
So
difference?
you agree GPS comes from a satellite, yeah?
Oh, hold on. Do you understand the difference between a measurement and a calculation? I mean, when you use an instrument to measure an angle, right, and then use a calculation to determine your distance.
Yeah, what's that got to do with GPS, mate?
I'll tell you, it has everything to do with it because a GPS does not measure angles. There's no measurement of angles involved in the calculation of
yes,
distance.
there is. Anyways, can we get to the point that a GPS does not need internet connection?
What do you want? I'm pointing. Is there something called triangulation and something called trilateration? And is there a difference?
Yes.
Yes to all my questions. Okay.
There's a difference between the two. Yes.
Awesome. So
get to your point.
Does GPS use triangulation or trilateration or both?
It depends which signal you're picking up and what system you're using. But the newer system, no.
If you're using GPS, are you
GPS?
Yes. Are you triangulating or are you using trilateration or both?
Well, if you look in the side chat, I will show you and I'll answer all your questions. I already answered this, mate. Why do you keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it?
You haven't answered it.
I have answered it.
And the answer is?
Triangulation is an angle. Yes?
I already said, I'm the one who said that.
Yeah, and the other one is
But
distance.
answer my question.
The other one's distance.
So,
what's this got the fuck to do with GPS and satellites and internet?
It has everything to do with it.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it does.
I explained to you that a GPS signal transmits a signal to your phone. That's all it does. It doesn't need the internet or Wi-Fi.
Hey, guys, I want to ask a question to you, Map. That's a good question that Apocryph made. Why is there GPS antennas in the middle of the ocean if there's the satellites? He posted pictures on it.
That's a boy.
He posted pictures of them.
Yeah, there's a boy. Yeah, or you pronounce it boo.
Oh, you don't know how to read there? It says GPS.
Sorry, what are you on about?
Wow.
Yeah. What's your point? Make your point about the boy.
Why is there GPS?
So it knows where it is.
If you guys have satellites.
Because they know where it is. It picks up a signal from the GPS, right? GPS then the information from that location is then transmitted via radio signal. So all the boats in the area know there's a buoy there. It's not hard to work out, mate. It shows you actually in that. Hang on. It shows you in the diagram there is a transmitter on there that sends radio signals. What do you want to know?
Those are antennas, right?
Yeah. What about them?
Yeah, but those are not used for people locating themselves in GPS.
I don't know about that. That's why I'm not gonna argue.
I'll tell you what that.
I hope you know, Left Lane, that they're not used for that. You're an expert on this shit.
No, we've looked it up, studied it, read all about it, and it says right in there they're not used.
Please? Can you cite it?
Yeah, the people
so that I can read
the people that put the buoys out there, they talk about how the GPS is used to locate the buoy.
I want to read it.
They're not used for navigation.
There's weather buoys out there that have GPS on them so they can locate them, but there's also GPS buoys. Use your common sense, Left Lane.
Left Lane, if you're driving, I don't want you.
Weather
Lane, if you're driving, I don't want
No, I'm good, bro.
If you're driving, yeah.
Not buoys.
There's NOAA weather buoys out all on the ocean, on the coast, everywhere. It's controlled by NOAA, and a lot of them are weather buoys and wave height buoys and all that. But they also send out signals for triangulation, whatever you want to call it, for GPS systems.
They don't send out a signal for that.
My friend said that
they're used.
The buoys that he drops in. My friend said the buoys that he drops in the water have short wave radio transmitters within them, right? And it's like the other guy said, when
So
they get the GPS, when they get the GPS signal, that's then pushed through to the shortwave radio transmitter, and then that's transmitted so that any boats nearby can pick it up. Yeah, it doesn't need to be long wave.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely one part of it. But there's also GPS buoys. They use them for weather. They use them for wave but there's also used for GPS, man. What is your deal? What's the problem? It doesn't take away your satellites. It doesn't take away your ball. I mean, why wouldn't they put GPS? It is. I'm not even going to argue it anymore. It's ridiculous.
Well, what point are you trying to make that buoy has got GPS on it? What point are you trying to make?
Y'all are saying it's not used to triangulate my position, and it is. I mean, it's just another point. How it's so accurate these days.
Why would they put a buoy in there to triangulate when they got satellites?
Yeah.
That's the point. That's
oh
the
my
point right
god! You just proved our point.
You just get it.
Oh my god, bro!
They got GPS on it.
Oh my god!
So people can.
That's the fucking point, brother.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, you guys are so sick. Really are.
Sick or thick?
Wow.
As thick. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If GPS was a bunch of satellites that are way above, then why do people lose GPS signal when they're in the middle of the woods?
Because the trees are blocking the low power signal. I've already explained that.
No. They're on top of the hill where people search for
you
the
just
signal.
Said in the woods.
Yeah.
Make your mind
You
up.
don't have to cite that. You don't have to cite that. I don't think you would lose it. We used to ride horses. We used to ride horses all through valleys and hills in West Tennessee, and we would lose signal when we were down in a valley like the gravel pits and
like a radio.
Like that. But up on the hills, we never lost signal.
I'm glad you said that, Left Lane. We have a guy here that claims he was in the Navy, which I'm not saying claims. He says he was in the Navy, and the phones are unreliable. Maybe we should be talking to him. Republicus, are you there?
GPS or satellite phone?
Sat phones on
satellite phone. Satellite phone.
That's not GPS.
I didn't say GPS. I said the satellite phone. Why wouldn't it work in the middle of the ocean if there's satellites up there?
Oh, it should.
But they don't.
I'll tell you why. Because there's not many satellites.
I'm not saying this. We have a Navy man here.
Can I speak? All right.
Well,
the reason why they get such sick signals on a satellite phone, what you're describing as using satellites, is because there's not many up there that use it because it's so goddamn expensive. So a lot of them are shut down. They don't use it.
Really? Oh my god!
Is that your excuse?
Really?
It's not my excuse. You can go phone up the companies and bloody ask them, mate, and they'll give you the same reason.
Well, if
I would
the
say
people in
it's
the
signal
companies are
strength.
indoctrinated.
Yeah, the signal strength that gets interfered with. But to say there's not enough sats up there, that's ridiculous.
There's not enough satellites transmitting satellite information because it costs a lot of money to use that satellite. So no one's paying the stupid, ridiculous amounts of money for them.
Well, that's ridiculous. I'm right off the coast, and my sat phone like 100 miles off the coast where I don't have cell phone signal. And sometimes we just test out our sat phone, and it doesn't work half the time.
No, that's my point exactly. Go to the company you bought the phone off and ask them, and then get back to me.
Oh my gosh, man! It doesn't matter. Even if we came back with the answer, you're not gonna believe it because you.
No, I just asked you to go ask the manufacturer that makes the phone, and you denied it.
You firmly believe that GPS on your phone doesn't work on its connection with the towers and Wi-Fi around it.
I never said
that was the original argument. What are you talking about? You never said that was the whole argument.
GPS. No, they can use the information from the GPS on the Wi-Fi. Yes. I never said they couldn't. I said they don't use GPS on Wi-Fi. You don't get your signal from Wi-Fi. You get it from a satellite GPS. That's why it's called global positioning satellite. It's clues in the title, mate.
You're so brainwashed and you're so programmed.
No, you are, mate. No,
look at
you're
your
brainwashed.
phone. like I said, you can have a phone that's not connected, no Wi-Fi, no nothing.
Is your phone shit?
But just listen. But if you downloaded the software, your
What software?
phone, the mapping software.
The map is not a GPS, mate.
No, oh my God. Listen, the mapping software gives you coordinates, right? Now, once you connect and get a signal, then it can tell you, then it knows where you're at. The system knows where you're at, and it can give you live traffic updates. It'll know to reroute you because it knows your position. Now, if you cut off the cellular signal, you cut off the Wi-Fi, and you just have a paperweight in your hand, but it has the software, it can tell you still where you're at. It's not dependent on a satellite in the sky. It's
Yes,
on
it
your
is.
phone.
Because that satellite, that map you just download, what works off the Wi-Fi or your cellular phone, doesn't work.
Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy Clonk. Yeah, Clonk in the text that is asking for image berms. Thanks. Thank you, Silent.
In the ocean, the usually the GPS, how it works, they pre-download the map, right? The whole map. And then they work out of acceleration and movement of the GPS. From the point that it starts, as you accelerate, it can detect Y and X axis.
Exactly.
So as you move, it goes tracking your movement, and it can send the signal of your coordinates. That's all it can do. If you get in like the one that you press the button and it sends the signal the coordinates where you are. It's not like there's a satellite telling you where you are. You guys are so, man. All right.
No, you're. Oh my God, man.
Okay, put it this way. My phone here I've got, right, it's an old phone. Old Samsung's about 6-7 year old. I haven't downloaded any maps. I turn my Wi-Fi off. I don't use a lot of crap, but my GPS, funny enough, tells me where I am. That's strange, isn't it, mate?
Oh my gosh.
How does it follow them if you don't have any maps? What do you use to navigate?
I don't need to know. It just tells me my position, latitude and longitude.
And I guarantee you, it's giving you the. Okay, now do this then. Now do this with your phone. No signal, no Wi-Fi. Go over to the next city, and it's going to take your coordinates when it was last used, when it last updated, when it gave you.
How does it know where I'm going if I don't tell it then?
That's the.
How does it know I'm going east,
my
west,
God,
north,
you're
and south?
dense, man.
Go on,
That's
tell
the whole
me.
point. What the hell is wrong with you?
No, what's wrong with you? You said that already knows I'm going to X city.
You just repeat our argument and you don't realize it. What the hell?
Where I'm going. I could go east, south, northwest, but it could still give me my latitude and longitude. Do you not understand that?
My God.
It doesn't know where I'm going, but it still gives
No
me
wonder why they trick these people, man.
Well, hold on, okay, because I feel like we're kind of going in circles, right? So, Apocryphon, what is your argument that accelerometer can pull that off? Like, it knows exactly where you're moving?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's the whole point of your phone itself has the equipment to tell you, like, okay, if you're driving down the street and you don't have signal, but you have the mapping software, it knows if it's telling you to make a right in 200 feet because it's programmed already. You already have that engine in your phone.
How can it be
if you go and you
when it
turn
doesn't
left,
know where you're going?
That's not to do with the accelerometer. That's not
I'm
to
telling
do
you,
with the accelerometer.
if you turn around, if you go the opposite direction, the mapping software that's in your phone will redirect you because it knows that you're not going according to where it's supposed to be at.
That's because of the satellite.
How does it know that?
No, not. Oh my God.
If you don't program a destination in, if it doesn't program a destination in, how does it know where you got to and then you turned around and come back? Hello?
GPS has nothing to do with direction, correct? It doesn't know it knows your location. Like GPS, you get a signal from satellites, right?
Yeah. And if you start moving, it knows which way you're going.
And the time.
I mean,
it's all about time and location.
Yeah, but okay, but Apocryphon's whole argument, I think, is that okay.
I'm addressing the point of that you brought up, right? So time and location has nothing to do with direction. Which direction I'm traveling in is irrelevant if I'm using GPS. There's no way in the GPS calculation to measure direction. Correct? Correct?
No.
I need an answer.
I can tell you which way you're going because it's monitoring your
If you get
location.
more than one location,
You're going east, mate.
over time. Yeah, over time. But that has nothing, again, to do with GPS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So how does my phone know where I'm going, even though I haven't got a map on it?
Okay, that's the whole point of contention here. The GPS calculation has nothing to do. You already agreed that GPS calculation, the trilateration,
GPS just my phone picks up the signal from the GPS transmitters and it gives me my coordinates. If I then move in an east-west or regardless, if I move another mile from my previous location, it then maps me all the way. It knows where I'm going because it's giving me the location.
It knows where you've been, not where you're going.
It knows the next location because it sends me the information, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't know your next location. It knows your
Not
current.
until I get there, correct. Not until I get to there, but it'll still give me my location.
Okay.
Yeah, your current location. That's
but if I turn around and go back again, it'll then give me the coordinations.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, okay? Let me tell you this. Okay, I'm driving with my son, okay? He's not a satellite. I'm driving with my son, and he knows when to turn right and when to turn left because he says, "Hey, Dad, take me to school." Okay, when I get to a street, he's going to say, "Turn right here." Okay, I'm going to turn right. He's my satellite at that point. Now, if he doesn't tell me where I'm going and I go past the street and then he goes, "Oh, wait, you're supposed to make a left back there." Because he is the information, he is the data, he's the software, he's the mapping. Then I make
correct.
a U-turn.
He's giving you instructions. Yes, the satellite.
Yes. Now listen.
The GPS doesn't give you instructions, mate.
Your phone, if it doesn't have a cellular connection or a Wi-Fi connection, it just is only going to what's pre-programmed in that mapping software according to where the phone is, and
I've got no mapping software, mate.
Your
Anyways, you're using the wrong definition because your son is giving you information to where you're going.
And he's
the
not
GPS
a satellite.
Doesn't give you information to tell you where to go.
And he's not a satellite. He's not telling
You don't need to be a satellite. He's giving you information.
That's the point. The phone
There's
is
a difference between GPS and someone giving you information.
Now, satellite doesn't give you information for where to go. It gives you information where the satellite is and what time.
Yeah, exactly. That's the software. It's the software doing that.
Look, GPS doesn't give you instructions, mate. Your child is giving you instructions.
Listen.
You listen. Your son is giving you instructions, mate. I'm not getting instructions from a satellite. I'm getting a location.
But listen, if I had a signal, but if I had a signal,
why do you need more than 3 satellites to get an accurate location?
Oh, do you have to work that out yourself?
Let me share something with you. When you have a connection on your phone and you're driving through a city, it is pinging off of the towers to triangulate your position. Okay, and the signal then knows that you're getting closer to make a left. If you go left, it's going to ping your direction to those towers, and now those towers still know where you're at. Now, if I cut off my cellular data and Wi-Fi, but I didn't download the maps, my phone is just gonna be blank. Like it will just leave your last known position.
May I ask you? Are you programming your destination into your map?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. I just told you that.
Okay.
The reason it knows is because you downloaded an app and you've instructed it to give you information to go from A to B. A GPS does not do that.
Okay. No. What the triangulation of the towers does, it gives you an up to date real time location because it's constantly pinging those towers to know where you're at. Now let me explain something real quick.
It pings the tower every minute.
Now listen. Have you ever watched a movie and it or let's say YouTube, okay, and it buffered you're watching a video, okay, and then all of a sudden you lose data connection, and then your video is going to stop to where it last downloaded the packets of that audio and video signal of the YouTube thing. Now,
what's that got to do with GPS?
Listen. Not until you get a signal again will it be able to continue that. Then you can continue watching the movie or video or whatever. It's the same thing, the same concept. Oh my God, this is logic, and you're like not getting it.
No, you're not getting it because you're pre-programming a map to your location. A GPS does not do that.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Are you really that thick? You're programming your phone to no. Listen, you're programming your phone. A, I want to get to B. That's why your phone and your map knows where you're bloody going.
Okay, let's say this. Let's say I don't. I can do it right now. I can literally do it right now if you want. I'll drive away with my other phone that has no signal. Okay, and I'll drive down the street and I'll turn on Google Maps. Guess what? It's gonna say, oops, I posted the picture. Oops, looks like you're not online. Download the software.
You're not online. What part have you missing?
This guy is dense. Stop arguing with them, Apocryph.
Yeah.
Stop arguing. He doesn't realize he's just agreeing with you.
What you don't realize, you're programming a computer with the information where you're going.
And if I have a signal, okay. And if I have a signal, it could update me live of where I'm at in that position. Now, if I don't have a signal, it will still tell me where I'm going because I have the software and it knows where I'm at. It has nothing to do with the satellite.
Your software is programmed to use Wi-Fi or the internet. GPS is not doing that.
Okay.
What don't you miss?
What does Google Maps
is not on the internet, okay?
Does Google Maps use GPS?
I don't know. I don't use Google Maps. I told you I don't use maps.
Oh, well.
What do you use? What do you use though?
Why am I talking to you then?
You're trying to tell me that GPS doesn't work unless you got.
Why are you arguing with us? We use. I mean, me at least I use that shit all the time. It's part of my life.
Google Maps can be used without GPS. I can use my Google Map with my GPS.
Where do you use the GPS?
Off.
Where do you use the GPS?
Okay,
when I go hill climbing, right, and I lose complete internet and telephone signal, and my GPS is on, my GPS tells me my location. But it can't tell me which direction to go to the nearest town.
Are you using a Garmin or what's the other one?
It tells you your location based on a globe.
Let me share something with you, okay? Back when Magellan and Garmin's first came out, okay, a lot of people got mad because they expected it to give them they can know their position, but
are you talking about these?
Just listen.
Hold on, 2 moments. Are you talking about these stupid things that people put in their cars?
It could be that people put them on their boats, people put them on planes, people put them on trains. Yes, but
because
on cell phone,
hold on, because the GPS thing that my friend has on his boat doesn't tell him anything.
It just tells him the coordinates, right? It just gives coordinates,
right? Hold on. The GPS device on his boat does not have a display screen. It doesn't tell him anything.
It just gives him the longitude and latitude, right? Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Wait. Before we go there, let me finish what I was saying. Okay. So people were buying Magellans and Garmin's. And then they're like, "What the heck? It doesn't like it. If I lost signal and it's not working. Well, guess what? If they paid more money They could have downloaded onto the Garmin and Magellan the offline mode. And when you download that software into your Garmin or Magellan, then even though you lose signal, it still can give you your latitude and longitude because it's programmed in the phone based off its last coordinates. And then as you're moving, it will know where you're moving. It will give you your next data point, your next coordinate based upon the movement of that thing. What are you not getting about?
Now, the key to what you said in that was when it loses signal, when it goes offline, yeah, it's using the internet, right, to thing with the map to give you directions, to tell you traffic updates, whatever. But that's got nothing to do with the GPS. It's using the internet part of it for that. And like I said, my friend on the phone, his GPS, right, does not have a display screen. It doesn't tell him anything. It's just a GPS device that stores his location in case he presses that emergency button.
The GPS system on your phone, it calculates your position relative to the maps that it has available to it. Some of the earlier Garmins and so on didn't have the maps updated properly enough with all the roads in them. So that was the issue there.
I brought this up.
People turned into fields.
I told you how GPS works.
But your cellular data is a different connection than your GPS. It's totally different. You can be out of cell range, but still have a GPS signal and know where you are relative to the map.
Am I coming in? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, let him talk. He's been jumping.
Yeah. I brought this up like almost an hour ago. Really.
Go ahead.
Trilateration and how GPS works. Trilateration versus triangulation. What GPS uses is two things: time and location. Right? The only signal your receiver, your GPS receiver on your whatever boat, car, whatever the fuck it is, it's receiving signals from several satellites, and all these signals are giving are time and location. So you use distance to trilaterate your position, your XYZ, three-dimensional position. Does anyone disagree with this?
No.
Okay. Awesome. That's a step forward. Now, whether it be a globe or a flat surface is irrelevant to this question. Does anyone disagree? Should I take the silence as nobody disagrees? Welcome
I will answer for everybody. No one's disagreeing with that because that is fact.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, not even that. Just welcome to it not being a ball with satellites orbiting around it and all this nonsense.
I guess you can believe what you want.
True. Now, here's the thing. What I'm going to believe is what I know to be factual. We know that the cell towers or Wi-Fi, connections throughout a city is going to triangulate your position and tell you where it's at. Now, if you take all that away and you let's say you're in the middle of the desert where there's for 500 miles there's no signal around you. You bring out that phone and you turn it on and you didn't download the mapping software and you go type in I want to drive to New York from here. It's going to say, oops, looks like you're offline. Try downloading the software. Because if you don't, it cannot work. It will not work. And it's not because it's not going to work because there's no satellites above you talking to it. It's the cell towers.
Hold on. Right, Hold on, we're not saying that GPS will give you directions to where you want to go. We are telling you the GPS will give you the location to where you are now.
Yes,
Right. So if you are like you said in the middle of the fucking desert, and you ask your GPS, how do I get to New York from here? Your GPS is not going to tell you that.
No.
Your GPS is only going to tell you you are in the middle of the fucking desert.
Your GPS, we already agreed upon GPS is when you're receiving as a receiving end. All you're
It's
getting
just a location device. Yeah.
Yeah. You're
Agreed.
getting
right.
location,
And the maps.
XYZ,
Yeah, go on.
and time. That's the only thing you're getting from a satellite.
Basically,
That's
right. Satellite.
GPS is just.
Can I finish, please? Thank you.
Yeah, GPS is just your position.
Finish,
It merges
please?
with the map. Yeah, you've been talking all night. I've talked like 3 times. GPS is just the position, and it merges it with an application of map. That's all it is.
Yeah, and the map knows the location of each individual place. It knows its latitude and its longitude, and it can calculate from where you are to get there.
So how come this other guy's not getting this then?
I don't know. I don't understand it either.
The original argument came because somebody said my phone didn't work, but my maps still did, and then someone said because that's global positioning satellites, and that is inaccurate. By the way, that's not what GPS even stands for. It's a system, not a satellite. And you guys had zero idea what you're talking about. Bottom line.
What the
fuck? It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with satellites orbiting to give you a position on your cell phone. That's not the way it works. And that was my whole argument.
Well, they say it is, but I think it's just, they can put them on balloons or do other things. But, they definitely say it's satellites in the outer space.
Can I explain where GPS actually evolved from? You probably won't like it, but it came from the military. They gave them satellites away free for people to do GPS and all other sorts of stuff. The military gave them to the public, and they were called global positioning satellites. If you don't believe me, go read up on it.
No. What you're talking
also
about
has different applications they can use that give them
you're
more
talking
access.
about what? No, he's talking about what is called GNSS. That's the satellite part. That's the global
That was in the Air Force,
satellite
mate.
system.
Go on.
That's what you're talking about. We're talking about the GPS system, the global positioning system.
Satellite, yeah. Go on.
But I'm telling you, okay, they don't use satellites. They use the cell towers to triangulate your position.
He's not listening, is he? He's just not listening.
So when my friend is in the middle of the ocean where there is no fucking cell towers, how is the GPS working?
Because there's buoys with
satellites on balloons and buoys.
Oh my god! They're going to use this buoy. Oh, there's a buoy telling me.
The buoys do not transmit on GPS frequencies.
Bro, shut up, dude. You are retarded, bro.
The GPS receive these buoys receive GPS
and it
transmit on different frequencies.
Listen, chill.
Thank you.
What does that antenna on the buoy do for you? It allows you to ping it, and then it will tell you your position compared to that buoy, which is a fixed position. You guys are
because it's got equipment to ping stuff out. It's not GPS pinging it. It's a separate piece of equipment. Don't tell me no, mate. I know about this stuff, so don't tell me no.
You can see the Doppler shift in you can get the GPS transmissions without going through the coding and see the Doppler shifts.
Oh my gosh, man, you're full of it, man. You're full.
The GPS system relies on the fact it's in motion. It won't work if it's standing still.
I take it the problem you guys have with the GPS is the fact that we have satellites in space. Is that a major problem you have?
I have a question for sure.
I think Apocryphon's issue here is that he doesn't realize that if you go into your phone and you turn your GPS off, but you leave your cellular data connected on, then your maps aren't going to work.
True.
Why do you think that is?
Exactly. Because you cut off your phone has an antenna that's going to allow it to triangulate your position. So if you don't want your girlfriend to know that
You
you're
don't
at your
understand it, does he?
house,
No,
you
he
turn off the
doesn't.
position.
You don't seem to
Straight over the head.
understand.
It's straight over his head.
You can turn your cellular data off and just have your GPS on, and you will still get a connection and a location on your maps. Why is that?
Because it's downloaded in the software.
If it's the way you're saying, then with your cellular data turned off and your GPS turned on, then you shouldn't get a signal. But you do.
No. Listen to me very carefully, okay? When you have a signal, okay?
Listen to me carefully. I don't
How does the
understand.
Garmin system work? How does the Garmin system work? It's not attached to the cell phone system.
So if you have your cell phone signal, right, it's on, but you want to go to the bar and you don't want your wife to know that you just went to a bar, you turn off its tracking location, meaning you can turn off where it's not broadcasting your signal.
Are you using Apple?
Your tracking location is your GPS system. It's not your cellular system.
Yeah. And if you're hold on.
We already agreed upon the fact that GPS is a signal sent from a satellite, basically.
Yeah,
it's not what you send out.
If you're hiding,
you're a receiver. And GPS, you're using GPS. You're a receiver. Your phone, your boat, your whatever the fuck is a receiver. It's not it doesn't send out any signal. Do we agree upon that?
Yeah, and if you're hiding from your wife and your wife's tracking your movements, you've got serious problems in your marriage.
That's true. But listen. If I'm let's say I don't turn off my GPS my tracking, right? Where where your phone can be found. Let's say I don't have to turn that off. All I have to do is turn off my phone completely, no cellular data, no Wi-Fi connection. It works the same way. Even with the GPS location on, because your phone's not able to broadcast where it's at, it won't be picked up.
Can I interject?
How's a Garmin system work? You know, the ones you buy that don't have any cell phone aspects to them?
I was just going to say, if you use
triangulation from towers and balloon satellites.
No, they're using satellites.
No,
yeah, no.
The
Loon program is real. I don't deny it. It's called Loon. They're fixing to send out they're sending out internet signals now with satellites under balloons. Why wouldn't they use that for GPS? What's the problem?
Because these GPS satellites are in very precise 12-hour orbits.
Yeah, but they can do the same thing. You don't think they can't do the tracking system on these satellites to know using GPS triangulation? You don't think they're smart enough? These engineers aren't. Yeah, right. But when you combine them with
balloons, move too. You
don't mind if I answer, right?
Well, no, you're wrong, Doc. Yeah, I mean,
very precise. They have computer systems that track these balloons, right, and know their exact
GPS. Yeah, using GPS. Yes.
Yeah, which is very accurate, right? They know exactly where the balloon is.
So how's
they
a
would
balloon
know where you are.
How you track the balloon using GPS, but you track the balloon using GPS, and then you're transmitting GPS.
All right, I guess you couldn't hear you, Rakia. Go ahead.
I think Ness was speaking first.
Thanks, Joe. But I think I got my point, Alex. I mean, it can be different ways, but I don't deny the satellites, GPS using satellites or in combination with towers and other things. Now they have them on like ships. We're transmitting and receiving information from other ships, which also helps us get our locations. There's buoys on the oceans that are definitely receiving and transmitting. There's just different ways, and it's very accurate because of that.
Hey, Rakia, the first Garmin release date was in August 2002, and the first release of 3G, the first internet, like wireless internet, 3G. They had others, but before that, but like the one that would work. That was released. The internet was released like 1 year before, so in 2001, and the Garmin was released in 2002. So that's how Garmin works, is with 3G.
All right, I've been trying to say something for a minute. So we had balloons up in the Civil War, not the Spanish, the American Civil War. We had balloons up already with cameras on them during the American Civil War, and it's most likely that we're still using that stuff today. And I was going down the road with my wife the other day, and I have a high-end modern flagship cell phone, and of course I have my cameras covered up. And my phone told me, your cameras are covered up, and that I needed to uncover my camera so that my cell phone could use the road signs along with my GPS signal to get my location. So if they're using Wi-Fi signals, cameras, cell phones, looks like they're trying to use everything they can to get your actual location.
Yeah, they're putting markers, they're putting receivers and transmitters in the road sections, like in some intersections now. That's a new program that's actually tracking you and can update your location.
That's a bit naughty, isn't it? That's very naughty.
But the point is that they're using everything to know your exact location.
So how do they track weather?
Satellites in the sky.
How do they track weather?
Weather is the radar system.
Yeah.
What is it?
Hence the Doppler system.
Doppler, yeah, Doppler. That's radio signals sent
Which
out
is
from
also
high
on the
points
ground,
mountains.
not up
Yeah.
in the. Oh my god.
That's the
Yeah,
Japanese. Japanese. Just look up Japanese satellite weather pictures. Just look at them. You'll be astounded what you see. That's gorgeous.
That's Himawari. They don't like talking about Himawari.
Oh, don't they? Oh, sorry.
No.
For those who do like it, I think that's bloody awesome.
So wait a second. The weather in the oceans, like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, in the Atlantic, how do they track that?
Are you going to let him get away with that
And all
taunt? He just taunted the fuck out of us.
You didn't see that. You
guys going to let him get away with that taunt?
You didn't see that photo I put of the buoy that tracks it. They have the same software and that the
I can take pictures from up high, can it? That's
wait. So I have like millions.
Are we actually going to let them get away with what he just said?
No, I'm
Is that
just
happening right now?
wondering. So I have like millions of buoys just synced.
Are we actually going to let them get away with that Himawari statement? That we're scared to talk about Himawari?
Jesus.
Anyway,
taking pictures of our weather system.
How did that take a picture of the volcano what exploded it down in Indonesia? How did they take a picture of that and tell the world before anyone else knew about it then?
I think they have cameras on every satellite that they put up there. Every balloon that's up there is cameras on there.
The balloon can't get that high, mate.
Wait, how many buoys do you guys think are in the Pacific Ocean?
Thousands and
tracking
thousands.
the weather.
Thousands. Oh, tracking the weather? I don't know if but Doppler does that. It can go a long way.
Really, across the Pacific?
I don't think but I mean, they have them on both sides of the Pacific. They have them everywhere.
Yeah, but the point I was making about this volcano, when they saw it erupted, that sent a signal to, obviously it's downloading information, and the person who was monitoring phoned up the islands and told them there's a tsunami coming. So explain to me how someone in Japan can tell what's going on in Indonesia.
Do you really think they had a satellite center frame camera on the exact location?
That wasn't center framed.
It's
probably a crop. It's probably a crop picture anyway.
Okay, well then, shouldn't they have more videos of the Earth? Can we see those?
Yeah, you can go look for them, but you won't go look on the site. You won't go look on the site.
No, how do you know what I've done or will do? That's when I know I got you.
Okay, you got me. Have you been to NASA's Florida, Cape Canaveral? Have you been to Texas to see what SpaceX are doing?
Yes.
Have you seen how many satellites?
I watched the rocket launch.
I love it. We just went.
Why don't you go ask someone who's got a Tesla? Not Tesla. Starlink internet connection. Yeah,
we
you've got
have
an internet connection. Yeah, and it points straight up.
Rakia, quick question. Have you seen a launch off Cape Canaveral?
I've been in a boat out in the ocean watching a satellite launch. I mean, a rocket launch.
So what did you see? What did you like? Can you describe it?
Yeah, we were to the southwest of Cape Canaveral. They made us go, I want to say it was 80 miles or 100 miles from a certain point. Like they had a radius that we like a no-fly zone, but a no-boat zone, so we had to be out of there.
Yeah, it's
But
just in case it goes wrong and it doesn't fall on your
if you
head.
don't mind, if you don't mind, we can figure that out. But
Okay.
when it launched, it went away from us and it went in an arc.
So you couldn't
that's the
like
part
see
where
it
it comes
anymore.
back down. Yeah.
That
I
was
take it
in
you have I take it you have a problem with the arc.
Yeah, he has.
no, I'm just telling you what it did.
Yeah, that's because the whale's spinning.
Did you see it like come back down, or no? It just went out of your.
No, it
field
just
of
went
view?
away out of sight. Yeah.
Gets so far away because it goes down way beyond. That's why they don't let you go to see where it would
I
actually
can see it
down.
come over England then after it's launched.
So here's an interesting thing that I want to point out. So someone was like, "Well, how can they know the position when you're out in the middle of the ocean?" I want to point something out. With radar, if you can shoot it over a pool, over a flat, a body of water, you can be very far as the radar will travel across that plane of water to hit the antenna. And you don't need millions of these. Matter of fact, you just need them positioned strategically to where a
It
boat
doesn't travel that far, radar, actually.
Okay.
And it travels in a straight line as well.
Okay.
That's why you can't track people over a certain distance.
Okay.
And another point is the oceans are never flat. Ever.
What about over the horizon?
Yes, you're right.
Wait a minute.
I
I'm
mean,
not
on
gonna let
a
him get away
very
with
good
that.
day that you could see the
Wait a
ocean.
minute. On the
in certain
radar
areas,
thing, when I told people about my self-contained Simrad radar picking up an oil rig 70 miles away when it shouldn't because of the curvature of the Earth, y'all told me that it was over the horizon radar, and that guy just said radar doesn't go over the horizon.
No, that was low ray. I was referring to the modern day. What they use now. The Russians use that woodpecker, and that was diabolical, mate.
Okay.
Think my self-contained radar on my boat is over the horizon radar?
I wouldn't have thought so because it goes across all the
Yeah.
frequencies.
So how can I see the oil rig 70 miles away on my radar?
On your boat, how big is your boat?
53 foot. The radar is
What's the height off the water?
About 16 feet.
About 16 feet.
Huh? I have pictures of it. 70 miles away. That's the max range of my radar screen. And that's supposedly the max range of my radar because of the power input. But there's a blip on the radar 70 miles away. That's an oil rig. That 6 hours later I took a picture of when I passed right by it.
So here's something. So the Navy, they have on their ships where they could pick up things 100 miles away, and they can differentiate a boat from a buoy, from an island, whatever's out in the water, off of their radar system. Now, is it a globe ball where they're behind the curve of water? And I guess your argument would be like, well, the radar curves with the water down, blah blah blah. Or are they sitting in a pool where they're shooting from one side to the other and they're able to pick that up? Oh my god! Later. I can't with them.
You okay, buddy?
All right.
Well, elaborate on this spool and then like shooting across. Well, what do you mean? Hello?
Sorry, I'm busy. Can someone have a chat? I'll be back in a tick.
So when you get back, since you're the resident expert on all this, can you answer my radar
I
question?
won't say I'm an expert, but I know a bit about it. Yeah.
Well, here you are. You've made yourself out to be. I mean, you've told people several times.
No, I never
they
said
don't know
expert,
anything,
mate. No, don't put words in my mouth. I never said
you've
expert.
made yourself out to be.
Never
Are you
said
not intelligent
an
enough to figure out
expert,
what that means?
and I never made it out to be. And I've always said, if I don't know, I say I don't know.
So is that a
don't-
yes? You're gonna explain to me?
No, I said give us 5 minutes. I'm a bit busy, chap. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
be
what I
back
said.
in a
And when
tick.
you get back, yes, you're gonna explain it when you get back.
Yeah, I'll rejoin, chap. No worries.
Good luck with that.
Cheers. Well, unless you want to smell me shit when I have one, it's up to you.
That makes me think of those missile systems that they have in the Navy that are able to shoot targets at like 100+ miles with those I think it's the rail gun, I think it is, where they shoot the projectile at like unbelievably ridiculous high speeds. If the Earth was curving, then surely those missiles would just go straight off out into the sky. You know, like how could you hit a target at 100 or 150 miles with a weapon like that on a curved surface? Like,
because it's like any bullet, it's like any projectile. It takes a curved path, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, not when it's. Have you heard of the speed that these things are traveling?
Right. But
I'll have to look it up. I think it's the.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, right? You're telling me they can use a railgun and fire it, and it should hit me here in the UK because the Earth is flat, and that bullet should just keep going straight.
Anybody here
Well, depending on the speed of the projectile, will depend on when it will start dropping towards the ground. Like from the moment it's fired till the moment that it starts falling down, towards the ground, will probably be, I don't know how long, but it would depend on how fast it's traveling and how heavy it is. So I'd have to look at those couple of things. But if they say that they can target and hit targets at 100, 120 miles across the ocean, then, and if you look at the amount of curvature that there is in that sort of a distance, then your projectile would have to literally follow the curve of the Earth somehow.
Yeah, but when they fire it, they're not firing it in a direct straight line. Yeah, the gun will be angled up a certain amount of degrees depending on how far away the target is. Obviously, the closer the target is, the smaller the angle.
These projectiles, they get fired at such an incredible speed that they travel in a perfectly straight line.
Sorry, give me a second. These aren't artillery, right? They're not, spinning the wheel and raising it towards the sky like an artillery shell. It's going to spin several seconds.
They still take a ballistic projectile,
sky, right?
I'm not saying
there's still a curve and a drop because of gravity.
Can you guys not respect me for 5 seconds to get some speech out? I haven't
There will
talked in
always be
an
a
hour.
drop.
Been listening to every single one of you guys. Trying to talk over each other, for fuck's sake. Especially if someone's chiming in who hasn't been speaking. Can you act like gentlemen?
But these bullets act from the railgun just like a bullet does from a normal rifle. Yeah.
Yeah, but does a bullet coming out of a gun move at 5,400 miles an hour?
Right.
No, it
I
doesn't.
don't
But
think
it
so.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter over a flat plane. You could angle it up to make it go further anyway. So his point is mute.
The speed is irrelevant, right? The closer if I'm on the range with a rifle, the closer the target is to me, the less I have to angle my rifle upwards. The further away it gets, I will have to shoot slightly above where I want to hit.
Sure.
Because I know that the bullet, once it leaves the gun, is going to take a.
Yes, we got it.
Hang on. Let me take this. If the surface is falling away from where you shot the railgun, then you wouldn't have to angle it up at all.
You still would, yeah.
You guys know that a railgun uses kinetic energy.
If the surface of the water is dropping away from every direction of where you're shooting that railgun from, you wouldn't have to angle it at all. It would already be above the surface, and as it goes 50 miles, the surface is dropping away. Hello?
Changes
still fall to the ground.
Energy into kinetic energy.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
A railgun, just let me say this, guys, so you could understand this. A railgun is not fired in an artillery manner like you guys think. It's a direct line of sight weapon using kinetic energy. It doesn't explode like a bomb when it hits. The metal itself.
Right. Nobody said it's fired like an artillery round.
Let me
I
finish.
said
Let me finish.
it's fired just like a fucking bullet out of a rifle is. You don't fucking fire the bullets from your rifle the same as what you do artillery shells, do you? No.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, now.
Let me finish. And as far as the 150 miles, right, it doesn't go that far. Okay? And another thing, the railgun is discontinued. They took it out of service.
Yeah, it blew the barrel up.
Yeah.
My point is still a fact. If you shoot the same situation, same gun, same railgun, same rifle, the same bullet over a flat plane, it's going to go a certain distance. Over a globe, it would go further because the surface is dropping away from it. You don't need to angle it up to make it go further. You would not want to angle it up.
Yeah,
that would be the more adjustment it would have to do.
Absolutely, but just for the railgun's sake, you angle it up. It doesn't work properly. You can't angle it up like these guys are saying.
Well,
yeah, if it's aiming for a target 100 miles away, and the Earth curves, how much does it curve in 100 miles?
Yeah,
that means the projectile would have to fall at exactly the same rate of the Earth's curvature for 100 miles.
They'd probably have it quite high. Sorry,
6,666 feet. 6,666 feet in 100 miles. That's serious. I'm not joking.
Well, you could still just lob it, shoot it up in the air and it would come down.
Yeah,
lob
no projectiles
a railgun. That's not how it worked. Left lane. Nice try.
No projectiles got infinite energy.
No, not a railgun. It didn't. That's not how it worked.
Anyway,
it's like a bullet. Really. It's just like a bullet.
Okay, well,
just
what
really
about
high
the
velocity.
what about the Sea Sparrow targeting system?
Wait,
there's a laser.
Now you're talking.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Bullets. You don't lob bullets, so not lobbing then, right? Left lane.
Well, I mean, sort of like.
You meant like an artillery shell? Yeah, they didn't lob the railgun like an artillery shell. Wrong again.
Well, it's kind of the same principle. It's just a lot higher energy.
Yeah. Can we agree that no projectile's got infinite energy, so it's going to hit the deck sometime or another?
It's going to fall down. Unless you launch it straight up at escape velocity, it's coming down.
Oh, yeah, and it hit on the head and that hurt. I would just imagine if they actually used a railgun. No, I was saying a joke. All right.
Somebody wanted to get in with the Sea Sparrow. Let him get in.
The escape velocity.
Escape velocity. So that's like when you throw a rock and it doesn't never come down because it's constantly falling around the Earth. Like, it's almost like you guys believe that there's like dirt up there that you can walk on. Weird.
Yeah, they didn't.
That is weird, Hank. That's great. That's super weird.
Well, there's also the other system, the Sea Sparrow laser targeting system that uses a pencil beam radar from a ship, and it can pick up and locate targets at 100, 200 miles, I think. And they're mounted, like 30, 40, 50 feet maybe high on a fairly large ship.
And they actually use remote targeting with those.
No, they don't.
But they have direct line of sight. Like, they need direct line of sight to the target. Otherwise, they can't see it. They can't paint the target.
Yeah,
I did some research on those. I can tell you if you like.
No, not with this system that I'm talking about.
What system? I missed that.
The Sea Sparrow system.
Oh, right. I ain't got a clue. I don't do military stuff. I like it, but I don't. Yeah.
Want to hear some details on this?
But just because you can use a remote system doesn't mean that's the only, that doesn't negate the fact that you have a pencil beam radar from that distance. Just because another way can be done doesn't mean that it's not happening the way they're claiming.
Yeah, wasn't there like two different systems? SE, an earlier mod, and then they updated. One was active radar, and then the next one was passive radar or something like that.
Well, from what I remember, there was the Block 1 and Block 2.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Block 2, I think, was the one that was like a passive radar, and you could paint a target with an airplane and just shoot it off in that direction, and it would find the target.
Yeah, but the one that the other gentleman was talking about is the one that's on the ship. That's a pencil beam radar. It's about, if I remember correctly, about 70 feet off the water, right? And it has now the range is classified, the actual range, but they say it goes at least 30 miles. You can lock in 30 miles.
Yeah. Do they say at what height?
Think of that.
Do they say what height?
Yeah, the height is 60
no,
feet off.
Do they say what height the target is at 30 miles?
Yeah, that's for targets that are on the sea.
Yeah.
Do they say that?
Yep.
Yes.
That's all they say. They just say 30 miles away.
It can
well,
hit
the figures I've heard of being 100 mile plus.
But they're probably not going to give you all the information anyways, are they? If you think about it, it's military. They don't really want the enemies
it's classified. The range, the total range is classified.
Exactly.
But
but the capability is not going to be shorter usually. It's going to be more. They're keeping it a secret that it's more usually. Yeah. So, sorry.
Oh, that's all right. No, I just don't really know much about it. I heard about it, but I don't know about it, so I'm learning. Carry on.
Now, I tried to find the confirmed kill, okay, and I've been searching for that for months and months. I couldn't find one, so I'm not gonna, like set drop anchor, whatever they say on this one. But if the system is designed, the pencil beam radar that can see 30 miles plus, how can that happen if you're on like 60 feet above the water?
Is it called oh, missed it now.
But I couldn't find the confirmed kill because it's classified, and I searched and searched.
Small target detection. No, that's the one. Do you know what's
Sea Sparrow Block 2, I believe this is. The Sea Sparrow Block 2.
Oh, this is anti-piracy software. I'm looking at.
I think Block 1 is going to be the one you're talking about. Block 2 is going to be the more modern one, and it's going to have multi-ship targeting.
I found
it.
So,
what are you talking about?
I think it hooks up to the Aegis system, that one. The Aegis radar system, if I remember correctly.
Ajax?
Something like that, yeah. No, not the Ajax, the one you're thinking about, the one in the sky there? Oh.
AWACS.
Not the AWACS. I think it's called.
A lot of them uses GPS sensing, so it can just do GPS to find its targets. Very easy.
Oh, this is a ship-based radar, which links up all the ships and stuff. The main thing here is it's a line of sight and it's a pencil beam radar. There can be a curve there. If you don't see your target, if it's not painted, the missile will not follow it to the target. And the range is 30 plus miles. So make what you want of it.
Well, no, if it's a direct line of sight, then and you've got a curved surface, then your maximum distance is whatever a straight line is on the curve. Like as soon as something is too far over the curve, then a straight line is not going to hit that target, is it? So
exactly, yeah. I'll even tell you another one that's really freaked out. There's a ship that protects the battle group. You know, the aircraft carrier battle group, right? It's followed by 12 ships. Each one has a different role. Now, this one, forget which class it was. Anyways, it has a radar that can detect a quarter 120 miles away.
The Seahawk ground surveillance radar.
I forget which ship it was. I think it's the lead ship. I think it was a German ship. And this particular battle group. Yeah.
all the ones I keep coming up with are all just like cruise ships, fishing ships. I can't find anything. Is it SR Hawk ground surveillance radar? No, I can't find anything about
Aegis. I think the radar that I'm talking about that the Sea Sparrow hooks up to, I think it's called Aegis, AEGIS, but it's been a while, so I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh no, I'll carry on because I don't know no bugger all about it.
Yeah, but the thing here is it was what the gentleman said is the pencil beam radar, which is line of sight.
AIM 7 or RIM 7?
I think it's the RIM 7. It's the Sea Sparrow. It's block 2, I think. Either block 1 or block 2. It's been like a year since I haven't looked into this, so I apologize. But I remember the radar that stuck out in my head. I go, geez, man, 30 miles? Line of
Homing
sight?
air-to-air missile. Medium range, semi-active radar, homing air-to-air missile. Is that the one?
No,
Yeah,
it's
just
ground
doing
to ground.
research, man. It's not just
ground to
air-to-air
ground or
missile.
ground to air.
Both.
This is air-to-air, this one.
It does both.
AIM.
Do you understand what pencil beam means, first of all?
Yeah.
Do you understand what
thickness
a
of
radar
pencil beam.
means? It has to paint, like wherever you point it, it doesn't matter where it is, right?
Yeah.
The missile follows that thing. Like, just think of it like a laser, like you point, like a
I
cat
know how.
follows it.
Yeah, I understand how they work. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, it's sending a marker for
It could be in the air, it could be in the ground, it could be to the left, to the right, could be anywhere.
What's the problem? The distance is what you're worrying about.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm just reading about it. Carry on. Spare Hawk 3, just going through all the variations. AIM 7R. AIM 7C. RIM 7? Does that make any?
It's been a while. The only thing I can remember now it's Sea Sparrow. Block.
Range 10 kilometers. Hang on. 11 kilometers.
It was more than 10 kilometers.
This one says AIM-7C. Range.
It was 40 kilometers.
11 kilometers. AIM-7E does 30 kilometers, 16 nautical miles. AIM-7F does 70 kilometers, 38 nautical miles. And the RIM 7 only does 14 nautical miles. Speed, Mark 2.5 for the early ones, Mark 4 for the newer AIM versions.
I put it in the chat. Most of their limitation is due to their propulsion. They run out of fuel.
Yeah.
That's their main limitation to range.
Yeah. So I just post the link.
Yeah, well, they're designed for a certain task, right? Other missiles are farther range. These are designed for a certain,
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the tracking system, how it's targeted with a pencil beam. So that would need line of sight, is what we're talking about.
Well, if it's line of sight, they can shoot an airplane 100 miles away up in the air.
I don't think they have that range. I don't think they have that range.
They're not. Oh, you don't think they're that far?
No.
I think these are just designed for close combat. These ones. This one I'm looking at, AIM 7.
The unofficial.
Go ahead.
The unclassified range is 40 kilometers, if I remember correctly.
I think one of their main purposes was to shoot skimming missiles that were
exactly
altitude.
that. Yep.
But this is Wikipedia, so I'm not. Anyone can just. We can't really clarify Wikipedia, can you? Seaforces.org. This might be.
It's an amazing piece of artillery. Let me tell you, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it.
No. Box launcher. Guided vertical missile launching system. Primary function: surface to air, and surface-to-surface radar guided missile. Yeah.
If you can point at it, this thing will blow it up. Put it that way. Within the range.
Yeah. Where do you want me to post it? Livestream
wherever you
2?
want. I mean, for everybody, put it in Livestream 1, I guess.
Oh, Livestream 1. Okay. Which I think I'm here. This is Wikipedia one, so if anyone wants to go browse it, it's up to them. Launcher. Should I look at the launching system?
Yeah, look at the pencil beam radar. I wish I knew the the numbers. I used to know all that shit.
What about peripheral vertical launching system? Vertical launching systems?
No. Tracking, radar tracking. You should be looking at, or radar. A pencil beam radar.
I put a description in the chat for you. SE, take a look at that. There's also.
Is that you, Mad B13?
Yep, that's me. Long time no here, Montreal.
Cool.
You used to go on Terry's stream, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And sorry to change the subject, guys. How's oh my, I can't remember his name. Sorry. Was he in Florida? Used to have a live show every day. Oh, Rodriguez? Jose, that's his
Talking
name.
about the guy who used to be on Oakley's, who flip-flopped off, who used to be on Oakley's panel.
Montreal, yeah, that was Jose. Jose's channel.
Right, yeah.
Jose JG.
Did you have another name back then? Did you have another name?
No, it's always been Mad B13.
Okay.
Since about 2000, maybe earlier. Man, time flies. Anyways.
Yeah, and we're still talking about the same things we were back then, man.
Yeah, we are, aren't you? How you doing?
Good, mate.
Yeah?
You've been hiding under a rock lately.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Terry. Long time no hear. How you doing, mate?
Good, mate.
Good. Glad you're okay. My health has turned to a bit shit. Yeah. So, it took them 4 years to discover what was wrong with me. I got no blood flow to my legs, basically. Main arteries collapsed, damaged somehow. Got you knew about my chest, anyways. Emphysema.
Yeah.
Got now riddled with arthritis. My memory's going. Short-term memory is going. But apart from that, I still got my motorbike.
Oh, okay.
No, we're okay. I'm now in they call it independent living, but I get 13 hours care a week. They come in and remind me to take my tablets because I forget. Yeah, they're pretty good. So I'm doing all right. Been here about 2 weeks. And my health has already improved. My chest is, anyways. Because when I pulled the carpets up, I couldn't make out where I was getting all this dust from in my computer. And I couldn't breathe there. I literally was coughing every night, putting me back out. I pulled the carpets up. The arseholes screed the floor with probably like 15-1. So where everyone was walking and I was rolling my chair, it was just kicking all the cement dust straight into my lungs. Nice. But since I've been here, I actually managed to do 20 press-ups without losing my breath. I'd done one just before I left there 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't do one. So, but anyways, what have you been up to, Terry?
I've just been kicking it out at home, doing my live streams twice a week.
Have you finished your car yet?
Which one? No, still working on the old wagon.
Oh, good. Nice to hear. I'm glad your health is all right, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't complain. Like we do hear other people that are worse off than myself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always say to myself. But it took them 4 years to persuade me I was ill. But I managed to get, excuse me, disability allowance after 4 years, even though I can only walk about 20 yards and I'm out. My legs just want to collapse and I'm out of breath. Strange how the world works, isn't it?
Mm.
But anyways, apart from me, so you're still doing your daily live streams?
Yeah, Wednesdays and Saturday.
Ah, cool. Keeps you busy.
Yeah, keeps me off the streets.
Yeah. What you been up to, Bandy?
I don't think Bandy's here.
Oh, is he gone now? Bugger.
No, he disappeared again.
I think I'm scaring everyone away.
Sounds like we need a new topic.
Yeah.
Yes, Gio. What's something new we can talk about that we've never talked about before?
How about crypto? Oh no, that's boring.
No. Mute him. I can't mute. Oh shit! I can't mute him.
Sorry,
he took me powers away. Oh no.
Did I swear?
No. I was about to mute you, but I forgot that Gio stripped me of my powers.
I didn't strip you. I gave you a temporary mod role.
Yeah, temporary one. Yeah.
No, one night, we were in the chat and it was Data and paid NASA shill just going back and forth. And I had to step away and there weren't really any other mods that were in the room. So I said, hey, Terry and paid NASA shill, I'm going to give you guys a temporary mod role just so you can handle Data because...
Yeah, I know paid NASA shill took advantage of it, but I didn't.
First thing paid NASA shill did is he muted Jin.
Yeah.
And I said, why'd you mute Jin? He said, I just always wanted to do that. I was like,
yeah,
you're already abusing it on the first 15 seconds.
Yeah,
and then he muted me.
What's that saying? Something comes with great power, comes with great responsibility or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I said I would give it to him because it was him and Data, and I figured he needed someone because Data was just going to talk nonstop, overtalk him. And you said, give it to me too. And I said, all right.
Yeah, why not? Why not? No, I'm not one for abusing that sort of stuff. I'm mature and old enough to know what I was meant to do.
Yeah, you had it for a couple hours. I don't think you ever used it.
No, I didn't think I needed to. I think verbally moderating should be done first before you even resort to that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, that night, Effie Data was just beyond incorrigible. He was just talking nonstop. So yeah, it was like...
Yeah, well, the only time I find it's necessary is to actually mute the people that are all over talking so you can actually get in and moderate verbally. Look, I'm trying to moderate here. Look, I'll mute everyone for a minute.
Quick one, Terry. Have you heard from Globy?
No, I haven't heard from Globy for a long time.
No, I'm a bit worried about
or Peter. Yeah, Peter as well.
No.
I haven't heard from both of them.
Oh, bloody hell. No, I hadn't heard from Peter for a while. I was going to send Finchy up there to see if he's okay.
Holy fuck, there was a mass stabbing in Canada that left at least 10 people dead.
What, tonight?
Just happened, yeah.
Ow.
There's 2 suspects.
Where?
In Canada, in Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Wow.
Yeah. There's at least 10 people dead. Who knows how many? It says 15 injured.
Is that
it's
native?
2 suspects.
I can't remember what they're called. I don't want to upset them. Native? They don't call them Native Americans no more, do they?
So who's got a topic?
We just call them engine.
Some Essie?
No, I was going to say
we're not
we
really
don't really call them Indians.
No, I just wonder if
Aboriginal. Indigenous,
Aboriginal, yeah, that would be the good term.
We don't
Yeah,
give a fuck.
is that mainly that sort of? Sorry, I'm not au fait with all the modern terminologies, but the main population there, is it mainly native?
Where are you talking about exactly?
Where he said the stabbing was.
Oh,
Canada.
Saskatchewan? No, there's
Canadian. They're Canadians.
Oh, just all sort of, it's all modernised. Oh, right, sorry. So I'm not aware of how things are played out. When I moved from 69, that was still quite quiet over there. That wasn't so populated. And I've lost contact, so I don't really know what's going on over there anymore.
Well, it depends where in Saskatchewan. It could be in a native reserve. It could be in a city. It could be, could be it could be anywhere.
Oh, right, yeah. I just know there was this, what they call a plan to sort of give them back the land and have their own sort of way of life. I don't know how that turned out.
You don't want to get into an Indian discussion because none of our countries have been treating them very well. Let's be honest. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, touchy subject. Okay. Anyways.
Well, it's not really. I mean, there's nothing really to say, right? The Americans, the Canadians, same thing. I mean, the truth is the truth, right? I mean,
that's
Australians, same could be said about the Australians, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. If you go back in time, that's quite scary, really, how we treated each other. It's a bit sad, really.
I just realized how funny it actually is. We're calling them it's now not politically correct to call them Indians because it's like, well,
that was
it's rude to call them something they're not because they're not from India and they were made from Indian. That's where it came from. So that's really ridiculous. We should call them Native Americans.
Yeah.
Just call them rain dancers.
Did they call it America before we called it that? Why are we? What? Isn't that just the same as? Isn't that the same ridiculous? Calling them Americans is as ridiculous as calling them Indians.
Just call them
Indians. You guys are ignorant on the science behind the rain dances. So just to go over it real quick, if you're dancing around a fire, you're kicking up sand. The heat from the fire is going to make the sand go up into the sky. And that's how the U.S. military cloud seeds today. They release dust particles, but the vortex effect of the heat and the dancing and the sand is what elevates the sand particles into the sky. As the static begins to collect water, eventually that water will turn into rain, and that's how rain dances work scientifically.
I heard of that one before, believe it or not. Yeah,
that's cool. I like that.
I think the sand gets stuck in the ether, and that's what causes the rain to.
Oh no! Don't start that now, please.
What do you guys think about the idea that
it's not around?
What do you think the idea that water is actually made in the sky field rather than being held in clouds, but that it's actually made and then released?
Yeah, it is. What the hell is going on with clouds, and why? How is it that they're holding so much water up there?
Yeah, I make it rain all the time.
And why is it when you go to the beach, it always rains on your day off? Sorry, just being silly.
Did you find anything on the pencil beam radar?
No, I didn't.
No worries.
A bit, so I'll try it again. I'll actually type it in. If my hands allow me. I get my prescription glasses Wednesday, so I'll be able to read what I'm doing now.
Oh, don't go out of your way. I just, I figured we'd change the subject since we weren't talking about anything. And I can't blame Witsit and Rakia for staying quiet after I whooped their asses before on the ether.
Oh shit! Did I miss something?
Oh, that thing that doesn't have any definition, that nobody can define.
Yeah.
You've never heard of a definition for the ether?
No. Every definition I've ever heard basically just translates to the physical world, the universe within which everything exists.
So please do a little research on the Casimir effect, or 0-point energy, or virtual particles, or quantum foam. All those things are the same thing, and they have many different names. One of them is ether, but that word is taboo, much like information is taboo in science, because they don't like to talk about such things.
So why wouldn't you just say like that it's a quantum level field or something like that, or it's just a quantum field? You know, why wouldn't you just talk about it in that manner? Because that's as theoretical as it gets, and it is theoretical.
It's not theoretical, it's actually measurable. What I'm talking about is something that is verifiably true. It's called 0-point energy, or quantum foam, or virtual particles. Whatever you want to call it, it's still ether, even known by another name.
Rams. Still trying to play ignorant to the ether after all these years of discussion. Tisk, tisk.
What do you think it is, Daiso? Why is there a spectrum within this concept of ether in terms of the understanding what the ether is and all of it? Why do you think there's like a spectrum of sort of like sides that people tend to fall on? What do you think's behind that?
It's the fork in the road, man. Like, some people can only let go of so much of their beliefs, you know? Like, it's interesting to me too, like how you can get flat earthers that see the hypocrisies and contradictions coming from the mainstream paradigm, but pick and choose what they're willing to hold on to and let go of, and try to come at reality from a different standpoint of a, you know, rather a logical one instead of a radical one. And, you know, it's the ultimate fork in the road. Either you're going to go with materialism or you're going to go with fields. And
well, how about this, Dice? I believe in
most people were just.
How about this, Dice? I believe in other sort of other realms or dimensions, or I don't know how else to describe it, but like a spiritual realms, you know, that are different to the physical world that we live in, but connected to this world as well. And I would probably say that is probably what you guys are talking about as ether. It would be something like that.
Well, there's also something else that I think I left out. So we're talking about light earlier, electromagnetic field, you know, radiation. So if, according to the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, every time you double the distance, it loses signal strength times 4, like exponentially, right? But it never actually goes to 0. So if it never goes to 0, that means there's a guy in China named Mr. Chen, and his Wi-Fi signal is passing through your room, but you haven't the equipment to pick it up. But it actually never goes to 0, right? So all these electromagnetic fields, including the sun, Jupiter, your heart, right? Even your brain has electromagnetic fields. They go out into, you know, creation just like the stars, right? And it never actually goes to 0. So all this is going to be like a background radiation And that's another part of it too.
If you've got tinnitus, you'll hear the background radiation. Well, that's what it sounds like all the time anyways. Just this constant noise. 62 years of tinnitus. Anyways, yeah.
That's some freaked out shit. Cymatics.
I'm back. No, I have got tinnitus though. I've had it. Oh, it used to drive me mad when I was a kid. But that sounds like the background noise on the radio when you turn off a radio station. You just get the noise. That's what I can hear all the time.
So much of it, all of it is about frequency.
Thank you. Someone got white noise playing in the background. Are you driving a car?
I am, yes.
Oh. Well, that noise everyone can hear, that background noise, that's what I hear all the time. Sometimes it's like that, sometimes it's higher pitch. But it's just a constant noise. And a ringing.
Like if you go to a concert or something loud, like I was just at a wedding and like was next to the speakers and my ears are like, I hear like
a ringing.
You almost feel it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that constantly.
Diesel, are you still there?
Yep, we're all here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, I think when you were speaking last time, your mic cut out at the end. If you didn't know, so kind of cut off the last part of what you said. But I was just going to ask a follow up to what I asked before. So, do you think, like, of the spectrum, as it were, of people, in terms of the ether, and of course there may be different conceptions of what it is and understandings as well. But just in general, do you think there'll be a lot that will sort of change their position, or do you think it's one of those things that's going to be like if they're a materialist, they're going to stay a materialist kind of thing, or like how many do you think might shift their position on that? Like, yeah, kind of how do you see that unfolding as possible?
Well, I think it takes like a form of disobjectification for like one to let go of this disattachment from associating their beliefs with themselves to the point where anything contrary to it, is opposed as or imposed as like a personal attack. So people want to defend their beliefs, as if it were themselves, to the point where they'll hold on to it till the last breath. I think a lot of that. Yeah, I think a lot of it's just based on, it could be a multitude of things from willful ignorance to arrogance to, tons of invested time and research to where, their pride and ego won't let them detach. But you can't deny rational logic. Once your belief starts contradicting reality as you know it, and you're left with these mathematical formulas to just base your reality off of, like, I think it's pretty much game over, and you just got to be willing to admit, like, hey man, there's a better way of perceiving things, and maybe this isn't adding up. Like, what has it really gotten us after how long? What advancements have we made off this methodology? And I think it's pretty evident after you witness all the innovation that came within a short burst, like prior to quantum, and then what it's left us rendered with. So.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like materialism and what comes kind of out of the more modern materialism in terms of relativity and some of the quantum physics components that are being brought in, that seems to go with the globe. Would you agree? And then I guess my next question would be that sort of Newtonian Cartesian paradigm of the materialism, which has come with the globe. And then now people are presented with the globe and they're presented with that. And then of course there's like a stationary planar Earth, flat Earth type situation, and then ether that goes with that. So do you see it that way as well? That the materialism goes right with the heliocentrism, and then there's like
it's literally
in between
materialism and relativity. Spawn the bastard child of quantum relativity, and that's kind of what we're left with. And they're all kind of holding hands, conjoined like all these camps.
Capitalism is
do
what
you think
spoiled
that
a lot
that's
of it.
all like a drive to essentially sort of hide the ether from people, or hide the understanding of how things are actually working by kind of running them into like a brick wall of theories that don't ever actually come to anything?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Isn't it more of an issue that like we don't have the physical scientific instruments to be able to measure or interact with this base level foundationary substance that you call ether? Maybe we just don't have the technology to be able to demonstrate it in a scientific way just yet.
What do you think that Maxwell and Tesla, the man, not the company, what do you think they were like theorizing about when they were making these inventions? Like the generator, they were tapping into the ether. That's what they said they were doing, right? And they're the ones that came up with all these inventions that we're still using their technology like 100 years later, right? And you're saying that we can't really tap into it. How do you think a generator works, right? I mean, if you make a battery and you pour like acid in it and it starts gaining a charge all by itself, what do you think is charging it?
Well, the chemistry can demonstrate what's happening on a chemical level, and you can explain all that very, very clearly and simply.
Whoa, you said.
But the guys who made the cool shit were theorizing about ether, right? Was Maxwell and
You just can't
Tesla?
You can't pour solutions around lead plates and expect them to just create a charge on their own.
Yeah, Hank, I mean, everyone was back then. I mean, even Newton, Sir Isaac Newton's original theories were all ether-based theories of gravity.
Gio, did you not hear me ask that question?
Oh, I was kind of doing something else for a second. I did hear you, but was it a specific question?
Yeah, it was, how did he assumed or stated that you can just put chemicals around lead plates in a battery and it'll somehow magically create a charge.
Yeah, it's called 0-point energy, right? Even if you didn't have lead acid battery, right, and you had an empty vacuum inside that battery, there'd still be 0.5 volts. Where do you think that comes from?
No, you don't create
Yeah,
batteries.
if you have an energy vacuum catastrophe that you don't want to talk about, I get it, but don't be dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest.
Okay, tell me about the energy vacuum catastrophe.
Show me a battery.
Tell me about the vacuum catastrophe.
We know there's a voltage differential in the atmosphere, but that doesn't charge batteries. You can't.
Tell me about the vacuum catastrophe. Where do we get that number with 120 zeros behind it?
Why don't you show me an example of someone charging a battery without actually putting
Don't run from the cosmological constant crisis. It makes you look like a beta man.
No, I'm not talking about any of that. You said you could put chemicals in a battery and it'll actually self-charge. That doesn't work that way. It won't do that.
So is there 0.5 volts in every system automatically, and is that what 0-point energy is?
No, not necessarily. You're talking about the 100 volts for every meter? 100 volts per meter?
No. I'm talking about on the surface of the Earth. If you have a vacuum and you suck all the energy and matter out of it, and you create a near perfect vacuum, the best that man can create, it's still going to have energy in that vacuum, even though there's no matter.
No, there's no energy inside of a vacuum.
Yeah, it's called 0-point energy. Quantum foam, virtual particles. Do some research, bro.
That stuff's all really hyper theoretical stuff, isn't it? That's theoretical physics, right?
No, it's measurable. Quit trying to play dumb.
Well, tell me about it. What is quantum foam, and how it has it been demonstrated?
Okay, you can look it up under each of these names. Now, if you look up virtual particles, Lawrence Krauss's dumbass is going to pop up, and he's going to try to explain the way the cosmological constant problem with virtual particles, like that fixes everything. And if you look up M theory, they're going to be like, well, not only is there multiverses, but there's also multi-dimensions, and that's how we get around this whole, 0-point energy thing. But it's a crisis in cosmology.
It sounds completely theoretical. That's all theoretical stuff.
Dude, quantum foam is not theoretical. Okay, I'll put it this way. There's something there.
Part of your description of quantum foam with theoretical things.
Yeah, I want to see your battery without any charging. How a battery, just by pouring chemicals in there, you made a battery. Let's see how you did that. That never happened, by the way, Hank. Hank.
What is quantum foam then, and how has it been demonstrated?
It started gaining a charge when you put the lemon juice in.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a charge from fruits and potatoes and stuff. Charge your phone with a potato.
That's not coming from nothing. That's coming from the actual energy inside of an orange. There is a differential in there. Very, very slight.
I'm just gonna read this real quick. This is about, just because I just posted it, Isaac Newton in the Principia that he wrote, his infamous writings, as it were, claimed to be.
Yes, sir.
But this is what he says. It says he calls this intervening medium ether. Well, actually, I don't think this is Newton writing. I think this is writing about him. But it says he calls this intervening medium ether. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is particularly absorbed and partially diffused. This circulation of ether is what he associated the force of gravity with to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion. The theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient. His theory also explains that ether was dense within objects and rare without them. And then it goes on further. So that's interesting. Newton himself is talking directly, using ether as gravity, as circulation, like essentially a vortex flow, this medium. So yeah, even Newton himself was rooted in these kinds of ideas.
Well, it says here the idea was devised by John Wheeler in 1955 on Wikipedia.
Ether? No, ether goes...
No, quantum foam.
Oh, okay.
It's a theoretical quantum fluctuation of space-time on a very small scale due to quantum mechanics. Matter and antimatter are constantly created and destroyed. These sometimes...
Yeah, that's the theoretical part.
Well, that's what it says it is. It's a theoretical quantum
fluctuation. The theoretical part is where they say, hey, there's something there, and everything they say after that's theoretical. So something's there, that part's real. It's a Casimir effect.
Well, it just says here.
It's super interesting, but yeah, the limitation with it is that it can never be demonstrated to a scientific level. But
well, this is
okay.
this is all based on the understanding of light, Ram. So you only get two choices. There's only ever been two postulations as to the nature of things, like light per se. So you can go with photons, which this is all enshrouded within quantum foam, virtual particles, all that stuff.
Why can't I have both?
Well,
why can't I entangle both of them together?
It doesn't quite work that way.
Why not? Why not? How do you know it doesn't?
Well,
maybe
Daiso,
they're
what do you
both
think
true.
about the idea that some of the things we're actually getting, some of these actual theories are based on something real that's actually in the ether? They're just using different names and different theoretical explanations for the phenomenon. But the phenomenon itself is actually that they're testing.
Right. Sure.
Can I just throw a topic in here?
You never asked me about the potato or the orange, why that can be considered a quote battery? What happens in that? You think the energy is coming from the ether?
I never said that. That's all I said.
Where does this energy come from? When I stick an electrode in a cathode inside of an orange or a potato or whatever you said, where do you think the energy is coming
I never said anything about a potato.
Well, I thought
Why are you saying that?
Orange. How do you make a? You said you throw a bunch.
Say orange.
You said you put some chemicals between. Hold on,
Xenic.
I think
let's define energy.
Hank said lemon, and then I said potato after that. But
No, I said a handmade Baghdad battery, right? That was modeled precisely like the battery was, and they poured lemon juice in it, and it began to get a positive charge just sitting there.
Well, why do you think? So do you understand how a battery works? Do you know what's going on there? I mean, it's a pretty simple. I mean, if you understand it, you should be able to
tell me what's charging the lemon juice.
Well, the two material. What materials are they connecting in this particular battery?
I believe it was copper and iron or copper and bronze.
Bimetallic.
My answer to that would be photosynthesis.
No, okay. So there's zinc or copper. Okay, these are two metals that have they have the process is forcing the electrons from one to the other. There's a potential. They would have that potential whether the lemon juice or anything was there, but it allows you to have a circuit. So all you do is by putting lemon juice in there or putting in a potato it makes an electromechanical cell. The electromechanical cell is made up of the anode and the cathode, which are made of two dissimilar metals like zinc and copper, which have a potential between the two, regardless of what you have in between them. That's where the lemon juice just acts like an electrolyte, and the metals would still conduct and create a circuit because of the potential between the two, because of the dissimilar metals. The lemon juice, the potato, or the orange, that's not the source of the energy. That's just a conduit.
Okay, so what's the source of the energy? If energy can't be created if energy can't be created or destroyed, what is transforming the energy into?
I just got to tell you, zinc and copper are
no.
They produce
energy doesn't come from the zinc and copper. The zinc and copper has two different flow potentials.
I mean, it's one word, Hank. Hold on. Chemical energy is converted to electrical energy by spontaneous electron transfer. The similar metals creates the energy was not created. Don't start pulling first law, second law on me, Hank. These are two dissimilar metals that are known to have a imbalance electron wise, which will
if it was repeatable,
cause
it spontaneous.
It will always be if you get
you're out of control, Xander. You're out of control.
Yeah.
You started chill for like the first 20 seconds, and we're off the rails.
Spiral out of control. I know. Sorry.
And Xenic, you went on to say don't pull the first and second law on me, and then you went on to say energy is created.
No, I didn't. I said I was very clear, but the energy already exists in those two metals. The potential.
You said spontaneous.
It's a chemical reaction between the two. It's a it's a chemical that's called an electrochemical cell. You learned this in fucking freshman year in high school. Come on, guys. This isn't ether or something.
That's what it's called. I listened to a professor, and he said that 0 point energy basically means no matter what system, there's always going to be about 0.5 volts in it. So you can plug those same metals rods into the ground and pour water over it, and then you have a ground generator, also known as a ground battery.
You're not creating an energy, and it's not coming from the ether. It's coming from the potential in the materials in that soil. There's all sorts of different kinds of. You're making another electromechanical. You're making an electromechanical cell. If you don't know how an electromechanical cell, I just suggest you do a search on electrochemical cells, and you'll get your answers rather than make things up.
So would you have to do it
I'm
in the
not
soil?
making stuff up. I'm quoting professors because I've done research.
Would you have to do it in the soil, though, Danny?
Okay, so how do you know that I haven't watched physics professors talk about 0 point energy?
Because I know how.
How do you know that? How do you know that I haven't done it?
God, you don't even know what I'm going to say. Why don't you finish my sentence for me? What do you think I was going to say? I know what. I know how electrochemical cells work, and what you're explaining to me is okay. So
if you let him finish,
it's like you're trying to teach.
He won't.
Hold on, Xanac. It sounds like you're trying to teach people, but they're just trying to have a conversation with you. So
okay, all right. Okay. Electromechanical cells are this potential between these two dissimilar metals, and they produce chemical energy. This energy is in the metals themselves. All we're doing is not creating it, but exchanging electrons between the two, which creates this charge. this voltage.
So will those pieces of metal run out of energy at some point?
Of course, yes. They'll get an equilibrium, and then they'll be done. Otherwise, you could have potential. You could have perpetual motion machines. No, it runs out just like a battery runs out. It's a little battery. Is what it is, and it uses electrochemical energy of those two materials. It's not magic. It's not black magic. It is known, and people, like I said, it's a freshman high school.
So what actually wastes away? What's being used? What's being burnt up?
There is a difference between there's a potential between the two metals because of the electrons of those particular materials, like zinc,
the different types of metal.
copper. Zinc and copper will make, like a penny and a piece of wire or something, or a screw and a penny. You can get a potential between those two metals, but once they equalize, there's no more energy there to use. So it starts out with some energy. The voltage creates a current. The current flows. It equalizes, and there's no more potential anymore. Nothing's being created.
What's energy and what's potential energy, Zen?
And not what it is, but not what it does, but what it is.
Yes, it is something that has energy. Is a capacity to do work.
Energy is the capacity
that sounds
to do
like
work.
what it does.
Energy
Right.
is something that can actually do work.
Okay, but what is it?
It is something that can do work.
Yeah, I understand what it does, but I'm asking you, what is it?
What? Damn it.
I told you what it is. It's something that
Okay,
can
how
do
about
work.
this then? Can you explain the processes?
It's the body's capacity to do work. That's what energy.
No. Wait, I want to ask you a very clear question. Can you explain the processes in which the energy in which you're talking about that is being used, how it got there, how it was converted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right, and the source in which it came from, right?
Yes, that's not a problem.
And then its use afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead then.
So
Don't just say it in like a stupid way,
there
right?
There are different energy levels, electron levels, orbit levels of these electrons around certain atoms. And the more electrons and the further out they are, it determines what their energy levels are. When you get two materials that have two different energy levels, there's a disparity. And that disparity can be mitigated by getting them close together and having a conduit between the two, whether it be a connection or electrolysis or something, where you can have material like lemon juice or the potato or the orange, and that energy can then be released between the two.
Hold on, Zanuck. I think he's got a discrepancy. I think he was asking to start from the beginning, not the middle.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
So you want to know how zinc or how copper or how hydrogen or oxygen, how are those particular elements?
He's asking you before the energy's transferred. What is it? Yeah. Step one.
Listen, Zanuck, you're the person. Wait there, Zanuck.
The formation of the universe.
Listen, bro.
Hold on.
I'm trying to preface it for you better.
God, hey, certain elements were created in the creation of the universe. Now, whatever the source of that, I'm not going to argue that. But we only had hydrogen. This one little atom.
Sorry, Zanuck. For the case, go ahead, Crack.
Right.
I'm just going to interject. I got to go, guys. Good night. Nice to meet you all. I'll see you later.
Night, brother. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
Zanuck. I'm actually trying to help Zanuck out here because I think Zanuck has a lot of good information in his brain, and it's actually him that takes issue with people having a misunderstanding of a concept, right? It's him that takes the issue with it. So it should be him that wants to put the precedent upon making it digestible for people, right? To hear this shit. Because if you talk about it in this ambiguous way, right? Like these things just come out of nowhere. You're talking about atoms and how they're next to another thing and then what happens there and after. You're talking about the process on a macro level, right? Okay? You need to talk about it.
We know the difference
bigger level.
We know the difference between, we can test this with different materials, like when we have zinc or copper or hydrogen or oxygen. We know
Zanuck,
which one's way
without
more
referring to where it is.
Hold on.
Zanuck, you're doing it again, man. You're just going.
No, we want to know.
You need to refer to where these things are first.
Okay, Craig, do you remember the original question you asked him? Do you remember the question?
I can't even respond with a friggin' sentence.
Hold on, Craig. Let's let Craig ask a question again, and then Zanuck, see if you can actually respond to it, because it seems like you're going off into a whole nother.
No, I was giving a direct answer to him, but he wouldn't let me speak.
No, it's not about that, Zanuck. I have no problem with letting people speak at all. I promise you, bro.
Well, go ahead. I'll try it again. I know what you're asking. I can answer it right now.
No, I did jump in. Let him ask first. You were going on a whole. Yeah.
No, it wasn't a hole. I was trying to tell you why was there an energy potential difference between certain types of materials or elements?
Okay, I just want to get it to the base level before we extrapolate it and go deeper, right? So that people have a reference to what you're actually talking about. Because there might not be any disagreement here, right? I want to know the process, okay, in which you're talking of, but from the point of view in which people can understand it in terms of what they know exists in the world, right? Then you can go into the minutiae, right? Once you define where these different substances and atomic things you're talking about, once you describe where it is they're actually from, what it is that actually allows them to be there, how they are charged, and all the rest. Talk about the bigger thing, then go into the macro afterward.
Wait. Right. Talk about the bigger thing, then go in the macro, which is also the bigger thing afterward. I already got to explain it. If you want to know where these heavier elements in the universe came from, they came from things like supernovas, exploding stars, and coalescing of those materials.
We don't need to go that far, though, do we? We know they exist.
However, I can't even finish a sentence. Someone
maybe you're not getting what I'm saying at all.
I'll post it after I'm done, but at least give me the respect of let me finish a fucking sentence.
I actually do respect.
That's so rude. So
we're not here for fairy tales, Sanic.
You can call let me just explain it to you. Then you can.
We are grown ass men.
I don't. Yeah, you're a grown ass man. You still think the Earth is flat. So who's
by the way, just for clarity,
you are the grown ass man and thinks that you live in a sphere in the middle of nowhere, floating with water on the outer walls. All right. Sorry.
For the sake of clarity, what just happened to you when you made a statement and then everyone jumped on you is exactly what happened when you jumped on Hank.
No.
Okay. You interrupted what Hank was saying. You absolutely interrupted what Hank was saying and pushed your point.
No, I asked the question several times. He wouldn't answer. And then when he finally did answer, hold on, he talked.
Dude, when I answer, you start talking over me.
Can I just say, look, I really feel like the victim here because I can't get a sentence.
Keep in mind that Zanuck is it's like one versus
perpetual victim.
Let me just
let's try to
trying to talk to him.
Just see if it's possible. Let me speak a sentence, and you can call out silent on any of these, universe causing heavy elements creation, whatever, however they were recreated.
I don't even want to get into that though.
You fucking can't help yourself, can you?
Well, Zanuck, how about this?
Zanuck, I actually have respect.
I was going to
I'm not bringing ego into this.
We love you, bro. We love you.
Well, okay,
let me just make one suggestion, Zanuck.
Let me say one thing, dude. Copper exists. How about that?
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say to you, Zanuck, bro.
That's what I was going to say. How about everyone just be quiet and let Geo moderate? Everyone quiet, let Geo moderate.
Well, I was just going to say, Zanuck, dude, how about just give us a point, lay your chips on the table, give us 20 seconds, lay a point down and then pass it because
I'm trying to.
With all due respect, what you're tending to do is you're going on and all these different things.
I got less than a sentence out. The person asking the question to get the British accent, I let him speak until he was done. We all heard it. He said it ad nauseum over and over when he was asking.
That's fair. He did.
And then I got one sentence out and I was interrupted.
And I'm sorry for doing that, Zanuck. I'm sorry for doing that.
I called bullshit after you said supernova.
Yeah, everyone went fucking ballistic. That's not the point, supernova, collapsing star. I'm just telling that is what we accept as where we come from. I'm not talking about how they came about, where they came about, or if they even came about like that.
That's what you accept.
Can I fucking finish without being interrupted?
You said that's what we accept. I'm just correcting that.
Doesn't matter. It's not the point. Okay, here's the point.
I mean, is this related
to
I don't think you ever can finish. That's the thing.
I can. I'm just trying to go back.
Surely we understand what you believe.
Let's give him 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Let me have 10 seconds and I'll be done.
Go ahead, Zanuck.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
10 seconds. Boom. We all acknowledge that these elements exist. Zinc and copper, we all know. We can identify them. We understand the characteristics, and we understand their energy potential between each other. And this energy potential can result in a voltage and current flow. We know this. Now, how these elements were formed, I don't really care to have that discussion, nor do I really care in life, right? But the point here is that we're not finding things out of the air, out of the ether that created this voltage. It's between the dissociation of these electrons between the dissimilar metals like zinc and copper, for example, that will create electricity.
You had me until electrons, but
So one second. Let me just say something because I want to make sure that Zanuck, when I was like interrupting, it wasn't out of disrespect. It was because I genuinely felt like what I was asking you wasn't clear enough. Because, and I'm not one of those people that's like saying you're fucking stupid. I don't believe that at all. Right. So it's more about making sure that when I'm asking you the question, right. That's what I was actually going to say when I interrupted, was like, can we just go off of the level that we all agree that these things exist? Therefore, it doesn't matter where they came from, right? We know they exist. We understand their potential, right? So,
but no, because Hank was saying that it came from ether. And I said, for example, you can't put 2 pieces of zinc in a potato and have anything happen, ever. You have to have dissimilar metals, and they have to have this difference between the two in order for there to be a flow of electron through an electrolyte, which is lemon juice or the potato or the orange, whatever. These aren't sources of energy. These are conduits. These are the electrolytes that are used in batteries. Does that make sense?
The circuit completers. Right, we get it.
Yeah, it just completes the circuit. You can have those. You can touch those things together, and you can have a potential. You don't need the electrolyte.
Yeah, so that was sort of my issue. Is like, if you're not referring to the larger thing before you go into the macro, it just gets lost, bro. What you're saying gets lost, right? And that was all I was trying to point out to you. That was literally it.
That doesn't seem like anything that you were starting to point out, but okay, I'll take that as the conclusion.
No, honestly, it was.
Did Zanuck answer what energy is and not what it does yet?
Yeah, energy is a capacity to do work. What's the problem with that?
No, that's what it does, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, energy is defined as a capacity to do it. What it does is creates power. Power is the rate of.
Okay, we could possibly give you that because normally energy is giving you a value, and that value is how much work it can do, right?
Yes, exactly. It has a unit measure called the joule, and a joule is a power second. Unit measure of power. A unit measure of power is the joule.
But it's not what it is, though, is it?
A watt second. It's a capacity to do work. What's wrong with that definition? I don't know why there's a objection.
Energy is a conception.
No, energy is a capacity to do work. We have a unit measure of it. It's called the joule.
I know, but it doesn't exist physically. It's a metaphysical unit of measurement. It's a convention that we've created.
Physically does. I can store energy in an apple, or I can store energy in a spring, and that is that potential energy, whether it be chemical or material, is real. You can touch it, measure it.
No, the matter is real, but the energy is, it's metaphysical. If anything, how does it manifest, this energy?
Okay, so
it does work. It does work. That's what it does.
Okay, work itself is metaphysical.
Is a force metaphysical?
What? No,
it's real.
Force. See, this is where it goes down to the material world, right? It's pressure differential.
Well,
so the difference in pressure, that force being created, is something that's actually felt. It actually exists.
Well, I'll tell you what.
There's no pressure differential with my glass sitting on a table. There's a force on both sides, but there's no pressure differential. No work.
Really? So there's no force downwards?
There is. Yes, there's a force downward and a force upward, but no pressure differential.
Go step in front of that train and tell me there's no such thing as energy. Fuck.
There is no energy.
There is no pressure differential.
Actually manifest in the real world. It's units of measurement for this metaphysical concept.
By pressure.
You can get hurt. No, well, now you're getting
pressure
semantics.
of the train.
Which actually does the damage, the force or the energy. I mean, come on, it's just semantics right now.
It's not semantics. You have to understand that these are ways.
The energy causes the force. Force causes you to die. Okay, is that good enough? Come on.
Yeah. The force is what's real.
Yes.
Energy and work. These are concepts that we have that we've kind of fleshed out.
So if I have a spring,
to describe difference in force.
If I compress a spring and I know what that force is to compress it, that force has potential energy. You're saying that potential energy is not real. Is not
potential.
tangible.
Yeah, it's not an actual thing. It's something.
Really?
It's a convention we've come up with, just like timekeeping. It's a convention we came up with, which is based off of pressure and force.
Not based off pressure.
Of course it is. You have to press down to load that spring. Did you not?
Pressure is force. Hold on. Pressure is based on a force over unit area. The force will cause the damage. It will cause the acceleration of whatever matter is in its way. And the energy is the source of its capacity to do to create this force over the certain period of time, which is the energy, which is the joule, the unit measure, then we know how much damage it can do. So all of it's real. You're just being semantic.
Hold up, you're right to say that energy is like the quantification. It's the value of it, but it's not the source.
What is the value of
It's
what?
not the source.
What?
Okay. The spring had to be pushed down physically. It had to be pressed.
Yeah.
Hence pressure, force,
Like-
right?
like
to
it
load
said-
it.
like
The
you
way
said,
that we
once again.
quantify, hold up, the way that we quantify how much force it has or how much energy it has is this system of energy that we've created with joules and what have you. But
Well,
in
how do we get
reality,
that, though?
they're
How do we get
conventions.
that?
Just
But how do we
like,
get that? So
hold
if I
up, just
compress-
like the system of time, based off of our units of measurement, like seconds,
All right,
minutes,
let me just
hours,
give you an example.
is movement in
Dude,
reality
you are
of the
just
sun.
argue.
Get
Is it not the
shot.
same with
I'll tell you
distance
what.
as well?
I'll tell you what.
Like,
Stand
Look, I'll play
in
your
front of
game.
that trainer. Stand in front of a bullet and tell me there's no such thing
Bro,
as
that's
kinetic
the
energy.
pressure of the train, the force of the train
It's the
hitting
ki-
you. That's
it's
not.
the kinetic
You're
energy.
arguing my
1/2
case.
1/2 mv squared. Kinetic energy.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Nash
I don't know what to tell you.
and I both want to explain something to you. Listen real quick. So when I compress that spring and I use a certain amount of force, how do we know how much energy is in that spring? We know because we know how long it took and how much force over time it took to compress the spring. After we stop compressing it and we tie it down, can't expand, it has potential energy. And we know what it is because we put into it. What it release will be near what we put into it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So are you saying that energy is physical or metaphysical?
It's physical. Absolutely physical.
So then if we take away that spring, shouldn't the physical energy remain?
The energy
No,
stored
the
in the
physical
spring.
Yeah, let's say we just pop the spring out of existence. Shouldn't there be physical energy there?
The energy
Let's
stored
take away
in
the battery
spring.
and then we'll run the system. Let's take away the battery. Let's unplug it from the wall and we'll
Yeah, if energy exists, if it's a physical thing that
you're an
exists,
idiot. No.
regardless, then it should exist without the spring.
What? No.
Now you're arguing my point. It's an innate metaphysical quality of matter.
Zanek, one second. Let me just say something very quickly, okay? So we know that the transfer of energy, right, the compression of the spring, right, okay? Again, you can measure that, correct? That's based upon you previously, okay, effectively doing this before and then measuring the results, right? But wait,
energy is conserved. We know that. So
right.
Yeah.
Let me just say something, right?
We used the force. We applied it for over a foot, and it took a second to do it. We know how much energy it took to. I don't even take how long. It doesn't matter how long it took. Actually, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We compressed it over a foot. Now we know how much energy is stored in that spring. Now we can also have a firecracker. I know it's gunpowder. I know all the chemicals in gunpowder: saltpeter, carbon, and we have some. I forget what gunpowder again.
Doesn't matter.
Saltpeter and sulfur. We have those three things in there. We know what that energy potential is chemically of that firecracker. It's physical. We know it, and we can measure it in joules. When we light it, when we combust those, and we create an equilibrium between all those elements, we know how much energy can be released. It's physical.
It's not, man.
Percentages.
So gunpowder is not a physical quantification. Gunpowder is not a physical example.
Yeah, Senning, but it's like the magnet, right? The magnet is the physical part. What the effect is not a physical thing.
Energy. Magnets don't have any energy.
I want to make the point again.
Magnets don't have energy?
They do not have energy. No, they do not possess energy.
Wait there a second, please. There is a no, magnets apparently don't have energy, right? But again, it's a field, okay? There's a field and it works that way because remember, if it had innate energy, it would have an effect on other things other than things that are magnetic or metals. So again, is there ever a discrepancy in terms of a thing which has energy in it, right? According to energy in it, right? Instead of it just being like the idea of like a chemical process sometimes in which things that exist eventually create a reaction, right? And the reaction itself is the energy release.
Do I have potential energy as a human?
But the problem is you're stating you can always measure based on the energy input. Based on the energy input.
It's not real.
It's not
a predictionary measure, though.
It's not real.
It's not.
a predictionary thing.
It's a metaphysical aspect. Hold on, let me just address this. It's a metaphysical aspect of the matter of your body. If you take your body away, it doesn't have energy. Energy is the ability to do work. The ability of something to do work. It hinges on the matter.
You're being so weird.
No, this
really. So energy being the ability to do work. It's the ability of what?
To do work.
What does the work?
The body.
Who gives
body
that?
The body, exactly. It's always tied to the physical thing.
No, well,
energy isn't physical on its own.
Yes, it has. It is physical.
It's bro. You're just admitting it's ability of something to do work. Something physical doing the
water.
work.
The water
energy
above
doesn't
the
do
dam.
shit on its own.
Physical.
It's just
the water
the quantification.
above the dam. The water above the dam has no energy, right? Because it's just water, right?
It's not energy. You're talking about force. You're talking about energy.
What is
just
energy? What is energy?
In reality, it's not energy because energy is
percentage.
a
You're going
metaphysical. It's a convention, bro.
Energy.
It's not a convention. It's a measured.
Everything's a
value,
convention.
Physicality of a body. Its capacity to do work.
Everything's a convention. What are you
Capacity
talking
of
about?
what? The body.
Our
Without the body,
languages.
there is no energy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, the body has energy. The light has energy. A photon has energy.
But the body is physical.
The photon's
can you
physical?
point to me? Can you point to me the metaphysical, the physical aspect of energy? What's a physical property of energy without relying on the body?
The ability to do work.
Yes.
Ability is not a physical property.
It's a massless particle. But it can do work. A photon.
You're saying that energy,
bro. When you say ability,
are you saying energy isn't real? Are you saying energy is just
ability ties to the matter? It's tied to the matter. Ability of the body.
Are you saying energy isn't real?
Mic check.
You will go down to the ship on
the ability of something.
We all need to settle down.
The ability of something is just
when it
the
says
attribute.
ability to do work, what does it mean
It's
by
not
the
the
ability
principle.
to do
It's not
work?
the thing.
It's the ability of something physical
not
to do
identifying
work.
the thing in question.
Over a distance.
Yeah, but Zanuck, when it's ability to do work, it's ability of something physical to do work, right?
No, it doesn't have to be physical. It can be chemical.
Show me the ability of something metaphysical doing work.
Show me the ability of someone to understand what we're talking about without.
Hold on. Is this not quite similar to like
taking the trash out?
Is this not quite similar to distance? Like a meter doesn't exist, but a meter of something exists.
It's
right.
Exactly. That's exactly the case. Distance is metaphysical, right? But
distance
that what it describes is physical.
I know. Here once again we're having problems with base units.
Distance, yes, the units of measurement of distance is a convention that we came up with to measure physical things.
Distance between you
so
and
distance
me
is not real then.
The 10 miles between you and me.
Distance in and of itself is metaphysical. But between us is going to be 10 miles of land, 10 miles of water, 10 miles of whatever.
Okay,
but without that stuff, it's just a metaphysical thing.
We'll call 10 henways then, or 10 dick fours.
I don't think you picking up what I'm putting down. But
you don't understand.
These other people are.
Base unit.
Paid. Please let Zanuck talk. Let anybody else talk except you. You're not helping the situation. Please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go away.
No.
It's a little chaotic.
No, it just as long as
I was just gonna say if we could,
Yeah, sorry about that.
Take turns.
No, it's all good, but
it's just passionate about it. He's not making a lot of sense to NASA Shill or me, and we're trying to.
Yeah, but he's interrupting you as you're trying to.
The concern about it, I mean, we're all having a good conversation, but the people on YouTube can't hear nothing. I mean, it's just blah, 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 blah.
Well, sometimes you just need to reset if two people are talking at the same time and just get back to a one because we don't have to go into a whole thing on this right now, but there's a lot of little things. Someone gets clipped and the other person gets clipped, so somehow we have to just reset it and then get back to it, back and forth.
Gio, I sort of wanted to make a point similar to what Percent was making with Zanuck in a back and forth where there was the understanding, right? So with the chemical, right, change in the zinc, right, it dissolves, right? So I guess what his point is that there's a process inside of the very thing, right? And this process is tied to the release of the energy eventually, right? Okay. And that would be the physical thing inside of it, right? That would have the reactionary or the chemical reaction in which would make the energy happen, right? So again, the idea of the energy being physical, I understand your point that it eventually does something that you could equate to being physical, i.e., let's say it moves the hands on a clock or churns a motor, for instance, right? What
if it just heats something up? What if it just heats something up? Is that real? Is heat physical?
Crackman, I feel like you're viewing it from a wrong angle. You're the energy does this. It moves the handle of the clock. The energy doesn't do anything. It's not an impetus for anything. It's our convention. Yes, really. Let me finish. It's the convention that we have to describe these movements, right? To describe the ability of these things to move. It's just
stop for a second.
It's not a physical thing that is the stimulus for another thing to happen.
to be fair on percentage,
you don't have to keep on talking through everything I say, man.
Exactly. I think, dude, percentage is trying not to mod his own conversation and just mute you, Zanuck, because, dude, I guess I could jump in and mod. But honestly, Zanuck, it'd be best if we just didn't have to mute people. So do you realize you're jumping all over someone? Like, he was trying to speak. And here's what happens. Let me see, dude. Somebody might say 2 or 3 things, like they're kind of saying their point. And if you, like, somehow just have a reaction to one of them, you just go, blah, and you know what I mean? And then they're getting totally cut off. If you could please try to stop doing that, because otherwise it just turns into this like
mayhem. I get it.
Yeah.
Just try to like complete. You'll get your chance.
Well, how about we all just try to be a little more brief and concise with our points? I jumped in. Yes, I did.
All right.
Let's
shut him down because he's going on and on and on about the same point.
No,
I'd like
try to listen to what he's saying and take it in. Don't just think about it. Or just try.
No, I'm taking it in. I know what he's saying.
But you're not.
Okay, he says it doesn't do anything. I asked him what he thought he was real.
What he's
Fuzzy,
saying
is heat real? Is heat physical?
Is heat physical? Going about this.
Jesus Christ, Zanuck.
Zanuck, how did you just say that and then start doing that?
Because he's talking to me now. Fuzzy's talking.
All right, let Fuzzy talk, and then you can respond.
His whole point is that you
now you're
mentioned
going to explain what I did wrong. Okay.
A firecracker is a thing. The spring is a physical thing. All of the things that you're talking about are physical things that have to be involved in order for energy to work. Correct?
No, not correct. Well, a physical thing mean matter? Has to have matter? No. You can have energy stored in photons. And
if you could clarify your point, if I'm
light
on
is
the
still
right
physical
track.
too.
Well, because light, photons are not matter.
Light is physical.
So it is physical. So there's energy.
Yes, you see light, right?
Okay.
It has a physical property,
and it has energy potential. So it's physical. The energy is potential. It's what the potential to do work.
Light is physical. Energy is not.
Well, if you create. Hold on 1 second. I want to respond.
A wave isn't something on its own.
I want to ask this question for 10 minutes. Is heat physical?
Yes, heat is physical.
Okay.
Heat is not energy.
So we don't have to see anything move. We don't have to see any pressure or force over distance. We can just see something warm up. That capacity to do work can go in the form of heat or in motion.
But you need something to warm up.
What is warming up? What is
matter?
warming
You need
up?
something physical. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What is warming up? Good question. We have some type of mass that's going to be excited. Those atoms will be excited and it will be vibrating. But what if I just create a voltage? Does that work?
But that's what his point is. That's exactly what his point is.
What if I just create current?
Have some physical piece of matter.
What if I just create current?
Zanuck, no matter what you do, you can't extricate the physical from the energy, the matter from the energy.
Well, you said,
right?
you said,
and yet you claim that the energy is causing the matter to do whatever.
How is light physical?
No, my question to you is, how do you know the energy exists physically aside from the matter if you can't extricate one from the other?
Because we can measure it. If you have light,
you're measuring something, a convention that you made up.
You asked me, and I'm going to ask you. You got to remember. Let's take a step back, both of us.
Go ahead.
We got to let each other have space. You asked me a question. How do you know? Well, if you have light, I can measure with a photosensor what energy is been hitting it.
I don't think you understood my question, man.
Maybe try to be.
Light is a physical thing. We're saying separate the physical from the energy, right? And measure the energy to know that the energy exists physically on its own. You can't do that.
The energy.
It doesn't make a lot of sense because the whole idea of energy.
For instance, we created the
I just started
convention
saying
of time.
It makes you start jumping over me again.
Yeah, let me just follow up.
No, look, you got to take turns. I'm thinking this is more you than me. So hold on. So you asked me the question. I'm saying that yes, you have to be able to measure the energy. The energy it has to be emitted or stored in a body. Remember the energy definition.
And you also measure distance.
Hello. Energy is the ability. Hello, Jim. Energy is the ability to do useful work.
Zanuck, all right, let me try one.
Stored in a body has to be stored in a body. A body's ability to.
You're saying energy exists physically, right?
Yes.
To know that, you would have to be able to see it or somehow have a physical property of energy, absent the matter that we know is physical, right?
No.
You're saying energy is physical, in addition to the matter being physical. But you need to, in order to say that those two, they're both physical, you need to have one without the other.
What?
Yeah, converting energy is a physical process.
He's just making things up as he goes along here. But go ahead.
No,
okay.
it's simple because otherwise you can't tell which one. What's a metaphysical face of a physical thing?
Is heat energy or not?
Heat is not energy.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Heat is
you
not
can quantify energy from
wait.
Really?
Wait. Let me give you an example. We burn coal, and to produce the heat that boils the water, which produces high pressure steam, the high pressure steam turns a turbine, which turns into electricity. By
Absolutely, all of those things that you mentioned exist, and they're physical things that happen. They're physical processes. Right? And the way we quantify, the way we quantify how much force is a convention that we created using energy, joules, what have you. Just like with the movement of the sun relative to our movement, the way we quantify speeds and stuff, we created this convention of time with seconds, minutes, days. It's the exact same process.
Are you saying that time doesn't exist?
Time is not physical. Yes, time is a convention
time is
of
not
math.
physical. Time is not
physical. They're trying to ask you the question. You guys are saying
the progression of existence does not occur. Even what if the universe? What if the sun and moon just stopped and the Earth just stopped? Is there no more time?
It'd be timeless.
No, that's not
if
true
everything
at all.
stopped, everything in the world stopped, it would be
time
timeless.
No.
That's why they say time froze.
No. Because now we can have different ways of measuring time. We can have cesium atoms, and we can do all sorts of other things. Nothing can move in the universe, and we can
How
still
are you going to measure?
Oh God! See, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. It's you,
I'm
not me.
responding to you.
It's you.
Relax,
no,
relax.
I'm not. It's not time for response.
How are you going to measure cesium atoms moving when everything stopped?
Stop. Everything stops. We can still measure the progress of existence. Let me.
How?
Said that. By the decay of a cesium atom.
The cesium atom stopped too.
What?
You said everything stopped.
We're talking about the rotation of the Earth and Sun. You said it was based on the Earth and Sun rotation.
That's how it was based, obviously. But
yeah,
now,
we don't need that. We don't.
Hold
need
up. Now that we've
time.
created the system,
we can do all sorts of ways to.
Zanuck. Yeah, of course. If we didn't have the sun, we could have used a marine chronometer.
I can make a clock.
We could use a Chinese water. Yeah. We could have made a clock.
We could use the sun and
relax,
the moon.
Zanuck.
Stop
I'm
it.
responding to you. We didn't need the sun. The sun is the most convenient, obviously, right? But you don't need the sun. You could use the moon. That's why you have the lunar calendars. You can use the stars. That's why we have sidereal cycles. You could use a Chinese water torture device that's like constantly dripping water droplets. It doesn't matter. The point is you need something, and then from that we made a convention, a system of timekeeping. After that, you can get rid of the sun. We can get rid of the sun now. We already have our units of measurement, the seconds, minutes, days, or whatever. We don't literally need the sun for that now, since we created this unified system that everyone agrees to, right? So it's the same exact thing with energy. We see these physical things happening, the forces and the pressures of different things, right? And we quantified it and created these units of measurement that are the units themselves are metaphysical. Every unit of measurement is metaphysical. And from that, we have the system of energy, which is a conception.
Yeah, I think you guys are talking about obviously the real reading that you get is a real physical reading that you get.
I would say that if you didn't measure time and if you didn't measure the energy, it wouldn't exist in the physical world. It would just be potential. So it all comes down to you measuring it or not.
No,
as soon
if
as
you don't measure it, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in the physical. If you don't measure it, it's not physical.
Remember, all we have to do is see the evidence of heat or useful work. That's done. That's an example.
You're saying it's a convention. Until you measure it, then it becomes.
I guess it depends on your definition of measure. Mm-hmm. If your definition of measure is just perceiving it by any means necessary, any sensation necessary, then yeah, you could say that you need to measure it. But I don't think you actually need to quantify it accurately with a device or what have you, if that's what you mean by measure. Like, for instance, if I'm just outside and I feel the wind blowing on me, that's me feeling this pressure differential. That's me feeling a force on me.
If a firecracker,
I wouldn't say I'm measuring the wind when I do that, right? But technically you are, right?
Right. Yeah, you got it. If a firecracker explodes in your hand, you don't need to know what a joule is or watt second or anything. Whatever happened had energy in it and it exploded. You can say, it's one hand blow off. That's the limit. That's the unit measure.
It didn't have energy in it. It had
a one hand blow off. And we'll do everything in our life. God, let me finish. We'll do everything in our lives based on one hand blow off. We'll convert everything. Heat, everything to the amount of energy it takes to blow your hand off. That
So
could be
you
a
is-
unit of talk over.
Yeah, but
So-
it didn't
sorry,
have energy
sorry.
in
No,
it.
let him finish. Let him finish.
It released
Yes,
heat.
it had energy in the firecracker.
No, the chemical process released heat.
No.
It
It
didn't
had
have
some.
energy in
That's
it.
not why. That's not why it blew your hand off, because of the heat.
It's almost like you're saying the physicality is the host for the energy, but what actually is the energy?
The energy is just the metaphysical. It's innate.
To do work.
It's
to
the
do
innate
work.
quality. It's this innate metaphysical quality of
That
physical
why
matter.
are all the why are every definition for
Hey,
energy
can I say something?
exactly as I'm telling you? It's a
Can I say
capacity
something?
to do work. Would you find
So-
another definition for me?
Capacity of what,
your
though?
own?
Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, just wanted to say. So, if you think about it, if there's an oscillating magnetic field and there's copper coils, the copper coils are just collecting the energy that's already there, right? From the air or the magnetic field that's in the air, whatever you want to call it, right?
No, not at all.
So you don't need oscillating fields for generators?
You do. You got to break the magnetic fields with the magnet,
No,
or
you
create them
oscillate.
or oscillate them by turning and reversing the flow of current through the coil windings, and that takes the transistors and the switching unit outside of the motor. But if you don't have the switching unit, you can move a magnetic field. Excuse me, move a magnet through a magnetic field, and by the virtue of you moving the magnet through that magnetic field,
Right.
will induce
Okay.
current into coil windings, which will create current, which you can use for voltage.
Okay, so I've worked on stators on motorcycles before, right? So what's going on in the stator is connected to the drive shaft. There's a generator, right? And it's got all these little copper
That is part
coils.
of the generator. That is part of the generator, the stator.
Yeah,
So
no.
where the windings are. The windings are in the stator.
Are you going to finish what I was saying for me?
Well, no, I just want to make sure you got the terms clear, because you're saying there's like generators.
So replacing the stator, right? There's all these like copper coils at like the 1 through 12 position, depending on
Right.
how big or small your stator
How
is.
many
It might be
poles you
1 through
have.
6. Right. So the magnet is actually on the rotating part, and the stator, which is the wiring part, all that stays stationary. The
Correct.
magnet is on the spinning part that spins around on the outside, which creates
Right.
the oscillating magnetic fields, which is what feeds your battery, your spark plug, and everything else.
Right.
So
That's
it's
how
the magnetic
DC motors
field,
work, and that's
or
how generators work.
the remnants of all of the magnetic fields in the world that create 0-point energy, because it never goes down to zero,
Why do you
right?
keep on going back to? Is this like a new term? Why do you
No,
why do you
dude,
go back to 0-point energy?
I've been talking
There's
about
no
dark matter
0-point
since
energy in a
2015. Hey, bro,
in a
listen, I've
motor.
been talking
In
about dark
electromagnetic.
matter and 0-point energy since 2015. If you could
No, but it
please
doesn't
try
have
to keep up.
it has nothing or little to do with a magneto or a generator or anything or like this or even an alternator. You don't need to talk about that, Larry. You just need to talk about the fact
No,
that
because it makes your
when you
numbers
break.
look bad. Where we
No,
get
it
that
doesn't
number
make
with
any.
120
It does
zeros.
not at
Yeah,
all.
it
Hank,
cosmological constant
Hank,
crisis. Don't
Hank,
weep.
when you
Don't cry on your beer, bro.
move that magnet, when you move that magnet across the stator pole near the stator poles, it will because you're breaking magnetic field lines of flux. You will create a current induced into the windings, and the windings then will produce electric current through those windings and with a voltage and be able to power things like make your starter work. There's nothing unusual about that.
I did want to bring up the Hutchison effect earlier, but I don't know whether any of you guys want to jump on that.
If
Well,
they're
before
freaking
you
out on
do,
0-point energy, they're going to cry over Hutchison effect.
before anyone does, can I make the original point I was trying to make with Zanuck, right? Which is about the measurement, right? In which, let's say again, you put energy into a spring, right? And then you can quantify the force afterwards, right? Well, we already know, right, that there's a discrepancy, meaning what I mean by that, there's a difference in the force we put in versus the force we get out, right? There's a greater force. That's why we would do this. That's why we transfer energy into a different system, right? And I understand what Percent was saying. It's a physical process in order to transfer that, right? And it's as a result of the physical process therein, the compression of the spring done by the physical body, the physical spring being compressed, then the compression letting off. So You say it's a measurement, right? This is something that we know because it's a physical thing, the energy itself. Well, let's say we find out something new, right? A completely new thing in which we can transfer energy. We don't actually know, based upon the knowledge we already have, what we put in doesn't always come out as a specific, already known prediction of energy exit afterwards, right? We don't always know. If it's a completely new thing in which we're working with, we only know because we've thus done it, then recorded it afterwards, and up against the scale of the convention, right?
Yeah, but when people start talking about terms like 0-point energy, they're completely confused. It has nothing to do with this discussion because that is the lowest point of
Energy doesn't have anything to do with the discussion we're having about energy and the creation of energy using a generator. You're dumb.
Hank, 0-point energy is referring to quantum mechanics.
You're still dumb.
And listen, quantum mechanics, when the system is at its lowest point of energy possible, like liquid helium or something, then we say that is the ground state. You're saying ground state like let's plug electrons into the ground. That's not 0-point energy, Hank. You're just throwing terms out there. You don't think you know what they really.
Yeah, you're right. I have nothing.
Completely out
I
of
don't know anything
context.
about the Casimir effect, right? I don't know
Well, then
anything
tell me about
about
0-point energy.
right?
I mean, I know roughly what it is, but I'm not an expert in it. But I do know it's nothing about. It has nothing to do with motors.
Cosmological constant crisis. What's that? I'm sorry. Somebody teach me.
Okay, what is 0-point energy, Hank?
Will you let him talk?
Yes, of course. What's 0-point energy, Hank? In your words, read it. And you should be, if you understand it, you should be able to do it in the simplest terms, as I just did. You don't know.
Well, it may be that it's.
He doesn't know. I mean, it's not. He shouldn't know because you're not going to know that unless you're a particle physicist or taking.
I'm playing Uno with my family. Calm your tits. Get your overs out of a nut.
No, but I already know you don't know. Equating it to motors and magnetos and sticking rods in the ground. That's not what 0-point energy is. Just because it says ground state doesn't mean you're grounding things. It means that's the lowest energy level of a system.
Did I say anything about grounding
quantum?
things?
It's quantum physics. It's so specific, Hank. That's why I'm calling you out on it because it's so specific to quantum mechanics. So let's just go move on.
What is quantum mechanics in lots of things, correct?
Pardon me?
What do you disagree with Hank's statement? What was his premise?
His premise was that there's you remove all the air in a system, and then energy, which can create voltage between. It was just a bunch of blur. Didn't make it solid to me. Now he might have had a point. I didn't understand because he wasn't using terms I'm familiar with, but I know what 0-point energy is, and that's not what it is. It only exists at the quantum states, quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and it's the lowest energy state of a system. So it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Is there somewhere where quantum states don't exist? Can you point to a place where quantum states don't exist?
No, they exist in the universe everywhere, but that's a non-sequitur.
Right. So you said it only exists in quantum states. Well, that's everywhere. Sorry.
No, we're talking about systems that are not in the quantum state. We're not talking about the quantum states of systems. We're talking about macro states, physical states, things we can touch and feel and measure, not things that are in the quantum world. We're not talking about quantum physics. We're talking about magnetism and electromagnetism and magnets and windings and stators. Those should never be used in a sentence anywhere where 0-point energy. I'm still talking. They shouldn't be used in any sentence. And in that sentence, would you ever find 0-point energy in that sentence?
Does the macro come from the micro?
Of course it did. And maybe these 0-point energy states have relevance there, but not in our discussion. There's no relevance, no relation to anything we're talking about here with 0-point. Nothing. Not even.
So why did you refer back to what Hank said after I tried to come to some sort of understanding with you? You referred back to what he said and ignored what I said.
Well, because it was something that we were still talking about.
Yeah,
go ahead.
What he said, you're saying is irrelevant, and what I said was, no, just answer what I said.
What you're saying is more relevant, yes, but how we actually can quantify energy, right?
Right, because there's a new process, right? Okay, because I feel like you're talking about the idea of us effectively measuring the input of something into a system, and thus the release of that at a later date, that you can quantify this almost like it's predictionary, right? When it's not.
Oh, it absolutely is. You can quantify how much potential energy in the system.
Well, but the point is that first you would have to measure the process, right? And thus then have a mathematical equation that would be able to put a multiplier on it so that you could stretch it further or half it, right?
What do you mean measure? Like if I have a little bowl of gunpowder, how would I measure how much energy is in it?
Well, you would know exactly the effect of, let's say, how many grains, right, that you would have there. For instance, you could weigh the gunpowder for one. Okay.
All right.
Then you could figure out the energy of it in lots of different ways. You could define.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Good. That's fine.
Right.
So why is that? Is that not real?
I don't believe it's predictionary. I believe it's a scale that we then have. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I believe we first, record an effect that's created by the thing. Okay. Then we have a value. So let's say it's 40 grains of gunpowder. Then we have an effect of, let's say it's in foot-pounds, right? How much foot-pounds of pressure that we have at the end of a barrel, right? Or you could convert it into joules. I'm saying that would be based upon that number that we previously had. So then if we double that number in grains, are we predicting, or are we basing it on the knowledge of what we had previously that we recorded based on the convention that we created around these things? It seems predictionary, right?
Right. Just like distance, you're measuring something, but it's not. The meter itself isn't real. Yeah. You just use it to measure real things.
Well, yeah, it's like if I have a bullet, right, that's powered by 150 grains of gunpowder, right, and then the mass of the bullet is a certain amount, the barrel length is this amount, and we know the compression rate of the gases that are coming out of it, we know the resistance in the air, and then we basically have how far the bullet goes, we have the velocity, then we can double the amount of gunpowder, but it seems like Zanek's talking about it as in like, it's a prediction. Like we can predict how much energy in a system and how much it would come out the other end. And the reason why I'm saying that might not be true is because if we end up with a new form of energy one day, right, we aren't just going to be able to predict how much, once we've started to do the process of making the energy output happen, we're not just going to predict the force at the end. This is actually why these things were useful. It's because they're force multiplied. Yeah, and because we get more out.
Predicting the unknown until you get a bit of data to actually start making some guesses.
Yeah, everything's a baseline. There's a baseline, and then off of that baseline, predictions are made, but it's an informed prediction. Would you agree, Zanik?
Yeah, I can agree with you on that.
Right. Okay. That's all I wanted to clear up earlier. That was it. But I really don't know how to quantify the idea of energy being something that's physical versus, like, I don't know. There are different reasons as to why we have energy release, right?
These orbits in the atoms of the materials we're talking about give us the indication of how much energy potential is available in that substance, potential energy. And when you have a disparity between the two materials, that gives you your energy potential. That's how much work can be done if you can figure out how to extract that and equalize that differential. It'll result in work or energy. And so without even ever having to figure out what 100 grains of gunpowder or whatever, we can figure it out. We can actually get a pretty close estimation of how much energy is available. We know the materials. We know how they're comprised and what the difference between these materials will be, and what will happen in a reaction that burns them up completely.
But that would be based on the knowledge that we know that the material that we're looking at actually would react with something, based on the previous piece of data. Always.
No.
That was the point I was just about to bring up, because you might not see it react with something, yeah, and then you would say there's no energy.
But we know by those materials what reacts with.
But you're picking the right material to get the reaction. You know,
we know what materials will do this because we understand those materials very well. That's what chemistry is about.
Because we have data previously.
We don't just say, let's keep on adding something to this particular mixture to see something until it reacts. No, we actually can predict what will react with what because we understand those materials very well.
Why can't we get in? Why can't we get in a vacuum?
It's like you're saying this one substance has this energy potential if it's near this other material, but yet then that energy potential is completely gone when you put it near another material.
Right.
But why can't we get combustion in a vacuum chamber, even with oxidized? No, we can't.
Of course you can.
No, you can't. No,
of course you can.
Sorry, would you repeat what you
said? That's a lame objection.
Everybody knows
you can have combustion in a vacuum chamber.
You need air, Xanax.
Yeah. Okay.
No, if I have gunpowder in a vacuum, it will ignite.
I'll show you a video. I'll show you a video with gunpowder.
Okay, you have a video on YouTube that misunderstands
the concept. We're trying to ignite gunpowder in a vacuum, and it doesn't work.
But they didn't have the right way to ignite it.
They used a laser. They tried to use a laser to light it, and
used a laser and ignited it without the vacuum. Hold on.
The laser did not have enough energy, knucklehead. Come on.
He ignited it without a vacuum. Then when he made it a vacuum, it wouldn't ignite, bro. So whatever excuse you want to make, just say
air assist. I've seen the video. It's lame, right?
You can use electronic ignition. It'll light.
I don't know where I completely stand on this, but what I do know is that bullets fire underwater, right? And a bullet is a self-contained cartridge, right? It doesn't need the outside air in order for it. And I only say this because of what my expertise is. And a bullet does not need the outside air to ignite.
Nor rockets in space. I mean, I don't have to say the space is real. I'm just saying we know, even Geo, you know this, there is space. As I can see, 100, 200,000 feet in the air, we have things ignite up there that there's no oxygen because we have thousands of the air up there than we do have at the surface level. But we still can ignite rockets. They can, have thrust without an atmosphere.
Even underwater, the material's got room to expand.
It does work. You just got to tell you every time we're water because you're just going to say.
I'm trying to say. Oh my god! I'm trying to tell them that the material, like the potassium nitrate, gunpowder, whatever, it's got room to expand in underwater. It's not going to go as far or whatever underwater because the medium. But in a vacuum,
it's not going as far.
It won't ignite.
What's not going as far?
A bullet.
We're igniting gunpowder. You can do that underwater and have the same exact force.
Yeah, I know that. I know you can because
the projectile is going to get dragged from the water, right?
Yeah, the water is different for drag. It has nothing to do with the work that's being done.
Or you could take a pressure. You could start pulling a vacuum with above the water in a chamber with the balloon underwater, and the balloon will expand. The pressure is not confined to the surface of the water. It travels somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how, but
a little bit. Just pre-think these things before you.
Bro, shut up, man.
Yeah, stop cutting people off, Danik. I didn't even hear what Brian said because you cut him off.
Anyway, the point is, this is pretty cool. I don't know how this even works, but if you draw a vacuum above water, it affects the balloon that's under the water. It'll literally expand the balloon that's dunked underwater. If you draw not of course a vacuum, but like if you pull pressure and start to draw a vacuum above the water, how does it work through the water? Is that weird?
It's pretty simple. It's not weird.
You're just decreasing the pressure. Yeah.
You reduce the pressure in the water by making the water lighter on the bottom of that water chamber.
Yeah, above the water though. I'm talking about if you just
above
the air
the water.
above
the water now, all the weight that is
let him finish, Zanuck. Jesus Christ.
Well, Mike, come on. Does anyone see how silly he's just not thinking through?
Well, let him have his comment.
Anyway, the whole point is so the oxygen's not the air's not confined to above the water. So this is what I've done.
Jim Jam.
Shut up.
Now he comes in here and talks about nonsense.
One sentence, bro. It'd be nice.
Let me moderate this a little bit. Okay, so Zanuck, I understand your frustration at times, but the problem with that, and I said this the other day, right? Like we really have to leave ego out of it if we wish to speak to anyone and teach them things. Like, if you think what he says has a discrepancy in it, and you can just explain that to him, right? But like, at least let him get it out.
To me, there's a limit. There's probably a depth where it won't work anymore, but there might not be. But the air is not limited to just being the surface. In other words, the air will correspond in the water. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you need to explain it, that's fine.
Jim Jam, I can't. Or in Cracklin, I can't even hold myself back. It's just so silly.
Well, I don't know exactly know what he's trying to say, but
I do. He says you pull a vacuum above the water and somehow, the balloons change size underneath the water. He's not getting
Let's talk about the air. Like, what was it about the air?
And why bullets actually
What
fire?
was it you said about the air again, Brian? Like
talk. Okay, just talk.
Sorry, Zan. I thought you were trying to find out what he was saying. I was.
No, I know what he's saying, and I was just trying to explain it.
Yeah, all this is coming from a guy who thinks that he has a video or had a video that where if you fill up a jar underwater and bring it to the surface, it'll explode from the pressure. That's how stupid this guy who's acting like what I'm saying is stupid. I'm just bringing up an interesting freaking phenomenon, man.
Every physicist would know that to be true, except for you. Okay, if you're a physicist, which I don't think you are.
Wait,
so a liter of water is glass. No, it's physically glass at the bottom of the river. Or
a glass jar sealed it at 2,000 feet below the surface. When you bring it to the surface, it would crack. It would explode.
The phenomenon
it actually rises to the surface.
What?
Without releasing pressure.
Did you fill it full of air at 4,000 feet or what?
Compressed water is compressed at 3,000 or 4,000 feet. You have about
a small amount of compression. Yep.
Yeah, 1 or 2. You can say 3%. That'd be thousands of psi on that glass, which would not be able to support it when it was brought back to the surface. This is known.
Well, what is making the balloon blow up underwater then? If it's the air that's doing the
this is why I get frustrated with you, Brian, because you didn't hear what I even said about that. You've just released the pressure, the actually hydrostatic weight. You know what hydrostatics is? What that term means? You by taking a vacuum above the water. What does it mean?
It's hydrostatics is the water freaking not in motion. Basically, it's the balance, man. And look, besides explain to me because you don't know what to say now.
You don't even know the word means. I don't know why I even talk to you. It's ridiculous,
bro. I just explained what it meant without and defined it.
It doesn't mean that at all.
Static means at rest, bro.
No.
Hydro means water.
No,
static doesn't mean at rest.
Static means at rest, and water means.
Does hydro mean water?
Hydrostatics doesn't mean water at rest.
It's balancing. No, yes, it does, man. It means the balancing. It means the balancing of water at rest, basically. I mean, there's different ways to define it, whether it's in motion.
Does anyone
want to jump in?
He's changing the subject, y'all. He's changing the subject because he don't know what to say next about the phenomenon.
You don't need to be we don't need to get to right. So, Zanik, are you referring to hydrostatic, the term, or hydrostatic pressure? What are you referring to exactly?
Hydrostatics is what happens in air, in any kind of fluid, and with liquids, especially water, you have a pressure gradient based on above any point you measure.
So balancing.
Because
that would include fluids.
Because the liquid has weight. And so if you have a vacuum above the water, it will actually make the water less weight. You have less pressure.
It'll balance, right? It'll balance, right? It'll balance.
No, it won't balance. It will not balance. It'll just make it less.
It will.
So the pressure exerted by
God, entropy.
Entropy. Now you're bringing entropy. Really?
Back to the phenomenon, Janik.
What does entropy mean? What entropy even means?
Back to the phenomenon, Janik.
You have no clue what entropy even means.
If I draw a vacuum above the water, okay, then you say it's making the balloon swell under the water, okay? But you're also saying that the pressure of the water increases at depth. So how could it be so you're telling me the air is affecting the balloon underwater and the vacuum's also affecting the water underwater too? So it's doing both, right?
Brian, if you made a vacuum at the water, start pressure. But if you could create a vacuum that didn't create a point where you can start vaporizing the water, having the water change state into vapor, then you would have a force acting on the water, lifting it up. Basically, every hydrostatic measurement, the surface to the bottom would be less. That would make a density gradient that is less. That also would allow the balloon to
Sorry,
expand.
Brian. Before you reply, can I just
Hold on, I was
have you
almost
got a
finished
video
my
of this or
explanation.
something?
I don't think he got the punchline. So that would be the reason why the balloon expand more underwater. So what air is acting with the balloon? It's just
Say that again. Answer the question again.
I'm not going to save everyone the frustration of you.
You just not answer the question and then finish it up with that. The balloon would expand underwater.
All right, I'll do it. So you create a vacuum, providing it was low enough to not vaporize the surface and equalize itself. We would then have a force acting on the top of the water, which would actually pull everything up a little bit, create a little less force all the way down from the surface to the bottom, and that pressure would be in the water mass, so that allowed to expand a little greater.
So not the water compressing, the weight on top of the water.
Water would have a little less pressure at any given depth, and so it allowed the balloon to expand a little more. That's what I said.
That's how hydraulics work, bro. It's the pressure force on the fluid.
No, you're not talking about hydraulics. You're talking about
literal fluid
the vacuum. Oh my God, Brian.
Do you have a demonstration?
Bro, you sit there talking like you know anything at all, bro, and you think that a liter of water at 100 feet deep is going to explode a jar.
You can't even spell hydrostatics.
Have you found that video yet, Zanuck?
Wait there a second. I want to wait there. Let me try and just equalize this a little bit. I don't understand why anyone's emotionally invested in this argument whatsoever. We're talking about physical things on the earth, not people, not family members. I don't know where the emotionality is coming from.
Agree.
Yeah, the only where it's coming from my side because he's insulting me. You don't understand any of this shit. Acting like he's a genius or something, like he always does.
No, I'm not. Basic kindergarten shit, Brian.
I don't know if you've ever met Zanuck.
Okay, so the air changes the pressure underwater. So the air changes pressure, and it let's say it shrinks or expands, and the water also shrinks and expands.
Okay, so do you know what? So we have 14.7 acting on the ocean. We agree, Brian? In a lake outside your backyard. You have 14 point. We know there's
a college professor saying that the water does not shrink even a little bit.
To use logic, and you only let me speak to it, so I don't have to do.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Thanks. You have 14.7 psi measured at the surface of any lake around you, and that 14.7 is pressure actually acting in all directions, but on the surface of the water also. If you reduce that lake would be able to swell upward, and the hydrostatic pressure would be a little less at every depth below it. So that's why the balloon.
You heard the professor say, though. I'll give you that, and now let me respond. The professor said that that's how the hydraulics works. That the pressure on the fluid, not the fluid itself. He said that you can't condense the water even a little bit, and he did the math for it and everything. You're saying there's a way that you said everybody's seen the video where the jar explodes when it brings it up to the surface. Right?
Yes, you can compress.
Literally, nobody's seen that video. Zanuck, why you let me finish, dude?
Because you're not finishing.
Dude, that was the end. I'm saying that you said everybody's seen the video where the jar explodes, where they filled it up underwater. Then you lied and said it was on a dock. Then you said it was from a submarine. And yeah, I made a video out of it, bro. It's still on my channel, bro.
It was from an automated submarine. It was man-filled, and they actually brought that up.
Well, that person said it exploded on a dock.
Listen, you're not understanding the basic physics of, yes, even though water is considered generally incompressible, it is compressible. And about several thousand feet, you would have 1% to 2% compressed water. Water would be compressed, the molecules would be pushed together, so that they would take thousands and thousands of PSI to do that, which you see at that level of depth. You brought that to the surface, there'd be thousands of PSI differential pressure on that glass, which would never be able to support it, and it will crack and expand.
So with no air in the jar,
no air in it.
What would happen if I took the water from the surface and filled it up completely with no air in it, and put the lid airtight, no air in there at all? It can't let air in or water out or nothing. And then I bring it down to the bottom.
It will crack also inward.
That's the part you have right.
Hold on.
How can it crack?
Stop, Brian. I'm answering you, Brian. God, you got to control. As the structure of the glass jar, obviously, a lot more pressure inward than outward. So bringing it up, very easy to crack it. Going down takes a lot more pressure to do that, but it still will crack. I'm sure several thousand psi on the outside of the container will crack it inward.
So the water it's filled and it ain't got nowhere to go. The pressure will crack it anyway and squish the water inside, right? And I'm sure you got a video to show this
They will,
too, right?
quote, squish the water inside. It's called compressibility. And brake fluid in race cars, if Brian was here, the other Brian, he knows about it. Every brake fluid has a different liquid. It still has a different compressibility factor, which is in race cars.
Yeah, but it's not just water.
Yeah, it's got a pump. There's a pump too. There's a cylinder with a pump.
It still can compress the fluid. There's still a compressibility.
Well,
It's very,
you know
very
what,
low.
dude, I guess
but it's
more
still-
organic, we got
Brian,
perpetual
you are
motion there.
incorrigible, and I'm gonna back out because I don't think he likes to.
I'm trying to explain how hydraulics works, and I showed the professor saying that the fluid doesn't compress even a little bit. Okay, there's pressure on that
You're
fluid.
absolutely wrong.
That's
You're
how the
wrong.
hydraulics
You
work.
need to go back to school and learn about this.
Fucking interrupting, for fuck's sake, Zanuck.
Well, he's lying.
Right, every time. No, I'm
He's
not.
lying.
I showed this on my channel, bro, where he said
No,
you can't
you're
condense water
lying.
even a little bit. Okay, I'm
Go
lying.
look
I'm
up.
gonna post this video.
Everybody look
Hold on,
up
shut
whether
up,
water is
dude.
compressed.
Let me fucking talk, you dick. You're calling me a liar. Now I'm gonna post this video.
Zanuck, there is a way to go about this without being so much of a arrogant jerk, by the way.
So I guess for a second, Brian and Zanuck, if you guys want to go on with this, I'll manually mute and unmute you for a second, just so you guys can see what it's like to have a back and forth conversation. And then I'll stop doing it and see if you can continue. And if not, we'll just leave you muted because it's absolutely chaotic and not great to listen to when you guys are doing that. So
Thank you. That's really the only way to talk to Zanuck, man, if somebody can moderate. With really anybody. I've been listening. He does it. It ain't just me, but it's really with everybody, man.
yeah. Although okay. So go ahead and say your point, and then I guess try to make it concise.
You're right, Gio. You're right. I do. In turn, I do the same thing. But he starts it, bro. I swear to God, I can have a conversation, man. But I'm gonna post this video for anybody listening. I'll make this quick. I'm gonna post a video where the professor says, plain as day. I mean, it just shows Zanuck just double speaking and claiming all this BS, and now he's calling me the liar. So I'm gonna post it in live text 1.
Yeah, it makes you sound a bit threatened, Zanuck, of the information he's bringing, for you to have to cut him off every time he's speaking. So just bear that in mind.
Well,
If
we
you're
shouldn't,
not-
we
if
shouldn't
you're-
be subject here by ignorance at this level. This is a well-known fact that even though things are considered generally incompressible, they are compressible. I just put this is right out of a science book. Compressibility of water is a function of the pressure and temperature. The low compressibility of water means that even at ocean depths of 2 miles depth, pressure on the order of 6,000 psi, only a 1.8% volume. But if you made your jar, you try to decrease its volume by 1.8%, any way you can try, it will crack. You know this. So he's not.
What do you mean
this is
decrease
someone
it?
that
What?
is
Decreases what? Volume.
in volume. The volume will decrease because of the pressure. 6,000 psi. No glass jar can withstand that pressure, inward or outward.
Yeah, but what's going to stop the water just from mixing with all the other water? What is different to the water surrounding it that's going to compress this water?
It's been contained in a jar. So let's say you bring
Yeah, but as soon as you
empty
break
jar
that
down
jar,
into
what happens?
it's equalized. It increases its volume by 1.8%.
Yeah, fair enough. I thought you were saying that it's going to break the jar and then compress the water somehow. What the fuck are you on about?
No. Well, if you brought the jar
what it would have
down
to
from
be to break the jar. That's
Yeah,
exactly
of
what would
course.
have to happen for it to break the jar.
Yes. As soon as that jar breaks, that water has been compressed by 1.8% because it has 6,000 psi, which is a scalar quantity acting on the water. So this is
So
not
how
a
long
hard
does that
concept to
last until
understand.
it equalizes?
Pardon me?
How long does that last until it equalizes?
It's instantaneous. 6,000 psi. I could give you the
So it
values of how long
compresses
it takes.
for an
Maybe
instant, a millisecond.
Nanoseconds.
Right.
They have to say this, y'all. They have to say this, but if you talk to a college professor directly, not something published, they have to say this so they can have their quasars.
Mean the ones that I actually...
Oh, my God. They could have a teaspoon of matter weighing like 4 billion tons. So they have to say that it's a little bit compressible, but in reality, it's not.
In reality, it is. And yes, if you talk to a professor like I actually had, which you didn't, they would agree with me on this because it is a well-known fact that this is what happens with water and brake fluid. Very similar, by the way. And racers have known this for 40, 50 years, that there is a certain level, although albeit very low, compressibility of all fluid. Water, especially water.
Yeah, it's external. So you put pressure on the water, then you can get an external pressure. In other words, by pushing the water in a tube or a pipe. Okay,
yeah.
But the fact that you can't compress it is why the hydraulics work. The fact that it doesn't compress.
So if I have my jack, and I use water just for the sake of argument here, we can jack my car with water, hot, but we jack up my car. You're saying that you agree, and that water in that jack will probably compress very, very slightly. Maybe you have 3,000 or 4,000 psi in there. And so you're agreeing that it could change the volume by 1%, smaller volume.
Not at all.
You agree?
According to Walter Lewin, no, it doesn't compress any at all.
If I compress water by 4,000 psi in that jack, or any hydraulic system, you're saying that I cannot press the water by 1% with 6,000 psi?
How would it work if the water compressed? How would the jack even work? I mean, it would eventually work if you kept pumping it, but
no, you're only getting 1%.
Liquid does not compress.
Picture a cylinder. I'm going to move the cylinder piston 50% of its travel. I'm going to move it 4 inches, and it's a 1-inch diameter cylinder. 1%, Brian, means only a couple fractions of a millimeter of that piston. So all we're saying is that water would. And other people, I'm sure, are following me. 6,000.
Why do we need a
Brian? I'm in the middle of a sentence. Brian. That's not how it works. So if 6,000 psi on Brian.
No, Brian's on mute. It's me. I'm trying to ask a question here. So are you saying that when you compress the water, the volume decreases, but the density increases? Is that what you're saying?
My question,
the properties of compressed water? That's what I'm asking, basically.
Just let me finish. What I'm saying, and what I was going to wrap up with Brian, was that at the bottom of the ocean, at this 1 or 2 mile depth, we will also see an increase of pressure of around 6,000 psi. That's no different than putting 6,000 psi on water in a jack. Both will reduce.
That's external.
Volume. Oh my.
Really? Well, if you'd ever let me respond, that's external pressure. That's pressure from above.
Yes, the external pressure above, exactly. Is no different than that fluid down at 2 miles in the ocean, which has 6,000 psi compressed. We know this because we have submarines that go down 1,000 psi.
All right, Janet, take a break, bud. Take a break.
But that is all acting upon the glass, not so much the water.
Yes, in the water there is 6,000 psi. If you took a pressure gauge down there, it would measure 6,000 psi, not 14.7 like at the surface. And the difference.
So it's all heavy water down there, right? Is it the hydrogen atoms or the oxygen atoms compressing?
Both.
So if I took a cup of water from, it would be heavier.
These molecules are made up of multiple atoms. These atoms get closer together. That's how they compress. And it takes more and more force to
more buoyant. So the water's more buoyant.
Oh my God!
For the weight. Hold on.
I don't understand what makes you tick, Brian. What happened to you, Brian? Where did this come from?
So if I was to freeze some of that water at the bottom, would the ice density be greater if I was to freeze the same amount from the top?
What happens when you freeze ice?
Becomes less dense.
Does it expand or does it contract? It's one of the few. It's one of the unusual elements of our world, chemically and chemistry-wise.
But I was just trying to think of a way to sort of like freeze it where it's receiving that sort of pressure, so it is being compressed. Could you freeze it at that point?
Well, go look at the charts and see what the pressure, what temperature you'd have to freeze water when it's under 6,000 psi. You'll get an interesting answer. Why are you laughing?
No, because I'd imagine it would be quite a low temperature, right?
Why would it be a low temperature?
I don't know. I would just logically assume you would need more cold to make it freeze. I don't know. You said it as if it was going to be an interesting answer. So why don't you just let me know?
Turns out Earth's not a globe too, Zanuck.
Ouch.
Yeah, just saying it makes it true, I guess.
No, saying something true makes it true. Well, it doesn't make it true. Saying something
you have
true
to actually show that it's true, though, which you haven't.
To who?
What, like the sun being 93 million miles away?
Someone have to do that for you, Jace, or do you think you can figure it out on your own?
Oh, yeah, I figured it out. I know that you can't show that that statement's true. Very simple.
How do you know that?
Because you guys have failed to show that that statement is true, ever.
Who?
All of you.
Failed to do that to who? Yourself?
To provide evidence that that statement is true.
That the Earth is not a globe.
Yes, you just say it over and over, but you never actually provide any evidence showing that it's true.
We provided evidence showing that your horizon is not Earth curved, and y'all have all admitted it. So ain't we all on the same page, at least kind of?
So what?
Nobody's admitted that.
Middle schoolers understand that, Brian. What does that prove?
So hold on, Jace, you're claiming that you've seen zero evidence for the Earth being a stationary plane. Or that's not even what you're saying. You're saying for it not being a globe, right? Okay, let's go with that, because that's actually what we were saying originally.
Sure.
Okay, so if I could present you 1,000 pieces of evidence, what are you going to say after the last 1,000th one? Because we can do that. We could
present them.
We could do 10 a day. We could do 20 a day. If you haven't seen any, it must be your very first day of looking into this topic.
I'd love to see those 1,000 evidences.
We could do 2,000.
Yeah, let's do it.
But they're all really weak. Like, I don't feel the Earth moving. So there's one.
Yeah, they're just silly things that like middle schoolers understand.
Evidence the Earth is moving, but you don't feel it.
The Earth not moving doesn't prove flat Earth. There's other models that the Earth
geometry. The horizon.
For example, concave Earth.
But it completely proves that the Earth
Ladies
is moving.
and gentlemen,
Right?
concave Earth is also stationary. So to say Earth is stationary, therefore flat Earth, that's wrong. That's very wrong.
One thing about the movement. One thing about the movement.
Those 2,000 proofs for however many.
Okay, just keep talking.
Really quick.
There's one thing about the movement and feeling it. If you just stand in your backyard and you look up at the stars, and the velocity that they're moving across the sky, that's what we call the rotation of Earth. Would you expect to feel that?
Hold on.
You said the velocity of what?
Well, are you asking for evidence or scientific
No,
evidence?
observing the stars moving across the sky at the speed that they do. Would you expect to feel that?
I would. They're hauling ass. You put your camera on them, they're hauling ass across your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, within minutes. Yeah, and again, are you asking for evidence or scientific evidence? I have evidence. I have evidence of Santa Claus. Okay.
Yep. Good cookie has been bitten.
Exactly.
But left line, yes, we know it's compressible by 6,000 psi. It'll compress about 1.5%, 2%. We know this. Your professor. Okay. Hold on a second, Jim Jam. Wait a second.
You're hot micing.
Me?
Yeah. Left lane thinks it's so big you wouldn't feel it. Yet you can. It's so small that you can see it from the ground with 20/20 vision at Lake Pontchartrain. It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah. Remember we talked about. Remember we talked about the curve away from you, the curve the curve away from you, the curve around you, two different things. The effective curvature, the effective curvature can be seen with the eye.
15-word sentence. I was at the last 2 words when he cut me off, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll finish left, and I'll start kind of in the middle. Left lane thinks it's so big that you wouldn't feel the rotation, but you can see it going. You can see the rotation of the stars in the sky, but wouldn't feel it. But it's so small, you can see it from 20/20 vision from the ground at Lake Pontchartrain, and then not measure it with the very accurate tools that were made by these genius engineers called auto levels and theodolites. It's just contradiction after contradiction. Thank you.
Wait,
Go ahead,
but
Zan.
I'd love to hear what Zanuck has to say, because I swear he just said there's 2 different types of curvature.
Yeah, there's left or right, and
there's a curvature away from you, which can't be really seen without reference points, and there's a curvature around you, which is very difficult to measure.
That's curves in all directions, which is one curve, right?
Well, the curve around you. Hold on, if you want to hear the answer, the around you is going to be at the same angular distance below your eye level all the way around. So, what curvature are you looking for? You're looking for a circle that's scribed around you. It is actually a straight, flat plane.
That's such bullshit.
At that circle.
All they've got is
common sense.
A rising.
Like clipping off the top of the basketball. That would be a flat surface where with a
all
flat
the Glovers have, like Lake Pontchartrain, the bridge rises all the way to the horizon, then it starts curving down.
And if you want my opinion, if you were standing on top of a basketball, it would be easier to see the left to right curvature than it would the curvature going away due to perspective. So I think what he's saying is bullshit.
If you're standing on a basketball, you would be standing directly on top of it.
Can I respond? Glory, can I respond to Rakia?
Yeah,
I don't know whether
more of you than there are of us. Let me just respond. So, Racky, no, it's a 0.05 arc radians of curvature on the Earth at about 30,000 feet. Down at the surface, impossible. You can measure it with real sensitive. People have levels and things. And they've done some photography, but you can't see it. There's no possible way. You can't really see it that easily at 30,000 feet. At 1,000 miles up, yeah, you can see that curvature around you. But it's kind of a interesting concept. Thinking about the horizon that's down beneath you. And that angle down is equal as you rotate 360 degrees. So you're really seeing just this curve around you, which is the surface, which is the horizon.
Yeah, but isn't there, when you're looking down the bridge, like away from you, isn't there perspective involved where it's appearing to go up, not down?
Oh my God, we can go this again, Rekia? Yes, of course. Everything that is below eye level, hold on a flat
surface. So how's
that
Earth curve?
Okay. No.
How's that
It
Earth?
wouldn't be if it followed. Okay, I can't answer.
Well, let me clarify. You're saying it's easier to see Earth curve going away from you, but with perspective appearing, making the horizon appear to go up. That's not Earth curve, sir, which would make it harder.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
So can I? So here's where you interrupt me. Back to him. So yes, in perspective, things that are below eye level will rise to eye level, things above eye level will go down to eye level. But we see with Earth curve, like the Pontchartrain Bridge, that even Stanley produces pictures. If we have reference points, it appears to rise up in a curved path, and it rises, then it starts going down in our field of view. So perspective doesn't make things go up and down. It only goes up.
That works for the horizon, bro. That works for the horizon, but that doesn't work for the bridge itself.
Okay. You're going to argue basic perspective.
Guys, we're all speaking really fast. I know we've done this 1,000 times. There's a new possibility, and that is curving up. So throw that into your mix.
Yeah, which would be
for being honest, that is a possibility.
Just like you see curving up.
Wait. Who said what? What curving up?
What?
For being honest, we got to consider all three. For being completely honest.
Yep, and then when we go out and measure it, honestly, it doesn't curve down or up.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's all glory. I mean, I hear that you're saying that, but I mean, I think you're probably the only one on the server, as far as I know, that might think that. So when you bring it up, it's like no one else has come upon any evidence or measurements or indication of that. That's why concave, as far as I know, there's very, very, very few people that think that.
Yeah, but for your own good,
I disagree.
Hold on,
with
let me just finish what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that as like a dig or anything like that. I'm just saying that when you say that, there just isn't a discussion happening for that.
I have evidence that it's rampant. I have evidence that it's concaving up.
I'm not saying that for me. I'm saying that for you. Just for your consideration, I recommend you also look at it the upwards route.
Yeah, it's definitely. I have evidence that it goes up, but I think that I'm taught that that's due to perspective. So when I go out and try and test it and see if it's perspective or actually the water is going up, and you measure it.
Refraction.
No, perspective makes. Oh my God.
Perspective's in play at all times. You're always seeing perspective.
Yeah. Thank you for that. But perspective makes it appear to go up. So that's why you say it appears to ramp up. I got it. But when you go to measure it, it's not going up.
It's not.
It's just
every time from what I see. From the position of the observer on the convex Earth, say at a beach, he's at the highest point on that convex sphere. Any direction he's looking at should be curving down from him. But
no,
everything
it should be going straight out.
I mean, assuming you're on an ocean in an ideal scenario, just work with me here. But everywhere you look, the horizon far away in the distance is up. Is not down.
I agree.
It's certainly not. It's certainly not lower than your feet, where it should be. Right.
I agree. It appears to rise up towards eye level. Appears in your sight, but when you measure it, it doesn't. So it's just optical, right?
That measuring and it doesn't is the argument of always rises to eye level. I'm not talking to eye level. I'm talking about the highest point on a convex sphere, which is where the observer is observing, and where the horizon is, which, based on my experience, is always a positive angle of inclination from the feet of the observer to the. For me, it is. Well, whether
it appears to be. Yeah, appears optically when you're looking at it. What are you measuring it with? What are you measuring it with?
That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say.
What are you measuring it with? Can I ask you a question? He won't answer the measuring part because he's taking his fingers, he's looking down to the water at his feet, and then putting his fingers to the horizon and going, "Look, my finger's higher and the horizon's higher than my feet."
That was a GIF. I recommend relaxing, breathing. Your worldview is not being challenged right now.
Turn this into
I only gave you something for your consideration. Now cry about it as I go on mute.
I'm not crying. I'm asking you a question. How did you measure it?
You're begging me. I told you enough questions.
Cut me off.
You're begging me. You're begging me. Ladies and gentlemen, we must maintain order. This is not order.
Ladies and gentlemen, we must remember that this guy is completely avoiding. Perspective.
Hold on. Let's
because I see it rise up. It must rise up.
Glory, you basically kind of went into personal attacks. If you don't want to answer it, that's cool. But the thing is, originally you brought it up. You said, "Hey guys, I want you all to know,
if you guys all points bulletin." All I wanted to do was
immediate cutoff.
Yeah, hold on, guys. That doesn't help Rakia, but yeah, he did that. All right, he left, so it doesn't matter. But what I was gonna say is that, oh my gosh,
he left.
He left. It's fine. I'm not trying to roast him or hold his feet to the fire excessively, but the thing is, what I was going to say is that he interrupted to say, "Hey guys, all points bulletin, it's curving up. I want you all to know that." And so it's like, okay. So then I kind of said, well, there's usually not a discussion of that. And then Rakia, you said visually you have seen it, but when it's actually measured, and then you were asking him, does he have
that's when he avoided it completely.
It's the same thing as a globe, though, y'all. Look, it's the same thing as a globe. They say that when I measured my on the shoreline, when I went and measured horizontal line and laid it out, they said that I was just very, very slightly changing angles, and I just didn't know it. So that's a long shot, but it is possible. So it'd be the same thing on a concave Earth. And another evidence for it, and I'm not saying I'm a concave Earther, but another good evidence for it is that the airplanes fly 2 to 3 degrees pitched up and fly straight and level, man. But I don't think it's a concave
That's the
Earth.
way
My
their
wife does.
wings are designed. That's relieving. That's has nothing to do with anything but lift. It's way they're being drugged down by their weight, so they have to create that angle so the lift factor is the same. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. And these
For sure.
pilots
It's got to be
say it
angled up
does
to be
are ridiculous. Like Blue Marble saying we're in this pressure vector that the plane is automatically going to be pulled around the curve of the Earth because it's in this altitude of pressure is ludicrous because it's under power.
Not ludicrous. It's not ludicrous.
It's under power, left lane. It's not a ballistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what?
I think concave
It's
over globe.
It's flying. It's flying straight and level within that altitude, that pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. Another contradiction of the Globers is a ballistic will follow will go down and go over the curve like that, but when it's powered, it's not under the same constraint. So as soon as if you don't mind, as soon as you add power, you overcome gravitational and pressure forces.
They supposedly did that in an experiment too, man. That's how I would tell them, Rocky. But another evidence would, once again, I'm not a concave earther, but they did that experiment supposedly back in the early mid 1900s with the mine shaft, and they measured the separation, and apparently what they reported is that they got deviation. The further they went down the mine shaft, the more separation they got. That's what they, reportedly. I'm not sure I believe that, but that's what would have to happen on a concave.
Wait. What separation of what?
Of the plums that they dropped, the weights they dropped down a mine shaft, and they supposedly got like a ever so slight separation. On a sphere, you would expect them to converge. On a flat Earth, you would expect them to stay plumb. And I think concave's a better argument than the globe, man. But I don't think the Earth's concave though.
That experiment's called Tamarack Mines experiment.
What sort of distance were they from each other? Do you know? Anyone? The Bobs?
I do, but it's on my memes right now. I don't have it. I'm walking outside right now. I can send later.
I think they did
like few thousand. It was a few thousand, like 4,000, something like that. Down.
I think they did multiple readings. I think I'm not exactly sure.
I'm just wondering how far away the Bobs were from each other.
Maybe like half of that, like 2,000 away or something. I'm trying to recall my image. But
Okay, here's the other problem with that. Like a level that you can do vertical with, like some levels have that spirit at the top, and you can do like a plumb level with the 5 foot level. That's not gravity. That's pressure. So
I posted it.
If the plumb bob was angled towards the center of the Earth in any way, or another one was different than it, then that spirit level when you put it next to the string would be off. It doesn't make any sense. So if you hang a plumb bob from a mile up, and then you put another plumb bob a mile away and do it a mile up, at the ground level it's going to be one distance. At 10 feet, it should be wider. At the mile altitude higher up, it should be even wider, like further apart. It's craziness.
And this is down though. This is down inside the Earth.
Yeah, that's what the globe claims, dude. The globe. That's why we need to tell the Globers this. It's absurd. It's like if we had 5,000 miles of people on protest holding hands, and we all had a freaking ladder, and we just held hands, and then we all stepped up the ladder over that distance. We wouldn't be able to hold hands.
You couldn't touch each other.
In reality, we'd just step up to the top of the ladder, still holding hands, and nothing would change. Everybody knows that's reality. But on a globe, we would deviate away from each other on the globe.
Brian, how big is your ladder, Einstein?
A mile high.
Yeah,
that's why I use 5,000. That's why I use 5,000.
How far?
Let me answer. Can I answer?
Oh my God!
Can I answer?
It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable.
You just asked me a question. Okay. Now the reason I used the 5,000 miles worth of people holding hands is so the height didn't matter.
But in that theory, the higher you go up at 5,000 miles, if you go 20 feet, it's going to be one distance apart. And if you go 50 feet, it's going to be even further apart. The higher you go up, those people would get further and further apart from touching each other's hand. It's ludicrous. Thanks for playing.
All that's determined easily by surveying excess. All the tests we can do accurately, exactly that point. You're up at a mile high, and you're trying to see if there's a difference between the distance between each other then versus the ground. There will be an increase. That's a known thing.
The only time I've seen a video of surveyors surveying buildings like that are miles and miles apart and seeing if the bottom and the top are further apart, they weren't. Even the surveyors that weren't flat earthers in the video. Now, I've heard that video is like, they spent all this money and did all this, these surveyors that were not even flat earthers, they said, had all these expensive tools and spent all this time and money to do this video. And then we're surprised that the buildings weren't further apart because they were globers and their prediction was that they would be. But when they actually did the measurements, they weren't. I guess that's a fake video, right? Because I have never seen any video of globers going.
What were they looking for? What was the value of tilt that they were looking for?
Any tilt.
Any.
Very, very small.
They were like
if you're looking at a mile apart or something, I can tell you the value.
They weren't a mile apart. They were 500 miles apart.
How do you measure a building 500 miles apart?
They're surveying.
500 miles apart.
I guess they used GPS or whatever, but they had they were measuring the
angle. Back to Earth, buddy. Come on.
So how did you do it? You just said that surveyors
have done surveying equipment across a quarter mile, little over a quarter mile. You can see this
the angle with surveying over a quarter mile.
Hello, 12 minutes.
You have to be.
Hello.
You think the buildings have to be next to each other?
Have some fucking respect, man.
Yeah, you guys are talking at the same time.
I go on mute when I'm done. I don't know what he does. But do you think
talk over me? I was trying to answer you. You talked over me.
As you just talked over me. Like I said, I'll go on mute when I'm done. If you're smart enough to see the mute button, that's what I do every time, so there's no excuse. If we start talking at the same time, I promise you I'll go on mute when I'm done. But you said normal surveying tools. Well, that's what they were using. So I don't know the process. Go look it up. It's the only time I've ever seen it. These were surveyors. That's what you said that should be. They were surprised that these buildings weren't further apart at the top. And then I guess they questioned why they weren't. I don't know. That was that's the video that they were showing. Now, do you have a video where they shot buildings that were 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 100 miles apart and that the bases were the same distance apart, but the tops were further due to Earth curve?
I'm waiting for your mute button. Thank you. Yes, we have small structures, 5-6 feet high, measured over 100 yards, showing the tilt, showing the deviation from level, which shows the plumb lines were not that hard. 16 minutes of
post a vid, man. I'd love to see that. So why small buildings though? Why can't you do it? Surely it would be more prominent.
Because you can't do 500 miles. You can't see 500.
It would be more prominent with taller buildings.
You can't do it. It just can't be done.
You don't have to speed 500 miles. These computer systems, these computer surveying tools take the benchmarks, like the known benchmarks of positions, and take the angle to the bottom and top of the building and go wherever they want and can take other angles from that. And they know if they're further apart or not.
You can't see them.
Then how does
They don't do things over 500 miles, Racky. They do things over thousands, not thousands of miles. Come on.
So geodetic surveying isn't a thing now.
No, it isn't. They use satellites to determine the ellipsoid and the geoid.
Yeah, Zanuck thinks that
geodetic surveying isn't a thing.
Yeah, I don't think you're listening.
I just said that it was.
No, I don't think you're listening to what they're saying.
They don't use line of sight or things on the ground. They use satellites and airplanes to determine the geodetics of the Earth as well as the ellipsoidal shape of the Earth.
Wait, that's what a surveyor does, is it?
Just because then it gets like looks at the one of the worldwide datums and it has the St. Lawrence River flowing uphill when the North American 84 Dutton, he's like, the North American more accurate vertical data must not be accurate. I'm going by the Google Earth datum, and that says the St. Lawrence River is flowing uphill, so it's flowing uphill. That's the kind of guy we're talking to, y'all.
Well, it's not just him though. They all have to be like that, don't they? So.
He thinks we literally measure shit from the center of Earth. Literally.
No, I don't. No one ever said that. So that's a lie also.
Well, you don't acknowledge it's mathematical because we don't measure.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Good. That's
I told you surveyors, geodetic surveyors and land surveyors who use theodolites can actually measure deviation of 16 minutes, distance of about 400 yards, and know that these two objects are.
That's not how they get vertical data.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
I just posted
Is it
my
possible?
video.
It's not possible, is it, Vecchio? I'm sorry.
I just posted my video. I don't know if it's real or not, or if someone made it up. I'm just saying that's the video that I'm talking about.
And you felt compelled to interrupt me while you posted your video because I was speaking.
Sorry about that.
I put myself on mute, and then I don't speak until someone else is. You're such a liar too. You're all liars.
For the interruption. Do you accept?
But yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll check it out. So yeah, and everyone's seen the. I think I want to post Jim Jam because he maybe hasn't seen it. So
when I talk to some of them,
I mean, because what we were talking about was buildings being further apart from the bases than at the top over distance. And then you said you had a video of a 5-foot pole from a couple hundred feet being further apart. So I don't think what you said.
I don't know where you got that from. But I said from 400 yards, smaller structures that are 6 feet tall show that very.
Oh, so I was way off. 1 foot off of the pole and 100 yards off of the
16
distance?
minutes of deviation for 6 to 7 foot objects at a distance of 100 meters, and it shows that these plumb lines are not parallel. And you can infer.
That's not what's measured orthogonally.
I'm still talking, Brian. Brian, that wasn't your turn to talk. And now you can infer if they're not parallel plumb lines that tops would be each other at the bottoms. So.
Hey, you want to make a deal, Janet? Hey, let's make this deal. You ready? We have to go on mute for 10 minutes every time we overtalk. You want to make that deal with me?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
All right. So since you just interrupted me, are you on a 10-minute mute?
Oh, let's just start right now.
Okay.
Okay, he said we had to infer. Okay, now when we measure that same measurement orthogonal, not like the perspective horizon where he's got a point if you're talking about the horizon, but actual plumbs, we don't measure that. It measures plumb. Okay, so he has to infer, just like with you talk to some of them and they will say that, you know, and ask them why did I lay out a horizontal line? Why was the level horizontal over the 1.5 miles? And they say, well, you were changing angles, you just didn't realize it. And then people like Zanuck will act like, no, we do measure the curve. Okay, so they need to get their story straight.
He would normally be blasting in, but he's scared of that 10-minute mute. So I thought that was funny. It's working. But yeah, what we were talking about is buildings being separated from base to the top because buildings are tall. And then he brought up something else. That's I would like to see a video, and that's what I said. I've never seen a video of surveyors using this equipment that's supposed to be so accurate of measuring angles, measuring two buildings because of the distance being further apart from the base to the top of them.
Yeah, and there's no elevation data that uses 400 yards. Maybe in the mountains or valleys are hard to reach places, but all topological maps, all elevation data, every data is from local planar surveys going like 75 foot a pop or 100 foot max.
Yeah, so Zanuck, can you show me a video
Is there
also a value given to like?
I'll call it a time.
If you're a geodetic surveyor and you're working at a farm, go out and see river will flow, and it will not be exactly what is the shape of. It'll actually be following the geodetics, which can be measured, and you can see non-parallel perspective.
Well, Zanuck, are you willing to try and find that video that I asked for? Or you think there's one that exists?
That what exists? This thing I told you about?
No, for the third time, let me repeat it. I've never seen a video of surveyors measuring at distance buildings being more far apart at the top than they are at the base. Do you have a video of that?
Yes, it's been posted many times. Land surveyors did, geodetic surveyors do. I posted the objects that show that the object is below level, and that infers that the angle has to be pointing away, and it has to be.
Just because
it has to be. Hold on.
We're talking about buildings.
It has to be pointed away because it also below it. The way it could be.
To be fair, he might have missed my question the third time, so I'll say it the fourth time. Zanuck, do you have a video, because I've never seen one, of surveyors measuring the base of buildings at the base?
And what if there is one? Maybe there's one in Chicago.
You interrupted me. That's 10 minutes. Of buildings being further apart at the top than at the base due to the distance they're away because of Earth curve.
The answer to that is no.
10 minutes. I can't talk.
Yeah, yes. I mean, ideally, we really shouldn't have to mute anyone. I mean, we're all adults. We should be able to have. I was thinking like
it's a joke, yeah.
When you think about things like, let's say Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm not saying I like Joe Rogan or anything about him. It doesn't matter. I'm just bringing him up to say he would never allow any of the shit on his show. He would never allow crazy interruptions, insults, chaos. It just never would happen. And I'm not saying just for him. Any kind of radio show or anything like that. So. My point was we really shouldn't have to mute anyone. Everyone should be able just to have discussions. But
I don't think anybody muted anybody.
I mean, you also don't get such a genuine conversation. Like, it almost seems, I wouldn't say it's scripted on Joe Rogan, but sometimes they just try to be too nice to each other when they could be asking pressing questions, and it could get a bit heated, It's
usually one-on-one or one-on-two or whatever, but can we stick to my question to Zanuck?
The answer is no, Rakia. The answer is no.
Is that Zanuck?
Well, let's let Zanuck respond, but just real quick, Rakia, I went into that because you were saying about the 10-minute mute, and I was
that was a joke. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That was, between me and Zanuck kind of joking around because we were interrupting each other a little bit, but it hasn't been bad. It's been good.
Well, I guess I was just saying, ideally we shouldn't have to mute anyone, but yeah, some people have suggested like a Discord bot or something where you could do that, like a timed mute. So like if 5 minute, 10 minute, but like I said, ideally we just should be able to work together. So
it's true. I think when there does sometimes become a debate between two people and literally two people are literally hogging the mics, that might be a good time to kind of like maybe mute the rest of the room or to stop, people.
So who was that said no, there was no video? Who said there was no video that I?
There's no that video.
And posted the Jesse Kozlowski thing, Rakia, and like if you look at it, you see the waves. If you look at it from the other side, you see the waves coming in, and that's how you can get a couple-inch deviation is to measure with the wind blowing toward one side of the lake, man. If they do it when it's flat, they won't get that.
So no video of buildings being further apart due to Earth curve.
It'd be nice to see one though.
I posted a video of buildings being measured not being further apart.
Well, the difference would be very, very small.
The video can't exist. If you're doing this with a theodolite,
that would surely depend on the distance. Sorry, whoever that is, their mic is very low.
And height of the buildings, right? Because the higher you go, the further they would be apart at the same distance.
Right, of course. You would expect an angle value of how far away they are.
Yep.
Yes, you can get the angle very easily.
Yeah, sure. Can we see that video, please?
1 degree at 60. 1 degree at 60 miles.
I'm sorry, the video. not the calculation.
So you know what?
In
There will be
theory.
a 1 degree difference at 60 miles,
Yeah,
and
I
figure out
got
how tall
you.
that building is. Now you're on. Now you're on mute for 10 minutes, Rakia.
Yeah. Yeah, I
You'll
got
find
you,
that
Xanax.
building.
I understand what you're talking about. That's calculated based on the radius. I'm
So
talking about
that's
an actual video of surveyors measuring this.
I don't think anyone's
Yeah, you
wasting time
can't.
doing.
That's not possible, Rakia. With a
What's
theodolite, that's
what's
not
not possible?
Okay, I'm fine with that. So you're saying surveyors can't measure two angles of buildings, one being the bases being a distance and the top portion being further
No, how
apart due to
could
earth
you?
curve?
You're not
How-
going to have the resolution to do that. That's impossible.
Right.
Okay, so how do y'all know it happens?
Because it's the curve away from you. You can do it by. You can do it by the. You can do it by the
measure
the position of the building.
angle.
Rakia, I'm explaining to you. How do you do it?
Well, I'm responding
just
to
like
whoever
the Jesse
answered
Kozlowski.
my question.
Oh my God, Rakia, you can do it just like Jesse Kozlowski. See the position in your field of view relative to level. Now that will tell you what angle it is tilting away from you.
No, but he's using a lake that's with the wind blowing. Look, you can see the waves in the photo.
No lake blowing,
I've
no
replicated
wind,
that
nothing. Everywhere
with an
we
auto
go,
level.
we see this. Brian,
Bullshit,
come on.
bullshit. We do not see this. I've
You're
done
lying
it.
again.
Oh my God, dude. Here's the thing. If we see this, what
The
they're
wind's
referring
blowing.
to is
Really,
Earth
that's your
curve. Hold
final
on, don't
answer?
interrupt me, please. What they're referring to is Earth curve. They're saying that they're seeing obstruction, like looking straight out 5 miles over a bridge. Now, if you look from an orthogonal view, a 5 mile span of bridge, there's no drop. That should be enough for them to at least question it, right?
Yep. Has anybody watched the video that I posted? Xanac, have you watched it? Ruhiv, have you watched it?
What video?
The video that I posted where the surveyors measured the two buildings that they gave the prediction would be further apart at the top than they were at the base because of earth curve angle. You know, the angle created by the earth curve and plumb. And
I haven't seen that video. No.
Posted on the hour.
Please post it. All right. Okay.
I just posted it, but I'll post it again.
All right. I'll save it. I'm in a cafe, so I can't really do much at the moment.
I guess y'all are saying that it can't be done by surveying. Like, I mean, you know, I guess the surveyors are dumb. But
I think that's why. That's why I
if
asked
it
you to
can't
take
be
the.
done, then you should be able to
on.
point out in this video what they did wrong, because these are surveyors that predicted they would find that measurement difference, and then when they didn't, we're very surprised. So, can you point out what they did wrong?
All right. So it's the one by Matthias. Matthias. Yeah. I'll watch it at some point. Yeah.
Right, I just wanted to ask Rakia to state the distance in it, because I think that's what they would. The Globers were trying to say. Oh, yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. But
It's probably early in the video. I haven't watched it in a while, but it was enough distance where they predicted they would get a reading that was further at the top than it was at the base. So whatever distance it is, these professional surveyors, which they claim to be, I can't prove any of that. I haven't checked into that. Like I said, this whole video could be fake. I'm just saying we should have this, right? We should have surveyors that have shown the bases of the two buildings being, 100 feet, whatever, a mile apart, and then the tops being a mile point two, right? Or whatever it may be.
Right, but it sounded like their opposition to it was you can't test that, you can't measure that. But can you not do that with laser measurements?
Well, I think you can do it with taking your position and knowing how far apart. When you take your position from the other building, no matter where it is on Earth, you would know your position and your distance apart, right? So that would give you your distance at the base, and when you measure the angles from those two positions, it would give you the angle of the top portions of the buildings, and you can compute whether it's further apart or not. And when they did all of that, which is what I think they did, right? That's my interpretation of what they did and what surveyors do with the theodolite. They take angle measurements like that to know. And they said they were surprised that the buildings were plumb to each other, not separated at the top.
All right.
Hello?
I very much doubt they would have the accuracy to do that, but I'll check out your video today.
Well, I thought these machines were very accurate, like down to the centimeter.
Yeah, how much curvature is in a mile? And wait, hold on. If you're increasing in elevation, wouldn't the curvature get greater as well?
Yep. The distance apart, if the building's 200 feet tall at 100 feet, it would be X. At 200 feet, it would be X plus. More far apart because the angle is getting greater and greater as you go up and up. Yeah.
So what is it, Ruhif, that you think they couldn't make it accurate? Why couldn't they do this accurately?
It's hard to explain over words, but if you're a certain distance away from a building and you're pointing at one building, trying to measure the base, and then you measure the top.
No. Nothing to do with the base. The two base of the buildings is just letting you know the distance between the buildings.
The distance apart,
and then you want to see if it gets greater the higher you go in between those two.
The angle should get greater.
How far apart are these buildings?
It doesn't matter. Jesus, man, this guy is not very bright. Sorry.
But in a way, it does, though. In a way, it does matter because you want to at least get a mile, so you get the 8 inches or more, because if depending on the height of the building, you want it to be measurable. Is what is basically asking. Surely
you don't have to have line of sight to do this, gentlemen.
Isn't this basically like that plumb bob idea, but reverse? And think about it this way: if the buildings start, if it's curving down, the buildings would seem to spread apart, right?
Yeah, at the top they would be further apart, of course.
And then, but if they're curving up, then they would converge.
Right, and if it's flat, not curving at all, they would be the same distance. This video measured them to be the same distance.
Racky, it's a complete joke. I watched the video. They made erroneous conclusions. They didn't measure the two buildings 3,000 kilometers apart. They just put a bunch of mumbo jumbo in there and made some claims and said, they measured it, and they had two guys across the street looking at each other at two different buildings. They're like across the street where there's no measurable. Sorry.
They're not across the street from each other. They're across
you're talking over me 10 minutes.
They're across the street when they're taking their angle measurement to the top of the building, Zanuck. They're not. The buildings aren't across the street from each other.
Where are the buildings they're measuring the difference? How are you?
So you obviously didn't watch the video.
I watched it.
They're 4,000 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers.
It's not that long of a video. Rocky, how do they measure the two buildings 3,000 miles?
Sorry, 4,000 kilometers apart. How is this even possible?
How'd they do it, Rocky? How do you do it? You think you understood it? I didn't watch it. I did watch it. It was garbage. But I'm willing to be fully corrected by you. What did I miss? How do they measure buildings 4,000 kilometers apart?
Okay, pay me $100 every time you interrupt.
Okay.
When you take this equipment and set it up, it gives you your location, right?
Okay.
You don't have to answer that, okay? You take the angle measurement of the building that's plumb, locally plumb, right? So you get this angle measurement, and then you can go any distance away to any other object, compute that, because it's going to give you your location there. So it's going to tell you you're a mile apart or 2 miles apart or whatever. It's going to calculate that for you. And when you take that angle measurement, it'll tell you the difference from the top to the bottom. It computes it for you. You don't even have to calculate it. These computer theodolites are amazing, bro.
How far apart are these buildings?
Did you just watch the video? I'm not going to get caught up.
I will watch it. There's nothing there. It's mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
Rakia, it doesn't calculate it. If it both of them are plumb. Both of them are locally plumb. Both are locally plumb. What we're talking about is referencing the two plums with each other, and that's not done.
Okay. Do you agree
in the video?
Okay. Do you agree in the video they claim to be surveyors?
They look a little sketchy to me.
No, he didn't watch the video. He did not watch the video.
I watched the video. They look like they're wearing surveyor
outfits. I didn't ask that. I said, did they claim to be surveyors?
Yes, and they translated the language to say they are surveyors. But
okay, were they using surveying equipment?
Yes, at the base of the building, looking across the street. Yes.
Was their prediction as surveyors? They thought because they think they live on a globe that the tops of the building would be further apart than the bases of the building. Was that their claim?
the person speaking was doing that. The person speaking was not the surveyor. I think they were misunderstood. They misunderstood what they were actually looking at or what they could.
Okay, but that's the claim, right? The claim is the top of the building will be further apart than the bottom.
Yes, and it will.
And at the end of the video, what was the claim?
They said the measurements showed that they were not further apart.
Thank you very much, because that's all I'm claiming.
It's all just one
to their surprise. It said literally. It said to their surprise.
I'm gonna go watch it.
I don't have the patience.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it. I'll be back.
Yeah, to their surprise, right? Because they predicted
to
that
these
the building.
people's surprise.
Yeah, you really
it's kind of like
me
it reminds me. It reminds me of that guy. Can I speak? It reminds me of that guy. It reminds me of the guy who was
blasted me that time.
All right, Rocky, you're spamming now. You're spamming now. Please don't.
Zanuck, I think if it's $100 each, you owe Rocky at least $800 right now.
Yeah, I'm getting rich.
Right. He was done speaking. I was interjecting. It reminds me of that guy on the airplane level in his hand. And he saw his level all the way from when he took off to when he landed. It's all real. Yes, both built. Hold on, I'm almost done. Both buildings are plumb relative to each other. That's the question. I don't believe they're doing it properly to be able to detect the distance between the top of the buildings 3,000 miles apart. It makes no sense to me.
That was not my claim. My claim was I had a video that showed this. I even stated that the video could be fake. These people couldn't be. But that was not my claim. I said, do you have a video? Because I have a video that claims this. Do you have a video that shows this similar thing and shows the buildings being further apart? Because now you're saying not only don't you have a video, but you don't think professional surveyors can even do this.
No, they can't. But that's okay.
Not at that distance. This is the thing. The distance doesn't really matter that much. You just want it big enough just to see the difference. Because if it is a globe Earth, you would see the buildings tilt away, and you would be able to measure them.
So you know what's funny is, I can see buildings in San Francisco from the Mountain Winery near my house here. We can see it's over 60 miles away, or now it's like we're close to a 1 degree tilt, and we can calculate on the Sears, not the Sears, the Salesforce.com building at 1 degree. That 1,000-foot building, 1,500 feet, probably 1,000, probably. My 1,000-foot observation point. How much distance it's from the top versus if I was on the bottom sea level where I was. And I don't know whether you can measure that or not with lasers or something.
That's a 3,000.
It's not versus the bottom sea level.
600 feet difference, bro.
It's not versus the bottom sea level. It's the difference between. It's the distance between the tops of the buildings and the distance between the bottom of the buildings, which is the right distance. Yeah.
Well, then you got to be so two buildings have to be on the shore, about 1,000 feet up each one, and you measure a distance to the bottom. And
so is 1,000 feet enough to see difference if there was curvature?
I think it should be able to do it. I mean, knee-jerk reaction is you might not be as sick as the Earth curve. So let's say you do it from floor 10 or floor 15 to floor 90 or 80 building, and you see the difference between floor 10 and floor 80 on both buildings, the same height of floors, and see what if there's a difference. Now, can lasers do that at 60 miles? I don't know.
Yeah.
How many miles?
60 miles. I don't know if you can do laser distance 60 miles.
Yeah, but would we need to do it that far? That's what I'm saying. Surely you could do this in 4 miles or 2 miles. Like even a mile, you should be able to do this and notice a difference.
I just watched that video. That's fucking retarded.
It's retarded. That's what I said.
So that's by the way, that's it, Ruhif. That's what you got. That just
is that what you want to do?
These buildings are 3,000 kilometers apart, right? These buildings are 3,000 kilometers apart. They didn't measure one building.
Right, yeah, we've gone
another.
past the distance part of it. We're talking about now. Go on.
All right. Okay. So they didn't compare one building to another.
Me and you, we're getting there, but Ruhif wants to go back to 4,000 miles, 4,000 feet, or whatever.
Let Ruhif speak. It's his turn.
Right. These buildings are 3,000 kilometers apart. They did nothing to compare one building to the other building. Do we agree on that, Rakia?
Nope.
No. What did they do? How did they compare something 3,000 kilometers apart?
Okay, so you ready?
Yeah.
If you take this equipment and you set up 100 feet from the building,
right?
All right. So you got 100 feet, and then you go to the next building, that's 3 miles away, let's say, and you set up 100
3,000 kilometers. 3,
yeah, whatever,
kilometers.
but you can use any distance, right? And then you set up 100 feet away from there. Then you get both locations. Then you know the distance away from those buildings at the base on the surface, right?
From your one building, you know you're 100 feet away, right? Yep.
No, and then when you get your location,
no, from one building, we're not comparing one building with another building.
You're not
3,000. They're 3,000 kilometers apart. We're not comparing one building to another.
So you don't think that from point A to point B, you can't get your distance with GPS very accurately?
With GPS?
Yeah.
They're using theodolites, aren't they?
Yeah, but they can. Oh my God! How do you think they knew they were that far apart?
3,050 kilometers.
You don't understand this, do you?
So
like you can get your location. Hang on.
Let me
this is my deal, man. And Ruhip is
I know. Maybe he's not getting it. I think I just got it now. I just got it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay, go. So Ruhip,
why are they pulling out
I think they're saying is that they got a GPS. Well, Ruhip, hold on a second. Ruhip, I think they're saying that they have a GPS position of that location of both theodolites. Their GPS said, and then he went to the top of the building and got a GPS position, and they're comparing those distances.
No.
Okay. Is that what they're doing? Yes?
No. They just have the distance.
That should be a yes from Eureka, because that's
Y'all are
possible.
too excited here. Too excited.
How is it no? How is it no?
Can you get your distance? Okay, if you go to the base of one building and get your location, and then go to a base of any other building in any direction at any distance and get that location, can you tell your distance that you're from base to base?
By GPS?
In Euclidean or on a sphere? Like, how are you getting that distance?
Oh my God.
No,
when you drive from your house to your office, what's the best way to get the distance?
The best way?
Yep. Most accurate.
Straight line.
I would use the Haversine or a Vincenti formula. What would you use?
I'm just asking. Would GPS work? Would satellites work?
Yeah.
Would global positioning work?
Right, yeah, the position, but how would you get the distance? I can get the position with GPS. How would you get the distance?
So that doesn't tell you your straight. You can't get your straight line distance from one building to the next by using.
You understand?
Ruhip has
the GPS.
Ruhip is making a really good point. Pay attention.
Okay, can I ask someone else? Geo.
Oh, because you don't like my answer, okay?
No, I just want to see. I just want to see if they're going to answer.
You're affirming the consequent. You're consequent that is flat because Ruhip is saying, and I just got it a second ago. Is that hold on? The GPS position will be the same. Hold on, Rakia, let me finish. I got something. You let me finish before. Now I was on your side. Now I'm on Ruhip's side. He says the GPS position from a satellite will be the same for the buildings at any point, top or bottom, because it's on a sphere. Now, if you're saying it's wrong because it's not on a sphere, then that's affirming the consequent that it's flat, right?
Okay.
So the whole thing is kind of a joke.
How are you getting the distance?
Because that's why I brought up to ignore distance, because we could do this on a much smaller scale, with buildings much closer, right? And in your claim, they should be tilted away from each other at the top.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the same distance on a GPS.
How are you getting the distance between the two bases?
Not
you have
with
the GPS positions. Okay, then
surely
how are
you
you
can
getting
use a laser for a mile distance, could you not?
Not over 3,000. Not over 3,000 kilometers. No.
Not the 3,000 thing. But you should still be able to notice a distance at a mile, right?
Depends what accuracy. I don't think a laser would be that accurate over a mile. This video was over 3,000.
In one conversation, we're as accurate as centimeters, and I'm talking about millimeter accuracy. We can measure centimeters of movement of the moon. We can do all this, but we here with survey equipment can't do it. Can't be done.
Yeah, that's quite funny actually. Yeah,
What
we
is the
can shoot
distance?
lasers to 250,000 miles away, but we can't do it a mile.
What is the distance between those two GPS locations, Rakia? How are you getting that distance?
Hence why I said about doing it a mile apart.
But does it matter, guys? The GPS.
Why doesn't it matter?
Guys, I'll tell you. Please let me finish one sentence. Let me finish one sentence, Jim Jam. Please, buddy, come on. Come on.
It would be 16
so the
inches.
GPS, the GPS position. Okay,
both,
God damn it!
Both are going to curve away
No.
at 8 inches.
Still waiting for an answer, yeah.
Its position as the bottom of the building, because the satellite's looking straight down at it, right? Or it's triangulating to the building's top. You're saying that it's somehow figuring out the distance between, there's a differential distance between the bottom and the top, and the satellite knows this?
That's why I didn't really want to bring light into it a bit.
Okay, you don't answer?
No, I'm just amazed. You think surveyors can't figure out the distance between point A and point B? Is that what you're saying?
I do it.
Okay, do you? That's not what I asked.
Listen,
That's
Rakia,
not what
I would
asked.
use.
So are you waiting for my answer? You piece of
Yes,
crap, man.
I would use the Vincenti
I did
formula.
not
What would
ask
you
what
use?
you would use. Never asked
Okay,
that.
what would you use? How are you getting the distance?
Let me repeat my question very clearly. And let's see if someone as intelligent as you claim you are, follow the question and then answer it. Is it your claim that the surveyors can't figure out a distance from point A to point B in between two buildings? Is that your claim?
They would use the Vincenti formula. Welcome to the globe, Rakia. Thank you.
Okay, so they can figure out the distance, right?
Using what formula?
I don't know. Can they?
You don't know.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not going to answer that. I'm asking you if surveyors.
Of course you're not going to answer.
I'm asking you. It's not my point. It's not my
course
claim.
you're not.
It's not my claim. I'm asking you if surveyors can figure out the distance from A to B. Yes or no? I don't care if they use a globe formula or not. So yes, they can.
So if they use the Vincenti formula for a globe, you accept the results?
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about this video.
Not.
I'm talking about these are claimed to be survey. Yeah, you're trying to turn this on me. This has nothing to do with me, except for I claim that video that those are surveyors because I'm trusting them, right? They could not be. They could be fooling me, right? It could be fake. But surely if they are surveyors and they have surveying equipment, they can figure out point A to point B distance. You've argued this fact that we wouldn't know the distance in between the buildings. And now you're saying that surveyors could figure out the distance. So which is it?
Yeah, they use the Vincenti formula. The end.
Okay. So we know that then the distance is correct, right? So then you would assume that if these are surveyors and they use the right formula, okay, then the distance is correct. So now these same surveyors in the video predicted that the base of the building that they know the distance of, and you agree that they would, and the tops of the building, this is their prediction, would be a different measurement, right?
Do you accept distance? Do you accept the distance?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe.
Welcome to the globe.
Yeah,
Welcome
whatever.
to the globe.
Yeah, whatever. My belief is that surveyors dude, if you cut me off again, I'm going to scream.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off next time. See here, I love to hear scream.
Dude, you guys.
You're accepting the distance that proves the globe.
You don't even know what formula they used, and you're saying "Welcome to the globe" like you're chanting "Welcome to the globe" every time I say that. Surveyors, and then cut me off when I'm talking.
Right, they would use the Vincenti formula, which is a globe formula. The end. You can either accept, but you can't then accept it and then reject. Oh, sorry, you can't reject that and then accept something else they say.
I'm accepting everything they say. Okay, that's what I'm accepting. Dude, can you freaking just shut up for a second?
No.
Seriously. It's embarrassing, bro. I'm accepting everything they say. They never told me what formula they use. All they said, dude, what the frick, Gio?
Oh yeah, hold on. Well, I'm just all right, Ruhif, dude. I'm just gonna have to like mute and unmute you guys back and forth if you can, or if you could please just go back without having to do that. No, because it's a tactic, man.
Gio. I'm waiting for my daughter at 2:30. She's 4 minutes late, so I may drop out in a second. Anyway, go.
Okay, so I'm accepting what these surveyors said in the video. They got their distance. They didn't tell. I don't even know if they told me how. I can go back and watch. But they got the distance. And their prediction was that the base of the building was distance X. And the tops of the building should be X plus, a larger distance. That was their prediction. And when they did their measurements with their surveying tools as surveyors, that they didn't get a larger distance at the top of the building, and they were surprised by that. That is my claim. Congratulations for not cutting me off.
Thank you. All right. How did they get their distance?
Did you watch the video?
Yeah.
Be specific,
Did they tell?
Wait.
Hang on. He asked me a question, dude. Who is
What
this?
distance? What distance?
Oh my God! Did they tell us in the video how they got the distance?
No.
Okay, then how do you know they used some globe formula?
I guarantee you they did.
Yeah,
Guarantee
you're guaranteeing. You can't even guarantee the video is real, dude.
So you're still talking about the
GPS,
base distances, and you're still not even talking about the top of the buildings yet. Like, what the fuck, man?
If they use
Progressive.
GPS, oh, for fuck's sake. If they use GPS, they use Earth-centered, Earth-focused. Hello.
Okay, great.
And that would have Cartesian coordinates, and I have to go, I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, they got distance X with that, and when they use their surveying tools to get the distance at the top, they didn't get X plus, they got X, the same distance, which is not on a globe. Right, Ruhif? Have a nice day. After all the cutoffs and all that, he leaves, and then he doesn't even address that the top of the building, the same people he's saying that I should be welcome myself to the globe because they used some formula he assumed that is a globe formula, which they didn't. They didn't say that. The same group of surveyors said that they were surprised that they didn't get a larger distance at the top of the building, which they should on a globe.
In Ruhif's defense,
cut off by troll number 2, and he never addressed that and then left. And now Zanet's going to take over and say the same thing, probably.
I'd like to just respond.
Put emphasis on the top of the building. They wanted to avoid talking about the top of the buildings. They kept talking about the base, and GPS.
I guess the question is, Jim Jam, and I would have this for Rakia too. Do you believe that when you have GPS and you're on the top of a building, are you getting the position that is relative to the surface or actually in space? For example, that's probably the question I asked.
What I would say that I believe is that if we are on a sphere, right, then buildings at distance would tilt away from each other. That's what I say.
Yes, but the
and that's what these surveyors thought too.
Well, I think the surveyors are different than the people actually did this video because it sounds like these people are talking like they're not.
No,
that's my opinion. I'm telling you, that's my opinion. Let me get to my point. So the question is, do you think you can get a GPS position on the 100th floor of the Empire State Building, and is it different than the bottom at the same exact location?
I have no idea.
Well, if you have the idea about this video being real, then you should assume that GPS can work in 3D space, and it will exact position on that building.
I think this is where you're going. Go on, sorry.
Well, I don't know if they heard. I said it twice. That's not what this video is about. And my claim in the beginning was, if this video is true,
it actually is.
Yeah, Jesus, man.
They measured the distance from the top of the
I tried everything, bro. You're impossible.
The video is not that important, but the idea behind it is, right? We don't have to take the video. We just have to take the idea from the video and use that, right? Whereas you're just trying to attack that video, Zanik. Whereas the idea behind it,
if you're flying in a plane, I said flying in a plane, are you getting the ground GPS position, or are you getting your position actually in space or in the air?
Yeah, now we're talking about planes and GPS.
Because I'm just trying to give you an altitude. GPS by nature builds in the curvature based on the surface. These are surface positions. That's what Ruhaf is saying.
Not the surface of Earth, not the water.
Yes, the surface of Earth.
An imaginary surface, a geodetic or
yes, imaginary. Correct. So that's the reason.
Yeah, not the actual surface.
Oh my fucking God!
Not the actual surface. Then
that's exactly why they get this value. That is the same. Okay, you can't even let me finish that saying right. That's why they're getting this exact same value for base as they are for the top of these buildings that are 3,000 miles apart. Don't you get it?
Right, exactly. That's why. That's why I said don't put so much emphasis on the video, but the idea behind it we can do at a smaller scale, can't we?
And we do it. And we do it. Racky, he's talking to me. So at 400 yards, we do see the two theodolites that are measuring a stick see it tilt away because they are one short of it's not at eye level.
I think my argument is this video, and other people have tried to.
It's not because the wind of the lake.
My original question is Zanuck, and I'll repeat it word for word.
Do you have a video? Yeah, I got it.
All right, hold on, you guys. Let me ask you guys this. All right. Would you prefer that we just temporarily mute you every time so you don't do the overtalking, or could you just not overtalk, or what's up?
I think everyone just needs to chill a little.
It's
who are you talking? Who are you?
I mean, Geo, just a short.
Let me ask you, Rakia, yourself. Would you prefer we just let this open and all the interruptions and stuff, or would you prefer mods literally? Because it seems like we've said everything we can say to ask, to not do that stuff. Whether it's Zanuck, whoever it is, so.
I agree, man. Temporary mutes is a good idea.
Asking Rakia directly, what do you personally suggest?
I would suggest with Zanuck in the room, you should mute everyone. That's why I'm going on mute. Like, as soon as I'm done talking, I try and go on mute. That's why I asked you who you're talking to, because I'm not trying to overtalk. It's ridiculous how many times by everyone I've been overtalked.
Okay, then should we just restrict Zanuck's access to the live stream? Or should we mute him or should we just have to mute him every single time he comes in? Like on and off.
I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to do the same thing Racky is doing. I really am, Gio. It gets to be a shit show. They got Brian jumping in there, and then Jim Jam won't the helm. I mean, all of us are doing it. It's not just me. I'm not a jerk.
Honestly, bro, it's you.
No, it's you. It really is you. You don't stop either.
Janik, we have good conversations when you're not around, bro.
Well, because there's no contention.
When I jump in, it's with like a two-word comment.
From this point forward, I am going to try to really behave myself. I've said this before, but you know what? I gotta try because obviously no one else is yielding to me, so I'm going to be the better.
But you asked me, Gio, and that's why I put myself on mute. You can see me even when you're asking me a question. Now we may start talking at the same time, but I usually yield unless a question was addressed to me directly, and I'm trying to answer, and we start talking at the same time. I'm not going to yield then, but I go on mute when I'm done talking. But when someone asks a question and I start talking, I think when Zanuck's here, he should just be put on mute. And when I go on mute, he can be taken off. But that's a lot of work for the mods. But it's your choice to let people like this in here. I mean,
I can.
Well, that's why the other question. That's why I was asking you. Do you suggest we just?
Let me give my opinion.
Don't limit anyone from coming in here. I don't think, unless they've been like calling people cunts and mods cunts and all that. But Zanuck definitely should be allowed in here. His information is valuable and entertaining, and he's pretty cool. But man, I mean, he doesn't even realize what he's doing. I don't think.
Let me give my opinion. The temporary mutes are good as long as they're temporary. Like I get the picture. If I go to talk and the timing was bad, usually it's just a quick comment. But sometimes when I start getting interrupted, I do the same shit. So yeah, the temporary mutes are good because I realize, okay, wait, I'm muted, and I'll just stay on mute until a good time to cut in. But so long as they're temporary, I think it helps me get the point. But it is aggravating when you wind up getting forgot about and you're muted for like 5 minutes when you said one thing in 30 minutes. So if you're going to mute somebody, that's good. That's going to help the conversation. But just make sure you're able to unmute them.
Gio, you saw Rubio. Gio, you saw Rubio. Yeah, you don't have to say that. You saw Ruhip using the tactic, right? Oh my gosh! I mean, you even said Ruhip, you're using a tactic.
Well, that's what I was going to say is that the thing is on an open panel like this is that if let's say somebody's speaking and whatever it is they're saying, maybe they're 10 seconds in, whatever it is, the fact that anyone can talk means that anyone can basically just throw a bomb right at that person. You know what I mean? Like that person's deep in thought. They're trying to say something, get to the end of their thought, and anyone can just be like, I'm throwing a fucking fireball.
That's Zanuck. That's their tactic, right? Zanuck blasted me a while ago. I was like, Jesus, bro. He not only cut in, but he was like yelling when he came in. And I'm like, come on, man. That's just that's a tactic, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it just that whole thing of just purposefully just exploding what someone else is saying, either because they disagree or because they want to control the conversation. So then my next question is what I'm saying, like, what do you guys suggest? Like, because the muting thing,
temporary mute.
Yeah, I mean the temporary.
In my opinion, Gio, you just say guys. We all recognize your Gio. We all recognize your voice. Say guys, and we're all going to try to be better. I mean, I'll try to. I admit, I get excited, but I get spoken over nonstop, and that's what gets really rough. But I'm getting run over, but by everybody. I got Brian running over me.
I know.
Rack running over me. You're running over me right now. It happens.
But then we can't expect Gio to be here all the time, and it's like I think it's going well. Like just temporary mute if someone is just over the top. Like I've been cutting in sometimes as well. Like just like Brian said, we understand. Like if I'm overtaking it, just put me on mute for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's not a bother. But
no, I'm talking about 10 seconds, man. I'm talking about 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's do a test, right? Let's do a test right now. You ready? All right, my original point was, Zanuck, do you have a video? Zanuck, do you have a video?
You asked the question.
Oh,
yeah, let's do it.
My God.
You asked the question, Rack. Yeah, you asked the question.
I don't need you to agree.
All right,
that was the test, right? Gio, that was the text.
All right, Rocky, let me just say, okay, how about this? Just for a second, I'll be like, is there an actual topic? I could, because it is a lot of work to just mute and unmute people, but it'd be so cool if we could actually hear what is being said and to the completion. Like, let's say like in a podcast style, which we do that too here a lot. Like there's a lot of times where it is that style where everyone's letting people finish. I speak for a couple seconds, someone else does, and it's just flowing. But obviously when it's more the debate style, that's when the bombs are being thrown and the missiles are being thrown and the shit's going down. But when it comes to a debate, that's when it's more important to actually have almost like a courtroom, to have the ideas actually laid out and spoken. And of course, ad homs are not, it's like you can't be in court and they ask you a question, you just start insulting people. Like that's not, they're like, it's like a fallacy even in a court like that. Like you have to actually stick to the information. And so in that same way,
I just asked to do a test and Zanuck cut in 3 times, dude. It's like, are you serious?
Maybe he'd done it just for comedic.
Let's try again. All right. Let's try it again. Ready? Test
I'm just
number
saying,
2.
like in so many of these discussions, it'd be so much more potent if the full ideas if everyone could have their platform and their time to speak. The thing is, obviously, there's certain characters and certain people that will throw wrenches in that. So that's what I'm asking you, Rocky, or anyone. Like, number one, we just restrict their access to the live stream and that's it. They're not here anymore. Number 2, we let them keep doing it. Or number 3, we're super hyper on muting. Which I don't really like to mute people. It does take a lot of work. No one really likes to be muted either, like whether they might not know it's temporary. No one likes that being muted in general.
I don't think.
Can I just ask one question, please? Can I ask one question before you guys restart? It's just a question about the conversation. Rakia, didn't you say the video showed the surveyors doing the getting the distance from the bottom and the top using their surveying equipment, correct?
No, my claim is that these are real surveyors. So however they got the distance at the bottom, that was X. And then they claimed to use surveying equipment, even showed the equipment they used to get the distance from the building at the top and claimed that the distances were the same. How they did it, the methods and all that, I that's not my claim.
But they did say that they used their surveying equipment, right?
They definitely used surveyor equipment in the video to get the shot, the angles to the tops of the building.
Then why is Zanuck saying stuff about GPS?
I don't know.
Talking about GPS. Okay.
Well, I did bring up GPS as a way to get distance from A to B because they really don't tell you. I don't think I'm going to go back and watch the video again. But I don't think they really explain fully how they got the distance from building to building. But that's kind of known, right? Like you and I can go get the distance from A to B. Like we don't have to be surveyors to know the distance from this street corner to that street corner. Like, you can do it on, maps.
But this is the issue I saw with it, is because they could easily just say, well, if you're going up a few floors in a building and then trying to get a GPS reading the same way, then you can be 10 feet off. Well,
in the full video,
5 feet off
in
anyway.
the full video, they shot the buildings from different distances too. The same buildings from different.
Let's just say, Brian, they're surveyors, right? So obviously, if they're stating that they got the same distance, then they're confident that they accurately measured it, right? Like we don't have to figure out how they did it.
You're almost using them as like a hostile witness at the same time.
Well, no, because they're saying that the buildings aren't separated, and that's my claim. So they're actually, but there's surveyors going, hey, guys, we expected the buildings to be separated at the top by a greater distance than at the bottom. And when we actually did the measurements, because we've never done it before, they weren't. That's my claim, and that's what they did. And now I'm asking, do you have a video on the Glober side that shows the same thing, surveyors going out and measuring buildings being further apart at the top than the bottom due to Earth curve, and I get attacked?
Before we unmute Zanuck, if he was going to respond, Sign, were you going to say something just on the topic from before about the sort of moderation thing? I saw you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I'll offer a bit of advice in terms of that. I just say the community itself just needs to self-police itself more, and there just needs to be a more rigid and defined rule on no over talking. Everyone gets 1 minute with the mic at least, or 1 to 2 minutes, at least within reason. But like I've seen it work in other servers where there's just no talking. Just let everyone get their final point out. There should be no interjecting at all when anyone is on the mic. The rule is if you hear someone speaking, you should not be talking. As soon as you don't hear anyone speaking, it's like the super basics, right? But it's like everyone sort of needs to police each other on that and just make sure that everyone is getting their point out. No one's being interrupted at all. That way everyone wins. And it's just the simple no over talking rule at all.
It's just the moments right now where everyone else wants to jump in after other people. See,
well, the issue is that sometimes no one interrupted him. I mean, it's human being stuff.
Well, I hear you sign on that. That's all good stuff. What I find what happens, and we don't have to go into this whole discussion. We can go back to the surveying, but I'm just saying that like what happens is that if there's a room of, let's say, 20 people, like when someone's done speaking, there might be 5 people that want to get in. So they feel like to be the first one who gets the mic, they're going to interrupt and cut the person off to make sure that they're the next one who speaks. Sometimes it's that. Other times it's just pure domination tactics. Just like, I'm going to interrupt and, because they disagree, especially when it's in that debate mode. So it kind of ends up being more of a food fight rather than like a productive discussion sometimes at that point. Because then both are talking at once and nothing can be heard.
Gio, you're here a lot. Right? And like certain people, like there can be 10 talking and no one over talks, or if it just happens, 1 or 2 people will always step back, or to be like, oh, sorry, man, go and I'll go next. And then when there's certain people in the room, right, it's just freaking nut. Well, I would suggest make a discerned decision on that, who those several people is, and if it's me, just say, look, welcome, but just realize, the mods have been instructed, don't disrupt, and if you do, you clip and do all that and burst in, you're going to be muted. And if they do it, then you gotta mute them, man. You can't warn Zanuck or me 1,000 times that you're going to mute us. Just freaking mute us. While there's silence, I'll use Zanuck again because he's a great example. Great guy, right? Good information. I like dealing with him. Like, it's fun. But, he's known for over talking. He even agrees he is. He's just wired up, man. That's great. You just have to mute him, man. I mean, I think don't limit his input, but stop him and Ruhif from and me, or I don't want to exclude myself. If it's me, if I can't see myself doing it, and if I get round up and I'm doing it, then I should be muted. I mean, I don't have any problem with that. But for the Zanuck and Ruhifs of the world, it seems like they're doing it on purpose, or they just don't realize. Now, Ruhif, you can't claim to be so intelligent and not be doing it on purpose. It's not a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it'd be amazing if we could just orchestrate naturally and have it flow. But I think it seems almost impossible with some of these discussions and some characters that just they're gonna interrupt, they're gonna bowl in, they're gonna especially when there's a lot of people in the room. It does take a lot of energy to do all the muting. However, if someone's right at their computer and can do it like that, like it is possible to do. I mean, for example, like let's say you're talking and someone just totally interrupts you. As long as a mod mutes them within, let's say, a second or two, you can just keep talking. And you can know, like, okay, they're just going to be muted. You can just literally keep going instead of that person successffully exploding the room and causing, the whole thing to be.
And that way I'm not so antsy. That way I don't get so antsy and over talk and all that. And, it takes less effort, I think, to do what you just explained to do than to have this 5-minute discussion on, hey, guys, y'all got to calm down. Like just mute them and they'll get the point. I mean, I'll get the point. I know that.
Yeah, true.
You don't have to say anything. They know who they are, right? I know who I am, right? I know I can, do what I do because I'm doing it on purpose sometimes just to get back at them doing it at me. So when you just mute me without warning, I'm freaking cool with that, bro. Unless I'm being muted when, like, I'm being called names and this, that, and the other, and that person isn't being muted, and then I say, look, man, don't call me names, and then I get muted. That's bullshit. I mean, But
well, that's the thing. If you get into the heavy mute, if you get into the heavy muting game, it can end up like, for example, I don't want to. Okay, if there's two people over talking each other, I don't want to mute one of them and then let the other one just berate the person who's muted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna be like karmically connected to like silent, muting someone as it were, and they can't respond, and then they're just getting berated. And
then that person should be muted. I mean, when he starts berating, that person is muted.
Right, but the room's just gonna be lit up red. It's gonna
well, so what?
Nobody minds getting muted for 10 seconds. Though I don't mind.
But a 5-minute silence with 30 people in a room would get a really good point across. Look, we're not standing for it anymore.
Very good point. Yeah, so, the room would know the deal then, isn't it? Sort of.
Dude, we have great after we had that freaking mayhem with Zanuck and whoever and Soundly. When they left, we talked for hours without any moderation. I mean, the same group, right? All that happened was the girl, whatever, Gappy, whoever, Queen, paid NASA Shield, Zanuck, Soundly, and one other left. And guess what? Until 4 a.m., we talked without moderation.
Right, so then that leads to that. Yeah, exactly. That it's just certain people. Like, for example, Kosho. I sometimes say this, shout out to Kosho, because he's literally never needed to be moderated ever. He's always just respectful. He doesn't overtalk. He steps back and he debates. I mean, and sometimes he gets annoyed when people interrupt him and whatnot. But I mean, he's pretty darn good with not interrupting. So I'm just saying, it's not really about like what you think the Earth is or any of your opinions on any of that stuff. It's the person.
He didn't get muted when he called my daughter a slut, but he should have been. But anyway, that was years ago. He's
okay, so cool back to the conversation. Can Zanuck, can he actually explain why he brought up GPS when Rakia said that the surveyors use their surveying equipment and not GPS? Can Zanuck explain why he brought up GPS, please?
Zanuck? Are you asking Zanuck? He's locally muted. He's not server muted.
I could answer for him, probably. It's because some of these trans stations, they use the coordinates specifically like a GPS type thing. And we were just talking about GPS earlier. So imagine if you put your cell phone as your marker and it gives you a longitude and latitude. And in that trans station, you can click that, you can mark it, right? And then when you move it and then make another mark, it will plot those points out for you. No different if you took your cell phone grabbed the longitude and latitude, and then went to the other part, that point, and did the same thing. That's probably what he's talking about. That's you're getting a position again. It's not necessarily you're relying on satellites and all this bullshit. It's software inside the fucking station, the workstation they call it. I know we use them at work, and they grab the actual latitude and longitude according to the it does need a signal. It picks up the signal, but it's not relying on this fucking fantasy satellite world they believe in. But anyways, that's probably why he said GPS.
Okay, but if the surveyors actually use surveying equipment, that they don't use GPS. They use, theodolites and all that stuff. So that's completely different.
I thought the main reason why GPS was brought up was because of the long distance.
So for instance, let's say I'm going to shoot a really, really far, and I don't want to do benchmarks. I don't want to shoot like every 20 to 40 yards. I don't want to keep having to reset my station. So what you do is you can pull from one side and you could grab that specific position. So then when you go on a really far distance, you could just lock that in, and then you can shoot and find level and all that shit from those numbers. You can actually grab, and you could, using that data, quote unquote, like those coordinates, that's how they're going to end up, knowing how the land's got to be graded and yada yada yada. But that's what they're doing. It's not to say that they're using GPS because satellites are tracking their. No, it's just the software is in the station. That like I said, we were talking about this earlier. The software is in your phone, so when you're walking, and it'll know that you're at this particular longitude and latitude, and then you go. You could go and mark it. You mark it, and if you're snap that, and then you just input that data. Then they have what they could use that for. Is like there's bulldozers and like and like the land mover dudes. I forgot what local they are, but they'll come out and their machines, like their excavators and stuff, they can actually level the ground according to your measurements and stuff. And then their machines, they have like antennas on them, and they'll know like when to change and like slope or whatever, and it's all digital. It's fucking actually awesome, to be honest, but it's a system that's local. It's not like fucking satellites are telling the fucking bulldozer or whatever, oh, tilt your thing 5 degrees to get that slope. No, it's all equipment that's installed, and it's right there locally.
Yeah. All we do is set up a receiver on site, usually on top of the shed, where it can see the whole site, and there's a GPS on the blade of the dozer or bobcat, and then it just takes a benchmark reading, and then you work off of that. You want this grade at this point to be a foot lower, and it just tells you what level to put it at. It's just like using an auto level, but it's actually on the blade of the equipment. We
exactly, and it moves itself, and you don't have to fucking. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's totally different though. That's local, like at a site. It's not using. It's self-contained basically.
Yeah, you're not relying on triangulations of satellites and on the network. Like these guys, man, I'm telling you, they're fucking full of it, dude. Anyways.
Yeah, it gets a little squirrely, but having satellite, they're telling you right now they're putting satellites under balloons to do all types of things. Not just weather monitoring. They're using for GPS. They're using them for internet. They're using them for everything. Balloons. Like this isn't a secret anymore. And 3 years ago, I was being ridiculed for saying it because, first of all, I learned from this from my cousin. My first cousin that sent me some emails that he said, you're not going to believe this, because he knew I was researching this. And, he's a Glober. I mean, he's like, but take a look at this. And he sent me some stuff that he shouldn't have. But one of them was about some balloon programs and things like that. When I started researching it, it was everywhere. Like you could find out, you could find things on the Loon program, some other projects, how they made them, certain companies that were already using them, companies that were preparing to use them, and now like Tesla's coming out and saying he's going to use them, and the more but you can't hardly research it anymore. It doesn't pull up a lot of the information or videos on YouTube.
Well, I thought NASA was putting balloons like 50 a day or something for years, haven't they?
And the first rocket they launched into space, they launched a balloon out of it, but they're saying what they did was they launched the rocket into space. But you got to realize what they're calling space, people are imagining that's outer space, right? It's not. It's just high altitude. And they launched a balloon out of that, and it exploded with gas and opened up, and they bounced radio signals off of it or some bullshit like that. Like, balloons have been around forever, dude. That's how it's been done. That's how it's being done now. If I had to put money on it, I think they're bouncing signals off the sky like they've always done. Whatever it is, I call it the firmament, and using balloon satellites, and they can control those very, very well. Like the computers that control them are amazing. They're two balloons within each other, so they can fill them and deflate them, inflate them into containers of gas that make them rise and lower into different airstreams, and they can make a circle around the area, orbit.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, they're sold this lie, dude. It's so funny. It's almost getting to like flat earth, baller. They believe the lie of the baller. Now they believe the lies of this satellite network positioning. Go tell that to the guys that dug the caves way deep for the underground bases that use the fucking technology. Really, how they get their fucking GPS signal down there underground? Like, dude, it's just. They're not getting it, bro. They believe the lie, so they read probably a fucking news article or fucking. Matter of fact, tell me this? Why is Verizon the signal that they use? Why Verizon is fucking telecommunications for fucking cell phones? They're not fucking. What satellite? What transponder are they on in fucking space? Like, dude, these guys they believe the lie, dude. It's ridiculous. They believe the story. That's why. Just never mind. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I have a satellite system right now. I'm on my boat right now watching DirecTV, all right? And it's hooked to there's a dish up top. It's in a dome, and it spins around constantly, and it's picking up signals from the sky, right? Wherever it's doing. Now, it calls it satellite TV, right? But they call a lot of things satellites, right?
Yeah.
So when I go offshore, and I know this for a fact because we were trying to watch shit, I'm getting old. The playoff game of the Saints, right? And we were like, okay, cool, we're gonna go fishing, and we get to watch the playoff game that night. We'll cook this and do that, right? So we get out there and we're like 80, 100 miles offshore, all right? And the signal goes out. I'm like, God dang, what a time, because we're always offshore and getting good signal and all that, but we don't fish in that direction very often and that far offshore very often, and the signal went out. So I radioed a boat that was further offshore, right? He was 12 miles or 14 miles further offshore than I was. And called him up, said, look, we're trying to watch the Saints game. Do you have service? He's like, yeah, we're watching a pregame right now. I said, we're going to head your way. So headed his way, met up with him, got on the boat, we cooked and partied and, watched the game, blah, blah, blah. My satellite right next to him wouldn't work. His would, right? Well, his system is it's a bigger system. Like he can receive internet, he can send faxes, and his system is just an upgraded system. It's more powerful than mine. Mine is just for TV, no internet, no nothing, right? His is internet, all this stuff. So it's upgraded, more powerful, and he's getting the signal and I'm not. Well, the only difference between his boat and my boat is at one point he was further away from shore and getting the signal, and I was closer to shore and wasn't. And his system is bigger than mine and has a stronger signal. So it seemed to be that the further you got away from shore, blah, blah, blah. Well, what the frick does that have to do with a satellite? If my dome, my receiver on my boat is pointing out at the sky to the satellite, receiving the signal from a satellite TV that DirecTV is selling a package from, then my satellite should have worked too. It seems like it's from onshore, like I would say it is, and the further I got offshore, mine went out, and then his was more powerful, so it worked. Pretty simple to me. And oh, by the way, it wasn't my satellite was bad, because as soon as we started, we got further inshore, my satellite worked. The same satellite that I'm watching TV on right now. I'm in a marina, so I'm close to shore. I get good signal. But if I go 100 miles off or 120 miles off, I don't get signal. But other people do. It's because they have a more powerful system. I mean, it's whatever.
I hear you. It's all they're look at it's a lie. When they sold us the Meridian system back in way long ago, and said this is we're launching satellites in space that are X amount of miles away and they're orbiting. This was a lie that was sold a long time ago, and it's ridiculous to think that for as many years as that's gone by, I'm talking about decades, that these satellites, the same satellites, like Galaxy 4, Galaxy 5, same thing, they've been up there for decades. And I think only once that a satellite of that system has had problems, quote unquote, and fell out of orbit, whatever, and they had to replace it. Oh no, maybe twice they had to replace it. But to think like, okay, with all the debris, everything that's supposed to be in space, quote unquote, things flying around. I mean, all what happened to the Big Bang? Shouldn't there be all kinds of rocks everywhere and shit flying around, hitting them, destroying them? But this satellite system has been able for them to introduce things like this, like the total stations, with the EDM. So you have this station that, quote unquote, like, let me remind you, it needs the software. That's key. The software is key, and the reason why is because once you get a signal with it, again using towers around you, because that's what it's operating off of. Once you get the signal, then you can get a coordinate. But the software is already is programmed in there. So I'm telling you, man, it's a lie. No different than how they sold the ballers to us and everything else that's stupid. But they're gonna. This is why they believe it. They believe the balls, so of course they're gonna believe the satellites. It's ridiculous.
Now, earlier I talked about my radar system on my boat. It's a Simrad system. It's good for 70 miles. Now, there's like that boat that I was talking about with the bigger satellite. It's a bigger boat. It's newer, and it has a bigger radar on it too. I think mine is a 4 foot, maybe 5, but theirs is bigger, right? It sends out a more powerful signal for a longer distance, right?
Yeah, the more wattage you can put behind it, the further you can send out
and receive it.
Yeah.
It's a self-contained system. It's called mine is Simrad, and I picked up a oil rig one time. We were 10 knot into Florida, and I picked up an oil rig right in my path that was 70 miles away. And I took a picture of the screen, and like 6 or 7 hours later, I think it was 6 hours later, because we were doing about 11 knots. I took a picture of me passing the oil rig, and what it was. It was just an oil rig, had a bunch of lights on it, just like all the other oil rigs. And I showed the blip on the screen 70 miles away, and then it was in my path. Like that's where my boat was headed. And then 6 hours later, took a picture of the oil rig that I passed, and that was what was on the screen earlier as a blip. And it shouldn't be, right? It should be over the curve by a long way, like not even close, right? Well, then they started telling me that I had over the horizon, the radar was curving over the horizon, hitting the object, and then bouncing back and curving over the horizon to be received by my radar. Well, that's just bullshit. I mean, I don't care what you say. My radar system is line of sight. If you don't have line of sight, if you're obstructed, it doesn't show up. I mean, point blank.
Yeah.
Racky, how tall was the oil rig?
We've been through this. I'm not going through it with you again.
Just curious. I won't argue with you. I just want to curious how.
No, I'm just too tired for all that bullshit, man.
50 feet, 100 feet, how high?
No, it's tall. I mean, I'm 16 foot, whatever, man.
No, like 200 feet.
You wore me out.
Like the ones in Santa Barbara, the ones with the Black Swan, that kind of size.
Yeah, it's a big oil rig, so you put a foot.
200 feet at 70 miles, you can see something. So.
Yeah, but I'm getting a good radar signal from 70 miles away. Is the point? So if you're just clipping the top of it, I mean, you know. Another thing that I learned about 2 weeks ago, and I guess I already knew it, but when you pick up a pole or a buoy on the water from a certain distance, like a mile away, it's going to show up as a big blip. But once you get closer to it, that angle changes, and a lot of the radar signal is going over it, and it gets smaller and smaller as you approach it on the screen. I never really realized that before. It was that night. I had nothing. That we were watching the radar really close, and I was like, "What is it? That looks like like a boat or a big object in the water," and we couldn't see it. Like we have this is it infrared or whatever? We have this scope that's infrared, let's say, or whatever, that we should we can scan out and see stuff. And man, I'm really getting old. we couldn't see it, right? And then we couldn't see it because it was so small. But it showed up big on the radar, and then once we got close to it, we realized it was just a little pole.
Yeah, that's kind of like the way the Navy has to differentiate a buoy from a boat, or a vessel, should I say?
Now their systems are way more advanced than what.
Oh, of course,
of course,
it's
crazy.
Of course, but and they have to be, because they're kind of up, life or death situations out there. But I'm just saying, like the technology that we have, that these boneheads are claiming, oh, this is what it does. Like, yeah, go actually use one, and then and come back, and then let's talk. When you actually have used one, set one up, did the little link, how the reflector with the remote control captured your distance. Like, once you've done that, then come talk to me. Otherwise, you're just reading a book and you're believing whatever the fuck they're telling you. And then, because in real life, you're not fucking calculating curvature and all this fucking bullshit and worried about satellites. And you don't do that. That's just not reality. We can say it, we can speak that, but those are just words. That's not truth. It's two different things. For some reason, these guys feel otherwise, I guess. And I've spoke to Zanuck about this fucking years ago, when I told him that my best friend's dad, stepdad, was retired surveyor, fucking over 30 years, fucking. And I asked him, "Have you ever had to calculate the curvature?" He said, "Never." It's there. They'll tell you that, but you never use it ever.
They think by adding R that it automatically makes the Earth a curve. So when they take like Google Earth or something, and then they show you the distance between two places and say, look, you look at Google Earth, it's a ball, and look, there's 270 miles between these two. That's a ball measurement. No, the measurement is what the measurement is in real life. You want to add R to it, make it into a globe, then that's your model. Okay, point blank. Don't try and use them distances and all this shit to try and prove your model. They use the model to prove the model. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what they have to do, though. It's part of the story of when they're coming on and trying to sell it, and trying to keep it alive, trying to bring you back into the indoctrination that you escape from. No different than demons in the pit trying to bring you back down while you escape it. But you know what? It's interesting is that no matter, how much you tell them the truth, they're just not going to believe it. The writers of the books know better. Just reminds me how fucking the same way the winners of wars will write the history books, even though they're lies, filled with them.
They trust people, man. They're the type you could sell a bridge to, man. They trust people. Like when they see these astronauts, why would they lie? Like dude, people lie, especially for money, you know, especially under contract, you know, just not saying the truth is a lie. Just not speaking out is, you know, kind of a lie. But these people are under contract, you know, they can't tell the truth. These people who you see them trying to give us hints though from the ISS and shit when they can. See every chance they get, you know, but they got to be subtle about it, man. They're risking their future basically, not necessarily their life, maybe, but you know, if they're under contract, if they're top secret, you know, I'm sure anybody who goes to space is has clearance, you know. And you talk to somebody in the Navy, they can't even tell you about their submarines they were on. Like even friends, like I've had friends, not lately, but a long time ago, who could only tell me certain things because he's under, you know, he's got clearance, man. I forgot the clearance he had, but the fishing buddy I had, and so imagine the higher up clearances, they take that shit serious, but some of them try and give it away. They're like, look, the hair, look at her hair. You know, they're literally laughing at people who believe it.
Well, I saw a video that was hilarious. The actor not was like in the supposedly they were in the International Space Station, and he's literally saying, "We're here in Houston," like literally, like, wait, what? And he's even saying like, "All right, well, how are you going to say here in Houston if you're supposed to be?"
And all this happened just right across the U.S. from where we're at right now. He's supposed to be in the middle of that speech. He was supposed to have went like a quarter away around the ball, and he fucked up.
Yeah, and he said right here in Houston. Like, wait, what? Like, bro, like, but here's the thing though: when people that are still in the brainwashing, you can show them that, like, look, dude, it's from his mouth, and they'll just like blinders on, man, like hear no evil, see no evil, monkey type shit. Like they don't hear that guy saying it, and they don't see him saying it, and then in the same breath, they'll be like, yeah, but it's still a ball. They're still in space. Like I don't get it, dude. The cog dis is just powerful within these ones. Like seriously, especially some of the guys in here on Discord.
That's why they can't have this information getting out to everybody, because most people, not most people, but I'm going to say about 40 to 60% of people are going to see right through the bullshit. So whether they come to the conclusion that Earth's flat, you know, if you go through all the information, then it's tough not to come to that conclusion, but they're going to see the bullshit. The people have took hours of their life, dude. And I'm talking about, looking really close at all the details. The devil's always in the detail, and spent hours scrutinizing these events from NASA and some of these documents and stuff. And they've spent hours putting this stuff together. So once you see it, you can't unsee it. So they don't want the whole world to see this stuff, man. So
yeah, Austin was talking about that a night or two ago. That was on point. Yeah, he was saying how that that some people, I mean, I don't want to say for him, but I'm going to kind of paraphrase it in general, although I'm not quoting him necessarily because I'm going to kind of paraphrase it. But he was saying that, in a sense, some of the globe earthers in these communities are perhaps like afraid, like deeply afraid that if we actually get this information out there, as it were, and present people with all of the information, that actually a great majority of those people will, at the very least, question the globe, or see additional components of it, meaning, that it isn't moving, that it isn't curving, etc. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of the number of people that would just cling to the globe when presented with all the information, first the number of people that, and so at that point, then, they won't be the majority anymore. They all of a sudden almost become the minority, because now there is a huge shift occurring, and then they're on the side of defending something that wasn't real. Yeah.
The stagnant side. So in other words, anybody who sees this information, they're going to be like, holy shit. Like, and they're going to naturally get excited, whether they give a shit about the topic or not. Just that type of waking up is exciting itself. And people who don't care, that's going to be not many people, but people that are so locked into the globe and defend NASA for no reason. and obvious bullshit. Them people are few and far between, I think. But here's another thing, like even with the documents, man, like we show the documents, they're like, well, that's the math. They show the math. Look at the zero mass and all that, and all the flat stationaries, and I say that's my entire point. That this shit is all measured over a flat stationary Earth and then converted to the model. They try and say that like it's making a point, like say that's just the way they do the math to simplify it. And I tell them, yeah, exactly. That's how they do the math. They do it in reality, then convert it to the model. That's what I've been trying to scream to the rooftops the whole time, and they're backing it up and don't even realize it. In other words, I can measure a distance, and it is what it is. So if I apply R to it and show you a drawing of it, the measurement's still the measurement, So all this technology, the radars, the freaking the air, the aerodynamics and all this shit was done on a flat stationary plane with a flat. It's all flat stationary mathematics. Then not even all of it was, but some of it was then modeled to fit the model, basically adjusted, corrected to fit the model. But it's all done in reality on a flat stationary sphere. So them documents are great proof of our reality, either way you look at it.
Did you hear Ruhif trying to weasel out of?
Oh, I'm here, Akia. You can talk to me now.
Yeah, I knew you were here. So tell us again how accurately to the centimeter you can measure vertical height using satellite GPS. You can know your distance from this side of the bridge to that side of the bridge, or from span to span using satellite GPS. But
with GPS, you can get it centimeter accurate, sure. The question is, how are you calculating the distance between those measurements?
The GPS doesn't tell you distance?
No, GPS gives you position, global positioning.
Right.
P stands for positioning.
Right.
P. What does P stand for, Rakia?
Don't treat me like a child. Just tell me.
Okay. Positioning system. So it tells you your position, right? How are you getting the distance between any 2 points?
Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
Well, it depends what they're in. If you get lat long, if you got latitude and longitude, you can use Haversine or Vincenti. If you've got Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, you can use like a Euclidean measurement, right? But if you're claiming that these guys use ECEF, then you've got a big problem. Do you know what that problem is?
I think it's based on a curved
elevation, bro.
No.
I thought he was talking about elevations. But I got a video from the
hang on, Brian.
Go ahead.
Based on a curved Earth, right? That's what you would say, right?
No, ECEF is not based on a curved Earth. ECEF is three-dimensional space. And if that's what they used, then I'm sorry, but they are also telling you that it's a globe.
Okay, you watched the video, right?
Did.
That's not what they used, right?
What did they use?
Yeah, that's the whole point. How are you saying they used something that they can't claim to know the distance when you don't know what they used?
I'll tell you, they would have used Haversine, Vincenti, or ECEF Euclidean.
Okay, does that have anything to do with the curved Earth?
Well, the Vincenti and Haversine do, yes. If they use that, then welcome to Globe Earth. If they used ECEF, then also welcome to Globe Earth.
Okay, so welcome to Globe Earth. They got the distance in between the base of the building. Welcome to Globe Earth. Right. We're on a Globe Earth. Now,
how did they calculate the distance?
Yeah, now they said, no, welcome to Globe Earth. They're on a globe. They believe that they're on a Globe Earth. Don't you get that? Yeah. Those surveyors that did the test said...
How about you go and get their actual measurements, Rakia?
Dude, are you going to start cutting me off again?
Probably.
Yeah, because you're just you, right?
Yep.
Are you scared of the point?
Oh, you won't be able to make a point unless you have the measurements. Please get the measurements.
They're the surveyors. They made the measurements. I don't need to do it. You trust the surveyors.
I don't trust these people. I have no idea who they are.
They're surveyors. I'm not saying for you to trust them. I'm saying as surveyors, they would have known how to get the distance. When they did that, they got distance in between the building as this, X. And when they measured the tops of the buildings, right, however surveyors would do it, whatever Earth curve formulas they would use, they came up with the buildings weren't further apart. What says you? Besides,
the
you don't trust
measurements. Get any measurement, any formula they use to find that distance will tell you that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
So
I'll give you the
just cherry
measurement.
pick.
I'll
Yeah,
give you the
measurement.
measurement.
That'd be great.
You ready?
Yes.
You ready?
That'd be fantastic.
3,050 meters apart at the bottom and 3,050 meters apart at the top. Now, what says you?
3,050 kilometers.
Whatever, but the same.
Right.
Whatever the measurement was. So you asked me to go get it, but you knew it.
No, what are the coordinates of each? What did they use? Lat long elevation? Did they use ECF?
You want me to get their dick size too?
Yes, please. Love
because
a good 7-inch dick.
whatever coordinates, I know you're probably into it. Whatever coordinates came up with 3,000, whatever coordinates came up with 3,050 kilometers, or whatever measurement that they came up with that you obviously know because you corrected me. Oh, by the way, I might have said it on wrong on purpose, but it doesn't matter. The top was the same.
Right.
So you have to say, no, all you have is that they're lying or they're incompetent or the video is a fake, right?
All you have
and
is
I
these
agree.
guys saying, I measured this and it didn't work, right? Show
Exactly.
me the measurements. Show me the measurements.
No, show me your measurements. That's what I asked for. That was the whole point.
I've shown you plenty of my measurements.
No, of in between buildings, like they did, 3,000 kilometers or a great distance apart where you could tell the top was supposed to be further apart, right? Can you show that?
Can I show you their measurements? What?
Oh my God. You're obviously more intelligent than this.
Can I show you their... What are you asking? Ask it again.
Can you show me a surveying crew that has measured the base of buildings being further apart from the bottom to the top over distance due to Earth curve? Can you show that?
No.
Thank you. That's all my point was for the last 2 hours. I don't have to go do nothing. I don't have to go get their measurements. I don't have to know what shirt they were wearing. All I got to do is say, I have a video, right? It could be false. They could be incompetent. Yeah, right. It could be. Why are you laughing?
Because it obviously is.
Like 3,000
it obviously is because we're on a globe, right?
Yeah. Whatever coordinates they used, right?
Kilometers and 45 inches. Or 3,000 kilometers, and don't you find that suspicious that there isn't more? I mean, I'm building a cabinet here, and I'm like, quarter inch off after 6 feet, and I'm just trying to figure out how come there's no differences in their like perfect.
Good point.
Yeah. Good point. Whatever coordinates they use, it'll be welcome to the globe. Go and find their coordinates. I don't need their actual measurements.
Right, I see what you're saying, but I don't think they use the 3,050 kilometers as their accurate measurement. What they did was they got a distance away and set up and shot the angle. And so if we're within this margin, the angle should be, a foot apart or whatever, and didn't come up with that. I mean, I agree. I agree. It could be a lame video, right? But why?
Well, I mean, why not?
Why did you swallow a video that's obvious bullshit? I don't know, you're a flat earther. Isn't that what you guys do?
I'm fine with this video being bullshit, but there should be other videos of it showing it, to be a curved earth. That's what I'm asking.
Didn't Soundly and Jesse went across the bridge?
Didn't do this.
Soundly and Jesse
telescope.
Hang on.
Oh my God, you're going to use Soundly's bridge for this? Are you serious?
Dude, are you accepting? Grim, I'm trying to talk to Rakia.
I can't hear that guy. Who is that? I can't.
Didn't we agree to not talk over people?
Sorry, I must be mumbling.
Yeah, but
You're mumbling.
Ruhif talked over me.
Microphone. I'm yelling in the backyard, but my microphone makes it sound like I'm mumbling. I'm not.
No, you are mumbling, and other people are talking.
It comes across as mumbling, but I'm actually screaming in my backyard.
You never stopped, bro. The whole time they were talking, you never stopped.
Those two haven't stopped interacting. It's not time for you to talk yet. Let Ruhif and Rakia finish up before you start just mumbling in the back.
I honestly didn't even know he was talking. I never even heard him. He's really low for me.
Now, you will obviously reject Jesse and Soundly's ECF data going over the Pontchartrain Bridge. Is that correct?
That's measured of 2 dimensions, bro.
No, I don't.
It's actually 3 dimensions, but anyway.
Actually, I don't. They took a baseline from the water and then the bridge goes up here based on that baseline and then stays straight according to that benchmark. and then goes up and over this place according to the benchmark, that's not a curved Earth, sir.
That doesn't sound like two buildings either. Like you're going away from the relevance of what you're being held to. So
he's already answered that he doesn't have a.
When you guys are ready.
Yeah.
When you're ready.
Yeah.
Right. ECEF is three-dimensional
he's already
data.
said that he doesn't have a video, so he's answered my question. It's fine to move on.
All right. ECEF is three-dimensional Euclidean data, right? If you plot the data points that Soundly and Jesse got, it is a curve. So do you accept that data?
I don't accept that it's a curve, and I don't think you're saying what their data shows.
How about going get the data? Let's get the data from Soundly. Let's get the data from Soundly and Jesse.
No, it's obviously foolish.
Right.
Let's get the data from Soundly and Jesse, and we'll plot it together. Wouldn't that be fun?
Mic check.
Soundly thinks you can see Earth curve from ground level. I don't trust him at all.
Do you want to get the data? Do you want to get the data?
I don't care what Soundly's data is. He thinks
of
with
course you
vision,
don't. That's why you're a flat earther, Rakia. That's why you're a flat earther.
This is a man that says all academia is wrong. You can see Earth curve from the ground level. I don't want to hear anything else.
Reject the data, and that's fine. You're a flat earther. You're going to reject the data. That's okay.
No. I want the data from ground zero. I want to know the position of the satellites that are taking it, because they have to be told where they're at and where the path they're traveling. Okay, so let's not start with an assumption that we're on a ball. Let's tell the satellites where. Let's find out where the satellites are told they are at according to each other, and we start from there.
Right.
You know, Brian, that if they're not,
that's what I would say as well. Exactly. This is based upon claimed speed of light and ping times to satellites, and the signal gives the actual time. So
you don't trust GPS?
I never said
I trust the model, but as long as you know it's a model.
What I'm just saying is
GPS.
what it is. I'm just saying what it is in terms of so.
But you understand it gives you a three-dimensional coordinate.
You can't verify anything in the physical world when you're getting signals from a thing that you cannot even verify that the timing or that the positions that they claim to be in are even accurate.
Okay, feel free to take a screenshot. Brian, shut up.
Go ahead, man.
Geo, feel free to take a screenshot of your GPS position and post it in the chat, please, if you don't think it's useful.
See, you're missing the whole point, bro. You're missing the entire point.
I never used either of those words. I never said that it's not useful.
Okay, so it does give you a position, right?
I thought the relevance was that he was asking for a video showing this occurrence in buildings tilting away from each other. We're not talking about buildings anymore. What's happened? You've gone away from the point.
No. I'm talking about ECEF data, right? So the data
you're talking
that you
about
get.
This silly theodolite.
No, that's what it started as, and I said that was impossible to do that with a theodolite because they're 3,000 kilometers
Narrows
apart.
Bridge? What about that Veranzo Narrows Bridge? 1.5 inches different top to top of the bridge.
Is it? Has it been measured?
The whole point is that the satellites are told where they're at.
Hear what I'm saying? Brian, they've measured that.
No, you can't measure the satellites in accordance with each other.
No, satellites.
Let me finish. You ain't got to instantly interrupt me, bro. If they're told that they are, if 3959 is assigned to their position, then that's what it's going to reflect. No matter what's down here, it's going to reflect off that of them being told where they're at. There's no raw 3D data. That's a trick.
Yes, there is. Fuck,
an arc is more structurally sound. That's why they build bridges.
They got to interrupt every time. They've got to interrupt. They can't help it.
Because you say something obviously wrong.
No. This is the deception, bro. Is that these satellites need to know where they're at, or the time ping is irrelevant.
Right. They need to know where they are. And do you know what happens if they're in the wrong position? If they have their position wrong?
Do you know what happens if they're told 3959 from each other? You know what happens then?
Then you're talking about transforming it into lat long, right? We're talking about where the satellites are.
Satellites aren't told where they're at based on a sphere.
They do know. Well, not really based on a sphere. They're based on a 3D coordinate system.
The whole point is 3959 is in the data of their positioning period. Why are you saying no, bro? That is lying through. So they're not told that they're on a sphere. They're not told that they're arcing away.
They're
Now
told
you're
they're
acting
on an
like
orbit.
now you're acting like they send signals to each other.
No, they're not told they're rotating around a sphere. They are in an orbit. They're told they're orbit, right? But their coordinate system is just in 3D space. It's not relative to any sphere of the Earth. Okay?
So they're told that they're circling around a sphere, though.
No,
So they've got
no,
3959 inputted into the data.
no, it's not in the data, right? They're in an orbit, yes.
What do you mean it's
they're in an
not in the
orbit.
data, bro? They're told that they're orbiting,
No,
bro.
Brian,
Why are you getting
listen.
dishonest, Riff? I'm starting
Fuck
to get
off,
suspicious
Brian.
of you, bro.
I'm starting to get the shits with you. Keep on calling me fucking dishonest. Go fuck yourself again, Brian.
Bro, you just said
Hey,
they're
listen.
in an orbit, Riff.
Right,
You
they're
keep
in
cutting
an
me off.
orbit. Yeah, I'm trying to explain, but you keep calling me a fucking liar. Go fuck yourself. Please listen, okay?
All right. Yeah, Brian, please don't do that.
Yeah, I agree, Brian. But Gio, you know, Ruhif did admit that he cut off on purpose, and he might be antagonizing a little bit. You think maybe?
Perhaps.
Can I continue?
It's a conspiracy theory.
He just said that they're told that what orbit they're in, and I said yes. So they're basically told 3959. They're told that they're orbiting a ball, right?
Listen to what I'm going to say, Brian. Please listen, okay? Yes, they are told they are in an orbit. That orbit's defined, right? Their coordinate system.
3959, right?
Oh, please listen, Brian.
All right, I'll just temporarily mute him so you can speak. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, they're in an orbit, and yes, that orbit's defined, right? It's a circular path or close to circular path. They don't know the radius of the Earth, okay? When they send their signals, the raw data that you get gives you a position in 3D space, not in a spherical space, right? Your software on your phone converts that 3D coordinate into a globe, right? That's how you get your latitude and longitude from a 3D coordinate system, ECEF. I'll post it in the chat. Hold on. The end.
Well, I mean, I was done what I had to say. I would have muted myself, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind that. But I want to say, you just said they're orbiting. So the satellite, if it doesn't know where it's at, its information is worthless. It's got to know where it's at. So you just said it's orbiting, okay? So if it thinks that in 10 miles, it's 66 feet lower than what it just was in 3D space, and then in 100 miles, it thinks it's like 1.12 miles lower, then by entering, it can't know that without 3959. The satellites have to know where they're at. They have to be told where they're at, and that's my whole point.
Right,
it doesn't
they're not
disprove the
told-
globe, though, but it doesn't prove the globe.
They're not told where they're at in relation to a sphere of 3959 radius.
See, that's not what we were told the other night. We were told that the satellites know very accurately what the distance they're from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, that's the origin of the coordinate system, the 3D coordinate system. That's their coordinate system.
And then they know where the surface. Then they know where the surface is based on that, right?
No, your phone does that. Your receiver does that, right? It converts.
No, we're talking about GPS.
Yeah, GPS doesn't know that.
So how does GPS get the vertical distance from the satellite?
Yeah, because you trilaterate your position in 3D space, X, Y, Z, Cartesian.
Not what I asked.
I'm explaining it, Rakia.
Vertical?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. You get your X, Y, Z coordinates in a Cartesian 3D coordinate system, right? Then your phone or whatever thing you're doing has the WGS84 model in it and works out your lat long and elevation. Right? Not the GPS satellite. Your phone does this.
Please show me a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system.
I wasn't talking about a phone. I was talking about a GPS surveying equipment that is doing vertical height, like how tall the bridge is.
Right.
Yeah, not my phone.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of a phone. It'll work out lat long and elevation. Do you not get this?
Yeah, I get it, but it's based on the position, not the measurement of the distance between to the satellite and giving you the height.
If
Like
the
Brian's
Earth
saying, it's
disappeared,
oh my god, just whatever. Piss off, man.
okay, if the Earth disappeared, right, you would still get GPS signals. I mean, you'd have difficulty having an orbit, but still, right, you would just have a position in 3D space. With the Earth disappeared.
Relative
it's
to
the
what?
transformation relative to the origin, the coordinate system. 0, 0, 0.
Let me tell you I'm
Okay,
not
just
telling you. I'm
listen,
not talking to Roof. I'm just telling whoever wants to listen. The position is based on a theoretical surface, right? And then when you put the rod, whatever your receiver is, on a point on Earth, actually, the surface, all it's doing is saying, okay, I'm 10 feet away from that model that's predicted. So the height from the center of the Earth, the elevation from the center of the Earth is X. That's all it's doing. It's a calculation. It is based on the radius, no matter how many times it says it isn't. And the surface of the Earth that the GPS is using is a theoretical free space, because that's how you get upflowing rivers and geodesy and all that, like the gravitational pull bullshit. It's not the surface. It's not the actual surface of the water that they're talking about when they say surface. It's ridiculous.
GPS, right? The raw GPS data, you get a a pure XYZ 3D coordinate. Right?
Show me that, please, because I just posted a Cartesian and it's not 3-dimensional. You can turn it into 3 dimensions with math, but it's not. But a raw Cartesian coordinate system, I just posted it in Livestream text, is XY.
XYZ, 3-dimensional, Euclidean.
Show me.
Do you want me to just show you an XYZ? Have you not opened like Blender?
Show me a 3D Cartesian coordinate system, so I'll know how to respond to that.
Just XYZ axes. Do I have to what?
Rohit, I've got a question for you. Can you explain the difference between a delta coordinate system and a Cartesian coordinate system for me, please?
Oh, DP.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I can't.
No, you can't, because that is exactly the difference between what you're trying to explain and what you can't explain, Ruiv.
Yeah, I don't know how your coordinate system works yet.
My coordinate system is a delta coordinate system.
Yes. Yeah,
it's not Cartesian. Yeah, you really do need to learn that one.
I do.
Because it fucks you with your satellites, Ruhiv.
How? What?
It absolutely fucks you. Because like somebody said, the Cartesian coordinate system is planar. The delta coordinate system is Euclidean, but in 3D space.
Yes, but the satellites don't use a delta coordinate system.
But you're trying to explain a delta coordinate system
No, I'm not.
mechanics, the way it works on a Euclidean plane, or using Euclidean...
I'm not trying to describe delta coordinate system at all.
No, but you're trying to use a Cartesian coordinate system to explain what a delta coordinate system does. And it doesn't work, Ruhiv.
I haven't mentioned the word delta at all.
No.
I'm not trying to explain
You've
a delta.
stuck to Cartesian.
Right.
But what the satellites and the GPS do, you have a fixed 0 point in a delta coordinate system, Ruhiv.
No.
Yes, you do. Ruhiv, how can you sit there and say no when you've just admitted to me you don't know what a delta coordinate system is?
I'm not trying to describe a delta coordinate system.
Your ass whooped, man.
I'm not trying to describe a delta coordinate system.
No, Ruhiv, because you don't know what one is. Go and learn about it and come back and have this conversation, mate.
What? I don't know what's just happened here.
What most of them do is they admit the Earth is mapped out 2-dimensionally, and then they try and claim that the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional. But with Cartesian coordinates, with a true raw Cartesian coordinate system, then that doesn't work. Okay, but here's another thing: if you want to just take one of your satellites and just say an airplane's halfway between the ground and every marker, and it's just flying in sync with the satellite. Okay, all it's doing is timing. That's all it's doing. It's sending out a signal and the receiver is timing that signal. Okay, so if it's told that it's in a specific orbit, even if it's flying over a flat section, okay, it's going to reflect the R that's put in. You know, it's all inputted. That's why I want to see the original data. Not, you know, I'm not saying it disproves the globe, but it in no
Thanks for
way
taking him away
proves
from
it.
my point, Brian. Lovely job.
Yeah, that was a derail of sorts.
Yeah, like I have not mentioned Delta coordinate system at all.
No, because you can't, Ruhif. Because you're working in Cartesian and explaining a delta system.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You just don't know it.
He's saying the fact that you haven't mentioned delta is telling that you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know how this. I don't know how we got here.
Drop.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take your mic drop. Whatever.
Well, wait, Ruhiv, what? You're like a deer in headlights. What's going on? Do you not know what's being said, or do you need more clarification? Or?
No, he doesn't. That's exactly what's going on. He doesn't know what's being said.
Right. DP has a 3D printer, right, that uses a different coordinate system to purely Euclidean XYZ.
No, hang, stop there. It is still Euclidean. It still uses XYZ, just a different way of putting all the information together.
Okay,
it
not
doesn't.
Cartesian.
No, it's delta. That is the difference. Cartesian works in a plane. Right. Delta gives you for want of a better word, a void space, and then coordinates within that void space from a 0 point. You have to set the 0 point before the printer knows what the hell it's doing, and then that void space becomes its print space in a delta coordinate system. It still works line by line, but the point that it's printing is given to it as a point in that 3D void space instead of on a Euclidean plane. Now, this is the difference in the system that you're trying to use to explain what GPS does, that it really doesn't explain anything, Ruhif. And the delta coordinate system explains it all, but it fucks you.
Okay, I have a question then. In terms of Cartesian, you mentioned that you could have Cartesian on a planar with XYZ. How does it map out the Z coordinates?
Sorry, on DP's printer or on just like GPS?
Hang on, he said Cartesian.
Yeah,
I've made it clear that my printer is delta.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking you though, in terms of Cartesian, how does it map out the Z coordinates?
Well, that's done on the next plane up, isn't it? That Z becomes the next plane up when the 3D printer is printing, and it becomes a point on the X or the Y.
It's a different datum, in other words.
Line by line, exactly. Whereas my printer plots every point in the 3D space and gives that a coordinate.
Gotcha.
So it's a different datum or data set, basically.
No,
and,
it's the same data. It's just
no,
worked in
I
a
wasn't
different
saying
way.
it's different than what your thing is. I'm just saying it's Go ahead, bro. I ain't trying to interrupt.
It's just a different method.
In other words, the elevation vertical is not the same as horizontal. You know, they mistake when we're arguing the globers mistake these horizontal datums for being elevation data and shit, and they like to use Cartesian.
Clear it up for us, Brian.
What?
Brian, do you understand what's being said here? I'm not being nasty.
Yeah,
it just seems to me that you're not following what's going on here.
I'm trying to like transfer it into the globe. What you're talking about, your printer, and what you're explaining, I'm trying to put it in layman's terms to where they understand the way the surveying's done, the way the models are done, is all I'm trying to do.
Right. Well, at the moment, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the difference between two coordinate systems.
So Cartesian doesn't have a zero like origin?
It's done plane by plane, isn't it? You give each plane an origin point.
Oh.
Whereas my printer works from a central origin point, and every point within that void printable space is then given a coordinate. Excuse me.
It's funny that you guys are talking about printers to explain the shape of the Earth.
Well, this is the thing, right? Coordinate systems and this kind of thing was not my bag, baby. I hated talking about it. Then I bought the printer, and by learning the delta system, you can identify the difference between the delta system and the Cartesian system. And the delta system fucks the globe. It really does. They're talking about using the Cartesian coordinate system in a delta coordinate system manner, and it doesn't work. You can't do that.
That's why I said that's the new argument. They're trying to say the surface of a globe is two-dimensional, which is laughable.
They're saying a sphere, the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, but when you think about that, a sphere is defined as a series or a set of points at a given distance from a central point. Now, a set of points, or a point, as we all know, is that of which has no parts. So they're saying
the sphere is two-dimensional. Let's get
no,
that straight.
listen to what I'm
They say
saying.
it can be mapped. Any place on the surface of the sphere can be mapped.
Boy, he was making a good point when you cut in there.
Never said
Just
that.
being
Thanks for
honest.
cutting me off, Grim.
Yeah, he was making a pretty good point there, Grim, when you cut right in his point.
Yep. Do you need me to say it again?
Yes, please say it again.
A sphere is defined, and they say they live on the surface of a sphere. Bear this in mind. A sphere is defined as a set of points, or a series of points, at a given distance from a central point. So the radius is constant. That straight line radius is constant, and every single point is at the same distance from that constant straight line radius. Now, as we all know, a point is that of which has no parts. So each individual point doesn't actually exist on a sphere.
Mm-hmm. Is that it?
Can I jump in real quick?
They're saying that they live on a sphere, and
yeah, no, it doesn't really translate because they say that colloquially, right? They still maintain that there's, I mean, obviously there's topography, and the radius is varying little by little, from place to place.
Think about it like this: if the formulas were added prehand in the model, if they were true, then why would you have to use the R and the Haversine to exit to get a distance if it's already in the model? Why would you have to change your measurement to sphericals, great circle distances, if the angles are already computed in? So that should be a hint to them that the information is what it is. If you want to use a transform to turn it into, if you want to give it R, yeah, you can get what you could call spherical distances, but it's not mapped out like that.
Here I want to throw something in there real quick that I find really, really funny sometimes is you hear, especially the ones that are like all geeked out on math, like technically the sphere should be a perfect in math, not like in what they say, how that's all, jacked up and weird shaped and stuff. But in math, this sphere is supposed to be perfect. You would think mathematically. Now, if you're basing everything off this perfect mathematical spherical model, and then you have like all the degrees and everything situated 360 degrees around, in every direction. Now, once you start plugging in this data, and if it makes sense mathematically, then why doesn't anyone think like, but that's something wrong, because that isn't the way that the land, like you're saying, the topography, that's not the way it's actually shaped. It's not a perfect sphere. So this reminds me every time there's a construction, job site, and you get the blueprints from the engineers, and you get the details and everything, it's always off. Always. It's never accurate, ever precise, because they're basing it off a model, but it doesn't match reality with when you actually get to where the surveyors come and they go, okay, this is the point. This is our benchmark. Okay, well, this is the benchmark that you took the reading here on the job site, but in the engineer world where they're building it on their computer, it's always off. And that's because they go off the model. But in reality, that's not our fucking reality.
That's a very good point. That's why they
I don't
give
know
us
if it
least
is though.
squares.
Is that a very
That's
good
why
point?
I don't
Is
think
that
it
a
is
very
because
good
I
point?
think they would say
we use least
The
that
squares
model
method.
says we're on a perfect sphere. Is that what our model is?
yeah,
That
they would say that
it's not
the
called an
model
oblate
is
spheroid?
oblate spheroid and
Thank
the
you.
orbits aren't perfectly circular; they're elliptical and stuff like that. So
It's not what our model says. That's
We're
what,
not
all I
building
wanted to
shit.
say.
We're
I
not
was going to
building
see if
shit.
one of the
I'm
other
you're
laying
right,
out.
flat earthers
Grim.
in the
You're right.
room, which I'm proud of you right now, because I was going to say, why don't one of the other flat earthers in the room tell him what the Glober model actually is before he can tell
I
me?
will.
No.
It's based on a
You're not
radius
understanding
from
though. You're not
center point
understanding
with a
though.
radius 3959. That's your
You're
model.
look at you're not understanding though. Now you're saying it's oblique and all this other shit. But if we go back into the '60s when they did all the fucking telepathy fucking projections and everything, that was all in math. It would have had to have been a perfect ball sphere because they didn't know. They didn't have the satellite imaging of the world being all weird, tweaked, and oblique. So this is why it's bullshit, and you guys will not accept that. You will not fucking accept that. And if you had to base it off mathematically, it would have been off a perfect sphere. Now you can, hindsight, right? Now you're like, oh no, we don't believe it's perfect sphere, blah 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 blah. But let's rewind to when they were calculating it based on it being a ball, and this is where you guys are full of
Sure,
shit.
but
I'm
even
sorry.
then, they've since said that they've improved upon it. They've increased the accuracy. Some of the figures were off. Blah 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 blah. So
No.
I think it's
Hold
red
on.
herring.
When you're dealing, hold on, in their thing, when you're dealing with this projected slingshot off the ball Earth out to moon, if you were off by the smallest amount, you can have a trajectory that's taking you miles away from your point. So if you're telling me, oh, they got better at it, accurate, it's more accurate. No. Mathematically, it had to be a fucking perfect ball because that's the way they were fucking calculating it.
I think
So
that's
this
a
is the
positive claim, and you have a burden of proof on that, man.
hey, okay, all right. Let me go find the book. Let me go look. Let me go show you the measure, the calculations of the woman that actually calculated the fucking
Okay. Yeah,
projection.
the colored lady. She was brilliant. DP, do you have before we get too far away from
Sorry,
before
I
we
had
get
one
too
quick
far away
question for
from
you, DP.
DPs? Yeah.
Yeah, DP, I had one question. So is it fair to say with Cartesian coordinates, like especially with your 3D printer and that sort of thing, where there is a z-axis, that the points the point that's in the z-axis is always the one that's kind of plotted first, because it goes line by line.
Cartesian's XY. Cartesian's XY. I posted it in Livestream
Bro, you
text.
could have
It's
Cartesian
XY.
as XYZ.
Yeah,
But
you can post elevation profiles on Cartesian.
I'm confused here, Brian. Was he asking me a question or was he
Didn't
talking
we?
to you?
Yeah. Brian, we just had a thing with Geo where we wasn't going to blast in, and I mean, come on, man.
Okay,
Seriously.
so I'll rephrase the
I
question.
thought he was going to get data. Hold on, he said he was going to get a fucking book and shit, dude. I was answering
you're
his
talking
question.
about a different person right now.
Yeah, man, you blasted in on percentage just then, and he's asking
what's
percentage.
going
No, I
on,
didn't,
Brian?
bro. Rewind it. I didn't blast in on fucking nobody. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, you did actually, Brian. You did.
Maybe you got me turned down. But anyway, so the question
and if
is,
you paid attention
because
to
it
the
goes,
conversation, then maybe you'd realise that. But hey.
Okay, DP. So the question
do
is,
you.
because it goes line by line, right? Does that mean
The
that
Euclidean.
since the line is the z-axis, does that mean
Sorry,
that the z-axis point is the first one out of the XYZ that's mapped out?
The Cartesian system.
In
you're talking
Cartesian,
about.
yes.
Yeah. Well, the Cartesian system, when you're talking about the printing of, because this is where the relevance for me has come in between the two different coordinate systems, right? When you're talking about the printing, when your Cartesian printer moves up in the plane, wherever the print head is becomes the origin point. Because why would the printer move the print head to a different point to set its origin point?
Absolutely.
If the printer's working on the say the right hand side of the print and has come to the end of the print on that plane, it moves up a plane, and that end point on that origin plane, sorry, the original plane, becomes the start point on the next plane.
Mm-hmm. So it's like,
and then
as
so
it
on and
moves
so
up,
on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
as it moves up, it sets the z point, and then wherever it is after having moved up, like sequentially, would be the origin point, the xy, and then go from there.
and then sets the rest of the points from that origin point once it's moved up in the plane. Yeah.
Whereas with Delta, it does them all XYZ together after having set the origin point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So as you see, the difference there is that you need the void space for the Delta system to set all the coordinates for whatever it is you're printing within that void space. But the Cartesian system just goes up line by line and sets an origin point every time it moves up.
So for Delta, you would need to map out the borders first, right?
Well, my system actually, what I'll do is I'll look for I've done a recording of my printer. It actually auto levels itself, right? And what it does is it brings the print head down, and it plots 3 points on the print plate. Okay, what does 3 points in a void space give you? If you have 3 points, 3 coplanar points,
a triangle.
Give you a triangle, and from that you form a plane. So my printer forms a plane on the hot plate, which is what is printed on. When you auto level it, and from that plane, it then sets a center point, and then it goes to the top of the void space, and it sets its maximum height because it needs to know
where the top is.
Absolutely. And then it goes back down onto the print plate, and it just picks random points on the print plate to make sure they're all within that Euclidean plane that it's set.
Yeah, but how does it know where the top and the bottom, the maximum and the minimum are?
Maximum and minimum of what?
Like of the void space, the ceiling and the floor. How does it know?
Well, when it sets its 0 point and forms the plane on the print plate, you also you have a sensor that you clip to the print head, and that's what tells it where the plane is. And then once you've set the plane, you then take that sensor off and you bring it down automatically, and you put a sheet of paper on the print plate, and then bring the print head down onto the piece of paper, and you can adjust it by 0.001 of a millimeter. And so you adjust it gently so that you can just move that sheet of paper underneath the print nozzle by adjusting it millimeter by millimeter, and that is its 0 point.
Gotcha. See, I was thinking maybe that it would set the Z axis, like the Z value for the ceiling and the Z value for the floor. Like you would manually set that, and then it would know. But I guess it just knows based off of the sensor that you physically put on.
Well, it sets the plane, and then you bring the print head down, so it knows the distance, because it needs a distance off of the print plate, obviously. Otherwise, you're scraping the print plate, and you're just going to make a mess.
Of course.
So it needs a distance.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah. And from that distance, you've got the ceiling of the void space as well.
Okay, so moving away from your printer, traditionally in like other systems where they do delta coordinate, how do they set the top and the bottom, or right and left, like the borders of that void space? Do they program it? Or
it depends what you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about CNC machining, then you'd have to talk to a CNC machiner, because I don't know, and I wouldn't even try and fob you off by guessing. What would be the point?
Fair enough.
When you're talking about individual delta spaces, they're used for different purposes, and I know what my delta space is used for, and I know how it fucks the globe. So
yeah, my D space fucks too.
So DP, you're saying you can't have a sphere in a delta coordinate system?
No, of course you can. You can plot whatever shape you want, but the coordinates for that sphere in the printing side of it, the 3D printing side of it, right? Each coordinate for that spherical shape would be plotted from the beginning and given to the print printer machinery, the guts, the gubbins in the printer, whereas the Cartesian works line by line, and each point would be plotted as a circle on that Euclidean Cartesian plane as it works up. Whereas my printer, each plot is pointed with each point is plotted within the delta void space.
Is it fair to say? Is it correct to say each point would be plotted as a circle? Wouldn't it be each line plots as a circle?
Sorry.
Like for Cartesian, it goes line by line and plots a full circle if it's doing the globe, right?
Yeah, but what's a circle? It's a series of points around a center at a given radius.
Yeah. You said each point plots as a circle. That's why.
Yeah, well, each point on the Euclidean Cartesian plane is still plotted as points.
Plot out all the points will plot out a circle. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of a sphere, I have this, like, why don't we ever ask this or question this? Now, a sphere is supposed to be equal in like the diameter. It should be the same, like at any point, right? Like at the north, the south of the ball, the east of the ball. Every part should have the same diameter. Am I wrong? Like in a ball, in a perfect ball, a sphere, and
no,
then
you're not wrong.
and then the radius should all be the same, right? Like it should make sense. But now look at the chat or the voice the text chat. How? To me, this looks like it'll have different radiuses on different points of this ball Earth without water here, showing you the way it's all bloop, like all lumpy. That means
Is that where you live?
This is
geoid.
what they believe in. So
that's the geoid.
Lumpy, bumpy.
Now hold on.
That's lumpy space princess.
Yeah. So listen. So if you're going to tell me that there's a radius, well, then there's going to be different radiuses at different points, different diameters, and then your math, quote unquote, your math science, quote unquote, it would be thrown off by this crazy lumpy thing that you think we live on. But so how do you justify like still believing in this Santa Claus right now? How do you justify?
You understand that the image you posted is unbelievably highly exaggerated, right? Do you understand that?
You tell me. I mean, it makes sense
in
your world.
Yeah. It's highly exaggerated.
According
those
to the
differences.
spinning of it, it is supposed to be, a little. Matter of fact, it might even be more because with that 13-mile high water bulge from the spinning of it, might even be bigger. I don't know. Forming of this world should probably even be more bulgier, right, or whatever. But go on. I'm sorry. Explain.
So these actual differences that this image that you posted, right? The actual differences between that really protruding red bit and the sort of dented blue bit is about 150 meters.
Okay, so
that's what the geoid is.
So you're justifying that this ball that is clearly not a ball, it somehow makes sense in the math world, but it doesn't.
Did I stutter when I said this is a highly exaggerated representation?
Oh, so now when your sources, the people that tell you about the ball Earth and everything and the planets and the heliocentric model, they give you this, and now you're cherry picking, like, oh no, that's not what we subscribe to. That's not that's exaggerated. Blah blah blah. Like, but when they show a star, 100 light years away, and that's the photo of it, and it looks like an eyeball looking at you in the gases of this nebula, whatever, that you believe, but not this though, huh? Come on, dude. Seriously, you're cherry picking what you want to believe. They're saying that this is it. This is the ball. Now you're like, you do understand that's exaggerated, right? Like, what? Now you're cherry picking.
It's really exaggerated. Make a point that
post an image.
Geodetics don't present the ellipsoid.
Yeah. Make your point with reference to the image I just posted.
Oh, that's the way it looks. Is that the ball now?
It's the geoid map.
That's what the geodetics determine the Earth
like.
Yeah. So again, let me go here. Can we agree that it's not a perfect sphere? Yes, right? Okay. Okay, so not a perfect sphere. Okay, therefore, math of a sphere then's thrown out the window because it's not a perfect sphere. Can we agree with that?
Well, it's a lumpy, bumpy, oblate spheroid glob of rocks floating in a fabricated vacuum medium.
Apocryphon. See in the one that you posted, right?
Yeah,
You've got the deep blue spot, like to the southwest of southeast, of Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
Can you see that same blue spot in mine?
Yeah.
Yep. And the really red part, like to the northwest of Great Britain, can you see that corresponds as well?
Yep.
Okay. Can you see on my diagram the scale at the bottom? Please tell me what that scale says.
It says the geoid heights in meters.
In meters, yes. So the red.
Are you guys sure it's meters?
Yes.
It says M. I think M means meters, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's in microchips. I don't know whatever the fuck.
100 meter difference from the surface of the ocean to the height of, like, you know.
No, it's to scale.
Come on, man.
To scale.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Ruhif?
It's
Yeah,
it's to scale. It's that small.
Thousands of feet from the depths of the ocean all the way up to the land.
No, this is the surface. This is sea level references, right?
No, that's
No,
not
it's
what the
to
geoid
scale
is. The
with
geoid
this
is without water.
diagram.
No, the geoid.
Can I ask you something? So, like, the deepest part of I just saw a video of this too. It's
That's
pretty
without
cool.
the water, Ruhif.
That's first sea level. That's the differential from the ellipsoid.
No, it can't. What?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, hold on.
Exactly
hold on,
what
hold
it
on.
is.
So you're saying
Hold
the
on, hold on,
geoid,
hold on. Wait,
the
wait,
first image that he posted is with water?
The image
That's
that
the Earth with
Apocryphon-
water?
The image that Apocryphon posted, right, is a highly, highly exaggerated model of what the Earth sea level datum looks like. Right? The geoid differences from the ellipsoid.
You have to say it's highly exaggerated. You have to, because then it
Well,
destroys
again,
it.
So that's with the water. That's sea level that is showing.
I must have stuttered when I said that this was a highly exaggerated model.
Okay, let me.
And then asked you to read the scale at the bottom of the one that I posted.
I always
Do
thought
need
that
to
was
repeat
without
that?
water.
Ruhuf, they're just not
It
getting
looks
the
like it's
fact that
without
it's
water.
not the shape of the. It's the effective shape. It's the gravitational effect. It looks like for things that are on it. Hold on. It just means that everything is deviated by that scale. Wherever Mount Everest, whatever's over there, sea level, the water, whatever that is, it's acting as if it's higher or lower based on the geodetic strength.
Okay, so if I
the equipotential strength.
Okay, so if I took as this, what they did is they took this, high altitude camera, starts taking pictures, boom, 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 and then, but they do realize there's heights, right, like higher, lower. Now I take that data, and I put it in this ball as they believe they live on. Now, if it shows to the right side, that bulge, and then there's that dip, and then another bulge, and then then you go towards the left because now that was under the bottom part of it. Now the left, it's higher, and then it dips down into it like it's cutting into. I guess that would be the north, like in Canada, Europe area. I guess I don't know, right above there. So you're saying that with their own data that they're plotting and mapping, now you're going, that's just exaggerated.
It's really exaggerated.
Are you
Bro, it's made up. It's made up.
No, they measure.
Yeah.
You don't think they can measure geodetic? Wait, first of all, do we not agree that geodetics is a thing, and you can go out to your farm, you can look at the geodetics of a 50-acre ranch, determine what the gravitational strengths look like, i.e., the equipotential surface characteristics, rather than the surface based on a ellipsoid, which is the near perfect sphere, not really that or the.
You're literally.
That was a long question. Can we agree that the geoid is hypothetical and calculated and has never been measured?
No, it's been measured. It's been very measured.
Show me the measurement.
The ellipsoid is hypothetical.
No, the ellipsoid is measured too.
Well,
before we go too far, I'm gonna moderate because obviously all the moderators are gone. Don't call people retarded, Riff.
Don't say retarded things, and I'll try not to call people retarded.
Okay, so
no, just don't do
just
it.
don't call them retarded.
Okay, isn't the ellipsoid can be measured by radar,
Okay.
laser distancing?
Okay, so Ruhif, so that this measurement of that you guys are now disowning like a bad stepchild, and you don't want to take any part of it. This you won't agree, but then when they show you a CGI, because this is apparently data with actual photos of that data.
Not
but when
photos,
they show you,
it's actual data.
Yeah.
They actually
Data
measure
that's mapped
this.
out, right? Data.
Sure
Oh
they
yeah,
do.
just like the data of the stars that you guys.
No,
get.
they measure it. They fly over the they fly over the surface and they can see the gravitational strength vary.
They can see it.
Hold on,
now.
can I
They can
finish?
see
No,
it.
they measure.
No, actually, you can't because you cut me off because I was talking to Ruhif. So get out of here. So what Ruhif? Back to what I'm saying. You have the this ball, right? Or just you can't even call it a ball at this point. Now, let me again. Let's say it's exaggerated. Okay, but I'll give you that. I'll even concede to that. Yeah, you're right. It's totally exaggerated. But listen. Now, but because it's not, the radius in the equator shouldn't be the same as the radius of the North Pole because again it's oblique, right? So if that's the case, then that takes out all this math that we've been working on, and believing and having it to be, because it's based off of a sphere. Never was this math ever.
No.
Oh, okay.
See at the bottom there says EGM 96, not SGM, right? What do you think the E stands for?
I'm sorry, I don't. A it's a E, no?
Probably
E?
ellipsoid.
Well, it's actually not, but yes. it is an ellipsoid model, yes. The EGM 96 is an ellipsoid model.
But
I believe these are the differentials.
Model, what?
These
Ellipsoid
heights
geographical model?
These heights in the blue and red, right, are differentials between the actual sea level and a perfect ellipsoid.
Okay.
And the actual sea level, how did they account for tides?
Mean sea level? How do you normally account for tides?
No, because the geoid's supposed to be without tides, right? So
relative to mean sea level. How do you calculate mean sea level?
Yeah, so they measured the sea level at any given. You guys said that they measured it, right? So they measured the sea level at any given time, and then they just took their calculations from mean sea level all across from everywhere in the world.
Mean sea level. You've answered your own question.
And then they subtracted what it was actually at, or what?
Relative, you'd have two subtractions, right? What the tides are at currently that day.
But didn't they get the mean sea level from measuring it in the first place?
Oh, Jesus. How do you think they measure mean sea level?
They do it at like water stations, measuring stations, where they check the tides and stuff like that.
Yep. So they're aware that when it's high tide and low tide?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that gives them their sea level, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so they're taking that and then they're just subtracting what they've already calculated. It's like, it's circular.
No. Fuck.
Okay, they only got the mean sea level from adding them all together. You're automatically assuming that the tides all kind of like have the same weight. That every water station or weather station, wherever they do it, that they have the same weight. That these data points are all to be treated equal. That's not necessarily the case. Some places have higher tide than others.
Right, but there is a mean,
don't have tides at all.
There is a mean sea level, right?
Yeah, some places don't have tides at all. So you can't automatically assume that just because you have an average from all of these, that you can now subtract from the average and you'll have the actual at that place. Because it might be that place didn't have a tide to begin with.
Do you know what this chart means?
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay, so with that being said, can we agree that it's not a perfect ball? Yes. Now, if we do, then all the math that is, like when they have rockets and there's a trajectory that they have to go by, if it's based off the math of a ball, and now you have these different gravity areas for your guys' argument. But what I'm saying is it throws it out the window because it's not a ball. It's not a perfect sphere.
What does it throw out the window? Tell me what it throws out. I just don't know if you understand the difference. Do you understand the difference between the two? I'm just curious.
Zanuck,
because it sounds
Zanuck,
like in this discussion that for
Zanuck,
some reason we're
if
not
I'm gonna look at Zanuck,
okay,
if I'm gonna
people have
launch a
accused me for over talking you, but I'm trying to get one question out of the three of you have been going at it.
You did
It's real
ask me,
simple.
and I'm
Do
answering.
you understand the difference between an ellipsoid and a geoid?
Yes. Now listen, if you have
Tell
this,
me.
you asked me, and I'm answering. So let me answer, and don't cut me off.
I
So if
won't.
you have a ball that has a certain shape, right, and then you're doing all these projections and calculations based off of a ball, and then now fast forward decades later, and they're like, it's actually this, wobbly pear shape, has a fat ass, stuff like that. Well, then that means all your calculations that was for the old one, that meant nothing, because that wasn't our reality. That means they were either lying to us then or they're lying to us now. And what I'm trying to say is it's comical that you guys support this nonsense.
Okay, let me respond.
The other
please.
option
Let me respond real quick. Can I respond real quick to him? So I still didn't get the answer whether geoid and ellipsoid. You didn't convey that, and I do understand that you think that because we've now determined that this perfect sphere that you said we assumed beforehand is now slightly fatter, a little wider at the waist, maybe a little bit, not quite perfect. That throws out all our calculations, and I have to ask you why do you think that? It's because it's off by, out of 3,900 miles, off by a couple miles here and there.
Oh my God, bro! Get
the main question is, the main question is, I don't want to get. The main question is, what is the difference between the ellipsoid and the geoid? Do you know the difference?
Yes, bro.
What? Please tell me. So
it's all in your head. That's the difference.
No, just tell me what the
all
difference
in your
is, 'cause it's
head,
not-
and it's all assumed based off the gravity and all this bullshit. That's
What is
one.
the difference? It should be a really easy answer.
I just told you.
No, you didn't. What is an ellipsoid then? How would you measure the ellipsoid?
It's a shape.
How do you measure it?
How do you measure it? I'm pretty sure you use math.
Satellites could measure it.
Oh, here we
They
go.
fly over an orbit and they measure the height.
Like I said.
Anyway, what is it? What is it? Okay, regardless how they measure it, what do they get as an answer? At the end of the day, when they've measured it, what do they end up
with? The shape.
The shape is what you.
But it's not. But it's not a perfect ball.
I know.
It's a little stretch,
so your answer
like
is
a fat ass.
So your answer is not the perfect.
Correct.
That's fair to say. Okay. Now, what is the geoid?
That's I already told you. It's in your head.
No. What is it? What do they mean? What do we
mean? Can you not have an honest conversation?
It's you're trying to say that because of the sea level and what the land is around it and the gravity based on that, it's going to give you this hypothetical world that you live in. That's what it's going to give you.
No, I don't think it's a hypothetical world. Measure gravitation. Oh, can I just respond? Can I respond real quick without being insulted? And
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Zanuck.
Just saying, they measure it. And all sorts of devices can measure the gravitational, the equipotential strength, as they call it, around the Earth. So, for however many data points they have, and they try to get as many as possibly can, they've mapped out the entire Earth. All these values are measured, and with those values, they get this map that tells you in some areas there's low gravity, in some areas there's high. Right? That's all that they've done. And effectively, it makes things like water flow and things, pull up, whatever, like this weird-looking globular Earth. Now, of course, it's extremely distorted.
It's all hypothetical, by the way.
No, not hypothetical.
Yes, it is.
It's just exact. There's a difference between exaggerated and hypothetical. Hypothetical means it's we think it could do this because of that. No,
that's exactly.
We've just hold on. We've just taken the data and we've exaggerated it to make the shape. Well, you know what the word exaggerated means, right? It's not what it really looks like, but it's to make a point of what it would look like if it was thousands and thousands of times worse than those measurements were. How about that? Thousands and thousands of times. So obviously, it's not that big a deal, but we want to show the spheroid and the ellipsoid.
Do you want to know why?
That's all I wanted to ask.
Do you want to know why the geoid is all like imaginary? Because you're invoking gravity, and
we measure it. We can measure it.
Now we can measure gravity, bro.
Of course, you put yourself on a scale.
You can measure gravity.
Oh my God, dude! Zanuck, go to bed. Go to bed. Get out of here. Go to bed.
You can't measure gravity? I can't measure your weight?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, are you that?
If I'm measuring my dog on a scale, you're saying, well, now I'm going to have a theoretical thought experiment that there's this force pulling on it and it's going to give it a weight based upon the force pulling down. Well, guess what? That means in your world, based off this data map that we just plotted right here, just shown, that means some places there's less gravity and some places there's more gravity. Kind of like in the ISS when they have a hammer floating and then they drop a card and it falls down to the floor. That's probably microgravity pockets, right?
Well, not exactly. So
hey guys, hold on 1 second. You guys can go if you want to go back to this. But if you don't mind, just because before you guys kick into a whole gravity thing, DP, are you still at your mic?
Still listening in.
Yeah. I just I wanted to ask. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to go back to that topic, that's cool. But just before,
No, I'm good. I don't want to go down the fake road.
While DP's here,
I don't want to argue Santa Claus right now and Easter bunnies. It's okay.
Well, Gio, I was ready to make a closing statement on that. It's not that gravity's less; it just changes its direction.
It's going to kick a whole other thing up.
Well, yeah, we don't have to go down that route. I just want to let them know that this map is our measurement. It doesn't mean things weigh more. The strength is stronger in certain areas.
Go ahead, Gio, and then I'll come back to it because now I have to tell him.
You didn't hear what I said. You just want to talk over it.
Yeah, hold on. You guys.
I was being cool, and he just talked over.
Right, you can definitely come back to it if you want. While DP is here, I just wanted to ask on the coordinate thing because this question was like lingering in my mind from that conversation, and so just before that's sort of lost. So DP, in terms of, I wanted to ask you with the Cartesian coordinate system. That word Cartesian, of course, connected to Descartes. And, the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, which is sort of the foundation of so much of this current paradigm, and Descartes himself. So the Cartesian coordinates connected to that whole lineage. So I just wanted to ask you, like, what is your thoughts about how, like, why did they have to create that Cartesian coordinate system, and how is that connected to the globe model? Like, how are those connected in your understanding of it?
The Cartesian coordinate system is a coordinate system that we use on maps. It's a planar coordinate system.
But like, why did they have to create that within the globe paradigm? Like, what is the purpose for that they use it for? Or why
why did they have to create a Cartesian coordinate system?
Yeah.
Because everything's mapped in a Cartesian coordinate system. Everything's measured in a Cartesian coordinate system. The rise over run, that stair step, like the pyramid. If you look at a pyramid, the stair steps of a pyramid, that is how it's measured. You have a flat horizontal baseline, and then the elevation change is measured as a rise or a fall from that established elevation horizontal plane. Now, we use maps, and it's all done. It's all planar. It's all done in that Euclidean Cartesian space, and the perpendicular from the horizontal plane is how your elevation is measured.
So how did they need this? Why did they bring this up to kind of bring in the curved and all of these equations that they brought in? Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to get to the root to in terms of that. Like, what your thoughts are on that? Like, why is it even called Cartesian in a sense? And why it seems as though they created that in some way to like link Euclidean geometry, and then they brought in algebra, and then they're using that Cartesian kind of combination to then bring in, essentially particular shapes and particular sphere and curves and so on.
But the thing with the Cartesian plane is you can have your shapes; they're just two-dimensional. You can have all the shapes you want, just in 2 dimensions.
And then they stack those to create a sphere, essentially.
Yeah. Each circle in this instance gets smaller as you rise off of that. With their central plane, their equatorial plane would have to be their datum, if you like, because there is as you work up or down from that center line, there is a change. The circle gets smaller, allegedly, as you rise up or down from that equatorial plane. So that equatorial plane has to be the center point for the globe model, because there is a change in the size of the circle as you rise up or drop down from that central plane.
Wow, yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's wild. So in the idea that like we're on a stationary plane surrounded by a, let's just say, a celestial sphere, you have the actual plane of the Earth, which is that center of the sphere, and then like you're saying, more like perhaps of like a delta, where instead of you're just creating the coordinates within. Let's just say you have a sphere, and then you're creating the coordinates inside of that, like kind of in free space. And then naturally you would have that foundation or the ground being like the actual plane of the Earth. But what they've done is they kind of, it sounds like, it seems like what they've done is kind of taken that, the actual plane of the Earth, took that into a coordinate system in which they're now mapping curves and spheres onto that, like you said, to then create, to have that kind of central equator essentially, and then build this north and south out of that. So it's like a way to like kind of perhaps like kind of hijack the plane and then kind of create like a sphere from it, like a sphere model from that core plane. But they need that core plane to even have any of it even fit together.
Mm-hmm. It's very clever what they've done. Very, very clever. But when you break it down, it doesn't work. And I notice both Ruhif and Zanik have got nothing to say here.
I got plenty to say about it.
Well, come on then, let's hear what you got, Zanik. Normally you don't stop fucking talking. And now you're struggling for words.
I'm not struggling. I'm trying to be light and less obtrusive to your discussion. Your honest opinion, you think we're seeing here with measurements. These aren't made up measurements. I can tell you there's billions of dollars around the world constantly mapping the geoid. You can have sections.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm still talking. You can still look at it. You can look it up in certain 25 by 25 mile squares, roughly squares of the geoid measurements. Land around the world. This data is measured. It's actually measured. So if you think it's not real, that's your disbelief. It doesn't mean it's not real. It just means you don't believe it.
Zanik, and all I'm telling you is that the coordinate system that you think you use doesn't fucking work, mate. So your measurements don't mean shit.
They work.
May I point out that this geodetic buildings being apart, there is a video on the channel that says it has the technical data for it. So I'll let you know how that goes.
I take it we're done with what we were saying then, Gio.
Well, it sounds like they're just like deer in headlights. It seems like it's just nothing preloaded in the canon. They got nothing.
I've been looking for this data. Now I found it.
Nothing ready to go.
Well, if I were a flat earther and I'd big ship and I rent it, and I'd drive that ship out to the middle of the Indian Ocean and find that flat area, take some pictures, no refraction, and you watch there's no earth. I bet there's some flat area, and you could dispute the entire Earth by that one measurement. However, it's measurement, and that's what science, how it works, right?
Yeah, well, Zanik, like I said, your measurements don't mean shit because your geometry doesn't fucking work, mate. So
why doesn't it work? I think the flat Earth.
Have you not listened to anything I've been saying for the past hour? Is it hour I've been in here?
I've listened to every word.
So you want to go into the middle of the Indian Ocean, look at shit, just look at that. Would you look at it? Take pictures, and you've got nothing to say about the coordinate system that fucks your ball.
System? How does a coordinate system even work if you got a 60 nautical degree deviation?
Zanik, yeah, run into the weeds, mate. That's all you've got left.
That's not the weeds. That defines a sphere also. I mean, there's everything that points to a sphere. You're in denial. That's okay. You think it. What's your case? What's your
I'm in denial.
How about, you know what? How about this?
Well, Zanik, hold on, Zanik. Before we move on, just to give one last chance to you or Ruhif, how about DP restates exactly what it is and how the coordinate system doesn't work on the ball model, and then see if you
Do
can
I really need to do that though, Gio? Why do I need to repeat myself to these people? All they've got to do is go back and listen to the recording. This is recorded. It's out on YouTube.
Just give me the cliff notes. Why does the coordinate system on the Earth not work? What is your case against that?
The coordinates, the Cartesian coordinate system that you're talking about. Yeah. Why does that not work? It's planar, and you're trying to map a sphere.
It's not.
End of story.
Oh,
a Cartesian coordinate system is planar.
Yeah,
Zanuck.
but they don't use a Cartesian planar.
All maps are Cartesian.
Hold on, it's transformed from a spherical geometry. They transform it. You know what that means? And then they put it on a map. So all those coordinates work, but it's based on a sphere, not on a planar surface.
It's measured Cartesian.
It's not measured Cartesian.
It is measured Cartesian.
Absolutely, positively.
Oh, Zanuck, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, why does the horizon drop without?
Wait, no. So that's a complete non sequitur, and you did that.
No, it shows that the Earth is curved.
That's why I didn't even bother answering it, Gio.
Yeah, I mean, we can move to that topic another time or whatever, but that's not. Okay, so is it, because I'm still trying to understand what you're saying as well. So is it that when you map on a Cartesian system, you have, let's say, a circle on a plane, and you start with that, and then you go up another plane, you create another circle, up another plane, you create another circle. So is what you're saying essentially that's not actually a real sphere with real coordinates and axis points? It's multiple planes with circles stacked up.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, because that is how Euclidean geometry works. You think about surveying. Yeah, you have your horizontal baseline. Your man with the rod goes out, right? You take a measurement. Now you go up, and there is another plane established.
Yes, and it's not at the same. It's not parallel. That proves the Earth is round, also.
Zanuck. That's a bold claim. You have to now back your claim with those planes not being parallel. Off you go, Zanuck.
I posted the data. I actually posted the data on that exact test. We went 400 yards away, have a surveying pole that's below level. How did it get below level? Only 400 yards away, so it can't be refraction. What causes it to be below level?
What are you talking about?
Well, you don't know what I'm talking about. We have a theodolite or a total station. Look across for a mile for another total station.
Sorry, how far you clipped there? How far do you want to look?
400 meters, about 1,400 feet.
And what?
Right? And then we look at the pole that's the same exact height as total station. It should be level if it's the same height on the shore, the same height above the water, yet it's below. And it's hold on. And the
you're
angle
just airing here, Zanuck.
No, and
all I hear is you airing. I don't hear anything of substance. Yes, all you're doing is just airing.
This is what surveyors do. And so you have 16 minutes of drop. 16 minutes. It's pretty significant.
Okay, well, that's what you're claiming. Whatever.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. It's measured. I have the data. I produced the data. Multiple measurements, and it has a standard deviation well within range.
Whatever, Zanuck, whatever. You take away from that whatever the fuck you want, Zanuck. But what I'm telling you is the geometry that you are using is fucked.
It's not, though. Everything we tell you about has support, strong support.
No,
rock solid evidence.
No evidence.
And the statistical analysis of the data we receive is all within a very tight standard deviation, well within the specs of the devices. For example, hold on, I'm almost done.
All I'm going to say is you believe what you want. So Zanuck.
My almost done doesn't count.
Your belief system really doesn't bother me at all.
That was constructive.
Zanuck.
That was constructive. Thank you. Cutting me off.
Yeah.
So
your belief system doesn't bother me.
Why can't you let me finish a sentence? You that panicked?
No, not at all.
So don't say anything. Let me how it works. So the standard deviation very tight. The error for these devices was 1.5 seconds. We're seeing a 16 second deviation downward, 400-yard measurement. That is substantial. Now, How do you explain that? And how do you just hand wave it so easily without really knowing what I'm saying?
I'm not hand waving it. I'm saying the geometry, the actual measurements, don't support you, Zanuck. So get the fuck
I just
out of
gave
it.
you, but I just so either the measurements I gave you are bogus or you don't understand them. Which is it?
Zanuck, you do what you want with your
Hello?
belief system. I'm
I gave you a
telling
question. Can you
I'm
answer
telling you the geometry that you are using doesn't work.
it? It does
my
work.
son.
I just gave you the
It
data that
does not.
supports it. Again, either you don't understand it or you're hand waving it. Which is it?
But I'll tell you what, Zanuck, you tell me the difference between because Ruhiv couldn't do it. You tell me the difference between the Cartesian coordinate system and the delta coordinate system, because this is what we're talking about.
The delta coordinate system can be built on a sphere. It's also 3D. It's
Built on a
circle.
sphere. That proves you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't build
Built
anything
about
on
a
a
sphere.
sphere because a sphere is hypothetical. You, oh
measured.
dear, oh dear.
They measure. Dear God, why don't you get? Why you can't not understand what I'm talking about?
Zanuck, you're just running in circles, dude.
I'm not circles, huh? No pun intended. Running over a sphere.
Absolute.
I don't know why you're so passionate about clinging to this Cartesian coordinate system being in error versus the spherical geometry that we live on.
Because you can't put a plane on a sphere.
You can.
End of story.
And we do. All the maps for aviation are built
on
the sphere, and
Zanuck, if you
do
think
transform.
you put a
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
on a sphere,
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
you
And you're talking
are
over me.
mental.
Why? You know the
You
rules.
are
we're supposed to give each other
seriously
space.
mentally challenged. If you think they put a Cartesian plane on a sphere, you are mentally challenged, Zanuck.
Says you. Now, what qualifications do you have to be able to make that decision?
You can't bend a plane. You can't bend a Cartesian plane.
Have you heard of the word transformation? You know what that word?
That is a mathematical calculation.
Yes,
Zanuck.
and how does a transformation?
Yeah, all right. So you can mathematically calculate something. It doesn't mean it's actually true, does it, Zanuck?
My God, are you going to give me a space to respond to you?
Well, answer my question. You can mathematically calculate something. Does it mean it's true?
Yes, if it's mathematically equivalent, it is true. That's what math does. Math allows you to stay logically true. Math's about proof. Let me talk. Don't talk over me for a second.
Zanuck, you're priceless. You are.
Gio,
you are
you said
priceless.
this works. I'm trying my best to be nice to him. Just keep talking. So listen, we can do transformations, which takes this spherical object and transforms the data to be on a flat surface. And it doesn't take a whole lot to do that. The relationship between a sphere and a flat plane is well known. And yes, if it's mathematically equivalent, that is proof that it does work. So
it's a calculation, Zanuck.
It's called math. Math gives you equivalence. It gives you proof.
Maths.
There's
an S on the end.
Yes. Maths gives you proof. Maths gives you equivalence. Maths include transformations, and that's what I'm talking about.
So calculations. Hang on. Can I just get a clarifier here? You are freely admitting that your spherical transformation from a Cartesian coordinate system to a spherical coordinate system is pure calculation. Nothing but calculation.
No, we don't transform a flat Cartesian transformation to a spherical. No, we do a spherical transformation to a planar.
No. Hang on. The maps are
Why
all
are
measured
you disagreeing
planar.
with me?
The maps are all measured planar. So the transformation is
for. How is a map measured? First of all, how do you measure?
How is a map surveyed, Zanuck? How does a surveyor go out and measure?
They survey distances, and if you notice,
over short.
Can I speak? You asked me a question, and you talk
over short runs, Zanuck, from established data points.
So you gave me a question, and I went to answer. You started talking. When you ask me a question, just shut up for a second.
Well, Zanuck, if you keep Zanuck, can you do me a favour then? Can you keep your answers short and concise and stop running off in the fucking weeds?
I thought they were short and concise.
Yeah, and you interrupted him originally, actually, as well.
One time, maybe. Okay, so listen. They measure things, and these data points, for example, spherical excess. They can measure spherical excess.
It's a calculation.
Again, Gio, he's the one that's doing it to me. So it's a measurement.
You got to make a concise point though, because it
is a concise point. I mean, how more concise can I be, Gio? They measure spherical excess. It determines that the surface is spherical, because why is there spherical excess?
All right, Zanuck, do me a favor then, right?
Me again.
How do you answer this question, right? How do you measure curvature from standing on the outside of a ball?
Raise your elevation, see horizon draw.
Oh,
Look at object.
That is an observation, not a measurement. My question was concise.
Oh my God,
Zanuck, let
seriously?
me finish. My question to you was concise. I'm not talking about an observation. I'm talking about a measurement.
I'm talking about a measurement also. Okay.
Do you measure
carefully.
the curvature rate of your sphere, ball, whatever, from standing on the outside of that ball?
Again, 2 known heights above the surface. Don't interrupt me, please. I know you're.
I coughed. Sorry.
Just stop.
I had a tickly throat.
Just
cough,
stop.
DP. Fuck.
Yeah, I know, Ruhif. Sorry,
just
man.
stop. Right?
What? Stop coughing.
On the
All right.
I'm going to answer if you stop talking. Geo's, I'm going to keep on calling him out. You keep on thinking I'm doing it, and he's doing it. So you're on the surface, and you measure something a known distance away at a known height above the surface, and do some simple triangulation, and that will show you measurement for what the shape and what the circumference of the sphere is.
Right, so you're talking about triangulations, which is all straight lines. Where's your curvature?
The curvature is the drop of that object above where it should be.
So that's a slope, Zanuck.
Okay,
that's
there you go again.
Slope. Still no fucking
that's 10
curvature.
times. He's done it. I couldn't even finish the sentence. You're not being fair, Gio, calling me out on it when.
Dude, you guys are good. Just go back. You're good. Just go back and forth.
Ask about this, DP. Then how do they measure slope? How do you measure slope?
You don't need to measure slope. We're measuring a known height above the surface from another known height above the surface. And
how do we distinguish?
Okay, now you're doing it, Brian.
No, I'm trying to get my question right. How do we distinguish?
You already did.
Slope and earth curve?
I'm going to tell you. You can use a plumb line and a protractor, something very rudimentary, and you can get angles and tell you what angle it is to some object.
Give you straight lines.
Again, there's the 10th time. So I didn't finish. I'm trying to be as concise as possible. When you keep on interrupting,
you're not answering the questions, bro. I'm sorry.
Like, let me finish.
How do we distinguish?
How do we
distinguish?
Everybody's doing it except for me.
Just make sure you know the question. How do we distinguish between slope and earth curve?
That's not the question. We're talking about deep being on the surface. How you do that, and I'll be very precise. Measured height above the surface at point A, known distance to point B, and its known height above the surface. Simple trigonometry. If it doesn't comport with straight lines and follow trigonometry, this
trigonometry doesn't.
Why would you measure something with a known height?
You tried. It was very concise, and I was counting at my clock out. It was like 58 seconds.
Thanks for your time. I'm done here. I can't deal with this.
You should go back to school and learn
rubbish that Zanuck's spewing.
You asked me a question, I gave you the answer. Very simple.
You're giving me a straight line, Zanuck. You're giving me triangulations, straight lines, and a fucking
straight lines
slope.
Can dictate a curve, yes.
No, they can't. Straight lines dictate a straight line.
Yes, you're misinformed.
Well,
so you lose this, DP. You lost this round. When you go back to bed and sleep and figure it out.
As far as I'm Zanuck, right? This isn't a battle for me. The battle is already won. You are flapping your gums and pissing into the wind, my friend.
No, I've given you data and you just hand wave all of it. Something really simple.
And the more you're pissing, the more the front of your trousers are getting soaking wet,
I'm not
mate.
pissing. You are.
Yes, you are.
You're piddling all over yourself. Go check your pants. I bet they're wet.
What, Zanuck? Why have you just? You haven't even got any humour that's original.
That's humor. That's original humor.
No, because you turned exactly.
Your diapers are full, dude. You got a full diaper. Go empty it out and get back. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Gio. Gio, thanks for your time. And it was good to come back. And yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, go get somewhere better. Good information there.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna head out now. But Blue's here, and I was just I'm curious what Blue would think about the coordinate system.
Oh, Blue Marble.
Oh, there we go. There we go. An expert in.
How you doing? I'll hang around for a bit then.
The coordinate system dilemma.
Blue, you there?
So he sometimes.
Hey, while Blue's getting adjusted, let me ask a quick question. While Blue's getting adjusted, Zanuck, how would we distinguish between Earth curve and slope?
I can answer that if you don't.
I mean, I know how we do it because I do it, you know. And so if I'm measuring 10 miles of curve along a road, how do I distinguish between Earth curve and slope?
Who's the question to?
Go ahead, Ruff. Go ahead.
Yeah, make multiple measurements at multiple differences. You plot out the discrepancy and it forms a curve, not a straight line. The end.
But each plot point is a straight line. Ruhif.
Each plot point.
They don't
is
understand that simple fact, bro. They really don't understand that simple fact, bro.
Yeah.
Each plot point is the difference between its actual height and its calculated height if the Earth were flat.
So,
right, so
all
if you
you're
take
getting is a
multiple
slope.
shots. No, if you take multiple shots over multiple distances, those plot points will make a curve, not a straight line. In fact, do you want me to plot some? How about I take... Actually, no, before I do that, this geodetic 2 buildings apart in Brazil, have a guess what they used to work out the distance between the buildings. Can anyone guess what they used?
Real quick, before you get off the subject, how would I lay out a straight line, Ruhif? If that's how I do slope, how would I lay out a straight line in free space on the surface of Earth?
Free space, you'd have a vacuum and fire a laser or something like that.
Sounds like you're doing Bev's level for straight.
No, I'm just asking, how do we do it? We do this all the time. We lay out straight lines. We do slope. I'm just curious of how your mind thinks we do it, dude.
Right. Do you want a perfectly straight line, like no refraction, anything like that? Yeah.
Bro, please don't make me elaborate on laying out a straight line. You just answered how we do it with slope. Now, how do we do a straight line? Same scenario.
You asked how do we determine the Earth isn't sloped rather than curved?
You just answered how we get sloped. Now, how do we lay out a straight line?
I just explained how we get curved. Anyway, guess what they used to work out the distance between those 2 buildings in that video that we were talking about? Can anyone guess? I reckon Zanuck could guess what they used to work out the distance between those 2 buildings 3,000 kilometers apart.
Triangulation.
No.
Fucking theodolite.
No. They're 3,000 kilometers apart. No.
GPS. No, but they did it from multiple positions, man, using the theodolite.
They used the Vincenti formula.
And that is a calculation, yeah, Ruhif, not an actual measurement.
Yeah, it's a calculation on a globe or a spheroid, a no-blade spheroid.
Yeah, so it's never actually been measured. It was just calculated.
Right. But these guys who claim to disprove the globe...
With a calculation. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Exactly.
Well, that's how the globe is claimed to be established, with calculations.
No, measurements, right?
No, it's all calculated.
These guys claim...
The measurements are planar and linear, and the calculation then forms a sphere, geoid, floaty potato in space, doesn't it?
Right. I'm not sure
That's
you
how
were
it
here for
works.
the original discussion, and Rakia's not here either, actually.
Well, that's how the measurements are. First order measurements are made, isn't it? They are planar.
really.
They are Euclidean. They
Not
are
really.
The geoid is orthometric. The geoid is orthometric.
The geoid is a calculation.
No, it's not.
No, the geoid is measured.
Yeah,
Measures
really.
it.
It's planar.
What do you mean it's
Not
fucking...
planar.
It's a fucking sphere, Brian. What the hell?
Who told you that?
The geoid is a sphere.
It's
The geoid is
orthometric,
the
bro. It's
deviation.
orthometric. It's based on height higher and lower from zero. The orthometric is elevation. Okay, the geoid is orthometric. It's Cartesian,
Relative to an
not
relative
spherical.
no relative to an ellipsoid. That's what the geoid is. Deviations from an ellipsoid.
I think they still don't know what ellipsoid is.
What are you talking about? Deviation. We don't measure ellipsoid.
Oh my God, they do measure the ellipsoid. They do measure it. They can use radar and laser distancing to find out what the shape of the Earth is.
I'm going to post something real quick and show you that the geoid is orthometric, okay, planar, step by step, short order measurements with auto levels, the old dumpy levels. They still do it to this day.
They can do
it if they need something accurate.
Yeah, plumb bobs can tell you what the metric characteristics of a surface is, and it's always spherical. By the way, why are you fighting this?
His globe.
His globe, yes. Like, Brian, do you understand what the ellipsoid is and then what the geoid is?
Are they the same thing?
Fantasy.
No.
That's what they are.
No, they're not the same thing.
Dude, I'm trying to post something for y'all from the USG. I'm trying to post something, and every time you ask me a question, I have to jump back.
Okay.
But I know that the elevation data is done based on a 0 point. Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm not gonna talk about it no more. I'm just gonna show you. Okay, you won't believe it from your own people, but I'm gonna show you anyway.
Can't wait to see what you fucked up interpreting now, Brian.
Is a geo and an ellipsoid the same thing? And a sphere? Are they three different things or two different things?
They're all different things, right? You've got a perfect sphere, right, which is an approximation of the Earth. Approximation. It's the worst approximation. The next best approximation is an ellipsoid, which takes into account the oblateness from the rotation of the Earth. Is there
some sort of margin of error there where the calculations from the ellipsoid or the geoid does not fit into the calculations of the perfect sphere?
The error in the sphere, right? The error in the sphere is that 13 miles or whatever that height is between the equatorial radius and the polar radius, right? That's the error in the spheroid model. Okay, the ellipsoid model takes into account the rotation of the Earth, right? So it is fatter at the equator and squashed at the poles, right? That reduces the error. It's still not perfect because it doesn't take into account gravitational fluctuations. The geoid takes into account those gravitational fluctuations, right? And they are in the order of, between 100 plus or minus 100 meters from the ellipsoid. And that is the best. The geoid is currently the best representation of the sea level datum of the Earth. The end.
How is it? I'm a little confused because we were talking about the differences and the advantages of each model, right? So when we're talking about truth, and we have to make some sort of determination that something is true, right? How do we take three different things, right, or three different, like what you explained about the ellipsoid and the sphere and the problems between them? How do you take the agree between the different models so you could be able to move forward, right? You understand what I'm saying?
They get more accurate as you go from sphere to ellipsoid to geoid. Is that what you're talking about?
No, what I'm saying is, if let's say, right, you're talking to a flat earther, and there's only flat Earth and the perfect sphere, right? And you guys are saying it is in the perfect sphere, right? So you guys are saying there's an ellipsoid, right, which would be something different than the sphere. So even though minimal, it would change the calculations in its entirely because an ellipsoid is a little wider in a place where the perfect sphere is perfectly symmetrical everywhere.
Right. So you're asking how much difference does it make to use a perfect sphere in your calculations?
That's what I'm saying at the end result, right? Because if you're calculating the ellipsoid, if you're calculating the results of the ellipsoid with something else from the perfect sphere, right? This is conflicting information. How does one select the proper information for a layman to be able to discern what the truth is about the nature of our reality?
Because we can measure.
But if you're doing like a curve calculator trying to work out how much is hidden, just use a perfect sphere. It's not going to make any difference.
It seems to me that if you guys claim that we live on an ellipsoid, and you're telling me to take the measurements of a perfect sphere, it seems to me that possibly in some parts of the Earth where the calculations will seem appear to look the same, but in other parts of the world that it would be completely off by a lot, because that would be where
Not
the
by a lot.
ellipsoid part of it.
Not by a lot.
Well, the differences between the ellipsoid and the perfect sphere is that the ellipsoid tends to be a little more pudgier at a certain area, right? If you were to measure a pudgy area, a bulge, with a perfect sphere that's the same distance everywhere, right? There would be slight differences, because in some places it would be shorter, and some places it would be higher, simply because of the little bulge.
Right. But the difference is when it depends what context you're in. If you're doing a curve calculator thing, you go, oh, what should the hidden amount be for this thing? Just use a perfect sphere. It's not going to change it, right? But something like a nautical mile, right? A nautical mile is 1,852 meters, right? So it's 5,400 nautical miles from the poles to the equator. Because of oblateness, the actual distance of a nautical mile will actually change depending on your latitude, right? But it's fuck all. There's a little time, depending on the context of what you're doing, depends on how accurate you want to be. If you want to be super accurate, put the fucking geoid into your curve calculator, and the maths involved in that would be insane. Just use a perfect sphere for that purpose. All right. So at the nautical mile,
Gio, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Is it possible to share my screen to show Ruhef more or less what I'm trying to convey?
Yeah, I'll give you the role. Should be good.
Thank you.
Then we'll respond to Brian about his ellipsoid elevations.
I'm just going to do a bit of a promo here for our server. If anybody wants to know more about the difference between the Cartesian and the Delta coordinate systems, then feel free to hop over to that Flat Earth or E3 Space P, and we can talk about it. It's a server that we've just set up, me and Cleary. So yeah, come and have a chat. I'll drop a link in the live stream there, and if anybody on the YouTubes, if they want to click on the link and jump in, we'd love to have a chat with you. See if we can figure out what the hell's going on. That's all we're here to do, really, and see if we can find out what it is.
Guys, my apologies. My computer. I'll definitely come fuck with y'all, man. I'll come fuck with y'all sometime.
I'm just about to drop the link. Yeah, so if anybody wants to click the link, feel free.
Who would like to work out what a nautical mile equates to at the equator, doing north-south, versus what it is at the poles? Who wants to do that? That could be fun.
North-south, man. If you're talking about side to side, like going north, it's got to work its way to zero, right? So you would just use the sign of the latitude.
No. There's. I'm talking about the difference it makes to a nautical mile. A difference it makes to a minute of arc relative to.
Hold on, let me ask you a question real quick, man. Before we do all that stupid shit. Look, what's the straight line distance difference on the globe? You don't have to use an ellipsoid, whatever, because the true answer would be depends on what fucking datum we're using. And I have different GPSs do have different datums. You can also input and change the datums in most GPS receivers, and it will change the information. It's pretty well the same relative to each other. Every position's pretty much the same relative to each other for the most part, but it does make some of them do have rivers running uphill. But let me say this: what's the straight line difference in distance on your globe for over 690 miles? So that's 10 degrees. What's the difference in distance over 690?
The arc length versus the chord length?
Roger.
Oh, do I have to work it out now? Can I go take that away?
It seems like you probably have already worked it out and have an estimate. I'd accept an approximation. How much do you think it is? Do you think it's like 20 miles, 10 miles?
No, it'd be less. It'd be about a mile or two. Yeah, my guess would be a mile or two.
Half a mile.
It is half a mile.
Is that in reality? Do you think there's any patch of land in reality where you can measure 690 miles with a tape measure, chains, however, like pre-GPS? Do you think you could get it within half-mile accuracy over 690 miles with all the elevations and turns you'd have to make and all that? You'd expect it to be within about a mile of accuracy if you were doing it in real life. Yeah. Is that fair to say?
Sure. Yeah.
So the point is in all this is to say that, man, the distance, really, you got to go extreme distances, man, to really get any kind of noticeable differences. Like you got to go, 15, 20 degrees and you're just increasing your distance, which increases your error. I mean, people don't realize how close the flat earth measurements are to a globe over 1 degree, 69 miles, which would still be a fucking massive project to try and get the distance in a straight line distance. In reality,
they did that.
I know they do that, but it's only like
1,000 years ago.
It's like 9.5 feet. Like I've heard some people tell me it's like 6 feet, but I come out with like just barely under 10 feet. 10 feet over 69 miles, bro. You're talking about an hour of hauling ass in your car and just be off by just a few steps, bro. You're talking so if you don't think you could map it or model something in different variations, man, and get away with it, man. I don't know, man.
That's why we don't do things that way. Like if we get within a few feet of 69 miles, right, we can see that a star will drop 1 degree. But on a flat Earth, maybe it should only drop half a degree. That half a degree
No. I've already went over this with you, man. On a flat plane, if I move 69 miles and I get a 1 degree drop, that gives me an elevation of 3959. Okay? So
I don't think we should talk about this today, Brian.
That's fine. But I'm just saying, and that doesn't deviate by 1 full degree until we get out, 1,400 miles. Then it's off by 1 full degree. So in other words, it's going to be damn near the same. It's not going to be off by much until you get, well over 1,000 miles. Then the argument starts, the real argument. But you're right. We can talk about that in private.
Yeah. In fact, didn't I do a GeoGebra on that? I think I did. Hold on. Where are we? Open. Simple trig elevation angle. Did I? Oh, I didn't do the miles per degree, did I? I should do that. Do that one day. Well, I've got an ellipsoid here. I could do the ellipsoid math here. Come on. There we go.
Do it on pear-shaped Earth, bro. Do it on pear-shaped Earth, like Neil deGrasse claims, and the Navy claim. Remember the documentary? Now that we have satellites, we have mapped, or we have pictures of the Earth, and we now know that it is not a sphere. It is actually pear-shaped.
Right.
Well, they don't like to stick behind that one, do they? Ellipsoid ain't a pear.
Yeah, but that's the geoid, right? All that's showing is that the the
If you
deviations
look at
of
the video I
the
just posted, man, you'll see the guy who sells the GPS receivers and everything, and he posts data on GPS and the ellipsoid elevation. The elevation data from the geoid comes from planar surveying. It shows it to you. It's done in small increments. You say we're working our way around the globe. You say that when I lay out my straight line that I'm changing angles and I just don't realize it. I'll say maybe, but that then doesn't allow me to distinguish. That's why I asked how you lay out a straight line. If my level line I'm laying out is bending, how would I determine a straight line if I wanted to lay that out? How would I determine slope? Now, there's a couple different ways I could do it. But intuition tells me I'm laying out a straight line, and anything less than zero is water's gonna flow that direction. That's how we do it in reality. I'm just saying.
So that video you posted of yours of this GPS guy selling GPS receivers, he goes, "Why is the elevation on my brand new GPS receiver off by 70 feet?" And then it says ellipsoid versus orthometric elevations. All right, what do you interpret that to mean?
Well, I know that's not talking about that's not talking about the flat versus globe, but I posted that just to pique your interest because that then you'll look at the next one. I mean, then you'll look at the video and it'll show you how orthometric leveling is done, and it's done I do it, like 100 foot at a time, straight lines.
No. What he's talking about here, this 70 feet he mentions.
I know what he's talking about. That's not that wasn't the point I was trying to get across there. But go ahead.
Yeah, but he's talking about the difference between the ellipsoid and the geoid. All right, orthometric elevation, that's relative to a geoid. An ellipsoid, is a less accurate representation. That's all he's talking about.
What's the definition of a geoid?
The equipotential surface relative to the ellipsoid. The deviations from the ellipsoid due to differences in gravity.
Do you think they figure the ellipsoid based on like, dude, let me get this perfectly clear. You don't think, okay, that the way they openly tell us and openly state, I'll post another short video showing that elevations are done just like they were done back in the day, small increments at a time. Okay. Yep. You think when we do zero baseline horizontal elevation data, planar data, you don't think that that's straight lines and up and down from that horizontal line that we're laying out in reality? Literally, you really don't think that.
Ignoring refraction, yeah, they're straight lines, yes.
All right, so when we lay out a horizontal line and we continue it out in the distance, okay, and then we close the loop, okay, if we were on a sphere, when we close the loop, we would have to shoot back the same distances, or we would never be able to close the loop. It would be open-ended every time unless we did our back shots when we close the loop the same distance, because you're going to get different distances if you're changing angles each time.
When you do differential leveling, right, if your instrument is in the middle of your backside and foresight, you negate curvature. That's how it's done.
You can claim that, and I'm good with that. If you claim that, one way. Now on the way back, I'm not saying that's the way it works, but I'm saying I'll concede that that's possible. Unlikely in my mind, but possible. So that's being honest. But when we close loops, the way it's done in planar surveying all around the world locally, which is how we get our elevation data, by the way, when we close the loop, if we deviate from the distances of our shots on the way back than that were from the way forward, if they're different, then we're never going to be able to close the loop. We're never going to get the same shots unless we do the same exact distance or close to it on the way back as we did the way there.
Right. If you understand that if you put your instrument right in the middle, you negate curvature exactly, right? Because when you do a backsight, right, that has the same theoretical amount of curvature as your foresight because you're looking the same distance, right? That negates curvature. Right. Okay. If you say do some unbalanced backsights and foresights. So you might be closer to your backsight this time. You'll theoretically introduce some curvature into the foresight, like whatever it would be, a millimeter, whatever, right? If you, how can I say this? If you sort of,
hey, at least you're the first one to acknowledge the fact that it's even knowing what the hell I'm even talking about. So I'm good with any answer you give.
Good. If you do a whole bunch of unbalanced backsight and foresight, so you might do some long foresights and short backsights, and then some long backsights and short foresights, right? As long as those approximately equal out, like you might do half unweighted one way and half unweighted the other way, then you'll still have the effect of negating curvature. It won't be perfect, but if you...
And if it's not perfect, you can't close the loop because they expect you like millimeter. I think they give you like a millimeter, 2 millimeters per mile or something. And and that's not progressive either. That's not progressive. I mean, it's not compounding. So, I mean, you could say maybe error, but that, I don't think they'd you'd have to pencil whip some numbers a little bit, I think, to get away with it out in the field. I don't think they have to do that.
Yeah, it depends what your tolerance is, yes. But then, to reduce your tolerance, you just do shorter shots. Like if you do completely unbalanced shots of, 50 meters, 150 feet, I reckon you'll close within a millimeter tolerance. There'll be no curvature. There'll be no curvature in those 50-meter shots. It'd be fuck all, like a quarter.
Right, it works. But once you start getting out further, man, being the fact it's not compounded is where you might recognize it, but maybe not. But what do you think of this idea? What do you think? I got an idea, man. Real quick. Go ahead.
They don't compound because the amount of curvature, a quarter of a millimeter, is going to be less than your accuracy at reading a pole. You're not going to be able to read a pole within a quarter of a millimeter at 50 meters. So the quarter of a millimeter is irrelevant because your reading of the pole will have enough standard deviation, like enough variation in it, that will even out. The quarter of a millimeter is not going to have an effect. Anyway, go.
I'll be honest, bro. I'd never go 50 meters in reality, bro. I like to go more like 50 to 75 feet. That's my comfort zone where I can read the 16ths on a tape measure, which is usually what I use. I do have the poles and all that. I got 2-story poles. But anyway, here's an idea. What do you think? Could I get a resolution if let's say I have a canal, okay, and let's just say it's a flat ground right next to it. So this is a thought experiment, but I am kind of equating it to reality. But follow me. Can I distinguish between the globe and the flat if let's say I get 50? No, I'll do 100 feet, which is about what? 30 meters. 30 meters. Okay, we'll do 100 feet. In fact, we'll stretch it a little bit. We'll do 200 feet away from the canal. So I'm looking at the canal perpendicular. Okay, I'm at the beginning of I'm at the beginning of the canal. I'm looking face on at the canal with my auto level. And I'm starting at the beginning. I established, let's say, just a 4-foot stake. I established a 4-foot height, and I'll go from there. I'll do my math based on the first stake that I manually set at 4 foot, and then I equate off of that 3 other stakes along the canal from my one position. So I do 50 meters a pop. 50 feet a pop. My stakes are spaced. So now I've got 50, 50, 50, and 50. I've got 4 stakes from the beginning of the canal. And so I wasn't at the very beginning of the canal. I was right in the middle of them 4 stakes. No, fuck it. I was at the beginning. And I measured. So I just did 3 stakes. I did one straight ahead, right at the beginning of the canal, and I'm lined up with it perpendicular. And then I do 2 more 50 and 50 feet. So, and I do, another one. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible. So now I move over 50 feet. I move my instrument over 50 feet, and I line up with the second one, and then I line up with the first one, and I line up with the third one, and they all check out. So I take the first one, and I leapfrog it another 50 feet to 250 feet out, and then so they're all lined up, and now move another 50 feet along the canal sideways, and then I pretty much check the level of them all, and then I take the second one from the beginning, and move it to 300 feet. So in other words, I'm moving 50 feet at a pop, and I'm each shot I'm laying out an orthogonal level 150 feet, and I'm just kind of moving it 50 feet at a time to make sure I maintain a straight line as I go. Do you think that would work in distinguishing globe between flat?
No, I think you've done this in a video before, didn't you? Years ago.
I mentioned it as an idea, but there ain't many people I could talk to about it because they don't understand it.
So what I think you're saying is, right, you're doing all these 4-foot stakes, and you're trying to draw a straight line between 1, 2, 3, and then a straight line between 2, 3, 4, and then 3, 4, 5, and 4, 5, 6. Right? You're leapfrogging a straight line, or what you think is a straight line.
Right. And you said the Earth curve is like what, 1 millimeter over like barely over 100 meters or something. Like it's minimal.
Yeah, but the problem you'll get is that your tolerance for any 3 consecutive stakes over 100 feet, that there's no way you can distinguish whether that's a straight line or slightly curved. It's just not. It's not going to be accurate enough. It has to be done over long distance.
So it could be flat or globe. I wouldn't know the difference.
Correct. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Bev's water test. Oh, not really, actually. It's kind of. Anyway, I got to go, Brian. I will.
Okay, man.
Catch you all later. Love you. Bye.
All right, love y'all, man. Yeah, right when he said it's equivalent to Bev's water test, I had like 100 questions pop in my head. But I've made a series of let's see, I got 27 questions for Globers, and not necessarily right or wrong questions, just as like a stance, because Glober did that and he asked some interesting questions. So I just while I was listening to DP, I come up with 27 questions. I'd love when I ask some Globers, to answer them. It's not really right or wrong questions. It's kind of just your stance, your model, and it's in your mind, and how you'd answer the questions as best as possible. It doesn't necessarily get graded, but it could be plotted, charted, recorded, if you wanted, and compare different anti-flat earthers' answers. Maybe even ask some people oblivious to the topic, and it'd be interesting to hear how their answers compare to the anti-flat earthers' answers. And then ask some flat earthers maybe the same questions, man. But I just thought up these questions, man, just to give you a couple. Because I ain't really got nobody here to take the test. And I'm thinking, do I ask these people private? Some of these people to me ain't really honest. Like they might have heard them before, and then if you go to ask them and you ask them, have you heard these before? Like I feel like somebody like Zanuck would be like, no, I ain't never heard them. Knowing damn good and well he's heard it once or twice. I don't feel like he'd be honest. I feel like whatever gets him by an argument at that moment. I might be wrong, but that's how he comes across to me. But anyway, so it's questions such as, obviously, like, does the government lie to the people? And questions like, is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional? Okay, and then you got, would a flat plane form a horizon? If no, I ain't even going to say if no. I'll save that one. But does the horizon appear to rise to the height of the eye level? Then does the government lie? Is NASA considered a branch of the government? Does the horizon fade equally into darkness every evening? And questions like that, I think they progressively get better because I started giving them thought. But I don't know why I hadn't really done this sooner, but I got plenty of questions. But this comes to my question where I still haven't done this. I'll kick myself in the ass. Like I haven't done the two things that I'm supposed to be doing. I really haven't done them. I haven't really had time, and I'm just lazy, really, on the time I did have. But I'm still doing two projects. One of them being because I've already asked a few people, and that are not in this debate, what happens if with a hypothetical, infinitely strong 20-mile line. If I'm in the middle, and I'm asking these people, so you and a buddy are on either end of a lake, and at the surface of the lake, level with the surface of a 20-mile line, you pull in the middle. I'm in the middle, and I pull 10 feet down in the middle of that 20-mile line. What happens if you and your friend tighten up that line? Do you pull me up to breathe, or do I drown? You know, what happens if that line's infinitely tight and perfectly buoyant, and you pull it tight? What happens to the middle of that line? Because so far the three answers I've got been with guys at work, and they all said it's gonna pull you up in the middle. Like, why are you asking? And it's like I think that everybody in the world who's never heard this argument or this debate will intuitively answer, while simultaneously thinking they live on a globe, will just answer with reality, and they will all answer. I think every one of them, surveyors, any of them, if they don't know about this debate, they will all answer that if you pull the line tight, then it's going to eliminate the sag in the middle. On a globe, that's way off, like over 20 miles, I'm going to go down another 56 feet. It's not even close to like not coming up. It's like I'm going to go way down on a globe over 20 miles. But just to show people simultaneously think they live on a globe, but when asked a question about reality and what happens in reality, you answer, you give a flat earth answer. So simultaneously they think, in their mind, they're on a globe, but they still give I'm just repeating myself, but I think the point is across that that's the way we all were. Like when I'm laying out 10 miles of curb and laying out a straight line, or when I did the seawall, I never thought about earth curve. I was given benchmark, and I just went off my benchmark and laid out yeah.
Can I ask a quick question for you? All that I get, but when we look at the obvious things, to me, have you ever seen a horizon a clear delineated, not a refractive or crazy day with those mirages, just a straight, really sharp line? Have you ever seen one of those at eye level ever?
Yeah, they're always at eye level. If you want to prove it wrong, you have to start getting technical instruments, because remember, our eyes ain't good enough to measure the tiny little gap. They all
no. We see a black. We see the black line. I'm just
you ask me a question, bro, and then you immediately interrupt.
No, I thought we were talking.
Well, I was answering your question, man. I'm not one to drag on and on if I'm in a discussion. I will if it's just me. But no, I was just telling you that if like when you look at the 127,000 foot Felix Baumgartner jump, the horizon was that straight out. If there's no airplane in the world where you can't look out the right and the left window on a clear day and see the horizon out of both windows.
Did you not see the pictures I put about the capsule, and it showed that you had no reference point to when I actually give you a reference point, you actually see a different answer. And I'm putting it in the chat now for you. And that's a fixed camera. The guy didn't climb out of that thing and move the camera. It's not swinging. It shows as you only went from 94,000 feet to 28,000, the gap narrowed. It actually had a further drop to the horizon.
All right, I'm gonna post. I'm gonna post it when he opens the capsule.
I know, but there's no reference point. The second one, Ryan, is a simple one. Actually, I have two. The airplanes at 40,000 feet horizon. That's just a little bit. We're talking about a 3 to 4 degree drop level. And if you don't believe that the HUDs can be a very accurate level, which they're most expensive, mind you, you can just use a bottle of water, side up your eye so that the water is flat, and see and line up with your eye so it has to be flat, and then see that the horizon is below that. That the horizon always. But isn't it funny that you never see the horizon rise to eye? ever. There's not ever a situation.
Isn't it funny that the horizon is always based on how far we can see that day? However clear of a day it is, ain't it real funny? Ain't it funny that the horizon moves around and it always based on how far we could see that
ever
day?
seen it rise to eye level?
There ain't many clear days, man. To be honest, bro.
Have you ever seen it? Right? Have you ever seen a clear, delineated line there between the guy and the water?
Bro.
Hold on. It can't be how far you can see because I have pictures of it where the moon and the sun both below level, and then there's a horizon. It can't be a distance because the sun and the moon are a lot far away. I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you. I just think it's funny that if I was a flat earther, I'd be like, that's kind of weird. I thought it rises to eye level.
Bro, you've obviously not went out. You're lingering on, bro. I'm trying to wait, but you just keep going and going and going.
Why are you interrupting me? Why?
Bro, you've made 3 points.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying if I was a flat earther, I'd be like, shit, isn't there some way I could explain this? Or maybe there's a picture that contradicts it, or maybe it's an exception. I just have never seen that. And if I were you, flat earth, I'd be like, how's that happen? Don't you wonder? Or do you have the answer? There, I'm done. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, man. I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, the horizon distance does vary. Curvature has nothing to do with it, because if it did, then whatever's blocked by the horizon would move up and down, but it'd still be blocked. So now on a flat earth, okay, hold on, dude. I'm still responding. I'm trying to answer all the points you made and the way you asked the question. So the horizon varies, and we don't see the horizon clearly with our eyes. We see, when you zoom in, you see, that's why I say y'all are spoiled, because you've taken all the shit we posted with all this zoom lenses and think that that's what you see with your own eyes. It's not. And you get experience where you could recognize a mirage right when you get to the beach. But at first, on a clear day, you're thinking, I'm going to see far. It's almost always an inferior mirage. That's usually what's out there on a clear day. But there are some days, blessed, that there's no inferior mirage.
I hate to interrupt you, Brian, but I'm not talking about mirage. I'm not talking about mirages. I'm not talking about anything anomaly. I'm only speaking about up high on a mountaintop or airplane, actually show that the horizon is below eye level. And I'm asking you why.
2,000 feet, there's no defined horizon.
What?
According to NASA, up 2,000 feet and past, there's no defined horizon.
You get a little blurring of the atmosphere, but you see a sun below level. You know the horizon has to be sun because you don't see the sun, right? The
way y'all describe it on a flat Earth, though, it would be blurred, and that's exactly what happened.
All right, no. Well, let's go 30 or 40,000 feet. So there's no question that we're seeing a straight delineation, and we can do this in infrared also. Wouldn't you, as a flat earther, wonder, like, that's a pretty good indication that things are around. Like, let me speak around that, or let me give my reason. I would think I would be frustrated if I would not have any. I can't think of a reason. Pretty creative.
Bro, you're talking about being frustrated. Ain't you frustrated that the Earth curve has nothing to do with what we see in the distance? The leading edge of a sphere, which is what the globe calls a horizon, never dictates what we see in the distance. It always has to do with refraction in the atmosphere of the day or the hour. Doesn't that frustrate you?
No, I'm giving you a picture right now in the chat that shows the moon below level and the horizon below that. How is that possible, Ryan, on a flat surface?
What are you talking about, dude? I did the math for you. And
you did math?
It's refraction. It's perspective and refraction. Yeah. It's 90 minus A over A times D times point A. Just apply that, and that's your refraction corrections. It's a ratio based on the distance.
Yeah, it goes opposite way. That means the moon and the surface should be above the horizon.
Can't show that, bro. In my video where I give the math, I give examples of what light does.
Check the chat, please. Please check the chat.
No, you check the chat of Felix Baumgartner. I marked the horizon at the ground. Okay, I heard you. And I'm checking. I heard you. But you also check the chat while I'm checking. I marked the horizon at the ground. I marked the horizon at ground level as best as I could, and I got it really close, if not dead on. And then I just left the line on the screen for the rest of the video. until he reached altitude and opened the capsule, and he was stable as all get up for the whole 20, 25 seconds before they switched cameras. He ain't moving, and the horizon is right where it was when it was on the ground.
It's a fisheye lens, and so things will narrow.
No, it's not. Not the inside camera.
Of course it is. Look at how wide angle it is. You can see the side. You not know what a fisheye lens does. It's just a wide. It's like a 25 or a 30 millimeter lens, maybe worse.
It's a Sony 3. It's a rectilinear. It's the only rectilinear out of all the ones they showed us. It's the only one they fucked up and put one on there.
Okay, whatever. I mean, why would it be in discrepancy of the?
Why are you making excuses of something you don't even know?
I'm not making excuses. I've already watched your video. I don't see any reference points. You have a line on them. And where did you start it?
At the ground.
And was there a horizon or anything you could? No horizon.
Yes.
There's nothing there.
What are you talking about? No horizon.
I don't see anything on this video that shows that. I see.
I need a minute, Jack. Hold on.
It's like you drew a line on there against nothing. Just matched the horizon in space. Near the edge of space. Between.
All right, I'm back, man. No, actually, you could have talked the whole time. I could literally hear you.
You see, I know. You see here's what you did, and this is really. You're on the ground. You must have got the line from the horizon when you leave that line there, bring it down to the ground, and there was nothing to compare it to. I mean, absolutely zero. It's kind of a useless exercise because it doesn't tell you anything other than lines at the horizon at 127,000 feet. Nothing that shows that we're at ground level with the horizon is at all. Nothing, not even close. So it's completely useless. Completely. I mean, Brian, can't you see that? Whereas my video shows a distinct position to the spacecraft with respect to the horizon. And it shows it changing.
Would you agree the capsule's hanging plumb before he launches? It's just hanging there?
That? What's that, Brian?
Would you agree the capsule's just hanging there from a crane, just hanging plumb before the launch?
Pretty close. It might be swimming a little bit. Pretty close to.
What are you talking about swinging? Show me where it's swinging, bro. Why did you? I didn't ask you that. Why did you make shit up all of a sudden?
Because there's no. I don't know if there's any wind. Okay, but what I'm showing you is 120 feet versus 94,000 feet, where we know there's no less than.
Anyway, off in the distance, bro. There's buildings, right? Off in the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's mountains behind it. Okay. So just reference the ground off in the distance, and just cheated up a cunt hair. Cheated up a cunt hair. That's the horizon, right?
That doesn't tell you where the horizon is. It has no bearing where the horizon is at all.
Either way, Zanuck, either way. You draw it
either way.
Don't draw a line. Draw a halfway point. Would you agree that at the ground? Would you agree at the ground? Then it would. Would you agree if the horizon dropped, it would differ when we got up to 100? If I drew a line in a capsule that's hanging at 10 feet, and then I just left that line on the screen, wouldn't you agree that once it got to 127,000 feet, it would have to change? It wouldn't be the same height in the doorway itself?
No, of course not. You drew the line. The line is based on the doorway, not by the outside.
So he's not the same angle at 10 feet as he is at 127,000
it's not going to change at all. That line will stay exactly.
I'm not going to talk one more word with you.
Brian,
dude, there's a couple excuses.
You're actually insane.
You're not being honest, bro. There's a couple answers, and them are just dishonesty. That's not an answer. You just said it's hanging plumb at 10 feet. Then you tried to act like it's swinging, which is a fucking lie.
No, you asked. I don't know where you were going with that, but Brian.
Why would you say it's swinging, bro? It's not. Why would you say that?
It's not going to be perfect. You don't think?
No, they show it not swinging, but that's a lie.
Brian, you don't think a capsule on that day will move a little bit as it moves out of the crane on plumb line?
They didn't show it moving, bro. They showed it.
Okay, you know what?
Hanging there still.
Fine. You got it. You win. It's not moving. Doesn't matter.
They never showed it moving. Why did you say it's moving?
God, does everyone hear that I'm saying okay? I got it, Brian.
No, well, I'm asking why did you say it to begin with?
Because you asked me if you think it's plumb, and I said, well, I can imagine it swinging. I don't know. I'm telling you, I do not know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hold me accountable for it. Fuck, Brian. What is wrong with you?
But still, I'm trying to let off the throttle a little bit, but you're making shit up before
Hey, Brian,
you're imagining it swinging. Why would
I'm not. It was an answer because I didn't know where you were going. I just gave you my knee-jerk, intuitive answer. It doesn't matter. You're right. Not swinging. Perfectly still.
All right, I'll concede too. I'll meet you in the middle. And but anyway, so I draw the line to the building off in the distance and the horizon that you could make out at the ground. Maybe it's a little tiny bit different.
Ground. It's at altitude. There's mountains in the way. You can no way, shape, or form discern between this 3, 4, 5, 6 degree drop of the horizon. You can't do it.
It'd be at eye level, right? It would be at eye level, right?
Yeah,
at the ground?
How do you have no reference points, Brian.
You have the camera.
This has nothing to no, Brian. This has nothing to
do. Bro, if the camera's plumb,
you're being really silly right now. You have no reference point.
Am I?
You have no eye level. You have nothing to show that it's level. Nothing. It's a completely useless waste of time video. Just let you know.
Okay, I'll give you two alternate scenarios then. My first scenario is that we see the capsule plumb and we see the camera facing out in the distance. Okay, so if that's wrong, okay, if it's facing down, that's one option, or if it's facing up. If it is that what we'd see at the ground if the camera wasn't looking out in the distance?
Brian, we have no way to know if it's oriented left. None. Why don't you get this?
What would we see if it was angled up?
It doesn't matter if it's angled up.
But can we agree that it's at the same angle there? Can we at least agree that
Brian,
hold on.
You're acting completely deranged right now.
Can we at least agree that it's at the same angle at the ground as it is at 127,000 feet? It didn't move, did it?
Move, sure.
Okay, and the horizon is right out in front, right?
Well, who knows where it is in your field of view? We have no, Brian, you're missing the point. There's no reference points. You have no level indicator. You have no idea where it is. I've given you reference points. I've given you a comparison at one altitude to another with respect to a horizon. You have not done that. So it's complete garbage. It's not worth anything. There's no meaningful information from your picture or your position.
So what would the camera have to be doing for that to match?
Nothing against you, Brian. It's your argument.
No, I wanted to know. Listen, nothing against me. Then what would the camera have to be doing for it to match? Just tell me.
You have to provide. Okay, you're not going to listen?
What would the camera have to be doing to match the way it matches?
You have to give me a reference point. Either show that the camera...
I'm just asking, bro. I showed the horizon at the ground.
And you're talking over me. Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to show... Brian, you have to make the camera oriented level with a level reference point. If you don't have level as a reference point, this whole video and your little exercise here is completely meaningless and worthless. Don't you get that?
So the horizon is dependent on the angle of the camera? Zanuck, is the horizon dependent on the angle of the camera? Just answer, bro.
Sorry. I thought I could, control myself.
Is the horizon dependent on the angle of the camera, Zanuck?
Listen, being ridiculous. So I want to stop.
I'm just asking questions, bro. That's all I keep doing is asking questions. Is the horizon dependent on the angle of the camera?
No. Of course not.
Okay, then what could be different? What could you do to the camera where the horizon, where it changes from 10 feet above the ground to 127,000 feet? What could you possibly do?
I will tell you. Shut up, and I'll tell you something. I'll tell you this one time, and I won't say it ever again. The camera has to have a reference point in the distance that is level. Meaning, I would level the camera and maybe where the center of the optics is, the aperture, and draw a line in the spacecraft and make that mark on that opening. And then that would assure that no matter what direction the camera is pointed, that is where level is. Like if the camera pointed up and just a little bit of the bottom of the frame was showing the bottom of this opening, as long as it was level and the mark was on that relative to the center of the aperture, then that's all I need. It didn't matter where the camera's pointed. You have no reference points. It is completely useless, and it's stupid to talk about it.
Okay, let's say the camera is 4 foot from the. Let's say the door opening is let's say the door opening is 3.5 foot diameter. That's about a rough estimate. And the camera, let's say, is about 4 foot back. What's the degrees of the opening?
Okay, let me give you the short answer. If the camera was exactly the same height as the center of that opening, then you wouldn't have something. But you don't. Nothing. This whole thing's complete nonsense because there's no.
Is it really that nice flat horizon out at 127,000 feet? It's irrelevant.
You have to have in any kind of measurement, you need a reference point.
So they planned it, didn't they, Zanuck? When they showed you the ball when he's about to jump off, they planned to show the horizon match at ground level to 127,000 feet. They angled it just right. You just said the angle doesn't matter to the horizon, but they found a way to angle it just right where it matches the ground.
It doesn't change. However,
would you hear yourself, bro? Would you listen to the fucking excuses you're making?
I talk to a crazy person. I gotta disengage, Brian. I'm sorry. Nothing against you, but you're being really ridiculous. Sorry.
Bro, just go back and listen to what you're saying, bro. It's fucking dude, I don't even know what to say, man. It's like you're making excuses for NASA and fucking Red Bull. Why are you making excuses for these people, bro? What do you have to lose?
Uh-huh.
Chicka wow wow, chicka wow wow.
Oh yeah.
Bang chicka wow wow. I believe that is the introduction tune from the guitar in Rage Against the Machine. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
No, that's Bulls on Parade. Wow, wow,
Oh,
chicka, wow, wow. Bulls on Parade. What'd you say? Quit it now.
Quit it now. Put a fucking bullet in your head.
I was looking at our generation, dude. Like the Woodstock freaking Woodstock '99 and shit. They tore that bitch apart, man. They took like they had to make some changes, man, because the way things were going, man, people were not accepting bullshit, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah, like we don't have any political activism music anymore. It's just dull and blunt and numb. It's just satanic and media frenzy, money making schemes. That's all it is. Lyrics written by robots.
What it seems like, man. And then they rioted to. You'd think they'd have rioted to like Rage Against the Machine or something. They rioted like to Limp Bizkit, man. I grew up just a few miles from Fred Durst, man. I'm not far from him. Like I've seen him a few times and shit, but I went to a different high school than him. Dated a couple girls. He dated him and shit, man. We crossed paths a couple times, but I was like, man, all the things, man, for them, they fucking to break shit. That's when all the shit broke out, all the chaos. But
Yeah,
they
like
said,
even Rage Against the Machine had to speak in code. That's how under the thumb they were. You know, they couldn't be fully exposing all of the the lies because they also live on this place and they have families too.
no, they don't gotta burn the books; they just remove them. That's what they're doing now on the internet. They're basically doing a modern book burning. All this information, like I give examples, man, but other people could give other examples, but just Physics Today or whatever that magazine was, where Picard, they quote Picard where he says it looks like a flat plane with upturned edges. They've changed that online. So if you go to that online magazine, the old something physics, I forgot the exact name of it. It was a published magazine. They literally changed his quote, and that's book burning. Basically, they're changing shit. They're everything you look up ain't the same, man. Things I looked up a few years back, 5 years ago, are almost impossible to find now. Some of it, the shit I can't find. That's as good as book burning, in my opinion, man.
The censoring is real.
And they've got supercomputers doing the work for them, man.
Yep. I get to thinking though, like, man, what if we've probably all contemplated this before. What if like what if the world wars were due to something like this, like a worldwide argument, with people woke trying to rise up, what if that had something to do with it, with people catching on and trying to go against the bankers or whatever, what if the argument waking up always started with us not knowing what we live, the exact place we live on, just it's just models, we know that now, that nobody knows exactly what the whole damn world is. They got a good model, that works for the most part in the populated areas and shit, but a lot of guessing, man. But anyway, the point being, what if it's like if I knew that it was going to lead to a world war or even maybe a reset or something, would I quit speaking out? Not a reset. Of course, I quit speaking out if I knew it led to a reset. But a world war, what would I do? Would I shut up or what? And avoid the war? And because things aren't that bad, not for me anyway. But I guess would I have to stick up for the people who don't have it good? Around the world. I don't know, man.
In those times, you couldn't do shit because the propaganda was so pervasive that everybody would look at you funny and give you a white feather if you're a bit of a coward because you don't believe that the Hun needs babies. You need to go die in a trench in France.
Can you say that again?
In those days, in the World War Ones and Twos, the propaganda was so pervasive. It was throughout society that everybody believed the lie. So much so, just like other things. But like they would tell you, the Huns eat babies, the Germans eat babies. You have to go and we have to fight for freedom and all this shit. Bullshit. propaganda machine's real, bro.
Yeah, but for the most part, people are still freaking dead asleep, man. I even give the anti-flat earthers this, man. They, at least they woke up to. We pointed out, and woke them up to a lot of the bullshit that's been going on around them. They don't accept a lot of it, but they're aware of it,
Well,
But most of the world isn't.
Sorry, yeah, there's farmers revolting in Holland, Germany, Canada. You don't see any of that shit in the mainstream TV. Also, you remember the yellow vests in France? The French are very, very prone to revolting because they smell like garlic. No, but the yellow vests were. It was really taking. It was grabbing. It was getting momentum, and then suddenly we had the COVID. And now we've got this cost of living and $10 a gallon of gas and blah 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 blah. I don't know. It's just almost as if they want the population to just go, "Fuck you."
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like I think it's 3:30 here at the moment.
Okay, well, the most expensive thing in California apparently is $10 or something. I don't know, a gallon or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I heard, man. I heard that we got it pretty cheap, but I'm not. It changes, but it doesn't change much. But one thing I know, if they want to keep the peace for the most part, they've just got to keep everybody fed. As long as everybody's got a full belly and shit, that they can pretty much keep the peace and keep promoting their horse shit. And but yeah, it's dangerous when the farmers start revolting shit like that. Like I think they should be spoiled. They should be getting paid real good. Better than they are. They should be kept happy because, man, the only thing we have to do is eat. You don't even have to have a freaking house, bro. You can freaking sleep under a tree if you wanted to. If you're where I live, and you don't, all you need is food and water, and you'll be just fine. You might not like it, but you'll live this, day to day. So as long as everybody's fed, peace will prevail. I believe when shit starts getting where you ain't got no food and you're hungry, then shit changes, man. People, they're gonna start reacting way more.
Yeah.
People don't realize what they're paying for, like water is supposed to be free. You should be able to go to any shop or any house and say, can I please have a glass of water, and you're supposed to have that glass of water for free. Yeah, you go to the mall and you buy a bottle of water which is 500 mils of water, and it costs $5.50. You work that out per gallon how much you're paying for water. It's just, I paid $7, which I needed to pay. I needed to buy it for half a cabbage just the other day. $7 for half a cabbage.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking horse food.
That's funny you should say that. I heard that just tonight as I worked there on the radio that they're going to start charging £1 for a cucumber. £1 for a cucumber.
Is that good or bad? We pay about $6 for a cucumber here.
Really?
Mm.
$6, man. They're 79 cents every. They're 79 cents every day, but I grow them like crazy.
They were like 80 cent here, 70 cent here. Now it's suddenly £1. Because apparently they're very, very hard to cultivate, and they people want to eat vegetables even if they're out of season. So they use a lot of electricity and shit to cultivate them. But why don't people just go back to eating vegetables when they're in season?
People here are paying $600 a week for their groceries for their family.
And if you look at it, since 2020, since the whole, I won't mention, but you know what I'm talking about. It looks like the entire Earth is going through some kind of MK Ultra, because it's just one crisis after another. It's this sicky thing, and this kind of war, and this living price, and this fuel poverty, and this thing, and it's non-stop. And it's escalating. It's it's just accelerating towards something. Looks like. I can't believe you pay that for a cucumber.
Well, it's not a Lebanese cucumber; it's a Telegraph cucumber. But still, come on. $18 for a pumpkin.
Must be a big fucking pumpkin.
No, just the standard crown pumpkin you can hold in your hand. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, yeah. And it's all local. It's like people didn't stop growing shit. What are they doing with all the food?
People are getting more dependent on the government, and people are getting so stressed out trying to fucking feed their families and pay their electricity bills that they're not going to care about questions like is NASA real or fake? Is the Earth flat or not? They're just people are going to be just too busy fucking living in anxiety and trying to fucking make ends meet.
Well, you can always judge how the economy is going and how many people are in employment in this country. All you need to do is go down to any of your local mall, and they're just packed during the daytime. Most people work in the day, right, between 9 to 5. If you go down to a mall where the mall's only interest is to make money, so they stay open until the 6 o'clock in the evening. That's when everyone just finished work and they're in traffic jam on their way home. Why would the malls close at the time where everyone's just finished work and now they feel like they should go and do some shopping because they've finished work? Because you know that most of the people aren't working. That's why they're at the malls in the daytime. So when they say that the rate of employment is so high, it's a load of shit. It's not true. Otherwise, the malls would be empty during the day and they would be open when everybody finishes work.
Yeah, because it looks like most people these days just don't want to work. It's really, really hard to get people into employment because people would rather just sit at home and take handouts from the government. They really would.
What are they enjoying so much about not having any achievements or not having is the money that they get from the employment just too low?
Oh no, it's pretty good here in the UK. In fact, they've doubled Ukrainian refugees. They've doubled the payouts. They're just recently. So people that are housing these Ukrainian refugees that are getting like £1,000 a month for doing so are now going to get 2,000. They doubled it. I don't know where all this money is coming from, but
Man, I'll house a fucking Ukrainian man or two.
so would I for that bully. Fucking hell.
Charge them $2,000 a week for a room.
That's what they do. Yeah, the state is encroaching more and more upon people's lives. It's just like people just can't live without the state anymore. They want to be people want to be living in a nanny state.
What are they fighting for over there
Where?
in Ukraine?
I don't know. I was thinking about that today, driving home from work. I was like, don't know why that thought entered my mind, but Putin, that he's actually invaded Ukraine. Like he took the Donbass region, or the Crimea. Now he wants the Donbass, and he's actually invaded it. That's hard to get your head around in 2022.
I thought Ukraine was. Ain't Ukraine already a part of Russia or whatever?
No, well, historically, yes, but no. NATO was moving into Ukraine, and Putin's calling Zelensky a Nazi, etc., and he's taking backhanders from the West and blah blah blah. And there was all these illegitimate or unknown chemical warfare plants that are actually in Ukraine. And I think the Russians just went, listen, you're getting too fucking close. Piss off. We're just going to, no, you're not going to put bases here and chemical or what do they call that fucking virus thingy warfare and all that shit. He had enough, apparently.
Germ warfare or something?
Germ warfare, all that, yeah.
I see it as a proxy war. It's a proxy war. They're using that as a war. You can see who the two sides are. It's very easy to see read between the lines. It's definitely a proxy war.
Oh, they've been fighting them for years, man. Yeah. I mean, I've always said, during the Cold War and after, and Russia doing flyovers where they shouldn't do flyovers, but up in the NASA space station, Americans and Russians are patting each other on the backsides, telling how good they're doing because how the experiments about food coloring on the fucking ISS. But down below, the CIA and the KGB, they're funding people in Afghanistan or Persia or it's a fucking shit show. So everything's okay if we're in space. We could tap each other on the backside and how you doing and shake each other's hand because it's for science. Meanwhile, down on Earth, they're killing each other. There are wars, proxy wars going on all over the fucking place between America and Russia.
Like, I wonder if Ukraine's like trying to make their own like gold-based monetary system or something like that. There's probably something. They're probably fighting for a reason. Otherwise, why would they even fuck with them?
Well, I think NATO was getting too close to Russia. Ukraine had applied to be part of NATO.
So Russia's killing people, making it where residents have to literally move. They're killing people because of that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, military's a military, man. They're gonna fight, but what the fuck are they involving people for? Like residentials?
Well, yeah, I know. I suppose it doesn't make sense. It's like they're going back to the World War I and II, the propaganda. Hitler had an entire nation under his spell. I mean, if you look at the old footage, those tens of thousands of people looked at him like he was a god.
I just wonder what they're really fighting over, man. Probably a good reason to kill regular people. That's like past the military war games and shit. I haven't looked into it at all.
I believe that area of the world has a lot of natural resources, and the winner takes all. You know, that's how it's always gone. The winner takes all.
So instead of buying it, they're just going to take it.
Yeah. Even if they return the country to sovereignty, they will have, economic interest in all of the natural resources. Whoever wins.
Return what country to sovereignty?
Ukraine.
Whichever country they're fighting in at the time. That's what historically it's always been about. The natural resources go to the winner.
You talking about Ukraine is trying to like break free from Russia or something?
They already did. They did.
They already did, but because of the proxy war, using Ukraine as an excuse to have a war between two other countries, whoever wins out of that battle is going to take the resources. There's a lot of resources there, man.
The Donbass region, the Donbass region in Russia is full of pro-Russian people. They moved a lot of people in. So this is why there was a lot of, way back there now, a few years ago, there was another, remember that other war? Ukrainians and Russians before the invasion, there was it was probably more of a war going on. But it was
that was going on for like 8 years.
Yeah?
That was going on for at least 8 years.
That was Ukrainian killing Ukrainian, pro-Russian, pro-Ukrainian, but they were Ukrainians.
It's just so corrupt. It's just so corrupt that guy. He's got like $8 million in his bank account, and he only gets paid $40,000 a year to be president.
This is the thing. This is what they're saying about Zelensky. It's actually one of the most corrupt governments in the fucking world, Ukraine. He's a Western lackey that was filling his pockets, and he kind of went too far, and the Russians just went, "Nah, fuck you, bruh. We're done." I mean, I'm not saying it's right, and I disagree with war completely, but can you imagine if some foreign, like the Chinese, took over Mexico and started putting bases there and fucking biotechs and all kinds of shit in Mexico? Would the Americans stand for that?
You wouldn't need the Chinese to do that. If Mexico started doing it themselves, would that be acceptable? No.
Well, I suppose in a nutshell, that's kind of
Mexico's one of the last free countries.
I mean, what about that Joe Biden speech the other night? The red backdrop with the Marines. Half of Americans are insurgents, terrorists. What the fuck, bro?
Divide and conquer.
And if you want to take over a country, you need to listen. You need an F-15, one F-15 to take over a country. Shit, man. Yeah, divide and conquer.
Bro, I've never cared much about a president. Like, I used to be a Republican when I was young. I don't know why. I just fucking was, dude. And really looking back, like, why was I Republican? I'm not saying I'm a Democrat now, but I always thought though, if the Republicans just get where they control if they control the House and the majority and the presidency, just give it to Republican one time, or give majority to the Democrats all. Let's just see if they can make shit happen. If they get the whole majority, right? And it did happen, dude, with Bush Jr. They got the majority, the Senate, the House, and the presidency. And I thought, cool. I was a Republican and all that. The way he got it was kind of fucked up. Like, come down to my state where they changed the count, dude, for him to win. But that's another story. But by the end of his presidency, bro, was the concrete price and steel prices, all the shit I paid for, literally doubled. The fucking country economy crashed for the first time since I've been alive. Like, I forgot I had a business, bro. I had a third Yellow Page ad, which at the time was fucking very, very good. Like a third of a page. I'm paying almost $1,000 a month at the time was a lot of money. And for a while, I forgot I even had a business. Like, I just made sure I had enough, and I was planning, a couple months of food and shit. Like, my phone didn't ring at all. Like, you find out concrete is low on the list for necessities at a time like that. But I was right in the middle of a almost $100,000 contract when I was expanding and going commercial and all that. And the price went up halfway through my contract. All this shit happened. And so the price of concrete doubles. And I'm like, I wound up losing like $27,000. That's when I was like, fuck this shit. I'm just going to do my own jobs locally, small jobs, but there for months, man, probably half a year, dude. I forgot I even had a business. Like I literally was going to work, catching days here and there wherever I could. And finally shit started sorting out, man. Obama, I hate to say it, dude, because I've never been a Democrat, but he come and straightened shit out, or else the people around him did, whoever did. But I'm almost fucking Democrat now, but I'm still not. Now I'm just a fuck 'em all type, but I'm not Republican like I always was for whatever reason I never knew. But I've seen them have control, and I've seen them tear a fucking nation apart.
I don't know. I don't know.
9/11, all that shit, dude. I mean,
we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
No, I'm just saying, dude. I'm just calling out. I see it, bro. Like they get better when that motherfucker was in office. Shit got
Democrats are
a lot easier for everybody. Let's just say that.
Nah, Trump did better. The whole thing's bullshit, though. Pelosi is doing.
Yeah, shit was good with Trump too. Shit was pretty good with Trump. I'm not knocking Trump.
Pelosi's doing
Biden in office. Biden is like a joke. Like I don't even know. Like nobody. It's like a dream.
How many
office, dude? He's not even a president. It's the weirdest thing ever, bro. It's like what depends on Biden? Nothing. Like I never hear him talk ever about any. It's just like it's a dream. Like the president is literally just a face now, and hopefully another person will come in office because I don't, shit ain't changed really for the better at all. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not choosing over Democrat or Republican anymore. I don't have faith in any of them anymore. But I do recognize when shit gets easier and harder, and it damn sure ain't getting easier with this fucker in office. But I doubt he'll get revoted. I can't believe he got voted in to begin with.
Do you remember, like just before they took a vote in the Senate about the chips for graphics cards and stuff, which is big money, and then Pelosi's husband invested a lot of money into the chip industry, and she was asked, is there anything going? No, and she just puts the mic down and walks off the stage. Do you know how many senators have investments in like Pfizer and chips and stuff? It's crazy. It's so corrupt. They're all doing insider trading, all of them. Like, there's a whole thing now here, right? And I'm so sick and tired of hearing about Boris Johnson's out. The new prime minister will either be Richie Sunak or Liz Truss. Now, Liz Truss was given a very big fucking ton of money from Shell, which is the whole thing that's going on here about the cost of living and the fuel and the electricity for her campaign. And Richie Sunak, who's apparently lost, he's not going to be in, he's rich. He made a lot of money himself. He's a self-made man, but he married a multimillionaires. They have investments in guess who? Shell. So what's going to change at the top? When both the candidates for Prime Minister of England have a horse in the fucking whatever for gas companies. Horse in the race. Yeah.
Leaders should not be able to have those type of investments.
Exactly. An American senator shouldn't be allowed to invest in, because it's a conflict of interest, in things that he's voting on when he has a horse in the race, when he has $1 million invested or whatever. But this happens all the time. This has been happening for fucking 100 years. It's just corrupt beyond fucking corruption.
They should just make a maximum wage, dude. Like, I ain't saying don't let motherfuckers be billionaires. Like, all right, you know what? You can make $1 billion.
Cool.
That's a maximum. You can maintain your $1 billion. You can even start giving it away, after $1 billion if you want to keep making it. If you're addicted, a lot of people are addicted to making money and shit. But $1 billion, that's as much as you're allowed to have, man. Just make a maximum wage, because everybody worth more than and if anybody says that ain't enough, that's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculously too much. That's enough for you and the unforeseeable future of your whole generation. and family, but or even make it 2 billion or something. But past that, you give it away, whatever. And all the billions, I mean, you free up billions of dollars. But the way it's set up though around here, like the people with all the money, they can't let shit get too fucked up around here, or what good's their money? If shit gets too messed up and the world goes ape shit, then their money would be worthless. So they gotta ride the line between poverty and skirmish, or
Well, if you're a senator and your wife and you're about to vote on some kind of regulation about the medical industry, and your wife invests $100,000 into Pfizer, should you be allowed to vote on that fucking motion?
That's just it. They approach the senators, and they got probably their own slick ways of doing shit that are legal.
Yeah, what do they call it? Filibuster when they approach people.
Extortion?
Yeah. No, shit, I forget it now. The name for people that in the American Senate now, they
lobbying?
Lobbyists. That's it.
Yeah, it does seem kind of messed up, man, but there's always ways around it, But there should be. But they've made examples out of some of these fuckers, but it obviously still happens. Because look, a donation is a donation. So what can they say? We can put together the pieces like, look, so you're telling me the freaking the refinery place or whatever made a $500,000 donation to your campaign, and right before the vote or something. I mean, there's no way to say. I mean, there's nothing illegal about them donating money. You know what I'm saying? There's ways. That's just a crude hypothetical example, but there's always loopholes and ways around shit. But yeah, nobody around here is unaware of the corruption in that game.
Yeah, I think people are starting to realize the system's broken. It needs to change. It needs to change.
Just starting to recognize when rich people die, it seems to boost the economy. Dude, I thought I'd noticed it a couple times, but then when Michael Jackson died, man, I don't know if it was just coincidence, but then it seemed to boost the economy, man. I forgot who it was right before that, but I thought I noticed it. But it seems like the government takes a shitload and whatever, but then it spreads out. Then all the inheritance spreads out. Whatever. Say if he had 5 billion or couple billion, 1 billion, whatever. It just seems like it spreads out and to a lot of family, and then shit starts getting spent, and it snowballs everywhere. I could be wrong, but it seems like, man, when people with a lot of money die, that it helps the local economy possibly.
No, that's a bit of a stretch. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. You got these people who it's just never enough. You made $1 billion. Now, once you have money like that, it's a joke making money. You pretty much manufacture the ways to make money when you have that much money. You are the money.
Yeah.
There's people where it ain't enough, when they get in a banker, and there's pretty much some games where they know what they're doing to society, and they choose to do it, and they'll teach people how to do it. But you got to kind of swallow your morals a little bit on how to make money. But if they all just drew the line, know when enough is enough, get yours and be done with it. Don't just save it, not spend any of it, and just hoard it and make more and more and more. There's a certain amount of money, and it's for all of us to get what we need. And if you just keep making more and more and more and saving it, then there's got to be a fucking limit to that, in my opinion, within reason.
Yeah, well, what you do is when you have that much money, is you buy up all the farmland. You make it illegal for people to use rainwater. You invest in GMOs and make people eat GMOs. Sound familiar? Anybody?
And you make medicines made of poison.
Yeah, that's right. And you make sure that everybody gets these things put into their bodies.
You just have to follow the money. It's like you can see where they're spending them. Like, for example, NASA, and you've got the ambulance service, like in New Zealand, the ambulance service and the fire service. They're all begging on the street. Every supermarket you go to, you've got the St. John's ambulance, or you've got the fire service with buckets asking for donations. But the government aren't supporting them directly. Rather, they'd spend the money on useless, unnecessary things like space travel.
Yeah, what you do is you control the food. You stop we independent farmers and people from being able to fucking grow food. You take it over, and then you control the food. Once you control the food, you control the world. You make it impossible for farmers to make a fucking living. You subsidize them for a couple of years, and you say, sorry, no more subsidies. You have to pay more now because your cows are farting. And you have to use this certain kind of fertilizer, and by the way, it's supplied by us. Oh, sorry, you can't afford to live anymore. So okay, we'll buy up your land. Here, how's that? How's that deal? Yeah, we'll take that.
There is no man that should be able to buy that much land for himself. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, well, there's a guy, a certain guy that owns a
shitload of land.
A shitload of fucking land, farming land, and they're spraying it. You will eat crickets, and you will be happy. They're actually putting cricket powder in certain foods now as well, I noticed.
What chemical is that?
Cricket powder. Crickets. No, they're actually putting it in food. There's a thing with it. One of the additives now is cricket powder.
Yeah, but what is cricket powder?
Insects.
It's flour, like wheat flour, but it's made from crickets.
Because
I'm trying to cut down on cricket.
I'm allergic to cricket.
I know my adolescent cat ate a fucking grasshopper the other day, one of them big ones, and it about killed it, man. It fucking freaked out and come bombarding through the house and about broke its own back. I literally thought it broke its back because it was dragging itself into the corner, like way deep in the deepest corner of my utility room, and it couldn't even walk. Tried to get up and walk. It was just like freaking out. Its eyes were seeing off into nothing. Like I thought it was dead. I thought this thing done killed itself, but come to find out, my wife had seen it earlier eat one of them damn grasshoppers.
Why did the grasshopper do that to it?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but she's like, man, I wonder if anything would happen, man. It was eating one of them big locust, grasshopper looking nasty cricket, whatever they are, man. But I'm just assuming that's what it was because I've never seen this happen in my life, but I've never seen a cat eat one of them. I've seen them play with them, but I'm just assuming that's what it was, man. Like maybe they have the natural chemical they emit to protect themselves from shit like that, maybe. I don't know.
They say that eating bugs, there's a disease you can get. White's World was saying that on here. Like, do not eat the bugs. There's a certain chemical in the bugs that will make us sick if we eat them.
Have you seen the table? Have you seen the table for kosher? Kosher food.
No.
Yeah, kosher food, like inspected, double inspected.
Well, there are
Labeled.
certain animals. There are certain animals you can eat, and certain parts of animals you shouldn't eat. For example, cattle. In kosher food, you can only eat the front half. Like you split the cow down from the center, you can eat the front half, but not the back half.
Huh.
And you don't eat bugs. You don't eat pigs. You don't eat. There's a whole bunch of animals you shouldn't eat.
Yep. I'm sure that's what we're probably what we probably should go by, judging by who's in charge. So you think Michael Jackson died, huh, Brian?
Come again? What'd you say?
Said you still think Michael Jackson died, huh?
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure.
Him, David Bowie, and Prince went off to the other part of the land that we can't see.
Does there evidence he's alive by any chance? Just for asking.
Oh yeah. He didn't die.
Yeah. We all got to die though, right?
Sure, but that's not just because I didn't want him to die that I think he didn't die. I don't know if he's dead yet, but he didn't die when they said he died. I don't think. No. You haven't seen Dave on Larry King Live?
Yeah, I've seen Dave.
Who?
I'll send you
Dave, the burn victim. It looks just like Michael
Tell me
Jackson.
if you don't think this is
surgery. Or,
Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
He was this burn victim that Michael took care of, as when the burn victim kid, the burn victim's kid, his dad set him on fire. So, and he dropped his last name because he wanted to disassociate himself from his father. So instead of going by Dave Rothenberg, he went by Dave, right? And so on the day of Michael's funeral, what seems to be the case is Michael put on a plastic burn face, like he was the burn victim. This guy's an adult now, and he's a real person, or he was. He died supposedly recently too. But if you listen to the voice of real Dave compared to this guy, not the same. And you can just tell that the guy that's on Larry King on the day of Michael's funeral, while they're showing the hearse with supposedly Michael's body in it, they're interviewing a burn victim that's got more confidence than any burn victim would ever have on national TV like that to begin with. And it sounds just like Michael, and he says things that only Michael would say.
Yeah, but ain't there court cases? Like, ain't the mom, like, between all the Jacksons, ain't they like fighting each other, bro? Why are they fighting if he's still alive? Why are they fighting over his money?
Even the doctor's whole trial was part of the entertainment that goes with it.
That's a tough sell, man. That's a tough sell, but I guess maybe.
But at the end of the day, the conspiracy that he died or not, I mean, everyone, the whole point is, the question is, why did he fake his own death? Because, like in America, it's not illegal to fake your own death. It's totally within the law. You can do that.
Yeah.
And you have to look at the truth, why he faked his own death. And you could maybe say that he just wanted to be left alone. Or you could say that he knew something.
Well, there was a lot to it.
You can't get a death certificate in America if you're not dead.
I don't think there is one. They can fake them, I'm sure. If it's a big guy like that, they can have a fake one. But I don't know if there is a death certificate for him. But a lot of people don't think he died. I mean, it's not like just some kooky, one-off. I mean, it's almost obvious. Just play that video I just sent you. It sounds just like him. I mean, he even makes the apology at the very end. He's like, Michael was misunderstood, and then like the point where he's talking about meeting Michael as the kid, the burn victim kid. He's like, and Michael came up and he tapped me on the shoulder, and Larry, we embraced, and that embrace lasted a lifetime. Only things Michael would say.
Yeah. Sounds
and
great.
You can tell the way he sinks in his chair. And you first see him, he's sinking in his chair. Not the same dude.
Remember what David Bowie looks like? This guy, Jackson.
Oh yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, that's another one, isn't it? That's his.
Now there is a real Jack
his
Stevens
manager.
that looks a lot like Bowie.
Looks like fucking.
There is a real Jack Stevens, so that throws people off, right? There is a real guy that looks a little bit like Bowie, right? That's named Jack Stevens. So there's a real guy that people look at and go, "Oh, well, that's not him." But the guy that went on the interview on the show right after David Bowie supposedly died, it was totally him as Jack Stevens. You can't. I mean, it's obvious.
He's either a
That's
clone.
part of the way they play. You know? They like to put it in your face, right? In that way, they're perverse.
Yep. Somebody's having a good laugh.
And Prince, same thing with Prince. You know, Brian, Prince is now wearing a fat suit when he's on camera and playing his sister Taika, the part of his sister Taika.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
And it's obviously him. Taika gets all the money, right? Lives in his house. She was a crack addict, supposedly, before this. There's no pictures of them together. There might be a real Taika, but it's not the one that we see now. But regardless, so then she puts out an album called A Brand New Me. Right? Singing. And it's him singing, right? With these new hormones, or maybe. And his last tweet to his fans was, "I've transformed."
Where'd you post this video at? You're talking about?
I DM'd it to you.
Oh, okay.
Watch that other one I just sent you to on the ether.
Yeah, I got it. I'll watch it. I gotta go anyway, man. But y'all guys take it easy, man. I'm gonna watch these videos and
All right.
call it a night.
Later, Brian. Good work.
Good talk.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
It's a crazy world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just getting crazier.
Yeah, just retiring your legal fiction name is not illegal, you know. So your legal fiction name, you know, which is an industry of its own, it makes more sense for people with fame of this sort to fake their deaths, because they get the last, you know, they get the record sales from everyone going out and buying it for nostalgia reasons, and they don't have to fade into nothingness. They go out as a legend that way. Just makes sense business wise, right?
Yeah, it's all about the money.
Yeah. You become famous enough to have to fake your death for a good business reason, you know. That's the pinnacle of success in America. And then you have to wonder, how long do these people, I mean, if they've got access to the best technology as far as extension of life, you know, maybe they do live to be 150 years old or something. And then they also don't try to hide it. They actually probably are in on letting people know in the conspiracy world that they're not dead, to a certain degree, with these things that are, like, you know, debatable, you know, but obvious to anyone that, you know, has some sense. And then it becomes a talking issue, and something people just, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you know, it's just interesting. It's not like somebody's going to catch them, you know, "Oh, you're Prince," you know, like there's no way to, you might as well put it out in front of them, because then you have the revenue that comes from the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I don't. You just go to one of the interviews and go, "Hey, Dave, come here," and you rip his fucking plastic mask off. You fucking Michael.
It's so obviously him. But they put out, I think they also put these things out there because it triggers people, you know, because they're emotionally attached to Prince or Michael, and they went through some, like, you know, mourning of sorts, or they just don't want to. It basically is like a litmus test for the normies, you know, like if and it part of the reason I think they do this and make it obvious to people that look into these kind of things, then they get people that they're trying to talk to about this crazy sound stuff, and then by the time something serious comes around, they're not listening to us anymore. You know, like if you're right about the jibby jab, then I have to consider that you might have been right about Michael Jackson or 9/11 or something like that. You know.
Hey, Galileo Galilei, I've got an idea. Let's tell him the Earth's a fucking spinning ball. See how that goes.
Right? What a great idea.
Right. Okay. I'll make this shit up, right? But please don't publish it until I'm dead. Now, fuck you, bro. We're publishing it now. That's gold.
Yeah, they must have had bets. Like, I bet I can get people convinced that we're actually spinning on a ball and upside down, and that we wouldn't even feel it relative to the size.
No way. People ain't that stupid. That's not going to happen.
I bet I could do it. Science. All you have to do is tell them it's fact. Prove it. Science.
Right.
We'll make science into a religion. People will have to believe it because otherwise they're stupid. We'll tell them they're stupid if they don't believe the stupid science we tell them is true. Brilliant.
We'll give them just enough science and just enough technology to make their lives a little bit better, but everything else after that was just bullshit.
And we'll even reverse engineer it with the math that makes it seem plausible to the people that think only in math.
I mean, how can you not believe a fucking chalkboard, bro?
We'll totally sever their common sense from them.
Yeah. You see your senses? Just forget about it.
Well, I guess that guy won the bet.
He did. And they're buying it.
Yeah, Michael had a lot of other things going on too. He was, I guess the story goes, at least one of the things I heard or found out, was that he had a guy that was controlling his money, some kind of mobster guy that had taken over basically his whole money business and made some bad investments and all kinds of stuff. Like he had a lot of people controlling him because he was so, you know, passive and nice and easy to take advantage of. And a lot of the people that were taking him to court for the whatever he did or didn't do to the kids, you know, wasn't stopping. But the real damnation, or the most damning evidence, is the 50 concerts that he was supposed to play. And his dad even said that he'd only signed up for 14 concerts, and then a certain day they added like all the rest of the shows, all at the same place, biggest stadium in the world, right? The O2 Arena, which holds more people than any other stadium, so they could sell as many tickets as they you know could for 50 shows in a row. Like, he's going to do 50 shows, really? Does that even make sense? 50?
Yeah,
50 shows.
He's barely functioning
right.
with all the dogs.
All in the same place, right? He's going to go through 50 shows. So it's obvious they were just trying to sell the tickets because they knew when Michael dies, no one's going to want to give up their ticket because it's a souvenir for the guy that one of the most famous people in the world that just died. So they knew no one's going to want to hand their ticket in because you can get more on eBay for it, maybe.
Yeah,
in fact, they even offered the people, if you don't want your money back, if you want to keep your ticket and not hand it in for the money, we'll send you a brochure from the funeral of Michael Jackson as an extra souvenir.
Yeah.
So basically, it was fraud.
Absolutely.
This is it. That's what it was called. This is it.
It
I
was,
started.
it was
I
set up to
thought,
make a lot of money and to kill Michael Jackson and fraud.
Well, they didn't kill him. He didn't die. He just disguised. He's still alive. Went on Larry King as this burn victim, and while the hearse is supposedly taking his body away, they didn't kill him.
Can you send that link?
Sure.
this is it. Is the documentary? I started watching it and thought this is going to be a pile of shit, but I watched it to the end. It was fascinating.
Yeah, it was great, and that was the other part of the whole scam. That thing came out like almost as soon as he died, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like a month or two after, wasn't it?
Right, and there's interviews. There's
longer.
one of the dancers saying that was the claim was that they just had some like Red One cameras back there, and it was just kind of like they happened to have some footage to put together because he died, they're going to put this movie together. But she said no, it was a full on production. It was like planned as the movie that it became. It wasn't just like, oh, he died, we'll make this movie. It was like obvious that they planned his death along with.
Yeah, it seemed planned. It did. I hear you.
Yeah, and then the whole court case with the doctor, the same thing with the OJ stuff, the court case. They see how much money can be made in revenue by having a court case that people tune into, right, on TV. It's brilliant.
Yeah, the Kardashians' father was the third lawyer.
Right.
Making that moolah. Can't remember what you call him, but he died about, it wasn't long. I'm just guessing, like 4 or 5 years after that trial. The black guy, the white guy, and the other guy. Kardashian's father was the other guy. Italian looking motherfucker. Or whatever. He passed away not long after that trial, but he made a ton of money out of that.
Did he really pass away?
Yeah. I don't know. Google it.
Who knows, right? What's up, Flatty?
Morning, people.
Morning. What's good?
Hey, Flatty.
Hey, P-Mac. What's happening?
Zip, man.
Oh, Riggs is here. Riggs knows all about the fake deaths. I'm going to send you one, actually, P-Mac, you might not be aware of.
Yeah, Robert Kardashian was his name. Her father, Robert Kardashian, was an attorney who gained notoriety serving on O.J. Simpson's defense team. Yeah, something like that. He uses some information there.
What do you think, Flatty? Did Michael Jackson die or no?
2003. The O.J. Simpson trial was 1995. So yeah, so he died 5, 6, 8 years after the trial. Anywho.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the things that I look into more than other stuff because I like to compare the faces and see if I can figure one out. There's some that I don't even talk about on air because it's almost like I try not to. It just seems like something that you know.
Did you post something about Michael Jackson being on that show and not dead?
Yeah, I sent it. I DM'd it to you.
Oh, okay. Let me look. Thank you.
Sure.
And this interview on Larry King was
It's
when Larry
Michael.
King
It's
died.
Michael in a mask. It's Michael in a mask as the burn victim. Listen to his voice. Everything he says is stuff
I'm
only
gonna
Michael.
watch it right now.
I gotta go in a minute anyway. But yeah, check it out. There's other clues. I mean, just look up Michael Jackson's not dead, and you'll find tons of videos. His daughter talking to him on Skype and stuff like that. Hey, he's got two kids. You know, Michael Jackson's got 2 black sons that we were never told were his sons that are actually his sons, and it's not even a conspiracy. One of them he gave to Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise raised Michael's kid as his own. No joke. It's not even a conspiracy theory. Just
So
look
what
it up.
about Blanket and what's the other one?
I don't even think those are his kids. I don't think those are his kids because they're white. They're all white. And there's a guy, this British guy that I think that he paid to be the sperm donor, and then someone else.
And who's the mother?
The mother's that blonde woman, that fat blonde woman. I don't know. He doesn't like he didn't want black kids. You know, he was like almost racist.
So he has 2 black kids, but they're not the heirs to his estate.
No, but they've been paid. I mean, one of them was Tom Cruise's son. So, you know.
Now, do you think there's a place that these actors go when they're killed and when they're fake killed and on the TV or in public, and they're still alive? Is there like a District 12 or some shit they go to, like in the Hunger Games, where they're living a utopia life?
They could just take on a new identity or go places. Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of options.
But do you think there's a place where they go to, like some utopia world?
Maybe,
that's
yeah.
Beyond the ice wall.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm all about the outer ponders.
I mean, of course, there's a conspiracy about everyone, about Kobe Bryant, et cetera, et cetera. We don't know.
Just happened to have a cartoon that depicted his death before he died. I mean, come on.
Well, either they planned his death, or he's not dead. Which is it?
No, I don't think he died. No.
They said they found his body in the wreck.
Yeah, that supports the theory, right? Because too many people figured out that he didn't die and don't believe it, so they put out a story and they make a little court case about the wife being so upset that there was so many pictures taken of the dead body, and then people hear that and they think, oh, there's no way he's not dead because they had that whole thing, they were mad that they took too many pictures of the dead body, so he must be dead.
Yeah, the public eats that up, and so what about the daughter? Kobe's daughter.
Yeah, I was hearing something on IPS about that. Like, I didn't find out the details, but she was spotted somehow or something.
Now, we're just guessing here, but what would be the reason for this whole show of him dying?
Kobe? Well, a lot of
For
things. He became a legend,
and the
right?
same thing with Michael
He
Jackson.
became an instant legend.
So immortalize him.
A lot of money was made on the, the legend he became.
A lot of money was made on his mobilia,
Money.
memorabilia.
Memorabilia, yeah, of course. It's also, there's probably a lot of deeper esoteric reasons they do it for whatever, they decide they want to do.
But if it was a sacrifice to Satan, for example, wouldn't it need to be a real blood-killed sacrifice?
They put that story out there too, like he was a sacrifice and all that. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that I would go with more that it's all fake than
Also,
that they actually sacrifice.
You have to remember at the time, right? Michael was saying things on stage that were a bit fucking no, right? He was talking about very esoteric things like you don't know what they're doing, you don't understand what's going on in the world, etc., etc. And so was Prince. Prince was talking about chemtrails. He was open about that. Yeah, and he was talking about.
And see what that does, though.
Oh, it kills you
see
dead.
what that does? They participate in that, right? They get to be the martyr, right? They go out as kind of like a legend in another way for trying to tell the truth about things. But the lesson learned is that anybody that tells the truth about things ends up dead.
Yeah.
So then people don't tell the truth about things, especially people in positions like that.
And they don't actually tell the truth about things. They hint at it, and then bam, whack, they're gone. They hint at it.
Yeah, but neither of those guys died. Neither of them died, right? So it was all about the lesson more so than the death. Same as JFK. JFK, I don't think was killed when they told us he was. So it was all about the lesson. He was speaking truth. He was speaking truth before they killed him, or made it seem like they killed him. Because then the lesson is this: look what happens to presidents that say things that you're not supposed to.
Yeah, like secret societies. The secret society speech is what did JFK in.
Yeah, exactly. But that's all in the plan too. They want us to know who's in control, right? It becomes a part of this whole information release. I mean, they knew the internet was coming before even Kennedy was fake killed, right? It was about controlling our reality. And the best way to control reality is to fake it, not to actually kill people. Because if you really kill these people, and that's known, then people aren't going to want to play in the game anymore. Right?
Fuck no, bro.
Who would really want to be president if that actually happened, right?
Do you remember 20 years ago, Bob Dylan, when you fucking sold your soul to the devil? Well, it's time to collect.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to fake die. Yeah, like Gaddafi and Hussein, they both mentioned gold dinars. Bang, gone. Poof. You're out of here.
Yeah, I think that's probably a real death.
Probably.
I'm not calling that one fake.
Yeah, we came.
Look at your DMs, by the way, P-Mac. That's one I don't even talk about.
We came, we saw, he died. Thanks, Hillary.
That one blew my mind. That one just made me like red pilled all over again. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Did she said that, or?
No, I'm saying check your DMs.
Oh, okay.
I sent you.
Alrighty. No way. That's great. Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah. Them some big old fucking hands, but.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that just like I threw my hands up in the air. I'm like, okay, that proves everything's crazy.
As if we needed any more proof.
Right. That one was the topper for me. I got more. You want more? Should I send you more?
Go ahead, bro. That's great. Hang on, my mind's blown.
Yeah. Oh, it gets worse. All right, that's pretty bad. That's one of the craziest ones. But I'll send you these. I gotta go, but I'll send you these before I go to sleep.
All right, bro. Good chat.
You too.
You just like blowing people's minds, huh?
Testing. Everybody got scared away by conspiracies.
Was I go? Sorry.
Kobe's not dead. Michael Jackson's not dead.
Bowler's not dead.
Ballers are still defending the ball, terrified. Terrified their ball might not be right.
You're projecting, Godric.
Is that a baller?
It is.
Big ball. Who is that big baller? Ruhif?
Yes.
Hey, Ruhif, what's up, man?
Yeah, not much.
You in Australia?
I am. G'day,
I think do you want to go hunt some crocodiles? I think Rolf Harris, he played Didgeridoo, right?
He played the. Well, he probably did play the didgeridoo, but he also played the washing board thing.
Yeah. I think he asked too many young pups to play his other didgeridoo. You know the other one?
Yes, I heard that as well. Is he still in prison?
Yeah.
Did he go to prison? I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's playing other people's didgeridoos now in prison.
Exactly. He is. So he's only in 5 years. Okay. Conviction and imprisonment. He was released in 2017. There you go.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Did he have a didgeridoo with him?
Probably.
He loves his didgeridoo out there.
Yeah.
He's probably hiding out in some fucking obscure. He probably had a bit of money about him. He's probably hiding out in some.
Probably stashed away. Yeah.
A little bit of plastic surgery here and there. Get rid of the
shave. You just have a shave, right?
Yeah, get rid of the beard.
Yeah.
And the glasses. Yes, eye surgery.
Yeah.
Just shave off the hair, all the hair off his head. You wouldn't recognize the bastard.
Where is Rolf Harris now? Lives in Berkshire. There you go.
Bloody England, mate.
Yeah.
I wonder if Rolf Harris is a flat earther or a Glober.
I'll say a Glober. Not that I want to own him, but
He probably is. You're probably right. He probably goes to Thailand for holidays now.
The article I'm reading right now suggests that he might be sort of living out his final days.
As a recluse.
Is that a what? A recluse, yeah. Yep. He's frail as of 2020.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually cares except us. It used to be my hero. 2 little boys, 2 little toys. One was a didgeridoo.
Jay.
Climb up the horse beside me. There's room on my horse for 2. Did you think I would leave you fucking stranded when the Earth is obviously not a ball?
Obviously. Totes.
Visibly, yeah, I don't know. Rufus, can I ask you a question?
You just did.
Yeah.
You may ask another.
I'll try. What do you think about this whole fucking Mandela effect thing?
What thing?
Mandela effect.
Well, the way I understand is that people just have misremembered something. But what you mean is like there's some actual effect, like some going back in history and changing it or something. Is that
mirror on the wall? Mirror on the wall. Finish that. Finish that.
No, hang on. That's what a lot of people say, misremembering. So millions and millions of people are misremembering the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, do you remember watching Snow White? You're about the same age.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
44. Yeah.
44. Yeah, I'm not far ahead of you. So, what? As Godric said, right? What were the words that the witch says when she looked at the thing on the wall? What were they?
Mirror on the wall.
On the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
And that's no longer true?
Nope.
Don't know.
Yeah, it's magic mirror on the wall.
There you go.
It's
okay.
It is now who's the fairest one of all.
Oh, one of all. Oh fuck! Even that's changed.
Yeah.
Shit! They didn't just do the start. They're doing the whole fucking thing. Holy shit, bro!
In the original Disney, it says who's the fairest one of all. But then, we have this residue that people remember correctly. So then the Huntsman movie, which had Kristen Stewart in 2012, they did a remake of Snow White, and the witch said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest one of all, which is the correct way, I believe. And they didn't say it the way that the original Disney said it, or was changed to it, one of all, of them all. So, go figure.
There's so many examples. I remember watching Interview with a Vampire and thinking, that's a strange way to name a movie. Wouldn't you just call it Interview with... wait a minute, sorry. No, I'm misremembering. Interview with the Vampire is what I remember it as. Now it's called Interview with a Vampire?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Snow White the movie. So clearly I'm just quoting people who have misquoted the movie.
Build it and they will come.
Yeah, I'm probably quoting someone that's misquoting it. Like, I don't see that there's some magic to it.
But everything's changed.
See,
It's no
Ruhiv has
longer.
to explain away because he can't believe in magic because his science needs to be paramount in his life, and everything has to be science. And we have to explain away things we can't explain. There must be science somewhere in there.
All right, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back with some ice cream.
I'll take bubblegum, thanks.
Somebody like Ruhiv would be very unsettled by the idea of the Mandela effect. Because his
Right.
life is very accurate and scientific and explainable.
Yep, everything. Apparently, the lion now lies. No, sorry, the lamb now lies down with the wolf. Ow.
You know, the thinker statue, does he have his hand on his chin or on his head? Does he have his fist? Is he resting, the thinker statue, is he resting his fist on his chin or his forehead?
The chin. Definitely chin. Is it the head now?
Well, about half the people remember it, the head, and there's people taking poses near the statue with the fist on the head, which is really strange. But it shows the chin. So, my father had a statue. It was a bookcase of the thinker. So I always had the chin, so no worries. But people swear by that it was the fist on the head, on the forehead.
No. That's crazy. The whole reason why I remember the thinker is because the pose was. He looked like he was really thinking because it was on his chin, not his fucking head.
Anyway, I'm back with ice cream.
The lion shall lay with the lamb.
What flavor? Anyway.
It is latte with cookies and cream, and then I've got chocolate topping. And you know what Milo is?
No.
Milo. Milo. Chocolate malt, I guess is the... Milo is chocolate flavored malted powder. There you go.
Are those Australian flavors?
Milo is, yeah. Milo's Australian.
So Dolly in what was that fucking James Bond film? Moonraker? Is it Moonraker or was it the other one?
No idea.
Remember Molly, right? Where Jaws looked at her and he smiled and you could see all the big fucking Jaws face, right? And Molly looked back at him with the little ponytails and the glasses, and she smiled and she had all these fucking braces on her. Like I remember that clear as day, right? That no longer happened.
Wait a minute, hold on. I remember we might be the same age because I remember Moonraker, and the giant showed his teeth, full silver teeth. Are you saying that's gone?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's gone. Molly or whatever they call her, the little girl with
the braces. I don't remember the braces so much, but what if I watch the scene? What would it have? Just nobody showing their teeth?
She no longer has the braces on her teeth. The whole purpose of the scene was because it was kind of funny that he was like, and he smiled at her, and she actually was sympathetic towards this big villain in the Bond things, and so she smiled back, and she had all these she had her teeth braced up really really good, but apparently that is no longer a thing. The whole reason why you remember it is because it was the contrast between him having jaws, these big metal teeth, and her having her teeth all filled up with braces. That's gone. If you do a Google search, right, for James Bond, Molly, right, she's just smiling. That's it. There's no braces. But I just
Can you
remember
find the scene and post it from YouTube?
Well, no. If you do a search in Google, right, just type in Jaws, James Bond, and Molly. You'll see that she's just smiling. There's no more braces. I mean, I can send you the link for the search, but she's got no braces. I mean, do you remember braces? Joe smiled at her and she smiled back and she had all these, her teeth were fully braced.
I've
I
never
just
seen the film.
posted, hang on, give me 1 second. I just posted the mirror, and it says magic mirror on the wall. That makes no sense to me. This is the
It's
chosen
always
number. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all? No. Check it out. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds.
I think CERN is fucking reality, bro. I'm just kidding. Oh, and C-3PO now has a golden leg. Remember when you watched the Star
He
Trek?
has a silver leg. He has a silver leg, and he has black equipment on his palms. And when I grew up, he was all gold.
Mm-hmm.
Gold. He was just a golden god. That's all he was.
Definitely all gold.
So now he has a silver leg, and he has these black little like mechanical things on his palms, and he has it in every movie. So go figure.
Strange, bro. And this is just the start of it. I mean, even okay, hang on. Even Ruhev said magic mirror on the wall. That's bullshit. It's now magic mirror on the wall.
Right, but I've never seen the original, right? I've never seen the original.
Ruhev said it right. He said, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Which is the correct way.
Is it?
Yeah, it's now magic mirror on the wall. It's not mirror on the wall, as we all remembered, or half of us, or millions of us. It's
You want
now.
me to try to find the Huntsman scene in 2012 where she says it's Charlize Theron, and she says, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And I just looked this up into this recently, so let me see if I can find it.
And here's another one, Ruhev. What will lie down with the lamb?
I can't remember.
You never read a Bible in school, bro?
No,
Ruhev is a staunch atheist.
Which means I've read the Bible how many times, Godric?
0.
Oh, just tell us how many times.
3.
Wonderful.
Well, if you read it 3 times... Sorry.
What's your favorite verse?
My favorite verse? Well, in this context, Joshua 10. The earth stood still.
Wonderful.
If you think about other verses, I'll say Matthew 27:53 to 54, where the spirits came out of the graves and they had to wait for 3 days. What else there? Matthew 28 verses 9 to 10, which is clearly made up. John chapter 20, where Mary according to Matthew, at least, has seen the risen Jesus, but then pretends as if she hasn't in John 20.
Bro, if
They're
you've
my
read it
favorite
that much,
verses.
hey, listen, you've read it that much, right? You must know what the lamb. What does the lamb lie down with?
No, I didn't read it from that perspective of any theology. The lion lays down with the lamb or something.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, there you go. Do you know it's not lying anymore?
I don't know.
What
Those
do you
things
think it
don't
is?
stick in my head.
Lies down with a camel.
The lion lays down with the lamb.
It's a fucking wolf, bro. It's a fucking wolf.
The Mandela changed it to wolf. There is a lion in the verse, but it's not related with the lamb. It's a different verse.
Yeah, I didn't read it with those things as being memorable.
It wasn't scientific enough.
I just didn't read it with that in mind. So yeah. One of the other favourite ones is was it 2 Kings 23, 2 Kings 23 or something? Let me check it up. No, not that. It was 2 Kings 2, sorry. 2 Kings 2:23. Also one of my favourite ones.
What does it say?
It says, then he went up there from Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, young lads came from the city and mocked him and said, go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. When he looked behind him and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and tore up 42 of the lads.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Who cursed them?
Elisha.
Isn't that though what would happen if you like went against a prophet? You would have like a terrible death.
Okay. Another one of my favorites is in, I think it's in Numbers, where someone's picking up sticks for a fire on the Sabbath. I got to find that one. It is Numbers 15:32. While the Israelites, Numbers 15.
Sorry.
Numbers 15. Numbers 15. Excuse me. While the Israelites were in the wilderness, a man was found gathering wood on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses and Aaron and the whole assembly, and they kept him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, the man must die. The whole assembly must stone him outside the camp. So the assembly took him outside the camp and stoned him to death, as the Lord commanded Moses. I have lots of favourite Bible verses, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's very godlike of him, wasn't it? I think one of them was Aaron's son, one of Aaron's sons.
Say that again? One of Aaron's sons?
Yeah, I think one of Aaron's sons is actually one of the boys that got stoned to death. I think.
Right. Okay. What else? There's one that's because some black and white. Some sheep that fuck in front of black and white striped leaves, therefore have like striped offspring or something like that. I've got to find that as well. That was in Genesis somewhere.
No, you mean fornicate. They wouldn't say fuck.
Yeah, striped.
Fornicate.
Right. Where is it? Genesis 30. Here we go. Oh. Sheep. Yeah, read Genesis 30. It's hilarious. Genesis 30:30.
Can you read it for us, Viv?
Can I what? Can I read? Okay. All right. So. All right. So Jacob's worked for someone, and he said, "You know what? What are you going to pay me?" And he says, "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied. "But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-coloured lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages. And my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me, any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-coloured will be considered stolen." "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-coloured lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flock. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-coloured animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself and did not put them with Laban's animals. Anyway, there you go. So whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban and the strong ones to Jacob. So
what does it mean, Ruhu? Tell us what it means.
It means he thinks if he puts up these striped branches when these sheep are fucking, that they'll become streaked.
Mating, fornicating.
Yes. Well, mating, yes, when they're in heat.
Doesn't it say, though, that they bore the young that were speckled?
Yeah, if you put the branches there, right, when they're in heat, then they'll come out speckled. If he didn't put them there, they won't.
So God was so busy looking after the universe, he decided that he was going to fucking differentiate between different kinds of goats.
Well, the cause of speckled or spotted sheep is the colour of the branches they fuck under. That's a little silly, isn't it?
Maybe he was doing like a ritual, like some kind of.
Yeah. Oh, there's another ritual. Now that you mention it, Numbers 5, I think. Let's go to Numbers 5. You'll like this ritual. Numbers 5. Is it Numbers 5? Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, Numbers 5, starting at verse 11. The test for an unfaithful wife. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sex with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there is no witness, and if feelings of jealousy come over her husband, and he suspects his wife, and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of 1/10 of a thing of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because it is a grain offering for jealousy." All right, you ready? "The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord..." Hold on 1 second, that was my text. 1 second. Rome overwhelmed. Okay. Give me a minute. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, "If no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, May this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. Blah, 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 blah. If you have cheated, may this water bring a curse. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. You guys can read the rest. Basically, they get her to drink the water. If the baby she's carrying is not her husband, then she miscarries. God aborts the baby. God the abortionist. If it is her husband, then she's going to be fine. The dirty water didn't help. It didn't hurt her, sorry. Anyway, that's numbers 5.
Yeah, just because people make up a lot of shit about God doesn't mean it doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, but this is like fucking.
It sounds like a ritual something they would do like in the old days, like black magic, but they don't want to call it that.
Yeah,
Look,
it's a spell, right?
Yeah, I think you're a witch. I'm going to throw you in this fucking river. If you float, you're not a witch. If you what?
Yeah,
they
exactly.
did do what's it called? Leech bloodletting 1, and then leeches 2. They did do that stuff, and that was like the top slimes they had, right?
Yeah. I've got to go, and I'll be back later. All
Hey, enjoy your ice cream, bro.
Thanks, man. See you.
Well, drinking a little dirty water never hurt anybody. But I heard they were doing bloodletting, and if you were sick, and like leech sucking, and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
And that was before the Bible. I'm sorry, that was after the Bible.
Yeah, believe it or not, blowing smoke up your ass was a remedy for somebody that just drowned. They used to blow smoke up their ass, thinking it would fix them.
Supposedly, if you have a bloody nose, the remedy is to drop a pair of car keys or metal keys down the back of your shirt through your back, and that'll stop the blood right away. The only thing is, apparently, it works, as far as I know. I couldn't tell you why it works, but it works.
Do you have a cure for hiccups?
I do, but it depends. Like, I had what the hell is that called? It comes in. It lasts like 2 weeks. Fuck.
Huh? Not fuck.
I had something that gave me hiccups. I forget what it was called. The thing that you get chicken pox, but the second time in your later in life. What's it called?
Yeah, it's called begins with S.
That thing. I had that thing, and it went inside my stomach, and I was getting like really bad acid reflux, and I was getting terrible hiccups. So I had to just wait for it to pass, and then the hiccups went away. But aside from that, you can cure hiccups. What you do, you drink water, cup of water upside down, and swallow it while your head is almost at the ground. So the water is going from the back of your mouth, and you're forcing it up your throat, even though you're upside down, and that'll stop the hiccups. That several times. Something about the sensation that it causes you when you swallow upside down. That stops the muscle that's triggering the hiccups. Have you heard that?
Nope.
Do you have hiccups now?
No, I was just kidding.
Yeah, drink water upside down.
Yeah, I've tried that. It didn't work. I'm trying to find the after effects of chickenpox. I think because chickenpox stays in your vertebrae behind your neck.
Shingles.
Shingles. Thank you.
Shingles. I had like welts in the back of my back for like over a week, 2 weeks, and I was really sore. But somehow it went in my stomach, and I was just I couldn't. Every time I ate, it would just be terrible hiccups, burping, and a lot of acid reflux, and it was awful, man. But I finally got over it. It finally passed.
It doesn't sound good. Yeah, it happens all kinds of places.
I lost weight. I lost like 10 pounds.
Ah.
I was having a problem eating.
So that might be a good avenue for if you want to make a lot of money. Do you want to lose weight? I got shingles in a jar.
This sounds bizarre, but I'll tell you about an Egyptian who will take you to a guy that will put will put a worm inside your intestine to make you lose weight.
This is one of these South American people.
And the worm is like very big. It's like huge. It grows in there.
Like anaconda?
And it gives you a very trim belly. Trims your belly up really nice. I
How
guess
do you get the worm?
The worm eats your food for you. It's like a tapeworm.
Yeah, how do you get it out when it's done?
That part I'm not so sure, but this guy would tell you all about it. You can probably operate on it and get it out, but I think the point is to leave it in there because you leave it in there and it lives with you, and it just keeps you slim
for life. Holy shit!
I mean, I've heard that people are living with tapeworms inside their intestines. I don't know if you can really get rid of them without surgery. I've heard that sometimes they come out of the anus and you pull them, and then they just go right back. They're like
that's what I was thinking. You dangle a little carrot outside your anus.
Yeah, and then when you grab them, they'll break off. Some will like half will break off like a worm, and then it'll grow back. So you can never really get rid of it. It's like a friend. It's like a friend that you never knew you had.
A friend for life.
Friends for life.
Tapeworms aren't just for Christmas.
Hey, but you're supposed to have a really skinny waist, so that's the good effect. Be good for a model or somebody.
Hey, God, good chatting, but I gotta go.
Okay, come back with more Mandela effect.
I will. I'll do my best.
Damn it! I thought there'd be more people here. Just like no one.